I've heard an argument that upwards of 20 million people will be affected by these bills, by the gutting of Medicaid throughout many of the red states, the congressmen from those red states that voted for this. It's even more egregious that it was brought out that there was a congress member from Pennsylvania, a guy by the name of Brennahan, I believe. Elizabeth Warren pointed out that he sold stock in a Medicare-backed corporation, Centene Corporation, and since this bill is passed, that stock has dropped 40%. So, we're seeing the way our politicians game bills to enrich themselves and to protect their portfolios.
Yeah, but in fairness, David, this is not insider trading because all this is out in the public specter. So if you had that stock and you saw that this bill was likely going to pass and you dumped it, even if you disagreed with the bill, wouldn't that have been a prudent thing to do? I don't think there's anything onerous about it.
Well, the way you got to look at it, Gary, is am I passing the bill because it's going to hurt my
I get that. I get that part. Yes, that's true.
Okay.
I don't think it's insider trading necessarily.
No,
but it might have influenced his voting decision.
Of course. So who knows how many untold trades were done in the darkness of night without there being people knowing about it. I mean, my point is, Gary, is that and I heard this fraud and abuse. This is the canard. This is the canard they use to go after the immigrants, to spend all this money to go grab a few criminals when they're smashing everybody in their way. We're going to smash all these recipients of Medicare and Medicaid in their wake to catch some of the fraud, abuse, and waste that we think is out there. So it's really a kind of a red herring to basically smash and to deny and reroute our tax dollars toward tax cuts that none of us benefit from, by the way, enriching, the billionaire class. And at least Elon Musk, as much of his own interests may not have aligned with this bill, and because of that, he's now upset that the deficits are going to rise and the debt will not go down. At least he's being honest from a fiscal standpoint, saying that how are we going to pay for this down the road? And we just keep kicking the can down the road, Gary, to the future generations. And to Dr. Francine and others talking points about do we really care about families? Do we really is this a family values party? Do we really care that the youth of today can't afford to have children? I mean, especially these young men today. I mean, God forbid they have a child at age 24, 25 with no income, and then they're on the hook for 18 years of child support, let alone the cost of feeding and clothing and all the health care that goes into having a child. And so where is the backstop of the idea of a family, a nuclear family that they want to rid us of the trans threat to our society, which they've been very successful at doing, bullying universities and creating these onerous bills affecting that. But yet, where's the backstop? Where's the money? At least Viktor Orban in Hungary puts his money where his mouth is. He says, look, you're going to have a family of four. We'll subsidize your cars. We'll give you free health care. We'll even pay you money to have children. And there may be an agenda there for them to have their own nationalistic Christian white Hungarian society, but at least they're promoting and they're backstopping young families in a way that doesn't lead them into debt, future bankruptcy, and obviously the high divorce rates that our society sees every day. So I see a massive contradiction here in the way our country talks the talk, but does not backstop it with policies that promote the very thing they're trying to strive for, which is strong families, values. Instead, they're saying, by the way, your grandma, we talked about this yesterday, is no longer going to have the funds needed to be comfortable in that retirement community. And so, who's going to have to pay for that? That's going to come on the backs of the other aspects of the middle class who just don't have the money to pay for those. I don't know if anybody's ever had to go out and look for health care for their fathers and mothers, but to put them in a home 24/7, especially if there's dementia or Alzheimer's or any of those kinds of things affecting your loved one, it is absolutely mind-numbing how much it costs to give round-the-clock care so that your parents can have end-of-life dignity in this country. And so, congrats to the glass raisers of this administration, and to those that are going to not ever be affected by this bill. But let's hope that there's some sort of course correct to 2026. Otherwise, this is gonna end badly for a lot of people here, and I'll end there.
Thank you, David. Dude. Dude.
Yep, just one.
No worries. Are you with us or against us, dude?
Sorry about that. I was just busy. So basically, I'll just keep this short. I don't want to hear anyone who supports this to complain about homeless people ever. That is your ignorance and I don't know, disrespect or disregard for other people who are suffering. I only came up here because I heard somebody say that health is the sole responsibility of the individual. That's not the truth.
Primary. The word was primary.
Primary, yeah. That's not the truth. That's not the case. Not for any healthy community or any healthy family whatsoever. And I think that the epidemic of social isolation and loneliness is causing a lack of empathy in others because they don't have as much social connection with other people. They seem to be easier to not care about them. That's what that brought to my mind. It's just
really
the blatant disregard
that's an
for
interesting
others.
perspective. So you're saying that because we have an epidemic of loneliness, people, because they're not socializing with folks in the manner in which we used to, they lack empathy because they just have no connection with people who have different experiences than their own. Is that, do I extrapolate?
Exactly.
That is a very interesting piece of insight, dude. Very.
Well, thank you, and I'm going to land it there. So if anybody out there is thinking that this doesn't concern me, I don't care. I don't care about these people who are lacking health care or are suffering. Well, then just wake up and smell the coffee in 10, 15, 20 years and look at the state of society then, and look at your community then, and see how many people you have around you, because generally people who think that way, nobody wants to hang out with them anyway.
Every once in a while this happens to me, and this is what keeps me going on the, doing this for the number of years that I have. And as Meryl can attest, I did it many years on another platform before Clubhouse was even conceived by the people who put this fine program together. I have many, many years under my belt of doing this. And sometimes it gets frustrating. But every once in a while somebody says something that I've never even thought about, as Dude just has, and plants a seed. I can feel it starting to grow in my mind, Dude. I really need to explore that further. Thank you for suggesting that. Hinda.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I hope you're having a good 4th of July, early 4th of July. So I actually work at a hospital, and we are we're bracing these cuts to Medicaid because in the inner city as well as rural communities, there are a lot of patients that are on Medicaid. And when you don't have Medicaid, what ends up happening is providers like doctors, specialists, they don't have to treat you because they're no longer being reimbursed by your insurance. So when you don't have insurance, they don't have to see you. And if you urgent care, a lot of urgent care will not treat people that don't have insurance. They lose their insurance, they can't seek their regular medical care, they can't get enough money to pay for their medications any longer.
And they flood the emergency room for emergent care that occurs because they were not able to get the kind of care that you just described that they no longer can get, and so then their conditions deteriorate to the point where they're clogging up the emergency room.
Correct.
Right?
Yes, because the emergency room has to legally see them and stabilize them. So then they'll get treatment at the ER, and then they'll clog up the emergency room, and then that will cost the hospital more money because obviously the emergency room is way more expensive than seeing your doctor at your regular appointment and just paying a copay or whatever Medicaid. I think Medicaid is free. Or going to the pharmacy and picking up your regular meds. You're going to end up at the ER, which is going to drive up costs. And that's going to drive up healthcare costs. These rural hospitals, what I believe is going to happen is they're going to start to close once that $50 billion runs out or wherever it goes. I don't know.
And people will die because here's what happens in the rural areas, and I have a degree of understanding. I'm not cutting you off. Your contributions are just amazing today. In the rural communities, because I have a degree of understanding of pre-hospital emergency care because I did a lot of covering of that. So what happens is if you're in an urban area and you have a heart attack or you're involved in a catastrophic accident, first of all, the EMS will respond in an expeditious manner, generally speaking, and generally speaking, now, thank goodness, in most of the country, it's going to be a paramedic unit, not just a BLS, basic life support unit, and then they're going to get you to the closest appropriate facility, which might be a regular emergency room, or it might be a trauma center emergency room. There are different statuses of emergency rooms to expedite the proper care. In rural areas, that's not how it works. Rural areas, it's going to take the ambulance a long time to get to you.
That's correct.
And then, if you have a serious life-threatening condition, they're not going to necessarily take you to that trauma center. They're going to take you to the rural hospital. And what will happen at the rural hospital is that the doctors there will try to stabilize you. And what do all of these rural hospitals have? Heliports. And why do they have heliports? Because then, by the way, at great cost, a medevac is brought in, weather permitting, to fly the patient to the healthcare center that the rural community cannot afford to sustain. Now, imagine that just 1/4 or 1/8 of the rural hospitals blows. I will tell you right now, and I'm sure there's studies that will tell us the projections. Imagine how many people are going to die who otherwise would have lived if those hospitals hadn't closed. And now, check me on that if I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think this bill is just a bad idea for all Americans. I think that the Republican Party, namely, I guess I don't really even consider them to be Republicans nowadays. I don't even know what to call these people because I was born, of the 80s, so I remember Bush, Dad Bush, and was the Bush after the son Bush, and other Republicans. I don't even know what you call this group of people because I think they've lost their minds. But yeah, I just think this bill is a bad idea all around for Americans. And I will say this, I don't want to take up the stage, but when they talk about these work requirements, you can actually look it up. In the state of Georgia and also in the state of Arkansas, they did implement work requirements. They did it in 2018 and 2019. They created a program, and their belief was that if they implemented work requirements, it would force people or make people become employable and get off Medicaid. And what exactly had happened was the exact opposite. The rate of employment did not change, and several thousand people ended up losing their Medicaid benefits because the government in those states did not have their ample resources and the administrative staff and the database and all the things that go into tracking these work hours. So all these people ended up losing their coverage, and there was one man in particular, a story about him was made. He actually lost his coverage. He could no longer get his medications, so he ended up actually getting sick, and he actually ended up losing his job because he was no longer deemed physically able or legally able to work that job because he wasn't able to take the principles of the job that he had to take these meds. And so he ended up actually losing his job. So then he was without insurance, and then he was without a job. So I don't think that these work requirements are a good idea because we don't have...
And I don't mean to interrupt you, but in those two states, right, even though they didn't work and they resulted in fewer people being covered, they kept the work requirements.
Right. So all I want to say is I don't think these work requirements are a good idea. And the last two things I want to say is the things that I think we should be focusing on are the barriers to unemployment, which are childcare, which are physical, mental disabilities, right? Learning disabilities, education, right? You got to have the education to get certain jobs. Certifications cost money. Going into certificate programs and apprenticeships, those things cost money for you to enroll in those kind of programs. Transportation, I think those are the things that are barriers to unemployment. I don't see how Medicaid, I mean, there could be a few people out there possibly, but like I said, I worked at the hospital. The majority of people I saw on Medicaid were elderly, disabled people, and also people that they worked, like Dr. Francine was talking about, they worked and had children, like single mothers or a family. They worked, but they didn't make enough money to pay for insurance, or their job didn't offer insurance. For example, like Walmart. They worked at the local Walmart, which didn't offer insurance, and the income that they were making qualified them to go on to Medicaid. So that's all I want to say. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
The studies that I'm looking at as you are speaking, one from the Family USA and one from the Carl G. Shep Center, suggests that more than 300 rural hospitals nationally face potential closure under the terms of this bill. Let that sink in.
Hey Gary, by the way, can we just point out, Cinda noted, the Republicans who passed those, and this is no disrespect to my Republican friends, but in these states, the Republicans who now know, right, the data is empirically, okay, as Cindy was saying, people didn't work more, but people did lose their coverage. Yep, the work requirements in place, even though they don't work. So why? Mission accomplished. We got people off the healthcare rolls. It's good when the government's not paying for healthcare. So that's, even though the program didn't achieve its stated end, it did get the underlying end. It got people off.
Well, what did Einstein say about insanity? I'm going to try to suss out the mortality rate increase estimated by the potential closing of these hospitals as Marilyn Howard speaking.
First of all, I want to heads up to your friend. I know who you're talking about. We talked on the phone, and he's bionic, and you have to be bionic to take care of his child.
I'm so worried about that child when he becomes of the age of infirmary. I'm just very worried, just so worried about what's going to happen to this child.
I have said that I hope he lives 100 years. Our family was, sadly and not sadly, our family had some relief because the child we were watching he passed away at a young age, but nevertheless, you still needed to be bionic to do every single thing to get help. And as a point of reference, I don't know if anybody remembers, just a couple of weeks ago, the firefighters who went, I believe it was in Idaho, and they went to put out a wildfire, and 2 of them were killed. It was sniper fire. I don't know if you followed that story. It was side the fire. And one of the firefighters was taken to a hospital for emergency. That very hospital is in danger right now. That hospital's at risk of being closed. So that's one of the hospitals that's at risk. So that's something to think about, because I don't think we did think about it that day or that night. And I was up until about 2:30 in the morning. I did watch as much as I could because I'm a nerd. I did watch a lot of the voting and a lot of the, 5 down, 5 for, 5 for who's going to vote, who's this. And at some point, there was the reality, and it was mentioned, and not just by somebody of one party, but of somebody of another. It was mentioned that because Trump was on the phone all night and was getting angry in his tweets, you did have people that felt threatened. And these are people that, their futures felt threatened, and they felt that they could better represent their constituents, which I think is wrong, by giving in to him, and rather than sticking with what they wanted to stick with for their constituents. And all they're going to have is just the video, the sound bites and the videos of them say, oh yeah, really raging for their constituents. And those people might not remember how those politicians voted. So but I did primarily want to say one slightly other thing. To what somebody said here about our health being our primary responsibility, and that maybe we've failed at that. And that's not really true. There are reasons why some people get ill, and they have nothing to do with personal responsibility. They could have everything to do with genetics, all kinds of things. And in some instances, like my own, not on Medicare, not on Medicaid, thank goodness for the Affordable Care Act.
Right, you should have died, and it had to do with a cancer that you received, and the cancer that you got had nothing to do with your lifestyle or taking care of yourself.
Correct. So to be able to call to get insurance, which by the way, my employer was helping me to get insurance that was affordable, and not be asked if I had a pre-existing condition. I don't think people can ever contemplate what that's like when you're looking for reasonable health care and you are asked that question.
And by the way, when I said
you're not getting health insurance.
When I said she should have died, it doesn't mean I wish you would die.
No,
it means that statistically, I know you know, but I'm trying to explain to the audience. Statistically, basically, Meryl is a miracle person, and that's literally. So I looked at this. I'm looking at statistics provided by the National Bureau of Economic Research, which is a nonpartisan group. And worst case scenario, because we talked about, I forget the figure that we used earlier, but that's the figures I'm looking at. 300 rural hospitals. I said we're at risk. I didn't say that the analysis suggested that 300 rural hospitals will close at risk. So this is worst case scenario. If 300 rural hospitals close, and given that in the aggregate, the estimated number of admissions annually that represents applying the research that they've come up with to that number, it comes to 2,340 additional deaths a year, tied directly to the closures. That's worst case scenario, but still, I think it's we can at least conclude that there will be people who die as a result of rural hospitals closing, if in fact rural hospitals close as a direct result of this bill. Thank you, Meryl. And now the last word goes to Howard.
Thanks, Gary. Certainly a very stimulating conversation. I will be very brief. Pretty much the point I wanted to express has come out. Will eligible folks lose their Medicaid? And I think in many examples it's going to happen. But it's also the other side of the equation is even if you don't lose Medicaid, you may lose access to services. And the only other thing to add, just to kind of amplify it more, but with what's happening, and this came out earlier today, it was brought up about also automation and AI. So think about how much more difficult it's going to be if you are the risk of losing your medical services or your insurance, and then you're contending now with automation that helps solve whatever health issues that you may have. And with that, Gary, thanks so much for allowing me to have the last word, and have a great weekend.
So you were the second person to mention AI, and I just want to point out in closing, and it's not directly related at all to this conversation, but I didn't get a chance to see it, but I saw it on my screen, and I'm going to try to find it on YouTube or on the CNN website. They were just before we opened the room delving into AI companionship. Somebody earlier talked about people being lonely and so forth. And so the experts are concerned that already, and this thing is a new phenomenon, where I guess you can go online and choose a companion. And the companion gets to know you. Geez, I hope in my case, if I were to do that, it's better secured than 23andMe, because I don't want anybody to know my most intimate secrets other than my beautiful, and she will be beautiful, at least to my eyes, because I will have created her, AI companion. And this is really a brand new product on the market, and there are a number of companies that are offering it. What I heard in the brief moments that I saw at the beginning of the piece on CNN, people are becoming romantically or otherwise emotionally attached to a non-human being. Their minds are changing. And I guess if you're lonely and you have absolutely no contact, or you're like a shut-in, either because of circumstances or because by design you feel awkward in social situations, it doesn't really matter. And you don't want to be alone, you want somebody you can talk to. I talk to myself all the time, and I find that stimulating, but other people might not. I think there's a potential crisis in the making. And I also saw a story very recently about a AI program that allows children to talk to their favorite cartoon characters. So I don't even know who the cartoon characters are today, but apparently you can call your cartoon character that you watch on television or on the internet, wherever the kids watch these things these days, and you can interact with the cartoon character. And there's already a lawsuit against this company from the parent of a little boy, I'm not sure of his age, who got involved, quote unquote, with this AI-generated cartoon character, and apparently things didn't go the way he wanted it to go, and the little boy committed suicide.
Oh my. And Gary, in the example I was trying to express as it relates to Medicaid, you may start hearing about people saying, well, you may be losing some benefits, but now you have AI that can have all your answers for your medical situation. That's the point.
Try it again, Howard.
Oh, I'm sorry, Gary. I was just going to say, yeah, in this case, as it relates to like loss of Medicaid, there may be in the future value propositions or companies basically saying, well, you may have lost some of your Medicaid or all of your Medicaid benefits, but now here's an AI tool that you can consult with, and it'll diagnose and take care of all your medical issues, essentially replacing seeing a personal medical practitioner. That's the point.
Or at least talking to one. Because it's telemedicine too, which is not, as good as the doctor actually looking at you and, checking your reflexes or whatever the doctor does.
Exactly.
So this is very important. Are we going to trust healthcare to an AI? I bet you people who can even afford to go to see a doctor for reasons of expediency might voluntarily opt into such a program. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 p.m. to 6 p.m. New York time, but we will not be here tomorrow Friday for the 4th of July. Enjoy your holiday, even if you're not an American. We give you permission to grill some hot dogs and hamburgers and baked beans and I guess corn on the cob, and then you will feel like an American even if you are not. Folks, we'll see you on Monday. Everybody have a great weekend. Be safe and peace out.
When us account, right, of what happened to the Israelites in history when we were in captivity under the Egyptians, how he delivered us. He calls us out of that land. He calls us to inherit a new land. Jump down to verse 17 real quick.
Verse 17. And while as they sinned not before their God, they prospered.
So after we inherited that land, it says, as long as we didn't stand before our God, we prospered. Right? When you look at the kingdom, to David, to Solomon, it said as long as we didn't stand before God, we prospered. As long as us as a nation wasn't in sin, he allowed us to flourish. Read on.
Because the God that hated iniquity was with them.
Because God was with us. Right? But God hates iniquity. God hates sin. As long as we was doing what God told us to do, God was with us. Read on.
But when they departed from the way which he appointed them, they were destroyed in many battles very soon.
Read.
And were led captives into a land that was not theirs.
Come on.
And the temple of their God was cast to the ground. And their cities were taken by the enemy.
But when we sinned against God, you see what happened. It said the nation of Israel would be carried into slavery. And that's what happened with so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. We transgressed and we sinned against God. Therefore, God caused us to go into slavery. Read on.
But now are they returned to their God, and are come up from the places where they were scattered, and have possessed Jerusalem, where their sanctuary is, and are seated in the hill country, for it was desolate.
Read.
Now therefore, my Lord and Governor, if there be any error in this people, and they sin against their God, let us consider that this shall be their ruin, and let us go up, and we shall overcome them. But if there...
So you see, the kryptonite to the nation of Israel is our sin. He said, now you see, my Lord and Governor, if there is sin going on with the people, then we can easily overcome them. Right? Let's give them pork. That's the new white meat. Give them the Super Bowl. Because, Negroes love the Super Bowl. We love to watch football. We love to watch basketball. Take our focus away from what's actually important. Put the video on the TV screen. Make tip drill for them. Negroes love lust and lasciviousness. Right? It said if there be any sin in this people, then it's easy to overcome them. That's why our communities is flooded with sins. That's why, in every one of our black communities, there are several black churches there. And in every one of them communities, there are gangs, there's drug dealing, there's prostitution going on, and ain't no correction going on in there because In the churches, they teach, oh, you can't judge nobody. Oh, we're not under the law no more. If we're not under the law and we can't judge nobody, then who gonna tell them to stop hoeing on the corner? Who gonna tell them to stop gangbanging? Who gonna tell them to stop selling drugs? Because from Christianity's standpoint, you can't judge nobody. Christianity allows us to continue in sin so we can stay in the lower state that we're in. Read the next verse.
But if there be no iniquity in their nation, let my Lord now pass by. Let their Lord defend them, and their God be for them. And we become a reproach before all the world.
So they can't allow the truth of the Bible to be taught. Because if the truth of the Bible be taught, and you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, and the diaspora that have been scattered through slavery were to wake up to the truth of who you are and actually apply the commandments of God, this nation falls. Babylon the Great falls, Rome falls, France falls. Every nation on the face of this earth will fall when the nation of Israel repent and return to who they are. So no, they can't allow for you to hear the truth. Why would they allow that? If they want to continue their rulership, why would they teach you that Jesus Christ was a black man? Why would they teach you, that Jesus Christ only died for his people, the so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans? Why would they teach you got to keep the commandments? Why would they teach you? Yeah, right. So why would they teach you that? They wouldn't teach you that.
I got two questions for you.
Yeah, go ahead.
First question. So, are you saying that the churches we know, like Sunday church, they are intentionally lying to us, or they doing it unaware?
I think I know that some of them are unintentionally doing it, and others are intentionally doing it, right? Because read that now in Isaiah, right? Isaiah 29. Because there are people who are actually taught, they go to their seminary schools and they are supposedly taught about what the scriptures say. And there are people who just regurgitate what they heard. Like me, I grew up in Mississippi, right? I grew up in Mississippi. And when I was growing up, I had family members, who was in like deep parts of Mississippi and so forth. And those preachers out there, they ain't never went to no seminary school before in their life. They're just repeating what they heard. You know what I mean? A lot of preachers don't know nothing, right? But some of them do, and they intentionally don't say nothing. Like T.D. Jakes. T.D. Jakes acknowledged that he was from Igbo, of the Igbo people, and that he was Israelite. Did you know he acknowledged that?
No, I never heard him say.
Google it and look it up. T.D. Jakes acknowledged on national television that he descends from the Igbo people, who are Israelites. He acknowledged that. But do we teach that in his congregations? No. So yes, some of them 100% know and choose not to teach it. Others are just ignorant and they just regurgitating what they heard. Isaiah 29, you can start verse 11.
Isaiah 29, verse 11. And the visions of all is become unto you as the words of a book that is sealed.
So the Bible said the vision of all, meaning all these prophecies that was given, it said it has been given to them as a book that is sealed. Read on.
Which men deliver to one that is learned.
So it says, and men will deliver this book to one that is supposedly learned, right? That'd be like your T.D. Jakes, your Creflo Dollars, those who went to established seminary school and are being revered as Bible scholars. So they deliver this book to one that is learned. Read on.
Say, read this, I pray thee.
They say, read this. I got a question for you. Explain this part. I heard them men that with the purple and gold on and them funny things hanging off the bottom of their shirt talking about fringes, right? And they over here teaching me about Deuteronomy 28, that we the Israelites according to the Bible. They saying Jesus Christ black. They saying salvation is only for the nation of Israel. They use this scripture, this scripture, this scripture, this scripture. Read it up.
Right now, we very close. But I agree with school. Sometimes there's certain things you don't tell your parents because you don't want to disappoint them. So my daughter is non-binary, right? The problem is when she was a kid, she didn't want to tell nobody. And it's because she didn't want to disappoint her grandma. She didn't want to disappoint her mama. And we give her everything. Me and her go shopping together every Saturday. Me and her used to we'll go to the shopping, we'll go movies. She gets anything, like she pretty much get anything she wants from her grandparents, her mama. We talk about everything, but that was something she kept to herself. And it's not because I didn't have conversations with her. My mom even asked her. She said, hey, like she thought it was weird. My daughter studies all the time. She would always be in her room. She would study. Every time she had a guy friend she'd play basketball with or play like her little play football outside with her friends. Every time like a little boy would be interested or something, then all of a sudden it becomes her best friend. She doesn't like them. She's studying. One of my best friends, she would go spend the night at their house. Her and my best friend and her daughter was best friends. They would have little boys come over there. Her mom said, your daughter will come in here and help me clean up, or she'll come and sit in the living room and read a book when the boys come around. So, come to find out years later, we didn't find out until she was like almost 17.
Oh my
She
God.
was non-binary.
She's non-binary. 17.
She didn't tell anybody.
She didn't tell
It was her
nobody.
teacher she told. Her teacher ain't tell her shit, which I'm glad that she had somebody that she could confide in. She didn't tell nobody. We found out later. So it's not about bad parenting. I think sometimes, and she even said she just didn't want us to feel some type of way, because we're always talking about, my mom asked her specifically when she was like 15 years old, why don't you have a boyfriend? If you like girls, it's okay. If you like boys, it's okay. My mom told her that. My mom had a conversation with her, and she said, I'm just worried about school. I don't want to talk about no boys or no girls. That's it. And everybody thought she was the perfect kid. Come to find out, she does like boys, she does like girls. She just did not know how to express herself if she was to like a boy or girl. Or bring that home to us, to tell us that she's not binary. So, it's not bad parenting. Sometimes it's just that child does not, and she told us she just didn't want to disappoint us, because we're always talking about when you have grandkids. When grandma have great grandkids, she did not want to disappoint somebody if she ended up being with a woman.
Ultra, no. I let you back on stage. We got and I love you more, babe. Okay? Alright, so Gemini, you wanted to say something? Ash, are you still there? Ash, you still holding on?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Actually, I'll go
Thank
after
you.
the other gentleman that you said respond. Give me a
I'm after Gemini.
So yeah, you're after Gemini, but let me just go to Ash. She's new to the stage. Ash, you there?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, I can.
So this is an interesting conversation. Patty, I just want to address what you said. As a teacher for almost 20 years, I can't believe I'm saying that. Sometimes kids aren't sure, or they don't have the right words, and it's not, you're right, it's not because of bad parenting. They're still just trying to figure it out themselves so that they can be comfortable talking about it with other people. And you're right. Thank goodness she had a teacher to talk about it to, because we've heard stories when kids don't have anybody to talk about it to, and they know their parents are dead set against it. To the individual who, I'm sorry, I can't keep up with everybody on stage, and I want to make this quick, who said they don't want their child learning that it's okay to be gay, or it's okay to be whatever you want, a doctor, a cop, a dancer, whatever. Remember that classrooms aren't filled with products. Each kid is unique in themselves. And for a teacher to make their classroom so uncomfortable and so unwanting for another child, just because you might not be comfortable with it, well, good thing you're not in their class. Because if you have no idea what it's like to see a child's face when they feel uncomfortable, or they don't feel loved, or they're sad, or whatever. And you don't know perhaps what it's like to have a child come cry to you because they are scared of their parents, whether it's because they don't want to tell them that they're gay, or they're not sure what they are, or that they failed a reading test. See, the funny thing about my job is every parent I hear is so concerned about the gender of their child, or the sexuality of the people in the room, or of the other parents of the kids. But when I call about the reading scores or their math, or I'm calling because your kid's having trouble blending letters, I can't even get you to pick up the phone, let alone help your child at home. So I think really what we're doing is we're looking at these Republicans waving this red flag of, those 15 transgender things, and we're letting it trickle down into schools, because in my 20 years of teaching, I've maybe had a handful of kids, nearly 20 years. I'm not going to age myself, I'm not there yet. But we need to be more concerned when a teacher calls and said, hey, they're struggling in reading, or hey, they're struggling in math. And as educators, we are a safe space, and we want everybody to feel included, and we do leave it to the counselor's guidance. And I don't think there are bad parents, but I think if you're here and you're talking about it, you're most likely not a bad parent, and you do care. I just think everybody has different parenting styles, so just like every teacher has a different teaching style. So First Lady, thank you for letting me in. I hope everybody has a happy 4th of July. I know what happened today kind of sucks, and it's hard to want to feel patriotic, but yeah, I hope everybody has a great.
Oh, I miss you.
I miss you too. We're so happy to be in the rooms you're moderating.
Absolutely. No, seriously.
First Lady, put me in your queue.
Absolutely. We need to hear your voice more often. Thank you for sharing and shedding the light as you did. It was absolutely beautiful. Thank you for reaffirming what Patty just said, but also just affirming all the parents here. We really appreciate it. And like always, I appreciate the service and you working with our future, really, to be honest with you. I love you, girl.
Thank you.
Gemini, are you there? Okay. 1, 2. Going once. Gemini?
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to Catalyst. Catalyst, are you there?
Yes. Appreciate what the teacher just said. Very informative. I actually taught 2 years, but it was college, not preschool. Lisa, what you said about your child and loving on your child and knowing who they are, radically important. April, what you said about being a mom and being a military mom who runs the household, that's radically accurate. I'm an ex-military. My sister is married to a military man, Navy, actually retired, so she ran the household. And when the children got out of order, if she disciplined, when the husband got back and he wasn't deployed, he disciplined. I'm a parent. I believe in certain values, how we run our house, how we ran, well, he's grown now, how we ran our household, and the beliefs that we believe, our faith beliefs, and how we move, and that wasn't so prevalent then. Now, being a grandparent, and I don't hear I know what's going on in California in public schools. Fortunately, our children are in private schools, but still, I think there's a decoupling of society when aberrant lifestyles are taught as a norm.
Yeah, I think you kind of miss hey. So.
Is it? I thought. But go ahead.
What's he done?
Yeah,
he was. I think that's right. Deborah wanted to speak.
No, go ahead. Go ahead, Royal.
Jamel is supposed to speak. He was in there.
It's fine. I was gonna build off of what school was saying, but we're kind of moving on from it. So
It's fine. Just say what your heart desires, babe.
Well, I was trying to build off of what school was saying because he did have a lot of great points. Although I didn't agree with all of it, I believe like the only thing that made the message a little hard to receive was just the fact that when you start off trying to portray your views to others, you can't throw other people's views down or offend them before trying to make yours clear, because then it just won't be obtained. But I do agree with kind of building off what Ash said. Ash kind of also solidified what I was thinking, in the point of, I get what school was saying, in the point of, you're not necessarily a bad parent because your kids don't feel comfortable to come and talk to you. I was very close with my mom growing up, and although I know someone called me out saying, "Oh, Jamal, you don't have kids," whatever, so I don't have a say in the conversation, but I do specifically remember like having a great relationship with my mom growing up, but there were certain things I simply just wouldn't tell her. And I mean, I'm even going to ask Gemini the question directly. You said you have children yourself. Do you think if your children were in school and they were hanging out with friends and, maybe the opportunity came up to try marijuana or, indulge in some kind of teenager activity, do you believe that your child would come to you first and talk to you about it first, or do you think they would try it, or that you would end up finding out on your own?
You want an honest answer?
Yes.
My daughter, yes. My son, no.
Okay. That's all I wanted to know. I conclude that.
Gemini.
I think my son would eventually tell me, right, when he felt like, and I don't know how eventually that would be. And I think my daughter would just come and tell me up front, because that's just her personality. Like, different, like, there's not a one size fits all for every kid. Kids move differently, they have different personalities, they respond differently, and you have to parent each child differently. It's not like you take this outfit and you put it on every kid and this is how it works. It doesn't work like that.
You're right, but it doesn't make you a bad parent, right? Because one kid will specifically not feel comfortable with bringing that up to you off the start, right? Like, you sound like you're a great parent. I would say so myself.
I don't think, I'm not calling anybody a bad parent on this stage, for the record. I'm not here to try to down somebody else as a parent. That's not what I'm on. But I do think, like, I'll give you an example with my son. His mother, her approach was very different than mine, right? He doesn't want to clean his room. It's his space. He has to live in that filth. He wants to shut his door all the time. Well, fuck it. Let him shut the fucking door. My whole thing was, you want to shut the door? I'll take that fucking door off the hinges. You won't have a door. We'll just be looking at each other, looking stupid, both of us, right? And I was a lot more hands-on, and she was surprised that, she was like, you're going to push him away, but he actually responded completely differently to that. Like, he actually bonded even tighter with me, because he knew what my intentions were, even though I was harsh in my implementation. But I could read him, and I knew how far, I don't know how to articulate this part, I knew how far to go to show him that I was serious, but not trying to harm him. Like, he knew that our interests were aligned, that he was just, I don't even know how to articulate that.
Yeah, but it also had to do with you guys being the same sex.
You're probably right.
Yeah, that's why that was the response you got versus the response his mom got.
He responds completely different to both of us. That's a fact. That is completely.
You're right, brother.
How do we get into good parent and bad parent?
Hey, look,
I wasn't trying to do that. That's
I know that you weren't doing that, but
nobody said that.
Yeah, I heard somebody.
I don't know who said it, but somebody mentioned if your child cannot speak to you, then you're not parenting, right? Or you're not parenting. I don't know who said it, but I definitely heard that.
That was April.
So that's where we're getting the good parent versus the bad parent. Yeah, I don't know who said it. That's why I don't want to say the exact name, because I may be wrong. I don't know who said
exactly what I said about parenting. You know what I mean? Good and bad, I never used that. I said whatever type of parent you are, but it's a sign of parenting. You guys don't agree it's a sign. If you have something going on with your child that lives under your roof, and this is what I was trying to get them to understand the other day, you are still a child. Anything that has a one in front of it, and maybe not even that, I said one because we were talking about a particular situation, but even when a 2, a 3, 30s or whatever, if they're still my child. It is nowhere in the world, okay, this nigga's 30. Let me not say nothing about, the way his house looks, the way this is going on and that's going on. I didn't come from a family like that. Maybe that could be wrong. Maybe you guys maybe think it's intrusive, to have parents who are always trying to be in your life and trying to figure out if your direction is correct, you're on the right course. Some people think it's nosy. So it might be a cultural thing, because I do have Italian side of my family. Even though it wasn't a female, it was a male, and he still acted very interested and wanted all the information in the world about what was going on with my life. Not to be nosy, is where he said for protection, for coverage, so I know what's going on with my daughter. If there's a need for me to step in, then I already got the footprint, I already got what's up. But, I get it if you guys think that we're being intrusive, nosy, old, dodo, whatever. I get it. I didn't say anything, though, about being a bad parent. It's parenting styles.
that are
Yeah, I never said the word bad or good. I said it was a parenting issue.
Well, let me stand on it. I said it. If your kids cannot talk to you for about most things, now there are going to be things like what Patty described. There's going to be things like there's things I kept from my parents, right? There's going to be certain things they're not going to tell you literally everything, but for the majority of the time, if your kids cannot communicate with you openly, you are a bad parent. I stand on that.
That's cool.
Saying it's a parenting issue means it's a bad thing.
Okay, whatever. That's your take on it.
Okay.
What is wrong with you?
He's out there cutting grass and listening at us.
I know. Okay, but no, but don't start off with no shit like that. You can finish it trying to get a better response.
Look, the second time you explained it, Lisa, I agree. Even when April explained it, I don't disagree. But when the first time you guys spoke, you said...
Where's that background noise? Is somebody
He's a weed whacker. Oh my God. Let me turn it on.
Do that grass.
I'm glad there's no more immigrants. You gotta do your grass. Do that grass. Do that grass. He has a 5-month-old baby. The baby can't do the grass.
Do that grass. Do that grass.
Since school got us listening to his whack-ass weed whacker.
Oh, hey, Corey.
Good evening, my son.
How's your book, Corey?
Oh, hold up, Deborah. One mic on Deborah. She has been waiting.
Can I finish real quick?
No, you cannot.
Who is that?
Deborah gonna go. I'm over.
Who's that?
Hey, Deborah, this is
Corey.
School, was that school?
Yeah, he was trying to go. I think he stopped his machine.
Thank you, Deborah. I agree with both of you. I agree with both of you the second time you guys explained it when you're speaking lady. 100%. This isn't a privacy issue when it comes to like your house, your kids opening up to you. I'm hoping all kids should be that way. I'm just saying that there are certain things that kids are not going to say to their parents, especially if they know that that's going to lead to disappointment. Even getting C grades in school. You remember when we grew up, you had to take your report card or whatever it was and get it signed, and kids would forge their parents' signature because they didn't want the parents to know that they have a C in the middle of the quarter. So, look, I understand what you guys are saying, and to you, April, honestly, your situation is also a privilege, right? Because you have to understand that most parents, even in a two-parent household, those parents are coming home after working. There's not a parent
saying that I didn't work?
Hold on.
You
said you were a stay-at-home.
I didn't say that. I said I was the military.
I swear to God, that's what you said.
Gone. I was the one at home, and he was gone. That didn't mean I didn't work.
Oh my God! You know what? Whoa. Okay. No one is saying that being a stay-at-home mom isn't working.
No, you're misunderstanding me. I was the one at home because I was the only person in the country, okay, that was related to the children. My husband deployed. My husband was gone.
Oh, okay. I didn't get that.
At home. But here's the thing. I've been a stay-at-home mom, and I've been a working mom, and both are fucking hard to do.
I'm not saying
raise really good kids.
I didn't say it was hard or easy. What I'm saying is even with both parents coming back from work and having to now take care of the kids after a long day at work, they just can't exhibit that same energy as a parent who would be at home with their child the entire time. Because guess what? They're exhausted from dealing with other people and other situations at work, and now they have to come back and try to turn that off. It's very hard for parents to do that.
Are you serious right now?
I'm being serious.
Are you serious right now?
Yes, that's a serious thing. And y'all need to stop thinking it's not.
It's not.
It is.
Wait a minute.
Really not. It's not.
What's your claim, school? What's your claim?
Working parents that have to not come home and parent. That's very difficult to do. Whether you guys want to say it's not a serious thing, it is a very serious thing.
Working parents barely want to make a meal. Like, come on, we got to keep it 100.
Thank you, Mel.
Okay, hold on.
Take it off for us as parents, and we have to keep it 100 when it comes to parents.
I'm about to keep it 1,000 right now,
okay,
right?
but there's a whole lot of Chef Boyardee and Kraft Mac and Cheese going on.
There is, and a whole lot of
TV dinners.
and a whole lot of McDonald's and a whole lot of
And guess what?
I gotta say this, right? I've been running my companies on my own forever, had my kids, so I don't have the luxury of saying, well, go to your mom's. That wasn't it, right? They're both with me. I'm the parent, I'm the provider, it's just me, right? And I don't think that's super like, oh my God, it was just so hard, it was just, I was just, oh, my back was breaking.
It's always been me.
It's work, right? But it's not to the point where you make like you can't be there for your kids because of you. Not, that's bullshit. 1000% bullshit. If you make it a priority, yeah, I had to sacrifice certain things. That's probably why I was single so long, because I was focused on my kids. But saying that you can't make them a priority or it's so hard to, it's not, man. I enjoyed it.
Not a priority. He was just saying it's hard. That's all, Jim.
Oh, okay, got you. Well, I'm gonna leave the mic alone and pass this question. All right, I want to ask this.
No. Deborah wants to speak.
Okay, I'll ask the question to you, Deborah, because I'm handing the mic to you. So I'll ask you this then, in closing. Do you think that the kids should be able, like, I understand there's things that we're going to keep from our parents. I think everybody on stage kept something from their parents. Like, if we're being realistic, we did, right? And that doesn't mean we didn't have good parents. But do you think if you can't communicate with your parents about the majority of things, that's a sign of parenting that needs to be improved? Let's put it that way.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Deborah. I do think that you should be able to talk to your parents about most anything. But if we're going to be real, they're not going to tell you everything. All you can do is give them the space to know that they can be comfortable telling you what they're going to tell you. But even sometimes in those cases, they feel things too, right? They're in the house with you. They know, even when you're saying that, while you may listen to it, or you're there for them, sometimes it's just some things that they just can't, they're not going to be comfortable telling you. So what I did in my case with my daughter, what I told her, because I recognized that could be a thing, I used to go to my mother's sister. My mother was the oldest sister. I used to go to the one under her when I wanted to talk about something that I wasn't comfortable with my mom. And so I passed that on to her. If it's something that you think you're not comfortable saying to me, tell my sister, tell your godmother, tell somebody if you don't want to talk to somebody if it's not me. And so I think that's also that can be good. But I just wanted to just reiterate what school said, and Lisa and April and you, Gemini. All of you were right, and it is possible that all of that can be right at the same time. I mean, the two things can exist at one time. You can be a good parent and they not tell you everything, because like you guys said, every child is different. You might have that one that just is not ready to let some things loose. And especially in this day and age, they contend with so much more. There's so many things happening, and they see so much. And so I'm just glad you guys were able to talk through it. It sounded really well when you guys, even just at the end, school misunderstood what April said. He assumed that she was a housewife, so to speak. I knew she wasn't, because I've heard her tell a story many times. But we have to just learn to listen to each other more and understand each other before we let down. And I'm speaking to myself when I say that. I'm gonna have to work a little bit myself with Trinity. But anyway, I'm gonna pass the mic.
Hey, Queen T. Wait a minute. Who's that? Who just said it? Corey. Hey, Corey. One second, Corey, because I definitely want to hear from you.
And I'd love to jump in after.
Lisa said she wanted to speak after Deborah, but yes, I just want to say to school, this is a really, really, really great conversation. I hope you are able to see how sometimes, like, when people say something and when we assume things, it makes us respond in such a way about something that the person didn't actually say. But when we're able to actually communicate and we say, well, no, that's not what I meant. I was saying this, And the person will be like, oh, okay. But most importantly, school, what I want to say to you is the generalization that we have in these conversations is, I think, it's a bad idea. Because some of what you're saying is true, but also there's another side to that story. And being able to find the balance between the two is the idea here. There's no perfect parent out there. None. Okay. And I think a lot of times we, go off of how we were parented. Perhaps maybe you feel so strongly the way you feel is because in your household, you wasn't telling your parents what you were doing because you had such a strict household to the point that you knew you was going to get your ass whooped. You knew that there was going to be some type of punishment. So in your mind, this is how you've cultivated. But I challenge you to do something different, in your child's life, but still have the guardrails and the guidelines that you need to be able, whereas they just won't be buck wild. You know what I mean? So I wanted to put that in there. Lisa, you want to speak or you want Corey to speak?
Go ahead, Corey. Good to see you. I can mute my mic.
It's good to be seen and not viewed, my grandmother would say.
Mm-hmm. Amen.
Now, I came in here late. I get that the general topic is parenting. And I plan to throw a bomb. Some of you motherfuckers don't deserve for your kids to tell you everything. And I might advise some people's kids not to tell their parents everything. Just because you stuck your dick in, or you had some dick stuck in, or IVF, whatever the case, does not mean you are equipped with communication skills, with the ability to separate your emotions from this living person's own life, and a whole host of things. And often we act like, because I'm a parent, I got the blueprint. And that shit is delusional. And we see it on here all the time. I pray for some of the children of some of the people that appear on these stages. Because the lack of listening, the lack of empathy, the lack of comprehension that we experience as adults with each other, y'all are living in the house with little human beings growing up that are going to either emulate the behavior that you have or are going to spend the rest of their lives trying to get away from and shake that shit. Okay, I'm done.
That's a fucking fact, Corey. Goddamn.
My. Before I go to Malak, let me just see, Lisa, did you want to get back in?
Shout out to the queer kids who tell their guidance counselor that they're queer because they can't tell their parents at home.
All right. One mic for Malak.
Thanks. Hey, everybody.
Hey.
Yeah, I definitely agree that's the case for some. I mean, I think that's why it's important. I know people talk about parental rights, but when schools have these policies around not outing students to their parents, like sometimes there's really good reasons for that. But I kind of wanted to touch on the other side of the fear. Like, you can definitely be afraid of your parents, but I think a lot of kids can also be afraid for their parents because, kids are a lot more perceptive than we give them credit for. And I think when parents are going through a lot of stress, divorce, job loss, sickness, mental health, all sorts of things, it's this feeling of like, I don't want to add more to their plate, or I don't want to cause more stress, or I don't want to cause more problems, so I'll just handle it myself. So I really like what Deborah was saying about giving them options of other people they can talk to, because I feel like sometimes it's like how individuals can get in survival mode, families can get in survival mode.
100%. I'd like to add, if I could, because you guys have some really, really great points. I think a lot of you guys have said some really great things. Something that I also teach my kids is how to know who you can be vulnerable in front of. And sometimes, adults, they put this mask on, obviously, at times to make it seem like they can be trusting, right? And even outside of those that we encourage our kids to go to if they feel like, they can't come to us, maybe it's just a little bit too embarrassing, whatever the case might be. Maybe they may be in an environment where they don't have those particular people around. And so understanding how to have an intellectual understanding of their own emotions, and who to allow themselves to be open in front of, who to share a certain type of secrets with, who to allow themselves, whether it be to just be vulnerable and emotional, or just, out of just fear and telling the truth. My kids, I am blessed and grateful. I grew up with a man, my mom didn't raise me. So having my daughter being my first kid, it brought a lot more of my soft side out of me, because growing up with a man is just different. And so my daughter being very sensitive and being very feminine, I had to learn, those type of things, right? I had to learn how to be a different kind of mother who would be able to cater to my child like that. But I'm very blessed and grateful, just like it sounds like many of you guys on stage who have a great relationship with your children, who you have open communicative relationships with your children, and they feel comfortable being able to go to you. My daughter, she's getting ready to go off to college. So that's kind of one of my things that, I'm fearful, but I'm also obviously excited, right? But just making sure that everything that I've equipped her with, that she continues to, hold on to that even when she's out of state and away from me, and in a whole nother environment.
I'm not just trying to Ms. and all you guys, and Gemini, First Lady, everybody on the stage, parents. I am not too keen on I don't mind having a person that my kid can talk to, and Miss Debbie, because I talk to Miss Debbie a lot. I talk to Miss Debbie more than I talk to my parents, which is weird because I'm a total different look out on that. But eventually I'm gonna sit them down and tell them everything that they need to know. But my thing is this: there was a situation. The reason I don't agree with that, I'm sorry for the noise, I'm outside. I had a situation with Ryan. He went to a party and he didn't go with his brother. They usually are together. So I know they can bounce off of each other with their morality and their foundations and whatever. Come to find out, now I trust the party that he went to. Of course, I knew the people who owned the home. I knew who the party was for. I knew more than most people would even want to find out when their kids say I'm going to a party. I usually, do some research and shit. I know the area, whatever. The police respond time to that area. So he was at this party, and not being a drinker, being an athlete, but everybody said he should know what alcohol tastes like. Now that was kind of fucked up when I get that response, because he was drinking some type of punch mixture that they had, and I don't know what alcohol was in it. I'm not a drinker, but when I do drink, I like to drink drinks that mask the alcohol, because I'm really not a drinker like that. But back to the story, he was drinking, using that as his source of refreshment, and come to find out, he blacked out. Now, this story was held from me, the mom, forever. I didn't know it happened. I didn't know. I was just told that he wanted to stay the night. That was a lie. Then everything was cool, this, that, and the third. Now, the reason I found out about it is because we were at another event, all together as a family, and that particular mom had a refreshment bowl, but she labeled it with alcohol. She had the one separated for adults and the kids, and all the stuff that was labeled with alcohol, fruit punch drinks or whatever the case may be, that was all labeled. And it was funny because they didn't think I was within earshot, but that person said, oh, make sure Ryan don't get to this bowl, because you know what happened last time. And that's how that conversation got started. I said, last time what happened on what? Now, the reason I'm saying it's not fair for the third party so much for everything, he could have went into alcohol
poisoning. He could have had a reaction. He could have aspirated. He could have did a whole bunch of shit. That didn't happen. Woulda, coulda, woulda. But it would have been nice as the mom, especially because I'm in healthcare, I'm really sensitive with that. They could have made a phone call to me and just told me the truth. Like, Ryan's gonna stay overnight because he was drinking out of the punch bowl with the alcohol in it, and now he's a little bit not in a position for us to bring him home. But if you want to come get him, that might be a plan. So some of third party stuff I don't really like, because it could be something that could affect their health or decision making as a parent, that you're leaving me out of the loop to have that right as a parent to be able to make a decision for my own child. So yeah, I'm very, very wary of the third parties. I'm sorry it was long-winded.
No, Lisa, I think you actually make some good points, and that's why I say what we expose our kids to ourselves sometimes can determine how they handle and perceive things in the world. I grew up with somebody who sold drugs all my life, so thankfully, growing up and being in different environments, I could tell, I'm not going to do no drugs. But these are things that sometimes a lot of parents don't share or don't have certain type of conversations with their kids, to either feel comfortable enough in knowing the difference so that they can share and open up. My son, I don't even take my kids to McDonald's, so if he go to his friend's house and they go to McDonald's, the parents is calling me, your son said he can't go to McDonald's, is there something else? Because he knows exactly what the understanding is, and he carries that understanding with him, just like my daughter does everywhere they go. And so I'm not saying that some things cannot accidentally happen. Obviously maybe he didn't, obviously didn't know that was a thing, but like you said, you're right. Those parents should have had more respect for you to share. And that's another thing, when it comes to the type of parents and the type of families and stuff that our kids hang with. We can only control it to a certain extent for the vast majority of part. I control it as much as I possibly can. My kids can't kick it with certain people. They can't hang at certain households. I have friends who let their kids go to households where their parents smoke with their kids, drink with their kids, and some more stuff. That's not households that my kids can go to. I'm not okay with that. Some parents are okay with that. And so as we know, we are the company we keep, and so the more we teach our kids at a younger, as young as possible, to the point of understanding, we know where our kids are able to understand and what they're not. They'll be able to be more insightful, maybe not as adventurous. I'm not saying your son was adventurous at all, but that first taste, he may automatically know, what, this just doesn't taste right. I know for a fact that this is often. That's not saying you got to expose him to alcohol at home, but having certain kind of conversations or things like that, play a role. I know some people, we grew up, my grandparents and my dad, used to let us taste stuff. And again, I'm not saying that this is right or wrong, but I feel like a lot of things that my dad personally exposed me to helped cater to me and tailor certain things that I was open to trying out when I got older, open to doing when I got, in college. College is always a fun part of your life too. So, but I also, you don't also want to make them feel like third parties aren't, anything that they can't trust, because what if you're not around? What if somebody else that you feel that you can trust is not around? Then who can they turn to? So just an understanding as far as just how we are vulnerable in front of people, the things that we allow ourselves to be exposed to, and what we choose to share also plays an important.
If they were at a party at Lisa, at your friend's house, and the adults were home, and your kids were underage, I'm not sure why there was accessible alcohol in the first place. If
it was not, they were not my friends. It was their friends, but I know the parents by introducing myself. You know what I mean? I went over there and I introduced myself at another event that they were having, Debbie, that was okay. From what I'm understanding, after I got the story, the second hand, third hand, fourth hand, it was not even put, that particular punch was made by
a child, and the parent was not aware. Exactly, the alcohol was
Man, these kids are sneaking, doing these.
fucking livid. When she found out, I found out like 3 months later when I called and I was like, well, let me tell you one motherfucking thing, and she was like, what? So we got into it, and so everybody got into a big deal, 4-way call. Everybody's called. She goes, let me tell you, this is how it went down. Then she got the kid on the phone, and she said, you better not motherfucking lie. So it's like, so when you guys wanted that, she said, I should have known that y'all niggas don't be drinking no punch, like, you know, it's made in a bowl anymore, or no Kool-Aid and shit like that. She said, that's my bad. I should have known not to trust y'all. But you know, it wasn't our kid. It was a third, fourth kid who brought the alcohol and put it into the drink. See, this is scary shit now. So now teachers are no longer to drink anything. Like when they go to a party, like I tell my daughter, don't put your purse down, don't put your drink down. Somebody could tag you, put an air tag on you. Just so much shit I told her to be careful about. Now, here's a new one. No open cup drinks. Like, you know how somebody's like open cupping you? Mm-hmm. But just a can or some shit.
But I was saying, that's a different situation than when I was saying about your kid needing to talk to someone. It wouldn't have, you know, it would be a more trusted adult. Not that those parents are not trusted, but it would be maybe a family member or one of your close friends, not one of their friends' parents.
I got you.
One of your friends.
I got you.
That you know, that they could go to, somebody that you know how they are. That's what I was saying when I talked about another person, somebody close to you.
I got you. Like my aunties and stuff, I would trust them to go talk to them.
You know, it's always a cool auntie, but you can be a cool auntie and be responsible, right? Or, you know, responsible. So that's all I was saying.
My aunties found out how tight my bond was. I had sent my daughter back to hang out with family in Ohio, you know, because I couldn't make the family reunion due to work, right? I had to take care of some business out in Cali, so I sent her back. And she called me. She was like, Auntie pulled me to the side and was like, you know, your dad wants the best for you, but sometimes you gotta look out for yourself. She told him, like, look, they don't understand. Like, you're not gonna be able to pull her to the side. Like, y'all don't, like, that bond is so strong for so many years. Like, that's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8 years. That's years, right? So, I mean, I have mixed feelings about trusting other people to parent my child or be their trusted source. That's supposed to be me. Like, anything else is a backup. Like, you gotta have a backup because you don't know about yourself, but I want them to come to me first if possible. Now, there might be with my daughter, because she is a female, my mom plays substitute for her mom, right? So there's certain female things that she might not be as comfortable discussing with me, although she tried. I wasn't really comfortable, nor did I have the knowledge to even inform her what she needed to know. I'm not a woman. So there are certain things that I get, but for the most part, I want them to come to me first.
I think Roya was trying to speak. Roya, you can go if you want to.
Yeah, that's all right.
Yeah, I know. So, you know how that
He's scared. Go ahead, Royal. Don't be scared.
Nah, he keeps trying to jump in and y'all keep talking.
Oh, did I cut him off? Did I just cut him off right now?
Don't share your size on here. We'll see. Oh, I'm an 8. I'm sorry if that makes me fat.
What does that even mean?
At 32%, I was still size 2, Bella. Size 2.
No. I think I'm at 28 right now.
No, but you're bigger than me. You know, like you're probably.
Oh yeah. I'm 5'5".
Yeah. You're taller than me.
I have no problem with a size 8 female. I think a size 8 female is.
That's what I'm saying. Like you gotta be at like 35%.
Bella, hold on real quick. I don't. Okay, so here was my tax brackets. If for a woman, if you're 31% or less, if you're 32% body fat or more, you're hold on. Why would you interrupt?
Because of BMI and every country is different.
No, we're not talking about BMI, and don't ever interrupt me. What the hell are you thinking? This is my proposal, and this is for women. If women are 32% body fat or more, I want to have a tax bracket that's the maximum tax bracket, which would tax you at 40%. Now, if a woman was able to get, hold on. If a woman was able to get that percentage and maintain a percentage that is between, hey, who the fuck is interrupting me? Hold on. Okay, it's the same fucking retard. Now I'm removing you and I'm blocking you. Your bad behavior will never get rewarded. What the fuck are you thinking? And whoever brought that fucking cunt up, fuck you.
I was gonna say, why would anybody bring somebody back to the stage when Mojo literally just said the percentage?
Because they're fucking retarded. We're gonna have to go into IQ next for our tax rate. But here's the thing: if a woman, this was where I would be with my tax brackets. 24% and less percentage of body fat, I would make them 100% tax exempt. 25 to 31% body fat, I would tax them at 20%. And for those that are 32% and higher, I would tax them at 40%. Sarah, you would have a 20% tax rate. But if you were to get down, if you were just to lose 3%, get down to 24%,
I'll get a breast rate. I'll get my boobs out and they'll be at 22%. That would make you have.
Yeah, that's just like promoting pretty bad things.
If she's 108 pounds, what does she have to lose? Like, are you like?
Yeah, like he's crazy.
Wait, hold on. 108 pounds? What?
She's 108 pounds at 27% body fat, and you're telling her that she needs to lose more weight in order to get into your zero tax bracket.
I can lower my body fat by gaining more muscle, meaning I need to add 10 pounds to my body weight. I just don't want to be bigger. That's the thing.
Well,
I don't want to be thick. I want to be petite.
So, Sarah, let me tell you something about your quote-unquote petite frame. Large boobs are made up of fat.
Well, I know that, and because my body weight is
you
low.
have fat titties.
No, I know that. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
So you're gonna have to pay some tax for that shit.
Then I said, I'll just take it out and make it flat.
Hey, Roger.
Like a
the problem with titty fat, Roger, you can't. It don't come from eat, so she can't just exercise and lose titty fat. So
you can, but I don't want to. Why would I want that?
Hold on.
Trust me, nobody wants.
Wait, hold on. We got a solution here. Will C is in the chat. He said he'll pay your taxes. So look, there's men out there that like these big fat titties that put women in the overweight category, and you find a husband that's willing to pay your fat tax.
And Kima, I have to respectfully disagree. When women work out and exercise regularly, their boob sizes go down. This is a fact.
Okay, I stand corrected.
See, you can equate certain exercises to not lose your boob size, respectfully.
If I heard you correctly, if I remember correctly, because I'm getting old, you're 5'2", 108. I have no problem whatsoever with 5'2", 108. That's fine.
Hey, Steve, let me ask you a question. Like, with her size, she said she's 5'2", 108, triple D boob. Like, what exercise she's gonna do? Like, is it, you see health in that? You see her?
I don't work for I don't work for a health clinic.
So I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but before this even gets even close to being enacted, we have to worry about the HIPAA laws, and then we have to worry about the legal system too, because you're going to have every dick, nick, and cranny who's going to be, oh, what about privacy? Oh, what about this? What about that? Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, definitely. Hey, Rod, I wanted to ask you also, like, how you feel about ICE being $100 billion and another $45 billion for detention centers? So basically $150 billion for no new judges for deportation. So basically, it's like you're gonna build concentration camps. You're just gonna hold the people there. So like, how you feel about spending $150 billion on detention?
Well, I will say this. I support 100% crackdown on illegal immigration. And we have to look at the best ways to go about that. I think that fixing legal immigration is the easiest way. Actually, the easiest way would be for us to annex Mexico, and then none of the people in Mexico would be illegal anymore because they'd be part of the United States. But welcome, Adams. I was wondering if I could get your take on my proposal here. I believe that we should have 3 tax brackets. I think that anyone that is deemed fit, and I will give you my definitions of this. For a man such as yourself, if you could maintain a body fat percentage that is 17% or less body fat, I would make you 100% tax exempt no matter what your income level is. If your body fat percentage was 18 to 24%, I would institute a flat 20% tax, which is definitely less than what you're paying today. But if you were 25% body fat or higher, Adams, I would give you a flat tax penalty and have a flat tax of 40%. And we would check you in quarterly to lock in these tax rates.
Well, I mean, as long as, every time you file your tax returns, you have to weigh in. I think that, maintaining a healthy weight, and just so that we don't capture the seasonal cheaters, I think that you should have to weigh in a month before tax collection day and a month after.
Yeah, I would actually be more aggressive and say that we need to do quarterly weigh-ins, and then we could just partner with local businesses to do the weight. Like when you go to get your hair cut, they can have an officially sanctioned barber chair that adequately measures your weight, and then they just have an automated process where they send your weight in quarterly. I mean, shit, some of you guys are getting haircuts every 10 days. We could reassess all the time. In fact, but the incentive here is to get your body fat into a healthy range and make you tax exempt, so you can chase that that better rate.
Yes, and anybody who's involved in sex work, I think that you should automatically have to pay double for your healthcare expenditures. As you know, I do not support any form of sex work. Stripping is not considered sex work. For those of you who are in the last room, it is not considered sex.
Well, it's definitely work.
Well, once you go into the champagne room, you now got your Diddy hat on. That's no longer strip.
Well, there's that. I'd like to. Sammy is in the audience. Posted a picture that looks lovely, and she was asking what is what her tax rate would be. And so I just want Sammy to, if you can give us what your percentage of body fat is, I'll tell you where you would fall in the tax brackets.
Or if you don't know your percentage, a height and a weight would be a starting point.
Yeah, we could extrapolate a little bit.
They're very flawed, though, Steve.
Well, no, it's not a perfect one-to-one measure, but you could get into a range and get some pretty you can get pretty close.
Yeah, I said it's a starting point. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and for those that don't have the data, I think we could. So she's 5'3", 105. I'd still need to know how much of your body is muscle, how much of it is fat. You look quite muscular. I'm gonna guess, because you look quite fit, I'm gonna guess you're fucking 13. You're probably somewhere. I'm gonna guess anywhere between 14 and 24, which, by the way, would under my plan would make you 100% tax exempt. So yeah.
And I'm gonna say that 5'3", 108 or 5'3", whatever. That's good for.
She cannot be 14, Mojo. You don't know how woman body works. That tells me you don't know about this. Like, you've never worked in a gym. You've never worked in the field. She cannot be 14% fat. I'm just looking at her picture.
I'm at 25.1. Okay, so I'm a little bit over.
So I got an estimate for Sammy. Sammy, this is a range. You're probably somewhere 18 to 22%, which is very, very good. You are definitely a fit person, so you are definitely fit. As far as Adam, you said 21.5, is that right?
Yes, but there's some other things I need to follow up with that when I'm still at work. So allow me to go into the parking garage and then I'll get back.
Yeah, well, 21.5 puts you in the average range, which would, under my tax plan, you would pay 20% tax.
No, 25 point.
Oh, you're 25.1?
Yes.
And yeah, you're gonna then you would start at the 40% range, but you would have a pretty easy time to cut your tax rate in half by just doing a little bit.
Hey Roger, what would I fall in with my 19, my lowly 19?
19% body fat for you. It's 18 to 24% puts you at the 20% mark. If you could drop that down to 17%, Hakima, we can make you tax exempt.
Oh shit, I can do that in 30 days. I'm working on
Are you gonna have a carve off for sumo wrestlers?
This is how this works.
Go on.
I don't know, you heard me. Are you gonna have a carve out for sumo wrestlers?
No, not at all. If they choose that lifestyle, they will be choosing a 40% tax.
Yo, but we need fat bitches, dude. You're forgetting about like how this shit works. Like fat bitches make the world go round.
This sounds like a guy that can't attract a good-looking woman, and he's probably found himself with frequent slump busters. That so he's a fan of the fat.
Yeah. You know, like this plan hurts my sex life, so I don't like it.
No, it doesn't. It would actually help it, because the fat women would be paying 40% tax. So all you would have to do is say, "Hey, girl, let me help you out with your taxes," and then you know you'd probably be more likely to get one of those juicy fat blowjobs from a fat.
Damn, that turns everything around, because like that's what I look forward to is like tax time, fat chicks. You know, I'm getting paid, not the other way around.
Wait, fat girls pay you?
Yeah.
What state are you in?
That's a thing right there.
Pay you for what? Food delivery?
That's how it works, though.
Dudes get with fat women around tax time. When they get their taxes, they get to do that.
Thank you.
That happens all the time.
Yeah, I thought everybody knew that.
I thought everybody knew that too.
Well, if we have a fat tax, do we have a erectile dysfunction drug tax?
Sure.
Okay,
you disrespect.
Tax. The ED tax, whether they use drug or not, I want that.
Well, before you have an ED tax, you should probably have a nervous, restless leg syndrome tax. Or what is that, Roger?
Well, I think Kristen had a great idea here, and I think what she was volunteering to do is to inspect all of the men in the country for erectile dysfunction. So, Kristen, you are a brave soul, and so what you would do is you would perform oral sex on all men to be able to determine what their tax bracket is.
Poor Roger, he has so many dreams. So, you know, it depends on how many drugs are actually prescribed, because as far as I know, this is not something you just hop over to a drugstore and just get. So actually you can bypass the whole physical examination.
I actually have erectile dysfunction, and none of the drugs work. So at least for me. So how would I go about that if I've tried the drugs and let's just say I paid the tax and it didn't work, then what? You know what I mean?
Nothing.
Yeah, all of these problems and everything, these taxes, they definitely bring up more problems and they do solutions. So, like it's the whole thing of, do you get somebody weighed or BMI index, whatever, calculated quarterly? The thing could be also calculated with erectile dysfunction. The drugs can be calculated quarterly as well. So, that kind of stuff, the minutia of how each thing is done can definitely be, can be done. That's just logistics.
Kristen, how would you feel about when you go to fly somewhere, instead of weighing your bags, if you and your bags got on the scale and we charged you accordingly for the total weight of you and your bags?
Well, I'm sorry, what is the question?
Yeah, how would you feel? That was the question. How would you feel about the idea of going to an airport and instead of doing the current way, where when you want checked bags, you have to weigh it, and if it's over 50 pounds, there's a penalty for it, right? What if instead of just putting your bag on the scale, you and the bag got on the scale, and then we weigh people collectively? Because I think what happens is there's discrimination against, it's very unfair treatment towards skinny people. Let's say you had 52 pounds in your bag and now you pay a penalty, but total, you might, like someone like Sammy weighs 105 pounds. If she brought a 52 pound bag, she's still lighter than some of you women that are on the stage.
Okay.
Yeah, well, hold on. He asked me the question, so I'll answer. So if that bag happens to be 50% Xanax and 50% erectile dysfunction, I kind of want to divert to you and kind of want to know how you would feel.
I think I would outlaw these drugs and have people chase their fitness through proper diet and
You didn't tell me how you would feel about the situation.
I would feel terrible about allowing people to put drugs in a suitcase that they don't need. All they need is to get a little bit of self-discipline, get their butts to the gym, just move your body more and eat and consume less.
I'm talking about the ones that you would be carrying.
Oh, the bags that I carry, I actually pack very light. In fact, the last flight that I got on, I didn't bring a bag at all.
I didn't ask you about the last time. I'm asking how you would feel if you had a bag half full of Xanax and the other half full of erectile dysfunction medication.
Well, if I
how would that make you feel?
If I had a half,
in addition to your bag.
Yeah, if I had a half full bag of Xanax, I'd feel really good. Xanax is amazing. But I think you meant to say Ozempic.
No, I didn't. But
Okay.
Thank you for the absolute clarification.
I would be very nervous carrying that much Xanax, but then I would just take a couple. Then I would take a couple of them, and then I would be cool, and I wouldn't care.
Y'all were just gaslit. Good, nice try, Kristen. Nice try. I saw what you just did, Kristen.
Thank you,
Kristen.
honey.
I saw what you just did. You wanted to try to present this argument, like the discrepancy behind how many pills somebody has in a bag is going to outweigh, no pun intended, the whole reason why people are weighing the bags to begin with, as though the bags are the problem as opposed to the fat person. I see what you just tried to do. I see it. But going back to my main point of contention, yes, Roger, I am technically overweight by 1 pound. Okay, so my body mass index is 25.1. Okay, listen.
Oh, wait,
okay,
hold on, Dr. Adams. BMI is different than body fat percentage. If your BMI is 25.1, then you're going to be under the 25% body fat.
Oh, well, then I'm fine then. And y'all try to call me a big back. You see? You see how you got... This is what you really think of me. Sarah, go on mute. Go on mute, Sarah.
I asked the question about body fat percentage, and you offered up the BMI. But if we could recalibrate this, I would imagine that based on a 25.1 BMI, I would say that you're definitely going to be somewhere in the 18 to 23 range for your body fat percentage.
Right, and I should be given a little bit of grace, because I do have, a third leg. I do have a third leg and, a fat ass. Okay, so, it all just works. It all just works, but, I just wouldn't call myself a big back. I just wouldn't,
Doctor, you also have a party hat, which is no more than 8 days old, but you've been on Clubhouse for more than 8 days. I know that.
It's because I got clipped.
But thank you for pointing that out, Steve.
Steve, you didn't know I got clipped?
No, but then again, I'm not following the trials and tribulations of Doc.
Have you guys seen the person who got me clipped back on the app since I've been...
Who's the person?
CO.
I don't know who that is either.
Yeah, because he wasn't here that long.
He gone at him?
Have you seen him, Hakima?
I ain't seen him since that day you came back.
That was the day I left.
Mojo, just to make it even more spicy for you, so I just went and checked my body scan, the DEXA that I got last year when I was complaining that I'm out of shape and I went to work out. That's when I was average body look. My BMI is 22. I was 123 pounds, 123, and I was at 36% fat. And I was average. My body was average. And I was at 36. I thought it was 32. I'm shocked to see that.
I think you have these numbers mixed up.
I'm gonna post it right now.
Why don't you post the full body pic and we'll just make our own judgment?
There are body pics of me all over my.
No, go ahead. You were the one telling us about these great big old titties.
You're so terrible. Remember, it's not even that big, but because I'm like petite, so like your sizes are different. So yeah, but stop the rumor and all that.
Well, it's because of the shape of them. You got them long flapjack titties, the ones that, when you get older, they're just going to separate and your nipples are going to fall into your armpits. Okay, when you got titties like that, see, that's why you need to get a breast implant.
Then
you get them lifted and get them pushed in.
Talking to me like this, Adams, because next time you're like, hey, you want to go get a drink? I'm going to tell you to go suck some titties.
So, Sarah, you shouldn't be doxing people that they privately ask you if you want to
He
get
never
together.
does it privately. It's always in rooms with 20 people. You think I would dox him if it was ever privately? He does not ask me privately.
Sarah, can I ask you another question? So you identified these great big old titties. Can you describe the nipples? Are they like long nipples, like a sewing thimble?
Are you serious right now?
Hold on.
Why are they doing this?
Or do the areolas
Can we
expand?
divert back to what a fat back is?
He just wants to know if she got some gumdrops or some orangutan titties.
Yeah, listen, I just want to know if the nipples look like thumbs or if the areolas stretch across the entire fucking titty. I'm just.
Hey, Roger, your defense room is called In the Muff. So anybody.
Sarah, do not answer this question, please.
You really think I would, Kristen?
No, I don't know.
No, but Roger.
Since
Listen, don't make fun of the area. I think that the woman who had the best tits of the 90s was Pamela Anderson. She had the gumdrop nipples with the baloney areolas.
Actually, with all due respect, it's Scarlett Johansson. Thank you very much.
Currently, it's Sydney Sweeney. Thank you very much.
I love Sydney Sweeney. She is hot.
Have you seen her areolas?
I want to hear more about Adam's third leg.
Y'all forgot about it.
Wait, hold on, guys.
I want to hear about the tip of this lip.
Well, you're not going to hear about anything if you're talking over me. That's not going to work. What do you think the preference would be for the Prophet Muhammad when it comes to titties? Do you think that he likes the big areolas, or do you think he likes the longer nipples? For context, for those that missed the room yesterday, we learned that the Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old and had sex with her when she was 9 years old. So I'm asking, that's pretty out there stuff. Also, we have a special tax rate for people that practice the death cult of Islam. We are going to charge you 100% tax.
And Roger, did you also know that when the Prophet Muhammad had the orgasm with the 9-year-old, the moon split in?
Did you also know that in the Quran they claim that King Solomon listened to an ant talk to the colony?
Did you know that the Bible / Torah says that Abraham was scared of the Pharaoh and gave his wife away and said it wasn't his wife because he was scared when the Pharaoh knew that it was his wife and refused it. Did you know that Abraham did that?
And if any of you think we're making this up, in the Quran today or in the Muslim religion today, if you leave the Muslim religion today, you are given one chance, one warning to come back. And if you don't, they can put a fatwa on your head and kill you.
This is good stuff. We also know that in modern day Iran, under the IRGC, they have a law that you can marry a woman that's 13. However, if you went to a court with the permission of the father, you can reduce that age to 8 years, 9 months. Let me repeat that. In Iran, you could legally, with the permission of the father, marry a woman that is 8 years old and 9.
Who does that?
This is why I don't live in Ireland.
Can we just look? I'm kind of new to this, but Islam is proven to be a death cult. They want to they want to marry children. That's what they want to do. They well. And maybe they want a cookie for the fact that Muhammad married a 6-year-old, but he waited 3 years before he deflowered. So maybe he wants a cookie that he waited until she was 9.
How did they settle on 8 years and 9 months? Like, is this to protect the predator that got the 7-year-old pregnant at 7.5? Like, I don't understand. Like, how did they get 8 years and 9 months?
They actually have a term for it, and I forget what it means. But when I was doing my research last night in this fascinating room, which, by the way, 7 for 7, when you brought Muslims up and asked them about this, 7 out of 7 times they said that she was old enough. That's what they said. They said she was old enough. In fact, one person went as far as to say that there should be no minimum age, and that in fact was praising it. And then if you push back a little bit further, they went into this argumentation that, oh, well, that's just the way things were back then. And I would ask people of African American descent if you would accept an argument around slavery if somebody was to simply say that, hey, that's what the world was doing back then. You can't hold that.
Oh, those are black men that said that?
No, these were Muslims that were saying it.
Yeah, but were they black?
No, most of them were Middle Eastern.
Oh, Jesus.
Anyways, for those of you that didn't know, the Prophet Muhammad married a 6-year-old and fucked a 9-year-old, so spread the word.
Hey, Roger, did you know the age of consent in the 1800s in America was 10? In Delaware, the age of consent was 7.
Yes, but Hikima, here's the point, right? Here's the point. In 2025, Americans say that that's repulsive. In 2025, Muslims say, that's old enough.
No, you're not going to get a Muslim to criticize the Prophet Muhammad the part you're missing.
So they're going to defend pedophilia because of the perfect man, Muhammad.
So basically what you're saying is that they're going to support pedophilia to stay on code?
They pretty much say that, sometimes the age doesn't matter. They look older and they're bigger and they have bigger boobies, and they said all of that.
Bigger than yours, Sarah?
Actually, it's based on the age that the earliest one got her period. So arguably, the earliest a girl got her period was at 8 years, 9 months. Although most of them don't get it, that's where the age comes from.
What's up, Uncle Steve? What's up, Mojo in the house? Adams, how is everybody doing?
We're doing good. What do you think about the big, beautiful bill?
I think Donald Trump is an amazing human being. He's the only only politician I've ever seen who will say to the conservatives, hey, we're cutting $2 trillion down, but not tell them about the $4 trillion he's spending on the back end. He's amazing.
Yeah, he added $3 trillion to the deficit, and he wants to be known as a fiscal conservative.
There's only 3 trillion, Roger.
The math ain't mathing.
By the way, the titty talk was all about science. We're doing this for science.
Hashtag titties for science.
You know what's crazy, Roger? Right after we finished having that conversation about, what was going on with the big, beautiful bill, and I brought up the senior care aspect of it, there was a woman who came into my office, and she was just looking to, sit down and talk about numbers because she is planning her retirement, and she wanted to explore the worst case scenarios and wanted to kind of understand exactly what she would be looking at in terms of costs. And eventually, when I gave her the cost, do you know what she said, Roger? Exactly the same damn thing that I said.
Damn.
It's just not right that these resources were made available for, our parents' generation, and mind you, this woman is in her early 70s. Her parents' generation to be able to age in place without these issues, and, the panhandling of the generations in between have rendered these resources completely obsolete. In the fact that even if you are getting them supplemented or subsidized to some degree, you're still not coming to a place of affordability to the average person. Or in her instance, somebody who worked her professional career for over 50 years educating our children here in the state of California. So, it goes right back to the same theory that I have. And, most people will just Google things. I have people coming into my office with these complaints on a daily basis.
This is so true, and again, I'm going to date myself because I'm an old fogey, but when I was going to college, I went to community college. I did my first 2 years of the 4 years, and it was completely 100% free. The first 2 years, if I did it, which I did at a community college, free, paid for by the state. Absolutely, you're 100% correct.
Yo, I gotta ask, what the fuck is a fogey?
Who said anything about fogey?
That's what he said, I'm a fogey.
I said I'm an old fogey. In other words, I'm 65 years old. I'm an old fart. Do you understand now?
You're young. In my world, you were young. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you just had prom. You just had prom.
Yo, Steve, what brand of cigarettes do you smoke?
Actually, JB, it's interesting that you asked that because Roger was talking about 30 minutes ago about people who smoke and drink, and yes, I've been smoking tobacco forever, so I fall under Roger's thumb. I should be taxed like 40%. I smoke Marlboro 100s. I didn't even want to contribute at that point.
Steve, respectfully, we would have added an extra 5% if you would have smoked Newports or Cools. So you're getting a discount from Marlboro Reds.
I'm already paying taxes. I'm already paying mucho taxes for the cigarettes, but now
How much tobacco cigarettes buy you, Steve?
$12. $12.
They're $18 in New York City.
Yeah, I know.
Shit, they're that expensive now?
Oh, yeah. $12 a pack in LA, 18 in New York. Yes.
Shit, when I quit, I quit in 2022, and they were what, 8 packs?
You used to smoke cigarettes, Adam?
Yes, I smoked from the time I was 18 until 2022.
What was your brand, Adams?
Camel Crush and Newports.
Can one buy cigarettes with government funds?
I know certain bodegas that'll take EBT for cigarettes.
Yeah. Hell yeah.
You're not supposed to, but
you know government funds come in the form of cash also.
Just like you can sell your EBT card for $40 to go buy crap.
Yeah.
Steve, who's your PTR?
If there's a will, there's.
I'm sorry, JB, say again.
Who's that in your PTR?
Those are my 2 kids a few years back. It's my son and my daughter a few years back, and actually talking about clubhouse idiots. It was a couple of days ago that someone said, "Oh, like, is that your girlfriend or whatever?" And I'm going, "What the fuck? How old do you think she is?" And I heard 30. I heard early 40s. That's my daughter, like in her early 20s, and my son in his late 20s.
Wait, let me ask you a question.
Exactly like him.
Let me ask you a question, Steve. Now that you're 65 and you're swinging single, what's your age cutoff to go out with somebody?
You mean younger or older?
Both.
You know what? That is a great question. I would say that my preferred age, and again, I'm 65, my preferred age to date a wonderful young woman would probably be in her 40s. And yes, ladies, I'm aware that means I want to date a woman who's like 20 to 25 years younger than me. This is true, but I would say my preferred age would be a woman in her 40s. Yes.
So hold on. Let me just say, that's totally fair, because the rule of thumb should be half plus 7.
I'm calling it bullshit in that rule. Fuck that.
Steve, how old are your kids?
They're in their 30s. My daughter is now again. That picture is like 10 years old, but my daughter is 32 and my son is 35. That picture was taken about 10, 15 years ago. You know.
Steve, anybody making fun of you, tell them to go to hell. Okay, tell them to go to hell. You did nothing wrong.
Steve,
shout out to Uncle Steve.
Yeah, shout out to Uncle Steve. Steve, I think Sammy wants to shoot her shot, bro.
What's your oldest, Steve?
Pardon?
Yeah, I think that.
What's your oldest? What's the oldest you'll?
The oldest I'll go? Yeah, well, I'm 65, so I would say 60s.
Yeah, you said that already 3 times.
I did.
I think
I didn't know I said that.
The half plus 7 rule, that's like 39.
So Steve, if you were to encounter a woman, okay, exactly, I would say a little bit older, 7 years your senior.
Did you say 7 years my senior, like in her early 70s?
Yeah, like what about like a nice
I'm listening. Okay, if I encountered a woman in her early 70s.
What about like a nice Alana Stewart? Like, wouldn't you agree Alana Stewart looks very good for her age? I would say Alana Stewart looks better than some 60-year-olds, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, I mean, would you be open to that?
Well, there's only so many Alana Stewarts, so absolutely yes.
I don't know, Steve. I mean, once you start getting in the 60s and 70s, the only way I would even entertain it, and I'm not even close to 60, is how much money does she have?
Well, JB, you're like 20 years younger than me, aren't you? But they're bro.
Thereabouts.
Yeah, you're in your 40s, yes, JB, or no?
Yes, and they'd have to have a lot of money for me to date them in this.
Yeah, and again, even though I said, and this is absolutely true, you know, me being in my 60s, what's my preferred woman in her 40s? If I met up with Jennifer Aniston, who's like in her late 50s, oh yeah.
Steve, just to be clear, the half plus 7. That would mean that 39 and a half is the earliest you can go. So the fact that you're choosing them in the 40s, I think you're being extremely responsible.
Thank you. Thank you.
At least you're not doing a Bill Belichick.
Oh, and I know what's up with that. Belichick Belichick is 72, 73, and his girl's 24, right?
Well,
3-time, right?
Well,
Yeah.
hold on, Steve. The Prophet Muhammad was 53 when Aisha was 9. What do you think of that?
I think it's completely disgusting.
So, Steve, let me ask you a question. While that is there's no argument to say that's not disgusting.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about situations like Anna Nicole Smith and her ex-husband or her late husband?
I'm familiar with Anna Nicole Smith. Yep.
What? How old was he and how old was she?
She was in her 90s and she was in her late 20s.
And she's dead.
Yeah, I would have. Well, I would have advised him on the half plus 20 or half plus 7 rule, and at 90 that would have put his minimum dating requirement should have been 52 at that.
Well, at his age, I'm sure he had dementia, and he would have, traded in the plus sign for a multiplication sign, which is why they ended up in that situation. But, I'm glad that at least people are being consistent. I find it very disgusting that somebody in their 90s would be interested in somebody in their 20s.
But she did say she loved him.
It's a high probability that he didn't know the name.
Can we get back? Hold on.
Gave me a shot, I would take it.
All right, yeah. Listen, yeah, I get it. You guys would fuck all the fat black women. But let me just ask this: can we just for a second get back to the Prophet Muhammad? The Prophet Muhammad was 53 when he had sex with a 9-year-old. I'm just wondering if there's anybody on the stage that thinks that's okay. Oh, they don't? Oh, amazing. Well, we got about 1 billion people on this planet that we need.
Who's we? Good luck.
I think it's the responsibility of all of us that have heard this to spread the word, because I'm telling you, I told everybody last night, I thought that was like a trope that was created to slam a religion, and when I heard it from the horse's mouth, the people that practice Islam, that this is 100% true. You just can't. Some things you just can't hear. This is not about a religion anymore. It is literally a death cult.
But it was different times. This was 2,000 years ago. People lived to be like 17 and then they died.
Who said that?
Wait, hold on. Michael just offered a justification for a 53-year-old man to fuck a 9-year-old girl. Way to go, Michael. You're a champion.
Yeah, to let the prophecy live on, of course.
What is your religion, Michael?
Pedophilia is a religion.
Christian.
Well, because Christianity was there before Islam, right? Is this something that Christians
religion?
Did Christians do that too? I'm trying to understand, like, how come that for their time, which is after Christianity, this was normal. I don't see anything normal about this kind of behavior. It just looks like a bunch of old men who were horny and
Hold on,
drug addicts.
Sarah, hold on. I gotta address something in the chat. Somebody named Goddess1 said Mary got fucked by a spirit. So is that not rape? Actually, you hold on. No, hold on. Yeah, only the dummy would think that made sense. Listen, the Bible says that she got pregnant. The Bible never says that the spirit had sex with her. This was what was called immaculate conception. So she got pregnant without sex. So for those of you that are trying to pervert the Bible, but you're gonna have to try harder than that.
Is that the same job?
Wait, let me just give a little clarity. Michael, when he said the dummy agrees, he was talking about you. Get it?
Oh, see, I didn't catch that.
Is this the same black goddess?
So you dislike all the religions, or what's the plan?
I don't subscribe to any of them, but I can recognize that some are worse than others. I used to think that Scientology and some others were at the bottom of the barrel, BHI possibly being the worst. But once I heard the pedophilia simps that come from the Muslim faith, I would say that they are easily the worst.
So
it's easily the worst religion.
Okay, that's fine. That's granted. That's your opinion. Perfectly okay. So I'm not religious either. Don't like religion. So I'm a little thrown why it has to be like, oh, one person is making a worse rhetoric for the fucking religion than another person. Is it a fucking competition? I don't think so. I said what I said. The spirit fucked her. We still don't know what fucked her, but a baby came and saved everybody with his blood. I have no idea, right? That's the fucking shit we're told. Then what was the real point of you saying idiocracies and dummies and all that fucking extra shit?
Because people that read the Bible and understand the Bible understand that the Bible's never claimed that the Spirit had sex with them.
So
if you're implying, and I want to clarify, it does imply that devil's advocate here, giving some possible reasons. I'm not a studier of the Quran, and I don't know, but I'm just giving a possible, idea that it wasn't.
No, hold on. I want to make sure nobody interrupts you. While you make your excuse for a 53-year-old man fucking a 9-year-old. Go ahead. Make your.
Well, I mean, for the guy to live 53 years old, that's immaculate. And what time period was this? Back in AD, because most people died at
Actually, hold on. It was 1,400 years ago.
Okay, 1,400 years ago. A 53-year-old man without fucking ED drugs could even get his dick hard.
And what he chose to do with it was to put it inside of a 9-year-old. Why not an adult?
That's where it gets a little fucked up. And I'm not justifying it, but you know what? I don't know.
So you are.
I don't know way shit works in the desert either. I don't know how shit works out there. Michael, what's your
Do you think at any time that it's okay, confidently full of human history?
I mean, as I'm sounding it out, I'm not really seeing.
It was okay when the Europeans did it. They did it over and over and over, and they're just not getting caught for it. So it's been pretty much the fuck okay the whole entire time. I mean,
actually, no. Hold on.
No. That's true.
That sounded like a fucking goat. What the fuck was that?
They go to belittling.
One of my kids.
He's going to belittling. No, don't do that.
One of my kids.
Is it bad?
Yeah, my kids.
Here's the difference, right? Because these types of practices did happen all over the world. The difference is that in 2025, a group of Americans can come together and go, dude, that's some heinous shit, and call out anybody for doing it. The difference that we're talking about, though, is that in 2025, Muslims will come into this room and will defend it. They will say that it's okay.
Just like white Europeans who fuck little boys in the butt. What is the difference?
You're not. You're missing.
Defenses are hilarious, Mo.
You're missing the point.
No, I think you're missing the point.
Well, if you interrupt me, you're gonna miss the fucking point. You're gonna miss the whole fucking point.
You sent the point to hell. It's gone already. But
it's okay, man.
And you got sent to the goo.
Jesus Christ. They do not send their best. Listen, here's the difference. Yes, throughout human history, bad shit has happened. But there's only one religion that 1,400 years later is saying that they think that pedophilia is okay. So if you want to go ahead and simp for that goddess, you go ahead.
Well, and it's really strange, Roger. Well, it's not strange. Hakima's going to get upset with me. These are the type of black women that, for some reason, the standard is so far on the floor that instead of looking at the moral repugnance behind the act, the comparison of acceptability is always, what do white people do? And this is where I stand 10 toes down, that there are certain black women in our populace that are just a danger to be around children.
And also, if I heard her correctly, she said she's not religious or doesn't believe in God. I don't remember which, but she said Roger's going to go to hell for what he's thinking.
Yeah, well, and not only is she not religious, but she's not very logical either.
Thou burnest for what thy thinketh.
Okay, Michael, I think if you need to go to the fucking audience. You and the gooeth. What the fuck is going on right now?
Well, Roger, I'll tell you, you made me a moderator, you gave me a green bean, and I invited a bunch of peeps in that follow me, so you never know who's going to show up.
No, Steve, Uncle Steve, these are not your people. I refuse to believe that these moral degenerates are your people. Okay? These are definitely not your people. They must have made burner accounts, tricked you into adding them, and just to infiltrate these rooms.
Yeah.
Like, these are definitely not...
And see, the problem is, and I'll give it back to Roger in a second, on my weekend shows, I invite everybody up to the stage, because I want to hear from everybody, no matter how fucking stupid they are. I want all opinion.
So, Stephen, that's a beautiful thing, but can we be honest that not everyone that goes to your room is one of the nieces and nephews?
Right.
Some of them are bastard children from another flock.
I hate to make this about race, but I'm just really frustrated that I hear the same type of talking points anytime this conversation comes up and black women insert their opinions into it. The standard is always on the floor, and the method of making excuses is always measured against what do white people do. And I just think it's weird. I just think it's weird. It's like, okay, so if, like how she was saying, you're all my children. I mean, is she a mother? Is she a mother with children in her care? Like, are her kids able to be abused in her household because the existence of that said abuse occurs amongst white people? Like, I'm just trying to understand exactly what the point is of her bringing in race as a ground standard of like social acceptability. Like, it's very weird.
And Roger, by the way, if and when you want, and again, I'm not pushing it, I'm just offering it as an option. I've got 2 minutes of Alan Shore on Scientology, which is really cool if you want to fill 2 minutes, but no big.
Yeah, we can go after Scientology at some point. I've now come to realize that BHI is essentially Scientology of the hood. So when you run into the BHI types, just remember that's exactly what it is. Scientology.
I mean, why would you call it the Scientology of the hood? I would call it mainly like the FLDS of the hood. Because they do like to abuse children too.
We should have this debate. You know what I think is the best about this people that identify as Hebrew Israelites is you ever ask them if they've been to Israel? They say no. Then you ask them.
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
And then if you ask them to speak Hebrew, they don't know that either. So it's very interesting. So they're not Hebrew or Israelite.
Yeah, then you can ask them when was the last time they're Hebrew Israelites, when was the last time they went to Shul, when was the last time they were at the temple, and by the way, are they circumcised?
And a lot of them also believe that, sorry if somebody already just said this, but a lot of those black Hebrew Israelites also believe that, once the girl child starts menstruating, she is, ready for bedding.
See what I mean?
And they also believe that all of us Jews should be wiped off the face of the planet.
Show your dog as a puppy versus
Hey, who believe that, Steve?
Black Hebrew Israelites. Now, not all of them, not all.
That's not one of them. That's how the.
No. Hakeem, believe me, I've spoken to.
Not even a good portion of them. So
well, if you take the portion of them on Clubhouse, Kima, I respectfully disagree with you.
So, Uncle
Well, they
Steve, can we
definitely don't
agree?
believe. Oh, sorry.
No, it's okay.
No,
go ahead, NY.
No, they also believe they. Oh, sorry.
No, you go ahead. NY Adams, and then I will.
No, but Hakima, don't you agree though? Because I used to follow some of those camps hard, right? A lot of them do believe that the Jews in Israel are not the real Israelites of the Bible, are not the real Jews of the
They say that, but I never heard them. I've never heard them say in the group that they need to be white for black. I never heard that.
I mean, they have rooms basically saying it every night, along with Christians as well, which is why none of them are ever allowed in my home. But can we all agree that it's not a religion? Like, it's really not. Like, BHI is not a religion. It's a pan-African nationalist movement. Like, it's not a religion in any way, shape, or form.
Yes, and in fact, what I hear a lot of them say is that me as a Jew, that, and I've admitted this, I can trace my Jewish lineage back 150 years. I can go to my mom and dad, I can go to my grandma, I can go to my great grandmother, grandfather, go back 150 years. Now what they say is, well, I can't trace it back 2,000 years. But then when you start to ask them, can they trace their religion back or whatever to their mom, their dad, their they don't talk about that. They talk about the physical features of the black Hebrew Israelites 2,000 years ago. They can't trace them back 2 generations.
I'd like to know in this tracing back of their ancestors, how is that?
Wait, what'd you say? You broke up. How's that?
Public record and genealogy.
Yeah, people lie. So genealogy, I get. That could be science, like the DNA and that kind of stuff. But hundreds of years? How
they can't.
So, because is it like is the BMI, is this like, or sorry, BHI, are they claiming that they are genetically Israelites?
Yes, yes, they are. That's what they're claiming.
So they can. Okay, so they're claiming that they can prove the DNA, that they are of DNA descent from Israel.
Yes, but when you get down to it, it has nothing whatsoever to do with the DNA. It has to do with the actual physical features of the Israelites 2,000 years ago. They don't have a bloodline or a DNA trace bloodline. They don't.
That's exactly what I was just going to say. Like, when you look at the European bloodlines, like, you can trace them back like centuries. When you look at, some of the Hispanic bloodlines, depending on which bloodline somebody claims to be a part of, indigenous American bloodlines. And that's only based on you being able to prove that based on the anthropological record and DNA that we have on file. So when people make these type of claims based on, I grew up with a black Jesus. I grew up with a black Jesus in the nativity set at my grandmother's house that was a black Hebrew Israelite from the 70s. That is not evidence that you came from Israel. It's not. It's not evidence that you came from Israel. You do not have a bloodline there. You do not have a family lineage. You do not have a genealogy, any sort of genetic markers. Like, you're talking to some people where you ask them if they grew up in a 2-parent household and they can't even tell you who their father is. Yet they want to tell you that they came back, that they came from Israel? Like, are you kidding me?
Because it's interesting that this whole it's interesting that this came about in early 1900s, and I bet that they never betted that there would ever be something like DNA and science to back up the ancestral background. So it's interesting how science is really debunking the whole concept. But it's slow. But it's slow to be understood.
Can I jump in here real quick, going back to the nativity scene? When I was a kid, I used to decorate the nativity scene that my grandmother would set up with my G.I. Joe and my Star Wars toys. And my favorite thing to do was to make Lando Calrissian, who was the only brother in the galaxy, he would always be the centerpiece of this nativity scene. So I think I've been supporting Black Jesus much longer than most.
I mean, I grew up with a grandmother who's not black and a grandmother who was black as well. 2 different grandmothers. We do have 2 of them. But one of my grandmothers, who was the most religious of the 2, consistent with the faith that I practice today, always felt that Jesus was Dominican, a Dominican Jew. You're not going to convince me of otherwise. She went through a whole entire hair assessment of why he's a Dominican Jew. And I'm going to go with her theory, because I definitely don't think that Jesus came from Africa.
Is anybody familiar with more science?
Yeah, me, motherfucker.
Well, can somebody throw the tenets of more science on the table?
From the black perspective.
Do we have an hour? Do we have an hour?
They don't take an hour to speak on the tenets of more science.
Well, from the black perspective, Roger, I mean, I can answer that one. We was kangs. We was kangs. We was kangs. We was kangs. There you go. Lesson over.
There's no black perspective of more science.
Hakima, because I've also heard you identify as a Muslim. Is that correct?
Yeah, more science, I'm a Muslim. Right? We identify as Muslims, not Muslims, same thing, but
yeah,
it's a slight difference.
I got a question for you then. What do you think about the Prophet Muhammad fucking a 9-year-old?
Not my business. He did what he did. I'm not going to condone it.
Did you just say the Prophet Muhammad stood on business?
I said he did what he did.
No, he said it's not his business. He did not say he stood on business. He said it's not his business. It's not the ideal response that I would have hoped that we would have gotten from Hakima, but we're not gonna say that he said that Muhammad stood on business, because he did not say that.
Let me clarify something. The name of my prophet from more science is Noble Drew Ali. The prophet Noble Drew Ali is who I stand on and stand behind. No disrespect to the Prophet Muhammad at all.
Sounds like a Batman villain.
That's who he was. He was murdered by the Chicago police in 1928, I believe, because of his beliefs.
Your prophet died less than 100 years ago?
More Science was founded in 1913.
Yeah, this is cooler than Mormonism. Like, you're getting some real recent shit. It's cool.
So, Hakima, do you think that it's okay for someone to have sex with?
Today, no, but throughout history, that was normal.
So, no, it wasn't normal, but you think it's okay.
It was normal.
Hakima, having sex with a 9-year-old was not normal, no.
Hold on. In America, the age of consent was 10, in some places 7.
Yeah, so I'm talking about all of humanity. So you're okay with, if you had a daughter 3,000 years ago, you would have been okay with your daughter having sex?
I'm going to raise my daughter how I raised my daughter.
Yeah, you're deflecting. So can you answer the question?
No, I'm not. You asked about my daughter, and I'm telling you particularly about my daughter.
Exactly, 3,000 years ago.
Which I have 4 of.
Yep.
And no, she would not be sleeping with no one at 7 or 9 or 10 or 15.
Okay.
And not because I'm restricted, because I taught her better than that.
Okay. So 3,000 years ago, would you have allowed her to have sex?
With a 50-something-year-old man, to be specific.
You sound stupid. I just said.
You said the world, it was different. You said it was different. So you said it was acceptable at that time. So if you had a daughter 3,000 years ago, you would have been okay with your daughter at 9 years old having sex.
If she's 3. Hold on. Let me answer the question. Who the fuck knows? You don't know what you would be doing 3,000 years ago. I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, you're deflecting again, and you're not answering the question.
Hold on, guys. Guys. Let's ask more of a deliberate, intentional question. 3,000 years ago, Hakima, whether it's 3,000 years ago, whether it's 100 million years ago, would you be okay with your 9-year-old daughter having sex with a 50-year-old man?
Y'all sound dumb as hell, but y'all sound dumb. I don't know what. You don't know what you'll be doing 3,000 years ago. First of all, it wasn't 3,000. Let's be clear, that wasn't 3,000 years ago. That was a year.
It really was a yes or no answer.
You don't tell me how to answer the question. Like, I don't, like, what do you think this is?
Wait, hold on.
Make me answer your question the fuck the way you want me to answer?
Yeah, hold on. Everyone.
Weirdo.
Well, hold on. Let's just first of all, let's get some facts on the table, okay? So, Hakima, you had said that the age of consent in the 1700s in the Americas was 10. I'm looking this up. It's actually the age of consent this isn't going to sound good, but the age of consent was 12 years old based on 1275 English law statute of Westminster. It was later raised to 13 in 1875 and then 16 in 1885. So here's the difference between how you're responding to this. Can I just just let me finish what I'm saying. So first of all, proper context. When people say that age of consent laws were younger back in the day, it's true. In the Americas, it was 12, then it moved to 13, then it moved to 16 by 1885. Here is the difference, Hakima. In when people bring this up, because I guarantee you, most of the people in this room did not fucking know that age of consent laws in the United States of America started out at 12 years old, and it didn't raise till 16 until 1885. I guarantee you, most people in this room did not know that. So we're putting the facts on the table. But the important distinction here is that the vast majority of Americans, and I would imagine most of the people in this room, are going to say that they think that that's disgusting. But when we ask somebody that's a Muslim to talk about age of consent laws, what they say is, oh, well, you got to understand the time. And I don't understand why being Muslim causes you to defend younger age of consent laws. That part
I'm who's defending it? I'm curious. I'm like, who's defending it?
Well, you are.
You asked about my daughters, and I told you I have 4 of them, and I would not let them participate in that. And you want me to make a hypothetical and give you some clear answer of what I would be doing 3,000 fucking years ago?
So the answer to the question that you were asked, from a personal, Akima, I'm trying to clarify your response. That's all I'm trying to do.
I'm trying to clarify my own response, though, Adam. How about that? How about that? I can't clarify my own response? Oh, no, you do it better. Go ahead.
Hakima, so in what you just said, then you would agree to the statement that given the time frame that we're talking about and given the context of this being your own child as a subject matter, you would not be okay with a 9-year-old having sex with a 50-something-year-old person. So why we had to go through all this minutia for you to say, no, I would not be okay with that is just, I mean, why? It's just unnecessary.
I said it in the beginning, but you gave a hypothetical about 3,000 years ago. And like I said then and said now, who knows what the fuck they would be doing 3,000 years ago?
Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like the simple answer to the question would have just been no. You know what I mean? Because you eventually came to that simple answer with explaining yourself and painting yourself into a light that's not representative to your actual beliefs. And I just feel like you just did yourself a bunch of unnecessary
about? I never went backwards. I never changed my stance, not one time. So you talk about like I said something different then than now. I didn't.
Hakima.
I said the exact same thing then that I said now. So don't act like I changed it from a yes to a no.
Hakima,
I clearly said what I expect from my daughters today, and I clearly said who the fuck knows what any of us will be doing 3,000 years ago.
You can get really mad about it, but I just wanted a yes or no. And it's harder for you.
What you wanted, and you called it weird, called me.
And now you're getting all mad again. And the more mad you get, the more silly.
Because you're being passive aggressive.
Am I? I'm asking you a straight up question, and you can't answer.
Listen, the reason why I reframed the question was to avoid this. The reason why I reframed the question was to avoid this. That's it. It was a very simple question, and again, based on the answer that you gave, I knew exactly what people were going to start insinuating, assuming, or any of those things. And let me be very clear. Akima is an exceptional father. He's a good person. I don't think that he's a weirdo. I think that he's being put in a situation where he's having to...
Steve's gonna fuck my copyright up.
Actually believes, which is why I
am not.
Which is why I reframed the question the way that I did, because again, I know that you don't believe that it's okay to do that, but again, for some reason, there was an apprehension to give like a simple yes or no answer to a very simply pointed question.
Hey Adam, do me one favor. Everybody on Clubhouse who's been here anytime. Give me one time when one motherfucker answered a yes or no question, yes or no. I done seen many people try to get
I'll
pinned
do it
down
for you.
and
Since
every
you're
person-
having a
Shut
hard
up and let me
time,
finish.
since you're having a hard time, I'll do it for you. Do I think that it's okay at any point in time for a 9-year-old to have sex? No.
Okay, great.
If I had a daughter now or 3,000 years ago, would I be okay with her having sex? No.
You don't know what you would be okay with.
You're right, because I am just a white woman.
Oh, wow. Don't have to demote yourself.
Wait, but what does race have to do with this? Like, I don't think that race has anything to do with this.
Clearly it do. Clearly it do.
No, I want to know, why is it that you think that you rephrasing the question, he would be able to answer it?
Because I feel like
you versus me. Because even though you rephrase it, it's the same question. And he can't answer it.
Why are you guys stuck on that? Why don't we move on, right?
Well, we can, but what do you want to do? Do you want to talk about something else? Is
So
something you want to do?
the reason,
We're trying to clarify.
Kristen, the reason why I reframed the question was, again, to reiterate the intention of why the question was to be asked. It wasn't a gotcha moment to indict him based on the faith that he believes in. It was a point of him recognizing a question along something that we all recognize as something inappropriate and unacceptable. And given that specific question, what are his thoughts on those particular matters of that specific question? That is the only, hold on, I'm speaking for myself. That is the only reason why I reframed that question. Because it kind of sounded like it kind of sounded like the tone of the question was more pointed towards catching him in a gotcha moment in terms of his beliefs, as opposed to the morality of the actions that he's being asked about.
Hey, Adam, here's the one part you guys missed. The original question she asked me, would I be okay with my daughter sleeping with someone at 9? I clearly said I have 4 daughters, and I'm not okay with them sleeping with someone at 8. Then she went to the hypothetical. Well, what about 3,000 years ago? That's what happened. So to act like I'm not answering the question, I answered her question directly. She changed it to hypothetical about 3,000 years ago, which nobody can fucking answer the question. So to act like I'm dodging the question or being disingenuous or defending Muhammad or Islam, I did none of that. I literally answered
But you totally did. You totally did defend him. You said 3,000 years ago was a different time. So you are full of shit.
That would be. I said that before you asked that.
Yeah. So I have a question, Hakima, you speak a lot about race. So I would like to know what you thought about Muhammad trading 2 black slaves for 1 Arab slave.
Hey, first of all, you're 100% wrong. I do not talk a lot about race. I end up in rooms when a moderator bring up race. I'm never the person to bring up race. So you're wrong about that, first of all. So you can correct that part, then ask me a question again.
Yeah, so I guess, so you seem to take, racism as like a serious issue. I mean, I've talked to you multiple times though, so, if that's more specific to what you say. I would like to know though still how you feel about, Muhammad trading 2 black slaves for 1 Arab slave. Is that not white supremacy?
You said Muhammad was white, but first of all, I don't care.
He was described a lot by the whiteness.
Okay, but let me answer your question. I'm not here to defend Muhammad. My prophet is the prophet Noble Ali. You guys can try to bash the prophet Muhammad all you want to. I'm not here to answer for him or defend him. So I don't defend slavery in no form. But I definitely understand that slavery then was different from slavery of the Americas. But either way, I don't defend slavery. So I don't get your question. Now, trading any slave of any race is not okay. I don't care if it's 10 or 2 or 14 or whatever it is.
But do you have any issue with the fact that, Muhammad himself, that he that he felt that an Arab was worth more than black people.
Did you hear my question? My answer, man.
I understand.
It's like you doing the same thing Chris is doing. Like you want to hear what you want to hear.
No, I listen.
Okay. Well, how do your second question make any sense with my answer I gave to the first?
Because to me, I understand you're not interested in defending Islam. That's okay.
I'm not interested in defending slavery, whether it's an Arab slave to two black slaves, or the vice versa. I don't care how you mix it up. It's not okay.
I just wanting to know how you feel, though. Basically.
He just told you that.
Right.
Anything a man would be telling you, he would be lying. Like, what do you want him to make up some narrative to make you feel better? Like, he literally just told you how he felt on the issue. So again, if you're not hearing that he's going to denounce Muhammad, that's between you and him and Muhammad. Okay, but again, you asked him, does he have a problem with a certain practice that's consistent with your frustration and your denouncement of the same person? I just don't understand why he needs to say exactly what you want him to say in the exact way that you want him to say it to get to any other conclusion that we've already gotten to.
And Ms. Aguirre wanted to change the topic. Gary wanted to ask a question. And Stanley, you got a pink ticket, so Stanley, you got to cash in that pink ticket. Ms. Aguirre, what do you want to change the topic to?
Wait, what's the ticket for? I don't even know what this is for.
Hold on. I can explain that part. So you are currently in the muff. And if you enjoy being in the muff, we would ask you to click on the link up above that says in the muff and then just join. So some people don't like being in the muff. For those that don't like it, if you like muff,
we're talking about fat people.
Your mouth was in the muff.
All right, so Ms. Geary, you wanted to change the topic. Go ahead. What do you want to talk about?
No, that's okay. I'll continue to listen.
Okay, you're Gary. I think you're Gary, right, Gary? We'll come to you next.
Yeah,
Gary, go on mute. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me say this about Gary, because Gary and I had a conversation the other night, and he was very, very polite. We got in a spirited debate. He was wrong about something, but I will say this. Not only in a spirited debate where I got a little, you know how I get. I won't apologize, but you guys know how I get. I got how I got, and he remained very polite to me, and I thanked him for that. So I like him. And then he came back to the room yesterday, and he did the research based on the conversation we had, and he acknowledged where he was wrong, something that never happens on the Clubhouse streets. So I want everybody to give Gary a follow. I think Gary, despite our disagreement, I think he's an honorable guy, and I think everyone should.
I'm following him right now. Okay, Ms. Aguirre, you wanted to change the topic,
Oh,
yes?
I'm already following him. I would like to go back. Did you guys talk about the title? Should fat people pay higher taxes?
Yeah, we spent about an hour on it, yes.
Okay, for those that just got here, I'll lay out the tax plan. If you get your percentage of body fat to be to a fit level, you can be completely tax exempt regardless of income. And then if you're at average body fat percentage, then you're going to pay a flat 20% income tax. And if you are fat, then anybody men 25% body fat, and this is not BMI, this is percentage of body fat. For men 25% or more, they would pay a penalty. They would pay a 40% flat rate income tax. Women, we raise that up to 32. Their bodies are built a little different, and so for women, they can be exempt if they're fit. If they're average, they pay 20%, but if they're 32% or more, they're going to pay 40% tax.
You added the equality of the fat tax is added to also the tax if you are taking an erectile dysfunction.
Yeah, well, we haven't voted on that one yet, but we did agree that if you smoke cigarettes, you do automatically have to pay the 40% tax, and if those cigarettes are menthol, you have to pay 45%.
Thanks. Let me ask this. So then, are we paying for people's health insurance?
You're going into the matrix, Ms. Aguirre. You're going into the matrix, Ms. Aguirre.
Why would they pay higher?
You're going into the matrix, Ms. Aguirre. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Should they? So, are you going to pay their hospital bills? Are you paying for their insurance?
No,
is that why they're paying higher taxes, or what is the reason they're paying higher taxes? Because
I can answer that. And by the way, when your voice is in the matrix, it sounds like you're having a stroke. When you have a stroke, it makes me think that your tax rate should be 40%. But let me answer your question. Fat people are a bigger burden on the system. And now, unless you want to get rid of some of the systems that we have in place, I'm just proposing a bill that would, instead of basing income tax based on the income that you receive, we want to base the income tax based on your obesity levels. And so we want to incentivize people to become tax exempt by becoming more healthy, because then there'll be less of a drain on the system. Some people are just going to go out and do the same old things they're doing today. And if they do, I think they should pay a higher rate of tax. And for those that become less of a drain on the system, I think it's fair that they're tax exempt.
But you didn't answer if you're paying their medical.
You didn't listen. No, you didn't listen. Listen, we are already paying. Emergency rooms don't turn anybody away, not even the fatties. They turn nobody away. You could be illegal. You show up in an emergency room, they won't turn you away. What we would do is continue, like we do today, to subsidize this shit. But since we are going to subsidize it, because you guys are nothing but a bunch of goddamn socialists, I'm just proposing that the people that are the biggest drain on this pool of wealth, that the people that are the biggest drain are the ones that could put the most money in. I'm happy to report that Sarah has gotten herself out of the obesity range, and she's got her tax rate down to 20%.
Mojo, can we tax skinny men too?
It depends. I mean, you could be skinny fat,
I want to tax skinny men, the ones that don't work, and the ones that don't work their legs too. If there is not a proportion on the body weight.
Walk me through how they're a drain on society in the same way that a fat person.
The skinny man is just they usually join Antifa, and then they burn the buildings down, and they're not attractive.
Wait, go look at the fucking mugshots from Antifa in Portland. There was a good mix of skinny and fat people.
We had a lot of skinny ones though, and they're not attractive though. Look, if you're taxing women for being fat and all these things, if you want me to pay 20% tax, come on. Men that are not attractive, they should be taxed.
Wait a minute, Roger did not discriminate. The fat tax was equal for men and women. He didn't discriminate.
Well, and actually, I'm allowing for additional percentage of body fat for women, for those of you that carry your weight in your...
No, you're not. You're not adding enough, though. It's clearly not enough weight. Dad, why are you biting?
Yes, please don't bite.
What am I doing? What? I didn't hear you. You're biting the bait.
Wait, so Roger, what about women that are shaped, before, like,
just
up,
giving
down,
them some
upside down?
entertainment.
Can she not hear me? Is she okay? Is she okay? Is she doing whippets again? Like, what's happening? So, and then she muted.
Hey, let me just say this. Those of you that have mod badges, please don't abuse the power. It was brought to my attention that the muting things just reminded me of this, but it was brought to my attention that when JB came into a room that had been going all night, he was removed. I won't say who did it, but we pretty much know who did it. I don't want to hold everybody accountable for that, but what I would say is just be responsible if you can with the moderator badge. I would like to be able in this house, because I think that we should have some democratization in the MUF. I think that the MUF should have great diversity. I want to empower and mod as many people as possible in the MUF, and so I'm just requesting that you guys take that responsibility serious and don't just have petty disagreements. If somebody's doing something that's clearly egregious, of course, do the right thing. You can mute them, you can move them down, and in some extreme cases, you can move them out of the room. But a petty difference, if somebody you just dislike for one reason or another, or you got drama in some other room with them, you don't remove them from the room. And by the way, if you have a grievance that you think is significant, bring it up to me, and then I can tell you if that's something that we should consider. Because there are some big pains in the ass people on this app, and I don't want to tell you guys that you can't use your moderator privileges. Just want you to use them wisely. There's no reason why JB should have been removed from a room in the MUF. In the MUF is for people that we enjoy talking to, and if you don't enjoy talking to JB, then you're probably not going to enjoy being in the MUF.
I don't like being a moderator. I'm not very good at it. So I'm going to go back to the thingy. Can you bring me back up and not...
They left.
Yeah, so before I was very rudely interrupted by Sarah, which we all know that she muted me. We all know it was Sarah that muted me.
I gave the hearts right when I muted you. What is wrong with you?
No. It was definitely you that muted me. It was definitely you. That had Sarah all over it. Okay, that had Sarah all over it. Okay. So Sarah definitely muted me, and now I forgot what I was gonna say. You know what? Fuck you, Sarah. Wow.
Sarah, you got a track record for this shit. You should repent.
Let's say hello to Sammy, even though Sammy has a pink ticket. Hi, Sammy. Sammy going once, Sammy going twice. Okay, Sammy's asleep. Let's say hello to Ooh. Hi, Ooh.
Oh yes, I remember now. So at what point are?
I'm sorry.
At what point? Oh no, you're fine. Unless you're fat, which again, you definitely owe me another apology for that. No, I'm kidding. So at what point are we gonna start dragging fat people? Like, this is getting old. Like, I want to get back into my wheelhouse. Like, let's get back to the big back. Like, what's going on?
Oh, hey, just wanted to say that even though I have a fat person in my profile photo and I'm not fat, I really do think that we should tax fat people because, like, I was researching this topic and I made a video about it for class, and in the class I explained that cows can
you also have what appears to be a woman in your profile, but you sound like a man.
Yeah.
Wait, hold on. We have to do the trifecta of doom. It's also a white.
No! I think that I addressed that earlier, but yeah, cows contribute to a significant amount of greenhouse gases. And
Yo, can I say something about fat people?
You can in a moment. Go on mute, and you can in a little bit when it's your turn. Thank you. Go ahead, who has the trifecta of sounding like a man and having a picture of a white woman? Yes.
Yes. So cows contribute a significant portion of the greenhouse gases on the planet. So in a similar way, fat people probably cause a lot of issues in terms of using resources like water for the food that they eat, or contributing to greenhouse gases by being like a cow and producing methane more than the regular person. So I think it's very important that we tax fat people and we make their lives more difficult so that we can all live better lives.
Thank you. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like fat people already have a difficult time getting through life.
Sammy, did you want to talk? Or Sammy, or are you good?
Oh no, I'm just listening. You guys are amusing me right
Love that. Hello, Kristen. Kristen and then Cash. Hello, Kristen. Kristen going once. Kristen,
Are you
hi.
talking to me?
Yes.
Oh, what about... I'm sorry. No, I have nothing to say. I'm fine.
No problem. Let's say hello to Cash with the pink ticket. Hello, Cash.
Hello.
Hello. What do you want to talk about?
Fat people.
Go ahead.
And paying higher taxes.
Go ahead.
Like when I was a kid and I was a young boy, I used to get sodas and candies. And it used to be like 25 cents for this, 50 cents for that. Now I'm paying all of this money, and I found out it's like a sugar tax. Cause like, I don't know, for some reason I think it got something to do with fat people. Also, like, let's say you go buy a bed, right? Go buy a bed, and it's like, they probably got like extra wood and extra this and that, cause it's probably like the weight scale that the bed can hold, right? It's like, it gotta be able to hold 5. Man, I ain't 500. Me and my lady not 500 put together. You could put the baby in the bed. That's all that extra wood that I ain't fucking need in my bed. Now I'm paying more for the product. So it's like, I don't know. What do you think?
Well, I'll tell you, once you answer the question, when was the last time you and your lady and your kid bought a bed?
Like, last year.
Really? And, what is it? Is it a queen, double king, cal king, what?
The bed.
What size is the bed?
Does it have anything to do? I don't know. I just feel like you're.
I don't know what size bed you bought your kid.
I get nervous when people start.
Wait, hold on.
What does it have to do about
Kristen? Hold on.
I'm not fat.
Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Steve asked a simple question about the guy said that he bought a bed, and then
Steve, then he asked me another question.
Well, hold on. Then he asked you what size the bed was, and then all of a sudden you didn't realize that fucking beds come in sizes. I'm going to suggest
they do.
That, yeah, well, because you couldn't answer that question. I'm gonna guess what you bought was a sleeper sofa, and that you you sleep on the couch. That's what I.
I bought a headboard and like a mattress, and I even got a topper. First time in my life I got a topper. Have you ever had a topper before?
Yeah, yes, I have.
It's extra comfy.
Yeah, but I like memory foam with the gel. But let me ask you this, Cash. What size mattress did you buy?
A king size.
You got a king. Steve, you got your answer.
California king and Eastern king.
No,
standard king.
Yeah, that's regular. So go ahead, Cash. So how is your lady and the baby?
How are they?
Yeah, you said you have a lady and a baby, right?
They're fine.
Cool. Is there anything else you wanted to talk about?
No, I was just wondering about the fat people and the taxes, and like, did you think that was a good point? Like maybe and get a little bit of cheaper prices and shit, right?
So I do
it's
have
like
a
the weight that it's holding is crazy. Like, I don't need you to use all that resource to hold all that extra weight. That's probably like extra cloth that I have to pay for.
Got it. So I do have a question. As far as bed sizes and, even the size of our vehicles, full big body sedans, big bodies for big backs. Do you not see that the overuse of space actually encourages or creates an ecosystem for people to irrationally expand or subconsciously expand?
Bro, you kind of like mind fucked me. Could you say it again in layman terms?
So I mean, like, I have a queen size bed. Like, why do I need a king? I'm over 6 foot tall. I gave you guys my height and weight. Like, why do I need a king size bed? I just feel like it's just an overuse of a bunch of space that I'm not otherwise, utilizing. So don't you think that, people in America, where you're living in average size homes with average size room dimensions, why are we eating up our rooms with such big furniture? To what? I mean, do we spend that much time in bed that we need all of this extra space? Do we have different attitudes towards leisure and laziness and immobility? Like, why does somebody with a family of 3 need a king-size bed?
And actually, it's a fact that a double and a queen, a king, and a California.
All right, can I tell you something?
You can in a moment when I finish talking. You can in a moment when I finish talking.
I thought you were going to call me.
No, I'll let you know when I finish. There will be no doubt.
I'm going to call you a queen if you keep cutting off Uncle Steve.
As I was saying, that the length of a double, queen, king, cal, king, they're all the same. It's the width that's the difference. Okay, now you can go ahead and talk.
Because like y'all were badgering me, I lied, so I should come clean. It's a queen size bed. and I think the queen size is perfectly fine. Because I'm a little tall. Sometimes my feet, get close to the edge, but then I roll around sometimes, Then you need space and a lot of cushion for the pushing, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're gonna get active too, man. Depends how much, some people, when they dance, they use more space,
I mean, it depends on how you sleep. So
Some
how
people
many
do a two-step, right?
how many pillows are you using?
Random. It depends. I got special pillows. I got cervix pillows. I got long. It depends on the mood I'm in.
Okay, so maybe that's why
I'm a guy that buys
your
pillows
feet
like
are
twice a year.
coming off the
Buy
bed.
pillows.
Maybe you need to remove the layers and the rows of pillows that you have between your headboard and where you're headed.
The point is, right? The point is, I paid all this for the bed, and it's probably because it needs to hold more weight than it really has to. Because, like, the average,
So wouldn't it
It's about
be
fat
easier
people.
just to put your wife on a diet?
She's not fat. I'm not fat. It's like, the bed's too strong. Like, they're making it extra strong just in case a fat person buys it. You don't get it?
Cash, I got a question for you.
Like, what don't you get, Doc?
I got a question.
I don't want to hit this guy.
Cash, I have a question for you. Is your girlfriend or your wife, whatever she's
baby mama?
Is she an African American?
No.
Is she a white girl?
No.
What nationality is she?
She's Samoan.
Oh, you definitely need a big bed. No, you definitely need a big bed. I hope you don't have box springs, and I hope you put cinder blocks under that bitch. I'm telling you. I hope you have a big.
Yeah. Hold on. Can we?
Small poly girl.
Hold on. Someone set up a GoFundMe so we could buy a new bed for this man and his coconut eating Polynesian girlfriend.
Well, and a Hoyer lift. He gonna need one of those pretty soon enough. He gonna need one of those soon enough. Just get her out the bed and put her in the tub.
Damn, bro.
Why y'all assuming he ain't got no money for a bed?
When I get on it, listen.
We
when
didn't
I
assume
go
that
sit
he
on
had
the
no money for a
airplane,
bed.
I bet you the airplane is meant to hold, like, the airplane seat is meant to hold somebody up to like 700 pounds. Like, nah, I don't need all
No, the
that.
fuck they're not.
That's a lot of extra. We should just have seats for fat people.
Hold on. What you're not gonna
Keep it
tell me?
real.
What you're not gonna tell me? Okay.
I'm not trying to body shame, but like, let's have a double XL section, just like shirts and shit. Get your own shit.
This is what happens when the EBT office closes for the holidays.
You can't troll me. You can't out-troll.
Can you please? So even a medical grade Hoyer lift, okay, better known.
Use theirs.
Okay, so you obviously can't. I don't hear when people are speaking. So even a medical grade Hoyer lift, they have a max capacity of 500 pounds. 500 pounds. So if you're talking about a 700-pound person, what they need to do is they need to remove the roof and the ceiling structure or wherever that fat ass person is, and they need to have AAA or somebody with a Caterpillar crane. Okay, get them and roll their fat ass from one end of the bed to the other. Because again, if your biggest issue is that you can't find something to lift you at 700 pounds, the equipment is not the issue. It's you stuffing your fucking pie hole.
Hey, I'm just going to chime into this and say the reason I get a kink is because when she wants to cuddle, I want her in her own zip code. Like, that whole cuddling and feelings thing is just for the fucking birds. Stay in your zip code, and I'll stay in mine, and we'll be all right.
You can still accomplish that in the queen size bed.
Well, hold on. I want to co-sign with what Brad's saying. Not just the cuddle thing. I think just it's wise to have separate bedrooms from your partner. Here's why. You should have a bed for fucking and a bed for sleeping. You might even have separate beds for sleeping, but there should be a separate bed for fucking. And this is the pro tip. If you're going on a vacation with your gal pal and you go to get the hotel room, don't opt for the king bed. Get two queens. You fuck on one bed and you sleep on the other bed.
So what are your thoughts on separate bathrooms? Because I will give you the separate bathroom issue. Okay, cohabitating with another person in one freaking bathroom, like that I actually do agree with. Like you definitely do need a separate bathroom, especially if you're married. No, but if especially if you're in a relationship with a woman that spends a lot of time putting on makeup and doing hair and a bunch of other shit, like you definitely need to get a separate bathroom. Like, what if you don't have a bathroom where you need to take a shit, right? And there's like, a separate room for the toilet, or whether it's called like a water closet. What if you have a narrow bathroom and you can't get behind your girl to go into the shitter? That's a recipe for a horrible, horrible marriage. Here it is, this woman is spending all this time trying to get herself pretty, yet she's spending, time sitting there sniffing up your freaking fermented baked beans that's being dropped off in the toilet. Like, we should definitely have separate bathrooms.
Well, I agree, and I co-sign Adams's point because I'm tired of finding the hairy monster that's crawling down the wall or clogging the drain point. The 15 different bottles of shampoo, you're washing your face with like Vagisil fucking ointment or some shit like that, or like fucking face creams and stuff like that. It's annoying. Like, just give me my bar of soap and I'm good. And the other thing, when you're in the shower and the woman ate Thai food like fucking yesterday, and all of a sudden has to run in there, and you're just like, oh, please don't start having a fucking 2-hour conversation about like whatever you need while you're sitting there trying to shower, and you're just like, I just want peace and quiet. This is the only spot I get for 15 minutes out of the day. Let me have my solid.
Well, not only that, once these women hit menopause, Brad, like this was a horror story for my dad. Like, he couldn't get into the bath. My mom was sitting up in the bathroom taking cold showers and shit. Like, my dad couldn't even wash off after a workout. Like, he was using the guest bathroom for a minute. Like, I'm telling you, like, couples need to use separate bathrooms. Like, separate bathrooms are the key to success. Separate bathrooms. Separate bathrooms today, separate bathrooms tomorrow, separate bathrooms to keep relationships together in America. I live with you, and I have to put up with your bullshit. It doesn't mean that when I'm brushing my teeth, I should have to smell it.
Yeah.
I'm a problem.
Hold on, sir. This conversation's for people that have homes with running water. I think that the better reason why we need to remove the toilet from the bathroom is the obvious thing. Like, people that keep their toothbrush in the same room that they shit in, maybe others are shitting in the same. Like, you should not have. And you guys should go look in your bathrooms right now. If you are, and I don't want to hear about it, fucking a cover for your toothbrush. I don't want to hear about that you keep it in the fucking cabinet. If you keep your fucking toothbrush in the same room where you take a shit, you're disgusting. Because if you can smell it, that thing you're smelling is particles of shit that are now inside your nose. If they're inside your nose for you to smell it, they're on your toothbrush for you to brush your teeth.
Yeah, so my bathroom.
Wait, I'm confused. Wait, you guys use a toothbrush repeatedly? Because I'm a one and done kind of guy.
Are you crazy?
That's fucking it. Yeah, I have like a whole fucking cabinet filled with toothbrushes. I pull one out for the day, unwrap it, and that's what I use, and I toss it away. That thing just grows mold, and it has fucking fecal particles on it. It's got your fucking whatever you fucking threw in your mouth, and all tossed on it. Like, I throw the fucking toothbrush away. You guys reuse that shit? Man, that's...
Yeah, but you don't think that you have to break a toothbrush in to some degree?
Definitely. Hey, Brad, you know they got like toothbrush cases you can put your toothbrush in so it don't get like the fecal matter and from flushing the toilet and all that on there. Right?
No, but it still gets mold on it. It's wet. Like, what are you drying it? You air drying it out? Like, that water just sits on it and gathers mold in a dark, musty fucking place, which is your bathroom. Like, why wouldn't you throw it out and just grow mold on it? You're brushing your teeth with mold and fecal particles like Roger.
I'm gonna say one thing. I'm gonna start a toothbrush company so I can sell directly to Brad.
Yeah, well, Brad, so let's assume that you brush at least twice a day, 365. That's over 700 toothbrushes a year that you go through.
365 and a quarter, Roger. I buy them in cases. Like, you can go to Costco and get they all come in different colors. You can buy cases of them in the hundreds. It's really easy. I've always done that. Like, I don't see the need. Like, it just struck me as weird. It's like people who say, I use a washcloth, but then they hang the same washcloth up in the shower and reuse it for an entire week. Same thing with a towel. You're like wiping yourself off with like water. It grows mold. Like, yeah, I just use one toothbrush per day, then toss it.
That might just clearly that's the healthiest thing to do, not the most cost effective. So everybody clearly nobody can criticize you saying it's unhealthy, but it is not cost effective for most people. But it definitely clearly got to be more healthy. If you use a new toothbrush and a new washcloth every day, and a new towel. Yeah, that's.
But I don't know if we asked Brad the most important question: is how does he wash his legs, or is he one of these white folks that just doesn't wash his legs?
What?
I absolutely wash my legs. Why wouldn't I? Dude, I'm always out in the woods, in the wilderness. I'm covered in dirt, ticks, fucking, all sorts of shit that, basically, of course I wash my legs.
Who washes their legs?
Who doesn't wash their legs?
Humans wash their legs. I mean, you don't wash your legs.
Y'all wash your legs?
You don't wash your legs when you take a shower?
White people do not.
And y'all thought I was lying when I said I was part Caucasian. Like, what the fuck are you talking about?
There is a popular, maybe it's a trope, maybe it's actually true, I don't know. We can discuss it. But I learned on Clubhouse that white people don't wash their legs. Does anybody want to elaborate on the...
I would like to elaborate. There's a distinction, and again, I'm going to go to feet. I don't wash my feet, okay? I don't think it's a big deal. No, hold on. I wash my legs, but I don't wash the bottoms of my feet. Now, a lot of people are totally concentrated on washing their feet, but what I find, and please forgive me, this might sound disgusting, but a lot of people pee in the shower. So for those that pee in the shower, they're incessant about washing their feet because they're standing in piss.
Well, your toes should be extra clean then.
Well, Steve,
I do wash my legs. Yeah.
The part that you're missing, though,
yes,
is that if you urinate on your feet, you're less likely to get athlete's foot, and so as a best practice, you should be urinating in the shower on your feet.
But I mean, you go in the shower, I wash my whole body, so of course I wash my legs, but I don't wash the bottom of my feet.
Actually, even better, you can get someone else to urinate on your feet.
Look at that.
Warm showers. Yeah.
Kristen is offering to take a shower and wash her feet.
I am offering nothing. Thank you for trying to pour me out there.
Sounds like a case of the golden jacuzzi.
I'm dedicated to you only.
What about shower shoes, like slippers?
Never.
No. Wait. Hold on. What are you, Turkish?
No. I've been to prison. That's why I asked.
Oh
God.
Yeah.
Well, no. Here's what I will say. I do have one family member where he has like a polished stone, like a shower, where it's one of those things where it's like if you're walking through that shower and you just happen to have like your big toe go beneath your foot and it drags it across the floor, you may get cut. So in that type of aesthetic, I would say, it would make sense. Like, shout out to the people that have Pebble Tech showers. Once that starts to age, surfaces start to get a little bit rougher than when it was first installed. I can definitely understand that. But the same shoes that I'm going to use to go to the beach, okay, I'm definitely not going to wear in my shower. I'm sorry.
These are the days that I am so thankful to be single and living by myself.
These are the days that I'm going to spend my, what is it? Today's like technically my Friday. Like I'm going to spend my Thursday afternoon dyeing my hair.
Hey Roger, this is exactly what the Moors were trying to teach you guys about how to clean yourself. I guess you guys need a new lesson or something.
Hey, by the way, so I don't necessarily wash the towel over my legs, but what I do is I wash my hair, and that the soap or the shampoo washes down my legs. So technically, my legs are being washed whether I do it or not, right?
No, that's a third-party washing. Like,
No.
think about all the ball sweat and all the shit that's coming down, you know, as it's passing down those nether regions that aren't necessarily the most focus of being washed, all the way down to your toes. Like, I mean, it's like, y'all just don't look at the bigger picture, I'm telling you.
There's also a thing called epithelials and dead skin cells and things like that, and it's more sanitary to, you need a good scrub down.
LA or very California, but let me just ask you this. Do you guys vacuum your skin?
What?
I don't vacuum my skin, but I have a question for Kristen real quick before we get into vacuuming skin. Kristen, do you shave the thing?
I'm sorry, what?
Do you keep the muff clean? Do you
Why
shave it
does
up?
this have anything to do with what we're talking about?
Is it like a high top fade?
Let's go back to what we were talking about so we can stay on top.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
You should shave lines into it like the colored kids do when they're getting those.
I think we should go back to what we were talking about before, about like not cleaning ourselves thoroughly, especially if we plan on meeting with someone in the future. That might be something to really explore.
Okay, Kristen, I have the question. I've heard this many times. No, I gotta ask this. I have to ask this. Kristen, I have heard many times that women, if they're going on a date, that if they don't shave their legs, they know before the date starts, they are not going to, do it with the guy. That if the guy has any chance, the woman has to shave her legs before she leaves the house. Is that true, or is that not true?
I would say that if she found out on the first date that the man doesn't wash his feet, there's no other thought about shaving legs or anything after.
And I appreciate that, but the question is...
No, I've answered your question.
If a woman does not shave her legs before she leaves the house, the guy doesn't have a chance. Is that true?
You may want to ask other girls.
Okay, fair enough.
I mean, it depends. It depends.
I have a question for you, Steve.
Yes, sir.
Steve, are you ready for this?
I am ready for it. You can ask me anything you want. I will answer truthfully and honestly, yes.
Do you think Aisha shaved her legs before she went on her first date with the Prophet Muhammad?
Was she able to grow pubic hair?
I don't think she had any hair there, so the answer is no, she didn't shave her legs.
Hey, did y'all know that Aisha would be one of the most important philosophical scholars in Islam? Y'all know that she grew up to be like a very important woman. Like, why y'all like want to like act like she was some piece of meat, some whore from...
No, that's not what we said at all. Hold on. You got that wrong. You got that wrong. Hold on. No, everyone mute the fuck up. Nobody's ever. We don't victim blame around here. She was a victim. And the fact that she was able to grow up through that abuse and do great things with her life, that's amazing. But that's weird that you would say that we're clearly on the side that she was innocent in this, and the person that was foul was the prophet.
Why you joke about whether she shaved or not, then? If she's a victim, why you asking if she's shaved or not?
Our joke is not centered on the victim. Our joke is centered on the perpetrator. Because the perpetrator support seems to believe that the perpetrator is the victim of Islamophobia. No, he's a victim of his own disgusting sexual predilections that led him to be a pervert. It has nothing to do with Aisha, the victim. So, like, what are you talking about?
The difference between Muslim and Muslim.
No, let's not do that. Let's not do that.
Go read a book.
Yeah, Kikima, the only honor that Aisha had was wiping semen off of her husband's clothes.
Okay, so now Necro is actually the one who's being disrespectful and making light of it. So again, don't accuse us of pointing out the fact that there is a certain perpetrator that existed in history, and there's a certain cult following of that said perpetrator. And I'm not saying that all Islamists believe, you know, that this man is who he is. And we're just calling out what this shit is for what it is. Nobody is dragging Aisha. Nobody is denouncing Aisha. What we're saying is she's a victim. She's a victim of a man that has a huge cult following that's followed by a bunch of potential perverts who was in fact a pervert himself. That's where it is.
The founding fathers of the fucking America was perverts.
Okay, so show me a founding father that would have existed today wearing an ankle bracelet.
You can keep on deflecting, but you're doing deflections.
I don't get none you talking about, Christian.
No, but we're having two different. No, Kristen, in all fairness, we're having two different
Go ahead and look under the dictionary what deflection means.
But we're having two different conversations. He's deflecting in defense of people trying to use this as a gotcha moment to indict his own character. Meanwhile, we're having a separate conversation about the inherent flaws in the ideology that he believes in. Those are two different conversations.
That's not my ideology. What are you listening? Like, why can't you get
Akima, I'm literally just defending you. I'm not saying that it's your ideology.
Words in my mouth, though. It's not my ideology. It's not my ideology. Like, what are you missing about that?
That's what I'm asking. And I asked him sincerely, Adams, and you're acting like I did it
No, Kristen, I understand.
No, I want to know. What is Muslim compared to Muslim?
A Muslim is a person that practices more science. A sect of Islam that was created in 1913, the Prophet Noble Ali. We are Muslim. We practice the old-time religion.
Okay.
The Islam that is practiced today, from our perspective, is a new Islam. It's not the old Islam.
So can we ask a productive conversation, a productive question?
Hold on.
In the form that. Hold on. Let me ask.
She gonna answer them.
Did that satisfy? Did his answer satisfy your question, Kristen?
What is the difference of no, it didn't.
Okay.
Because I know it's a different thing and I get that, but what is the difference between that and most?
I just told you, more science is a sect of Islam.
Yes, I know it's a sect, but what are the differences between that?
We have different books. We have a Quran, Koran, Circle 7 Quran, written by the Prophet Noble Ali. Our book is not the Quran, the Quran that you know that was cited, that was created from the Prophet Muhammad. So it's two different books.
Okay, so I think that kind of gave way to answer your question, Kristen. Like, I understand the colloquial confusion, you know, but at the same time, this is his belief and his set of faith.
So they're two separate religions. So the second one has nothing to do with the first.
According to him, based on what
I would like to know. He can answer for himself.
Let me be clear. They are not separate religions. Different sects. I'd like saying like if Baptists or fucking Lutherans different religions. No, they're different sects. No, they're not different religions.
Yeah, but that goes also, Hakima, into, so they're a part of the same denomination, which is Christianity. So, I mean, if you want to look at Baptists and Lutherans...
We under the same thing, Islam. We under the same thing,
okay,
Islam.
To answer her question, the difference between what were the two words that you used, Christy?
Muslim and Muslim.
Okay, so between the Muslim and Muslim, they're two different ideological aims within the same denomination of Islam. Is that what I'm hearing?
Muslim? What's a Muslim? I've never heard of that word before.
Harry, don't antagonize it. Just like honestly, I'm trying to move on.
I'm being serious. Is that
I know, Harry.
Adams, you don't gotta shield the word. It is okay to ask the question, though. You act like it's some fringe conspiracy word.
No, but you guys are all my friends, so it's kind of just like, where can we meet halfway in the middle to move on from this conversation?
Well, there's no criticism asking what is a Muslim, though. There's no criticism. That's a fair question. You know what I'm saying? But you act like don't incite. Now, he's not inciting anything. It's a fair question. But you can easily Google it, though. It's spelled M-O-S-L-E-M opposed to M-U-S-L-I-M. But you can Google if you really want to know what a Muslim is. Some Muslims refer to that as derogatory term because it was an older term than Muslim. So they stuck with Muslim, but that's why we call ourselves the old time religion, because we practice the old Islam and not the new Islam, which is weird because our Moorish science is 1913 and they're started in, the original start with the new Islam started in 700s with Prophet Muhammad, but ours still considered the old time religion because we got old time beliefs that predates that.
I've been looking online while you're talking about this. I don't see it saying anything about it being a different sect or a different type of Islam. When I look up,
I looked it up right now. It says, quote, definition of Muslim, M-O-S-L-E-M, noun, a believer or follower of Islam. To me, that's the same thing.
Okay, you can look at the surface, or you can like keep looking.
No, I don't know. I'm just telling you what it says.
I'm not trying to separate. It's okay if we can time together. I'm not trying to distinguish. That's why I say it's not a different religion. I'm not trying to distinguish, but there is a Muslims don't call themselves Muslims today. That's just not a thing. A lot of Muslims who really follow their tradition, that tradition, see Muslim as derogatory. If you look up whether Muslim is derogatory, ask that question. You will see that some Muslims consider that derogatory.
But they are both believers or followers of Islam. Is that correct?
Islam, different books, like I said. Muslim, more science, we have a different Quran.
What is the difference? That is the question now. You've made that clear that they are two different books. What is the difference between the...
That's a huge difference. I mean, they have nothing in common. They don't. There's no same words.
Clearly, what are the top three differences?
The origin story is different. The prophet is different, which is, so we have a different origin story. That's a huge difference.
Are they both followers of Islam?
We have a different origin story. The way the world started is different in the Seven Quran than opposed to the Quran. We have an entirely different prophet, which is a huge difference. And Muslims inside our Quran, we have a strong belief in Christ. So those are three huge differences between between more science and traditional Islam, as you know.
But are they both followers of Islam, is the question.
It's like what they would call Islam, they call it Islam, but if you ask me what my faith is, it's called really Islamism. So like you can play with words, but I'm letting you know.
I'm not playing with words. I'm just asking the question.
I'm just saying you can if you take like it depends on how you take it. But I'm just saying they are different religions. I mean, different sects of the same religion, different books with different words that's nowhere near the same words in either book.
Okay, so what is the difference? So the Prophet Muhammad appeared, he did his thing, and he wrote a book, right? That's the origin of the Quran, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the prophet that you follow, what is their origin?
He was born in America, started religion in 1913.
So do you believe that the Moors were here in the Americas before? Like, do you guys believe like you're the original people of the Americas?
And before you answer that, what's the prophet's name in 1913? What's the prophet's name?
Noble Ali, born Timothy Drew.
Timothy Drew.
But do I believe I'm direct? What Noble Ali taught is yes, Moors were in America. Now, can I say I'm a direct lineage of that? No, I can't say that because I can't trace it back to who the exact Moors were in America. So were there Moors in America? Yeah, but can I say I'm directly descended? No, that's not even a requirement for being a part of the religion.
I know that they've had some issues in years past where there are people that are part of a Moorish movement and they'll they were like taking people's houses that were vacant and declaring it because of their Moorish rights.
Yeah, those were stupid people that's now following what the Prophet taught. The Prophet taught to follow the laws of America. He always flew the Moorish flag with the American flag. It's never said to go against the American government. Follow the law. So all this whole sovereign citizen thing that some Moors do these days don't represent Moorish science at all.
So I mean, couldn't this be applied towards a certain segment of bad acting white people that didn't speak to the collective aims of America, given certain types of laws and practices that were put into place while you still had bad actors that still acted out from a standpoint of privilege, would it be disingenuous to now, in 2025, label all white people as colonizers and oppressors?
Who labeled all white people? The system.
No, I'm not talking about who labeled all white people. I'm saying that if that argument was launched in the same trajectory as what I just described, wouldn't that be intellectually dishonest?
To label all white people as colonizers, of course,
Right, because of the actions of a very few, right?
I wouldn't say very few. By you saying very few is a stretch because it was.
So what percentage of white people in America were slave owners?
It don't matter. It was the norm. And it was
Wait. So if it was the norm, what percentage of white Americans were slave owners?
I don't know. It was accepted. I don't think that's a relevant question.
Okay, but to say that something's a norm, it has to occur in an in a normal rate.
And it was.
You see what I'm saying? So the existence of something doesn't. How was that something that was normalized?
It was.
So slave ownership in America was something that was normalized.
Yeah, it was normalized. That's why you could own them.
Right. What the fuck are you talking about?
Most people couldn't afford them or have a use for them, but
it was normal. What are we talking about?
So then how are you going to, well, no. So we look at two different standpoints of normalization. We look at the existence of something as being normalized, and we also look at the practice, right? The practice and the rates of which it exists. Okay, so the normalization standpoint for which people go to is not the existence that this existed. We all can argue that it existed, but the rates for which this practice occurred, okay, was not something that was normalized in America from the standpoint of understanding that specific definition.
Timothy Drew, better known as Noble Drew Ali, leader of the Moroccan Empire, January 8th, 1886 to July 20, 1929, was an American who founded the Moorish Science Temple of America, considered a prophet by his followers. In 1913, he founded the Canaanite Temple in Newark, New Jersey, before relocating to Chicago, where he gained a following of thousands of converts. Following the murder of a rival Moorish Science Temple leader, Drew Ali was arrested but never charged and sent to jail. He died in 1929, shortly after his release. I've never heard of this before.
Can I ask you a question, Hekima?
Yeah, let me just add this one thing. The part they didn't add, they released him after they beat the hell out of him. He died because they beat him. They basically beat him to death and released him. That's what the Chicago police did to him. But go ahead, sir.
So is there any way to answer my question? Less than 5% of Americans before the Civil War actually owned slaves.
Yeah, that's because most people could barely afford to feed themselves.
So is that something that's normal in its practice, or is that something that's normal in its existence?
Both.
You're right, exactly.
How?
You have
that's like asking
of the population.
It's like asking, is the use of trailers in our society normal? The answer is yes. Or tractors, I mean. But most people will never use a tractor. Exactly. If I bought a tractor, I would have nowhere to even put it.
Is the use of gender hormones to transgender people in society normal when less than 1% actually benefits from it?
Fair use.
Oh, got it. Got it.
Can I ask my question now, Adams? Okay, Hekima, is Muslim is the same religion that I know there's like been modified a little bit and stuff. I get that part, but this is the same religion that a man who would sleep with any woman, they would automatically become their wife forever, right?
No, that's not in my book. That's not in my doctrine at all.
What do you mean that's not it?
Well, it's
that's not in my doctrine at all. It's not in my Quran.
But I dated a guy that he was Muslim.
Yeah, but this is like different type of, like, it's just
No. This is the one that's for Indians, American Indians. It's from the tribes in America. It has nothing to do with Islam in the Middle East.
So,
I see your guy, and that's what he told me.
He lied to you. He was trying to manipulate you into some weird shit. Cause that's not in the book. And the book is not even long. Like the Quran, you can read it in a day. It's not.
So they don't have that culture.
No.
Wait, so your Quran is different than the Quran?
Yes.
It's okay.
Is this very similar to like American people running around in the Democratic Party saying that Donald Trump is not my president? Like I'm trying to. No, I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
No, they have their own
Quran. To understand.
They have their own Quran.
Okay, so you have your own Quran. Okay, because again, Pepe, we have one Bible, right? So I mean, to me, excuse me, the Catholic Church does not read from
the Catholic Church, but other Christians do.
Okay, so when I say we, I'm speaking to you and I. Right? So again, us as Catholics, we have one Bible. Do we not?
We do, yeah, Catholics.
Okay then. So like I'm saying, is there different ways of being able to, you know, to like I'm trying to understand exactly what Hakima is saying.
I don't
just like how Sunnis and Shias look at. Just like how Sunnis and Shias, and you have like the 12% or whatever the fuck they are, the 12ers. I don't know the difference between all these people, but in Islam you have different sects, and then you have this more. He's gonna say old-fashioned. I would say Americanized version of.
But Pepe, if you're not able to know with absolute confidence, allow him to explain. And I'm not saying that you're not. I'm not. No. Hold on. I'm not saying that you're angry. Exactly. I'm not saying that you're not allowing you to explain, Pepe. But I feel like now more than ever, especially where there's a colloquial understanding and a disconnect from what we actually understand as far as, you know, what Islam is, you know, what Sarah understands as far as what Islam is, and what Hakima is saying, I feel like we should be doing a little bit more listening, you know what I mean, as to what he is actually trying to explain. So again, Hakima, I've opened up the door. Hakima.
You're not listening.
See, Pepe, he said Pepe was listening.
Seriously.
Because I was reading about it. I was reading about it while you guys were talking. So like it's literally not, they don't have the same, they don't read the same fucking Quran, dude.
It's a different religion.
Honestly, what the way Pepe described it, although I disagree, it's a fair description. We say that we describe it as the old time religion, he described it as the Americanized.
So Sarah,
I can see that is a fair description, although I disagree, but that is a fair description. It just shows that he's clearly listening to what I'm saying, and you're just not listening. So you're acting like you are, but you're not.
No, I am listening, but Sarah, what is it that you want to insert into this conversation?
No. This Islam, the Islam that Hakima's talking about, the Muslim, whatever way they say it, it's pronounced and spelled in like differently than the Islam and Muslim that I was born and grow in. This is something for American Indians. As far as if I'm incorrect, correct me, Hakima.
They believe they're Moorish. They believe Moors, like a lot of them
are
black color skin. They came here. They don't believe they're the Indians. They believe that they're Moors.
But the people who practice that, I mean, this person that I know who practiced that was considered Indian in America as the American.
Yeah, that's a different ideology. That's not.
Wait, I thought that we were talking about the cat people tax.
Whatever it is.
Can we just go one night without talking about what's going on in the Middle East?
You know, I would love to.
I'm so done with it. Like, can we just?
Yeah, but we're not talking about the Middle East.
I would love to. And somehow when I talked about fatness, you know, just got brought back to, you know, blaming Jews and, you know, the constant trope. So yes, you know, I definitely agree with Ann. Roger, can you reset the room and talk about the reasons why you opened up this room? The $1 trillion that America is going to save, you know, in the big beautiful bill, and the $3 trillion that America spends on fatness each and every year. I have talked about this issue. We have dragged the big vax. Right? No, listen. This is the big back silencing bill. Okay, so again, at the end of the day, big backs need to be silent. And if they're not silent, they should negotiate how they're spending their time. If they can't afford their healthcare premiums, then maybe they should eat less, go on OnlyFans, right? Or go to the strip club. I mean, I'm sure there's a big back market for there somewhere. But I'm tired of paying for the medical non-compliance of fat people. So let's get back to that.
But wait a minute, does it make me an asshole if I don't want to sit next to a big bad fatty on the plane?
No.
That's my ultimate.
No.
I want to sit next to one.
No, it makes you a hero because at least you're willing to say the quiet part out loud, right? We're tired of sitting next to fat people that occupy our space, that look disgusting, that smell.
God damn, you guys
okay,
are
and that
mean.
quite frankly, no, who's being mean?
The fact that you're saying that he's being mean, no, actually he's looking out for people because what happens when people are overweight? They have heart attacks, they die.
Thank you. Thank you. No, Pepe. Oh, what? What now? The Pepe is a fat whisperer? Are you now going to be the fat whisperer, Pepe?
Sure. So if you let
Are you gonna save these fat bitches?
Okay, can you calm down?
Are you gonna ride in on a caterpillar?
You're just being obnoxious. You're just being obnoxious. Hold on, let me say something. Where there is a highly genetic component to it. Like we can look at the Salt River Maricopa Pima reservation here. We can look at there's a bunch of different tribes, but they have the highest rate of diabetes out of any ethnic group in the world. It's not because they're pigs or slobs. They literally their bodies they evolved to like go long periods of times without eating. Eating 3 meals a day is not like really working out for them.
And fat women go years without their period because they're fat as hell. So again,
but it is highly genetic with people though, dude.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. Nobody is born the size of a fucking baby elephant. Stop it. Okay? Genetics? Like, what are you talking about? If you're born to two fat people, yes, you may be genetically disposed to having the same dumb fat decisions that your parents have control over in their eating habits as opposed to being a slave to their damn genetics. The same way that you do being bred as a predisposed fat bastard. So what the fuck are we talking about?
So being born insulin dependent and having a metabolism that's just like hella slow.
What percentage of the population is born insulin dependent? What percentage of the pop? No, hold on. Let's talk about science.
You've been talking, and I want to answer this.
Oh, sorry, Kristen. I didn't realize it was you.
Let's bring it down for a minute. So understand too, Pepe, that diabetes doesn't mean automatic obesity, just like obesity doesn't mean
but there's
automatic
no correlation.
Diabetes.
Well,
you are correct in that. However, you are generalizing something that really shouldn't be.
Yeah, it should because they're highly correlated.
It is, Chris.
But Pepe, they're not, and you know you're talking nonsense, and so you're
you're overrepresenting a genetic mutation.
There are a lot of people on this earth that have diabetes, and they do not have an obesity problem.
Yes, but that's once again we're talking about correlation. There's absolutely
no,
correlation
you are
with diabetes.
No, you are.
Okay, do you want me to prove? Do you want me to prove that there's statistically a
you're not a doctor.
I don't need to. All I need to. Adam, stop! You're talking about Pepe.
Well,
Adam, yes, I am. Adam, you're being obnoxious, dude. You're being loud and stupid.
You've already put the point up, and you're just repeating yourself. So
okay, so I'll tell you what. Here's what you do not need to be a doctor to do. I will go ahead and I will post proof that there's a high, and not just a little bit of a correlation, but a high correlation with being diabetic and being obese. That is common fucking knowledge.
Yes. I understand that, but you're saying that it's both at the same time.
Can we let Father
hang on a minute? Hang on. My wife's mom is a diabetic. She's been diabetic for like 40 years, something like that. And she's like 100 pounds. And so...
that means something.
5% of diabetes is type 1, which can be skinny, and it happens at a young age, 5 to 10%. 90 to 95% of diabetes is type 2, and 95% of the type 2 diabetics are preventable and reversible by losing weight, Pepe is correct,
Obesity.
and lifestyle modification. This is my specialty. I just gave you the numbers, and I'm going to put the link from CDC in the chat. Why are you guys defending that obesity?
Well, I'll tell you why, Sarah.
See, she's a medical doctor, and she's the one. So
I'm not a medical
Karsten,
doctor, but I am a doctor.
Sarah,
That
it's
is
backwards, though.
correct. I'll put the CDC.
Right.
I mean, it's known for being a highly
So
correlated.
the numbers that Pepe, the numbers that Pepe is using, okay, were numbers that were ushered in through the late 90s and the early 2000s to basically dismantle the arguments that people were having about food programs for illegal immigrants. Okay? That's literally the causation of why that data was harvested. It's political. We're not listening to science. We're not listening to science.
I work with patients with diabetes. I don't know, what are you trying to say here? It's
Sarah.
It's a public.
Sarah.
If you're using do a search. Sarah, but Sarah's talking. Do you want to wait for Sarah to finish, Brian?
No, because I wanted to ask you a question. It goes both ways, that obesity causes diabetes and diabetes causes obesity.
Thank you.
No.
Okay, that's what Pepe was trying to say is diabetes caused obesity.
Yes, in some, and I gave you an example of that, and of course, I'm picking the population that has the highest diabetes rate in the world here in Arizona. Yes, almost all of them are obese, and it's highly genetic with them. They cannot. It's just not in their, unless they want to go on like a real like caveman
Diabetes
diet.
does not organically cause obesity. It doesn't.
Obesity
It doesn't. It does not. Diabetes does not organically cause diabetes. Like what? Like diabetes is a causation stemmed from obesity.
Not
like
always.
What the fuck are you talking
Not
about?
always.
Oh, so a lack of blood sugar actually slows down your metabolism to becoming overweight?
No, from the pancreas. It's all about the pancreas.
What the fuck is happening?
With indigenous people surrounding nutrition has to do with food scarcity.
No, let's look at the alcohol numbers behind people. Let's look at the calorie numbers behind alcohol.
I'm talking about the reservation. I'm talking about the
no, we can do that too.
Oh my God, Adam, stop.
We can also talk about all the fatty Latino foods that were inserted into that indigenous population.
So I'm gonna pretend to be Roger here, and I'm gonna bring everybody down. So hold on a minute. Hold on. Royal, hold on. I want to hear what you have to say.
Kristen, you're not even a mod. Shut the fuck
Hold
up.
on a second. I did that on purpose. Hold on.
Hey, guys.
Hold on.
No, we don't
definitely a mod.
Hang on. I want to hear what Royal has to say. So, Royal, I'm so sorry. Royal, can you please speak? And then let's just take time. I want to hear what other people have to say. So can we just not interrupt each other? I know we're getting really excited about it, but Royal, please go.
Yeah, my statement was just the fact that the health deteriorating in indigenous people in the United States alone. I don't mean outside of the border, so you cannot say migrants into this, right? Because they didn't go through the same things as indigenous people inside of the United States borders have went through. So the scarcity amongst indigenous populations has caused health issues that's went over generations now on. So that's all I wanted to say.
Look up where the Salt River Maricopa Pima Indian Reservation is. It's actually bordering Scottsdale. It's right. They have an abundance of food. In fact, they actually now have a lot of money because this is where the spring training facilities and casinos have been built here on their reservation on the border of Scottsdale. So they're doing very, very well.
Well, and God bless them.
But also
their land was taken from them.
They're not eating the food that they were originally eating pre-colonization. It will cause issues in your genetics.
Yes, that was my whole point.
Okay, great.
Well, and to be honest, would you want them to eat the food that we have to eat as Americans right now?
No, it's going to cause more issues.
Exactly. Like, I will say that, yes, and what happened, this land was originally theirs. We know that, but
who would have known?
No, but they have their own land that nobody would ever even step a toe in because they know what would happen, and they're thriving.
What
they're
would
happy.
happen?
they're happy and they're thriving, and we're dying because
Who's happy and thriving?
What do you mean, indigenous people?
Indigenous people, by and large, in the United States, are actually very poor.
Indigenous people. Are you talking about these fat fucking European
Pepe,
colonizers, these Selena Mexicans?
Hold on.
Wait, why was Pepe moved?
So I moved him because I really need you to hold on a second.
Let's not do
just
that.
Hold on a second. I know. I just needed.
Guys, I don't know.
No, stop.
No, hang on. Wait. Just mute up, everybody. Okay, great. Guys, I'm going to step in on behalf of Mojo/Roger. We don't go about kicking mods off the stage. It just doesn't work. I don't know who removed those two, but please don't do it. Okay, as much as I don't really have many nice things to be able to say about Pepe, look, can we just keep it just chilled out? Okay. If you want to mute each other, like talk over each other, just try and have
she was removed from the room. She was literally removed from the room.
No, hang on, wait. Who was removed?
Kristen was just removed from the room.
I didn't do.
Okay, can I just have a good faith show of hands? That's all.
I was gonna say, guys, Roland is an admin to this house, so his mod badge is worth more than any of us.
So we already know the boss. We already know who's the
Everybody knows
manager.
No, that's cool. Look, I don't know who did it. Don't fucking do it, okay? Don't kick people out of the room, okay? If things are going crazy, fine, just talk it out, okay, if possible. There's a reason why some people would be moderated here, okay?
I was just going to say Royal, well, actually, I don't know who it was, but no, Native Americans actually can look this up. Statistically, most reservations are not within the proximity of a metropolitan area where they can have casinos and have a lot of money. They're actually pretty poor, and some of them, like the Navajo reservation in northern Arizona, a lot of these homes don't have plumbing. Like, they're not living their best lives, as you would say. It's actually pretty harsh.
Yeah, but Pepe, you would have to define what rich is and what poor is, because that would probably define different by.
Oh, Jesus Christ. These are people that realize they're poor.
No, what do you mean? No.
Yes, they do know they're poor.
Okay.
So people who choose to live where there isn't
I'm aware
plumbing,
of the issue.
that's
I'm
the
also
problem.
Native. I'm also Native. I'm aware of that issue, but no, that I didn't make that statement. I think that was the girl that got removed.
I mean, just because they don't have running water doesn't mean they don't have water. So I know there's a bunch of them that live in the canyon down there that don't have quote unquote running water, just a stream. So
I mean, it was kind of sucked.
a little dishonest.
COVID, because when they were you had the stay-at-home orders, and can you imagine living in a house that doesn't have running water? You have to share it with people. You
Having mail brought to you by a donkey on a majority, because that's how it's always been, because it's cheaper.
Oh, that's actually true.
You know what? Just do a Google search. Navajo running water. It's like
Pepe, I live down there. I know.
I know. I've been there.
Stuff.
I've been there many times. You live down there where?
Tucson, and I'm in
Tucson?
Just south of Tucson.
No, where? You said you lived on the Navajo reservation. Where in the Navajo reservation?
I didn't say I lived on the Navajo reservation.
Okay, then you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Most people not been on the reservation. I used to have to stay there for weeks at a time when I was a fucking kid.
How would we ask Royal?
There's a reason I asked you, is because I wanted to see if you would name any of the fucking towns or cities, which you couldn't, because you don't have any experience there. So respectfully, like, if you don't know what the fuck you're saying, just shut the fuck up. It's not even funny.
I'm not kidding. I've been up in Flagstaff for months.
It's
yes,
not
I
the
did live
Navajo
there.
reservation. That's Coconino County.
Yes, because you can't live near something and never hear anything about it. I didn't say I was an expert.
You know, how dare you, Brian? You don't know shit. Just stay on mute.
That's okay. He doesn't eat steak anyhow, I can tell.
I don't eat steak. I don't know what you said.
You heard exactly what I said, so that's okay.
I'm just curious. Is that from the sound of my voice? You don't exactly have the deepest, most masculine voice yourself. I don't know what the fuck you're trying to say.
Okay, guys, stop.
Collaborate and listen.
And look at her hitting bars. I hear you. I see you up there.
No one was gonna finish it? Come on. Such a good.
Wrong room, man. They couldn't finish that. You did a good job, though.
At least you got it. Thank you for keeping up.
So, Ann, what did you want to talk about? Because you're so high IQ and shit. Like, what did you want to talk about that would be, like, cool and interesting for everybody else?
Well, I didn't really have an idea.
Yeah, I know you didn't. You just wanted to change the conversation.
What do you?
But you had nothing to talk about.
What do you mean? We got a little laugh. Are you mad that we laughed? No laughing in here. Anyone that smiles, laughs, you're done. You're out of this room.
Sweet. Haha.
Gulag for laughing.
Yeah.
Gulag.
Yep. Not even laughing emojis. Just hate.
I am a liberal says, I am back with the gringo rendition. I don't know what you're trying to say, but I'd love for you to explain.
Hey, I am Hebrew. Did you find the Hebrew Israelite room? The biblical smoke? Did you make your way in there? I am Hebrew.
Look at I am liberal in the chat. Thank you. I am liberal. See? People are enjoying it, Pepe.
So, Adams, how do you feel about this big, beautiful bill? It's going to add to our national debt. And, and we're just like going ahead and just, you know how Trump was just.
Pepe, hang on for just tough a second. Sorry to interrupt. So, I'm reading in the chat that 7 or 8 people have been moved down. Is that correct, Sarah?
Who?
7 or about
No,
7 or 8
not
people
today,
moved down.
not today. I was talking to Matt. Because he said he doesn't like too many mods on the stage. I'm like, in his last room, he modded 5, 6 people at the same time. And then 6, 7, 8 people, they got removed from the room at the same time when he did it. It's not this room.
Yeah, okay. Cheers.
I got you confused.
Mojo knows me. I don't, when he mods me, I don't
It really
moderate
doesn't take a rocket science to know
or move people.
who does it. And we've been on this app for 4 years all together. Like, we know who removes people from rooms. That's it. If you don't know, fuck out.
I like the controversy, so I don't.
But you know what, Pepe? I have low IQ, so who am I?
Well,
Pepe doesn't remove people, does he?
No, he does not.
No.
Pepe was down in the goo when Kristen was removed. I invited Pepe up when I heard Adam at the same time saying,
yeah,
who and
no one said
I thought that was egregious that she moved me, like another moderator.
Yeah, that was weird.
I'm eating some sun chips. I can get.
This is so interesting. I'm so glad we got to change the conversation to that.
What were we on?
So, and how do you feel?
Pepe, I'm really pissed at you today. You are on one. Get off me, bro.
Well, I'm just curious. No, the big beautiful bill. We're gonna
about that thing.
Another $4 trillion in debt. Winning. We're winning. We're making America great. And and what are we gonna do? We're going to when Trump was wearing his McDonald's uniform in the drive-through, trying to look like a humble everyday American driving a garbage truck, smiling for the photos. He's going to go ahead and take 17 million of you fuckers state Medicaid away, so you guys don't get any medicine or health care. And amazing, kill more jobs in rural America. Amazing. But I guess his buddies that he likes to golf with and who run in the same circles as him, that are already wealthy, they're going to have some, more money in their account. So that's pretty good. Make America great again.
Well, I mean, if you actually read part of the bill,
I did read the fucking bill. That's the problem.
Okay, so when it came So no, you obviously did. Well, then you didn't retain it. The part about the SNAP benefits and the Medicaid. So you need to look that.
I
look
did.
That over.
They want to do the job. They want to make sure that you have to either like be volunteering, working, doing whatever, 80 hours a week.
No, 80 hours a week.
Or
No,
80 hours, excuse me, a month. A month.
Yeah, thank you. So they for the working people, or that you are seeking employment if you are not disabled. Yeah. So yes, what is wrong with that?
Sure. So I would say
Okay,
like
so
any.
There's nothing wrong with it. The way that you framed it.
Yeah, that's not a hard requirement. So there is something wrong with that because anybody who's lived in rural areas, like I lived in Alaska, yeah, you live in like some nowhere city or excuse me, not a city, village really. Getting employment can be pretty hard. Where are you going to volunteer? And what's the most pressing concern for the senators, Murkowski and Tillis, was that it was going to shutter the rural healthcare businesses. That's why these are the two Republican senators that held out. Now, the only concessions that were made is like, oh, we'll give $50 billion to rural hospitals, which really isn't shit. And what's going to happen is, yeah, it'll help offset any like lost money they don't get from Medicaid, because that the patients are going to use services that they can't pay and that kind of stuff. But it still doesn't give the people that live there, their medications, their health coverage, doctor's appointments. And so basically these people are going to be shit out of luck, and it's going to end up hurting the hospital industry too.
I don't know how people that live in rural areas, how that didn't come full circle for me. It didn't come, if they've always lived in rural areas and they've always experienced you having to drive an hour to the doctors or to get medication.
There's 300 hospitals due to close, and it may cause up to 300 extra people to die a year because of those hospitals being closed. So potentially, that's not even a fact because Medicare is being taken away. So that's where that's coming from. But it's the worst side of what could potentially happen that's getting publicized.
Right.
Like, why wouldn't you?
It's a knee-jerk reaction.
Why didn't? Okay, but it's not even saving money. How much money do you think illegal aliens are costing? What chunk of Medicaid do you think they're using?
I have no idea. I don't even.
It's under 0.5%.
It depends
how
on
would
what
you
state
know?
you're
How
in.
would you? They're undocumented.
It depends on what state, but nationally.
They're undocumented. So how would you know?
Yeah, because we have to issue them to these undocumented immigrants. In order to receive Medicaid, you have to have
we don't know.
Be given a
the Medicaid has nothing to do with illegals. Nothing.
Well, no, that was so Trump ran on the claim that we're not going to touch Medicare, we're not going to touch Medicaid. Mm-hmm. He fucking lied. He touced Medicaid.
He didn't say that.
Then he said, yes, he did. Yes, he did. When he was running, he said it many times.
Okay.
And then when it comes to Medicaid, he said that it was, especially in Congress and in the Senate had to it was just a couple days ago, vote to remove quote-unquote illegals from Medicaid. What they don't realize is illegals cannot get a Medicaid health care plan.
Right, so what are we talking about?
What they can get is they basically, because states cannot refuse if someone presents themselves to an emergency room with symptoms, the emergency room cannot deny them treatment or care, and so they would be given a federally funded emergency coverage only at an ER.
And that would be for people that have come here and have claimed through a visa, a work visa, a student visa.
No.
Yes.
No, that's not.
You can't. Okay. How does it make sense?
You can't get Medicaid. Those people can't get Medicaid.
They can get emergency stuff. That's the only way.
Emergency stuff. So emergency.
And urgent care. They could go to an urgent care.
No, emergency rooms.
Yes,
I used to work in this field.
They can go to an emergency room.
I worked in this field. So this is even over 20 years ago. When you would go into the ER, I was the guy that had you sign in the front desk. and then the triage nurse would assess you. And I'm the one who had to take in your fucking cards, your insurance cards and everything. Here we had access. That's our state Medicaid program. The illegals had a yellow access card, while all the other access cards are white. It just meant that it was going to be federally covered. Federal funds were going to cover that emergency room visit. They weren't going to cover any follow-ups because there wasn't going to be a follow-up. They only do the emergency medicine.
Okay, so what was it that the illegals and the big beautiful bill? Like, how does that? What?
Oh, because they're saying, oh no, we're just putting fraud and abuse and fucking which is a lot of it's illegals, which a lot of it wasn't illegals.
Then people didn't read it. That's just stupid.
I did read it. Marshall and I read it together in 2 different fucking rooms today.
What you literally just said, it was not in the bill at all.
What are you talking about?
What you literally just said was not in.
Yes, they removed federal funding for Medicaid, period. So now basically the hospitals, and the local hospitals, are going to have to eat the cost of the immigrants, the illegal immigrants that end up visiting the ER. And then, of course, that's going to get passed on to us. Fucking amazing. So, yeah, that's what's going to happen. But
It already is, by the way. You can't say it isn't.
Well, maybe they should do something about the illegals that are in there.
Yeah, they need to do. That's my whole fucking point. This is why I voted for Trump. Is because you know what ultimately solves the problem: getting illegal immigrants out of the fucking country. And then they are not there to utilize your ER. Amazing, problem solved.
So maybe Anytime USA should stop letting illegals run roughshod like in their town or city, and then maybe they don't have to have that issue with the medical.
What the fuck you said, but
when it comes to you're saying.
Oh my God, let me finish. But okay, so most of the waste and fraud and all of that shit doesn't even come from the people that utilize Medicaid. It comes from the fucking. It's primarily from from different providers. It's the people who end up, I guess, apply for Medicaid and lie and they get it. They're a super small minority. It's usually like fraudulent building and different schemes that end up wasting a lot of money, which I don't care. Go after those fuckers. But my whole thing is, why would you increase the deficit, the debt our country's going to go into that future generations have to deal with, only to make it easier or better for, I don't know, the top, few percent of the country? In reality, the top, 0.25%. Like, why would you shit on the people who voted for you? It's just disgusting to me.
I just don't think you understand how economics works.
What do you mean how economics works? Do you really think that this $1 trillion?
It's $3 trillion. The bill's $3.
I'm talking about just Medicaid.
Oh, I don't know. It's just that. It's over a 10-year time span too. We know.
Yeah. Well, no, but the thing is though, is it's like, okay, I can understand if actual conservative did it, like Rand Paul or something. Like, he would, probably cut a lot of shit off for people, but he would do it with the express interest of actually lowering our deficit.
But how do you know people's intentions?
Oh, sure. Because Trump's not a fiscal conservative. He's literally increasing our debt, and yet at the same time chopping shit for the poorest and most vulnerable people in the community. I mean, that's just what he's doing. I'm not even saying it's his intention. That is what he's doing. See, I would shut the fuck up and not bitch if this was like, I don't know, who's that Mormon with the stick up his ass?
I
forget his Mitt Romney. Like, Mitt Romney might have done some shit like this. They'd be like, yep, this is what conservatives do. But, Trump is just he's a fucking clown. He's a buffoon. Like, he is. He's not a conservative. He never has been.
So then you voted for a clown?
Yeah, I did, because we were going to have a diversity hire that, you know, was basically, there was no primary. You had a demented old man, and then she became the DEI hire, ended up becoming the front runner. And
but
we saw what was happening under Biden.
Was a buffoon or a clown, I would not vote. Like, if I literally thought that about someone.
Oh, no, but he was clearly the best option.
There's two evils. If I don't like either one, I just wouldn't vote.
No, I know, but if you know one is definitely a better option. See, Trump was a gamble for me. Like, I knew that he's a piece of shit, but I was like, well, he's not going to do worse than fucking Biden, which he still hasn't, if I'm being fair. But Biden, I mean, yeah, I don't regret my vote, but I still think he's a fucking clown. Like, what is he gonna do? What is he gonna do that's so great for our fucking country? Make us better again? We're gonna have the largest deportation order in our country's history. He hasn't done it yet. He hasn't done shit. He's all fucking talk. He didn't make America great again the first fucking time. He's not doing it the second either.
And what's crazy, his deportation numbers is actually under Joe Biden's deportation numbers.
Well, to be fair, he did allow a lot less people to invade.
So. Oh, no, 100%. No, that's one thing I can't criticize. Even though the numbers were going down under Biden, Trump has definitely nipped that in the bud. That's the only thing he's done I have no problem with. But besides with the deportations, he haven't done that, and definitely haven't went after the people that came in under Biden. That's what the weirdest thing. He's not going after the people that came in under Biden. He's going after the people that have been here for decades.
And that's, you know, this should be a message, you know, just like how, you know, people like Trump, you see, I don't play in black people's faces. I usually just insult you guys and tell you guys how I feel. And I generally mean it. Like, I don't have good opinions of you guys. But he'll play in your face. He'll sit there and tell you how, oh yeah, I got this thing called the Platinum Plan. Oh yeah, because we all know you guys love bling and all that shit. And so he's got the Platinum Plan. It'll be the best thing ever. You guys are gonna love it. And then, you know, just like kind of, he played in your guys' face. Like, he's putting a bunch of black people off of Medicare, SNAP, all of that shit. He doesn't really give a fuck. He's never had those problems before. And he's doing the same thing to the white, you know, lower income people, which is obviously why I'm, like, kind of pissed off, because I saw how he played in their fucking face.
Really?
And now now he's just fucking with them. Like, there's a difference between your white suburbanite who lives in a metropolitan area like myself, and like poor white people that live in like rural areas. Like, this is gonna absolutely fuck them. Their lives are not that easy to begin with. But I don't know. You guys are just gonna be like, yay, MAGA! I'm gonna stick to my you know. I'm just going to be so hyper-partisan that I'm just not going to, you know, I'm going to say go MAGA no matter what, even with this orange fucking clown who was never a goddamn conservative his whole fucking life. He's probably going to go out as one of the worst fucking presidents, too, because he's a piece of shit.
Well, I'm sure that that's what the Democrats definitely would want that for him.
I'm being objective here. I wanted him to be the best president.
I just think it's too early. Like, we haven't seen it play out, and we know how, like, Pepe, you know how, like, when news breaks out, everyone goes panic mode and, like, freaks out. Like, we just need to, like, let it chill for a minute. Like, and try and understand, see where it goes. And you want to know what? In two years, I could say, Pepe, you know what? He played, like, have egg on my face. Fuck Trump. I could say that. But right now?
No, I've been sitting silent, you know, the last few months, just kind of saying, like, what is this fucking clown doing? And I see all of the, you know, the congressmen and women, more so the congressmen as opposed to the senators, but I just see, like, the MAGA trash, the filth in their fucking party. These are goddamn troglodytes. That would have never been taken seriously, like, even 20, 30 years ago. I mean, like, where did we go? We had, like, it's mind-boggling. Just look at look at a lot of the quote-unquote MAGA people. Who was that slut from Colorado? What the fuck is her name? Total whore. She was caught, like, you know, feeling up on a dick in a movie theater. She had to get her GED right before she got, elected.
Christy, no.
No.
Or no,
She's a good example of a fucking worthless bimbo too.
It's Lauren Boebert that you're talking
Yeah, Lauren Boebert, Marjorie Taylor Greene, like white trash, like fucking barely literate, like white trash. Is this the best we have? Is this who? Is this who the white conservatives are sending? I mean, they're trash.
I don't know what's wrong with Christy Noem. I think that she's a wonderful lady.
Oh, she's fucking retarded.
Oh.
God, why does she look like a fucking porn star? Like, stupid bitch. With all of her fucking Botox and shit. Like, what serious woman in any position of power looks like her or dresses like her? And she's like the girl that is trying to win a popularity contest at a fucking high school. Like, it's just so retarded. This is what Trump has brought us to.
But I mean, is that what you're...
A television star. That's why he has fucking dipshits like Pete Hegseth. I mean, it's mind-boggling.
I think Moose was trying to say something. Are you there, Moose?
Well, is anybody going to say that Trump is high IQ, that he has nothing but elite human capital as a part of his cabinet? That he has the intellectual elite?
I wouldn't said that about Biden either.
I mean, Dan Bongino, I think, is pretty respectable.
I mean, he graduated from Penn, Warren, an Ivy League school.
No, I'm asked about his cabinet.
I said Dan
Bongino. Dan Bongino's a fucking turd. He can work his way up to be presidential detail on the Secret Service, which most people couldn't do.
Okay.
But that does not mean that he's somebody who should be running the goddamn FBI. That's a totally different thing.
What did he do under the Obama administration? Do you know what his position was?
I know he was in a managerial role in terms of like the actual close protection and the Secret Service detail for the first family.
When you look at all the things that he's done leading up to this point, he definitely has the credentials and qualifies for the position that he's in.
I don't even think he has a law degree.
What?
But, yeah, but generally that's something you have as an FBI, somebody in charge of the FBI, for a very important reason.
Does anybody on stage disagree with what I said? Okay.
Well, I mean, does anybody agree? Watch this. Does anybody disagree with what she's saying? Oh shit, they were silent both times, just like I thought. Amazing.
That you said, does anyone disagree with what she's saying? And they're laughing.
Wouldn't it? Because I proved the point that
No, you said, does anyone disagree with what she's saying? And no one responded because they don't disagree with what I said.
Yeah, but just like how you asked if anybody like disagreed with me, nobody said anything.
Yeah, when you don't quit talking, no one can say anything.
I didn't, Pepe. I asked them if anyone disagreed with me.
Okay, does anybody disagree with me? With Dan Bongino, should he?
What we disagreeing or agreeing about? I missed it.
Should Dan Bongino really be the person that runs the fucking FBI?
Oh, no.
He doesn't run the FBI.
Yeah, he doesn't. And Hakima said, leading up to like knowing what he's done, leading up to this point, that he is.
Or not the FBI. Excuse me. What the fuck does he run? It's
and the one that he said.
You don't even know what you agree with, Pepe.
He doesn't run anything. He works for the FBI.
Works for the FBI. I know Kash Patel was the guy that.
He's the FBI director.
I mean, Kash Patel. I mean, he's at least an attorney. He's somebody who knows the law. I mean, you really don't think it's important to be an attorney, really, and to lead like that kind of organization?
Not necessarily, no.
I mean, you don't think you need to have like probably experience as a prosecutor and also like an agent?
Like I said, like if you look at Dan Bongino's credentials, he's qualified for the position.
Amazing. So he's good at protecting people.
He's qualified.
That doesn't just because you're good at being like a bodyguard doesn't make you qualified to run like the. Yeah.
Oh.
Like I don't even dislike the guy.
And well, it's really disrespectful knowing.
It's not disrespectful. That's literally what he was.
Like what he's done, he's put his life on the line for. I mean.
Isn't that what bodyguards do?
Okay.
What do you? What is a Secret Service agent?
He didn't serve in our military. He didn't run our military train our people that are joining into the army, the military. He didn't train them. He didn't serve.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm talking about his federal law enforcement career.
He wasn't boots on the ground in the war.
I'm talking about his federal law enforcement career.
Law enforcement. What does it have to do with the position he's in?
Well, FBI law enforcement, Secret Service is law enforcement. I mean, do you think that being like a Navy SEAL, for example, a commando, would mean that you'd automatically be a good detective? I mean, yeah, they're both like, it's hard to get onto the FBI. It's very hard to become a Navy SEAL. But are they necessarily the same skill set? I mean, not really.
Is everybody quiet or is me?
Your internet's out.
Hey Pepe, you went to boxing. Do you see they have to Chavez junior son or Chavez son?
Yeah, I saw. I just kind of like just stopped watching it. Just I don't know why. But I know I saw the highlights.
No, not the fight. What happened afterwards?
Oh yeah, he got arrested. Yeah.
He got deported.
Well, he's actually wanted. This is the weird thing, though. He's wanted by Mexico, and so we have the ERO officers with ICE, and they do prioritize people that are wanted in foreign countries for other crimes. He's wanted in Mexico for weapons trafficking and being involved with the cartel, and so he. They arrested him in order to deport him to Mexico into the custody of Mexican law enforcement, which is pretty standard. He's just like a high-profile person. And by the way, that he was a quote-unquote champion. Look up Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. versus the fuck was his name? Sergio Martinez from Argentina. He basically the WBO, the Mexican boxing organization, out of nowhere pulled Sergio Martinez's belt and said he had to fight for it. And he had to fight Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. Everybody who saw that fight believes Sergio Martinez won. But Julio Cesar Chavez these corrupt judges gave him the belt. Then a rematch, Sergio beat the shit out of him. But it's just to even say that guy was a former champion is fucking insulting. He's a piece of shit. Basically, his dad was the best because he's a junior. His dad, Julio Cesar Chavez, was the best Mexican boxer of all time. He would have actually beat Floyd Mayweather's record. He got up to just about 90 fights, 90-0.
Oh yeah, no, but he definitely lost a couple fights in there. He definitely lost a fight that he had some favorable opinions. Particularly one against the guy who knocked him down and he stopped the fight before he got saved by the bell, but really he was knocked the fuck out. I definitely follow boxing. I definitely know it's dead.
But Jake Paul, he fuck is his name? BJ Flores is his coach. or at least was. But like even up to a few years ago, I was sparring some of BJ Flores' pro boxers. And so, you know, I know BJ. He's a pretty cool guy, but he's a really good coach. But I'll say this: he's a good boxer. I mean, you can tell he's a natural athlete, and he's been spending years just training doing this. He's pretty good. But I wouldn't be surprised if he was paid to lose.
That's what I was thinking. Like, there's no other word.
But I don't.
Paul should have beat him.
It's hard to say. I mean, I don't think Julio Cesar Chavez Jr. was that good of a boxer to begin with. So
I agree with that.
He's
I feel like
really good.
He should have been a big dude. But then again, he probably wasn't. He's not nowhere near dedicated to training and all that shit that Jake Paul is. So you never know.
I mean, Jake Paul, the one thing he's had consistently for years is that. So like in boxing, if you're like, let's say a kid who goes to a boxing club, like when I did it, everybody's competing for the coach's time. The coaches generally are going to have to spend, they need to spend more time with the kids that are really good. Once you go pro, you generally going to have to pay for a coach. Once you're a pro that can at least like fight, you're going to fight for a title. Part of the cut will be the coaches, and so you'll get a lot of time with the coach. He's somebody who's been able to have access to really good coaches for years straight on end, and receive a lot of training, which is like, very few people are able to do. And I think he's a natural athlete, so he's not bad. Sarah, I haven't fought. I'm in my 40s, and I was still sparring. I wasn't competing at that point up until like a few months before the pandemic. And then, I don't know, I probably should stop. Like, to me, it's like there's nothing left in it for me. So.
What does that mean, nothing left in it for me?
I'm like, dude, I'm way past the age.
He's 40 years old. He's not finna win a belt.
Yeah, I'm not gonna get. I'm not gonna win anything.
All he's gonna do is get himself killed or some shit. Like, if you try to go.
Like, you're just gonna get the end. Like, I have like teeth.
I'm just kidding.
Like, I have teeth that have been knocked out. I have like fucking. A lot of people don't realize it's like kind of like hockey, I guess. Like.
So
that's like with the mouth guard. Yeah, but like with the mouth guard and gloves and everything, still, and then just like the injuries, you don't get over them as easily as when you're younger, and your reaction time isn't the same. It's like why do it? It's fun. I still think it's fun. Like, I love sparring and fighting and all that shit, but it's just it's time to grow up.
Yeah, the injuries, fighters is one of the worst injuries in all the sports.
It's different, like MMA.
I'm a chiropractor. I did internship when I was in school. I did internship at a UFC clinic. Of course, I can't name people that I saw, but I saw some really, really big fighters. And after every fight, anybody who came in, they were like beaten up. I honestly was like, they need to ban fighting. This is not a sport. This is terrible.
Well, I mix it, like, MMA fighters would always come into, and I know some like UFC fighters in real life that would come into the boxing gyms. Some of them were pretty good at it, but it's like UFC is like a much bloodier. You're far more likely to get injured because the amount of points of contact that you have. But like in the UFC, they've never had a fighter die, but in boxing it happens. The thing about boxing, what kind of makes it dangerous, is that the amount of repetitive shots to the head, and often, especially if you're a pro fighter, you're that's like fighting for a belt, you generally have a pretty good chin, which means your brain will continue to bounce back and forth in between your skull as you get hit. But people die at fights. They have a lot of really fucked up brain damage. But it doesn't look that violent while you see it happening. But that's what ends up killing people. Like a broken leg looks really fucking gnarly, but you don't get those kinds of injuries in boxing. And it generally doesn't kill you. Paul, you're right. George Foreman was over 50 years old. In boxing, there's like a pretty specific rule. The lighter the weight class, the earlier you retire. The heavier, the later. Heavyweights can have careers that go into their 50s. Like a bantamweight or flyweight, they're going. Generally, they end up retiring by their mid-20s. They rely on so heavily on speed and reaction time. I mean, obviously their skill is all there, but the best boxers, pound for pound, most people would argue, are those lighter weight fighters. They're the most technical. They're really fun to watch, but they don't have to rely on they don't really have the ability to rely on the knockout power that heavyweights do. So, heavyweight, I'm nowhere near a heavyweight.
And George Foreman was an anomaly, though. Like, there's no... Oh,
he's a big
there's no two... And then he never took a lot of punishment, and he quit early for his reasons and came back. So, like, there's a reason why he was able to succeed at that old age. But that's not normal.
He was a heavy-handed giant, and everybody knew this about him. Like, for those that don't know, like, a heavy-handed person is somebody, like, if you go to a crowded or popular boxing gym or club, maybe like once every few years you get a quote-unquote heavy-handed person. It's somebody who's like 140 pounds. It's not, you can punch hard because you have really good technique and you're just like, you have this explosiveness, like, in terms of speed. But then there's the people that have this, it's kind of like, no matter which punch they throw, they don't even really use that much in the way of like speed. It feels like you're being clubbed by somebody who weighs like 190 pounds, but they're 140. Those are rare people. I was not one of those people. But George Foreman was a notorious heavyweight that was like heavy-handed. And
I identify as a man.
If
you asked me to identify my pronoun.
Nobody wanted to be punched.
And when the media called me a man whore, I launched the Pancora Pepper. I didn't used to be sexual harassment and creating a hostile.
That fucker had power. It could take a punch also. He didn't get hit with too many people. Foreman was something different.
George Foreman was such a nice guy. He was one of the few that like made it out not much in the way of brain damage. At least that I can tell. The heavyweights, they're also the ones that have the we call it punch drunk, like when you after your career where you're just like you have so much brain damage, you slur, you had a lot of memory problems, but it flicks like heavyweights a lot more, but I don't really see it with them, which is good. Muhammad Ali was probably the worst example. He's like the perfect example of somebody who had a really good chin, which it like helped him in boxing, but like later in life, it obviously took a toll on him.
Honestly, I kind of go with the conspiracy theory that he was probably drugged to the state of the dead. Because, like, it was.
So,
I feel you.
I know people who know him personally.
But there are people that took way more punishment than him. Like we don't see what Muhammad Ali, what happened to him after his career. We don't see that in other boxers that took way more punishment than him.
Well,
he
for a heavyweight, but he was a heavyweight, and so what people don't realize is, yeah, there's boxers who take more punishment, but not. But heavyweights are a whole different story.
Heavyweights that took more punishment than him.
Sure, but
Mike Tyson took more punishment than him. He's not walking around. He's not a bumbling fool walking around here.
Yeah, I mean, like, I know people that knew him. Like, he actually passed away here in Scottsdale. He was living here. The problem is that, like, when it comes to like severe CTE and that kind of stuff, is that like you see it with football players, and it's not a popular sport here, but like you have people who play rugby, and I was talking to a couple of friends from France, and they're saying basically, like, I guess with rugby they now have like how the people who can run the 40-yard 100 meters in like 10 seconds that are in the NFL, and they're like 240 pounds. Like, you basically have that equivalent in rugby, but like these fuckers, I don't even think wear helmets. And you know, they die during games. But when it comes to these, so like the difference between, like, if you look at like a person who's like 6'5" and a person who's 5'8", their brains are still this like roughly the same size. So are their hearts, their liver, their kidneys. When you have to imagine like that 5'4" bantamweight who gets hit in the head a lot versus like that brain getting punched by somebody who's like literally twice their weight. And yeah, like being big and strong means your head's gonna not move as much when you're a heavyweight.
I get what you're saying, but like where is the other Muhammad Ali's though? Like heavyweight, any division, like I mean, like he was one of the greatest, so he's like he just got his ass whooped into that state. So like where if that happens?
Oh, I know somebody that's just like him. I know somebody just like him.
I'm just saying, like, I'm pretty sure there's one or two. I'm saying, but there should be a whole slew of them.
Okay, like
just one or two, like we should see that.
Dude.
We just see that in like in professional boxing. Like we just see that from a lot of the greats. We don't see that.
From the greats, I try to think. Obed Sullivan is somebody I knew personally. He's I'm not gonna dox himself. But basically he's a professional boxer that, honestly, his memory is so fucked up he wouldn't be able to. But he fought. I think he fought at least one title fight against the fuck do you call those two Russian brothers? I forget which one it was.
Klitschko, Vladimir, and
Klitschko. Yeah. And he lost, but he's somebody. He's a gentle giant, the biggest motherfucker ever. And he's held pads for me and shit before. And like literally, it's weird because when you do mid work with somebody, there's a little bit of give, but like he'll literally hold the mid out, and then it's just like my whole fucking arm stings because it's like punching a fucking brick wall. Like, and he's just like barely holding his arm out. But no, he's somebody who has severe, and I mean severe, memory issues. He doesn't lose his shit. He's a gentle giant, but he's yeah, dude, his memory is like super fucked up.
I'm not taking away from anyone. I know it exists, but like for me to believe that our league got done like that because of boxing, I think we should see way more people like in that position, like not just.
Yeah, you also have to understand though, like back then, boxing used to be a lot different. Now, people pad up their record, and they dodge fights. Back when Ali was around, or pretty much any boxer, that wasn't really a thing. It's like, oh, this is gonna be an exciting fight. Oh yeah, fuck your record. You're gonna, basically your promoter was gonna have you fight, the whoever it was that you needed to fight, either to win the belt or defend your belt. The politics in boxing was a lot different. I mean, did you see when Smoking Joe Frazier he threw a left hook, and he literally he actually went airborne. And Smoking Joe, he was a bit bigger, more powerful person. I remember just like watching that, and I've seen it more than once, and just like flinching, just like holy shit. Like that was the first time most people say they saw Muhammad Ali look stunned. But the fact that he wasn't knocked completely the fuck out and only looked a little bit stunned, to me that was crazy. Like, the human brain is not meant to tolerate that kind of shit. The average male, even of his size, they would have been fucking in a coma. And he was a really smart guy. You remember him when he was younger, right? He was very funny, very intelligent, extremely quick-witted. Like, this guy seemed like he could have, like, with his brain, if he didn't do boxing, he could have been, a very successful guy in many other endeavors. He's a very sharp individual.
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know. I think we should, like, I still understand. I think we should see a lot more people fucked up. I don't know.
Dude, I'll tell you what. Just look up.
Maybe it's conspiracy theory.
Just look up boxers. Just look up boxers and CTE. You're gonna see there's so many examples, dude. And a lot of these people that are when they get older, they end up having to have like a forced payee. They handle their money. They have to have like somebody who takes over their medical decisions, all kinds of shit. And the people who end up suffering from this the most are the people with the strongest chins.
That makes sense.
It's great for boxing, but the fact that you don't get knocked out and can keep on letting your brain get rattled is like it's not good, like at least long term.
Yeah, that's why I'm a Mayweather fan as a boxer, not as a real human. But the boxer, I like him. I love him as a boxer. And like people criticize him, like, why you won't stand there and slug? Like, you gotta be fucking.
Yeah, he doesn't do that. He has.
Like, if I can avoid getting hit, I'm gonna fucking avoid getting hit. What the fuck are you? I'm not trying to impress you by taking punches. I'm sorry.
No, he's like. He had it. Some people say he has like one of the highest like ring EQs.
Yeah, he's literally Michael Jordan in the boxing ring. Like, literally that.
Yeah, he's somebody who, like, have you ever seen what the fuck is his name? Andre Berto? Like him describing what it was like fighting what the fuck is it? Did they say George Floyd? Floyd Mayweather.
Yeah, Floyd gave him an opportunity. He knew Berto was way past. Berto never had a chance.
But he said he was like sitting there, he like at the ringside, and then like all of a sudden he sees like he hit like Floyd is like peeking at him, and he's like he can tell that he's just like trying to see what is this. Does it look like his heart rate is up? How's he breathing? What is he doing? And just like how he was so meticulous about everything. The timing and everything, but he's somebody who is, I mean, when he came into the welterweight division, of course he's already a gold medal Olympian. He comes in, it was stacked with talent. Like the middleweight division might have been the best at the time that he started, throughout history, and he could not dodge a fight. He had to fight the best of the best, and he was able to do it. And it's one thing just to say that his defense, the fact that he could avoid taking punishment from the best fighters at perhaps the best point in time for talent in the for welterweights, it's mind-boggling. Like he's like so different.
You know what the difference is that I can put my finger on that most people don't realize, that he was a true 147.
Hello, moderator. This is Congressman. I'd like to interrupt your boring room and read a poem related to the title of the room.
Really walk around like 170. And then when they sat down and made weight, he literally walked around at 147. That was his weight. So like he did like use your first 147.
Excellent. Ooh.
Okay, and who is your higher power? Pretty sure it's God. But I think I'm wrong. Interesting. Okay. So, Congress, do you want to recite your poem?
Yes. It's called Walking Out of the Treasury Building. Please, be an optimist. Just be an optimist. Your name is Optimist. Be optimistic. Lord, the air smells good today, straight from the mysteries within the inner courts of God. A grace like new clothes thrown. Oh, kick me.
So,
Everybody pregnant.
ass back you got.
Acknowledgements. Your boy did the job. Your boy did the job as Joker's up in fucking DHS right now.
See, everything I used to get on record used to be fresh.
Hello, you beautiful black queens. Happy 4th of July. I'd like to read a poem for you.
Let that man read that poem. Go ahead, sir.
Forgive me. Look at this totally approach.
He is charming. He is able to convince people. He does everybody what they want to hear.
So how do you know this?
That's what to say. He has a sense of humor. It could be funny with me. His ability, his charm.
Hamburger University. It's Ronald McDonald.
Good morning, class.
Good morning, Ronald.
I was like, look, I was like, you know what? Okay, so, no, I'm not. About like not trying to do this. I think that's very conscious, which you will lose if you want to do that. But like this, but I digress.
Jared, when I entered the room, you were talking about depopulation.
Baya made a really good connection. And a lot of people left. Because you know why? When you speak the truth, people leave. They don't really want. You know what it is, man? This is a game. The whole world is a fucking game. I don't know who's making us play this tune, but whoever it is fucking powerful as fuck. Okay?
I mean, JR, if life is a game, you might as well learn the rules, right?
Yeah, so you are one of the soldiers of the game, right? Like, who support the rules of the game.
JR, you have no choice but to play the game, right?
rule number one. What's rule number one of the game?
See, JR's problem is that he doesn't know the rules, which is why he's not able to play the
No
game.
way. Just shut up and play the Matrix. And I'm not
Matrix.
Yeah. Look, you don't get the reference. You must be very stupid. You probably never watched the fucking movie.
Nobody's ever said
Okay, guys,
that.
let me ask you guys a question. A lot of you are of Indian ethnicity. Which country is easier to be a poor person out of? Not to romanticize poverty, but do you think life is harder as a poor person in the US or maybe in India?
I mean, like, are you making the comparison between like relative and absolute poverty? Is that what you're doing?
On relative, yes, I would imagine. Let's say languishing in the bottom 10 percentile in the US and in India. Especially to those, everybody's welcome to respond to it, but generally speaking, especially to those of Indian ethnicity who had a chance to travel to India and look at the poverty themselves, and in the US indeed. Which country do you think is harsher on the poor?
Well, it's probably America because like you have a higher likelihood of getting shot, or stabbed, mugged. You know, you get bullied on your way to school. Your children get bullied on the way to school, and like, I disagree. It's probably India, man. Come on, have you seen
on the way to school though?
Have you seen like the Indian guy under the bridge? Have you seen the Indian guy under the bridge who's like begging when you cross the light? I've seen all those, man. I've seen a lot of poor people in India, and it's really horrible, bro. And it's not the poor people in America are like they have a luxurious life. I mean, their life is better.
The U.S. has a higher standard, of poverty. So I don't understand like.
There are not many poor people in the U.S., bro. Like it's like they all have
like comparatively, sure, but like if you make under like 30,000, you're poor. But like, what is that standard in India? Like, is that even
we have a system
comparable to what
we have a system. We have a system here called projects, and everyone has a house. And if you make a little bit under, you can literally get a house in Midtown Manhattan.
I understand that. That. We're agreeing, JR. I know that you can't understand that, but like I'm saying, like, what is that in India? Is there?
So,
does the government take care of poor people in India, or?
Yeah, you know what? It's a good question. So the first part of it is $30,000, right? Because you pretty much would be in the upper middle class cadre, maybe middle class cadre northwards these days if you make $30,000, that is. There's also a case to be made, that's in India, FYI. So there's also a case to be made for purchasing power parity. Because as you know, a dollar would travel way further in India than it would in the US. So you could make 30 grand in the US and you could still be objectively poor by US standards, and that's true. Because right from housing to the neighborhoods, it begins to take a toll very, very quickly. In India, you have to make less than $2,000 a year in order to hit that threshold. And so I would say, for example, Chicago, a city that I've been to on many occasions, it's so bitter cold there that if you're poor, bro, there's no way in hell you're making out of that. We're talking minus 20 degrees Celsius in India, and it's easier in India not because the government doesn't have a program like you do in the US, to answer your question, Barack. You're right about that. But in India, it's easier to have a community-oriented approach. It's easier to end up with food. Somebody will look after you. And I get the impression, I've been to your country 10 times now, 10 times maybe 10, 11. And I get the impression that while all the facilities are certainly there, government program articulation is certainly there, no question about it. But I get the impression that just the life as a poor person, especially when you're far removed from the family, which is something unfortunately because of geographical reasons that the US has succumbed to, I'd say that it's particularly harsher. Because there's virtually nobody to have your back. That's not the case in India. You'd usually roll with the community.
That's fair. It's a fair assessment. I appreciate the answer.
Thank you. But just to be clear, right, the US has majestic aspects to it, as you would know, and I find cynicism by Americans about America. I've been saying this on Clubhouse for a while. I find that to be unreasonable, because it's got beautiful things going for itself that would be pretty rare, pretty exceptional to replicate anywhere else in the world. I think it's got beautiful. American society has such beautiful aspects to it, it's actually mind-boggling. It's beautiful.
Yeah, but it wasn't built in a day. Just like road.
Yeah, but what do you mean, like, beautiful aspects? Can you just, like, shed some light on
Interdisciplinary collaboration at the top of the prism is unprecedented. What you got going for yourselves in the US is something that's very hard to replicate even in China or in India. Even if India zooms ahead in terms of GDP numbers. For example, and this is a pedestrian example, but perhaps something that all of us can empathize with. You look at Apple, it's not just a piece of code. It's also a work of art. And, you get a whole bunch of different disciplines that come together and do something creative. And I think that's beautiful. It's very unique to the US experience. Very, very unique. Very hard to replicate that. In terms of social norms, and the Americans can really surprise you. So I've been to Cody, Flagstaff. Even Americans don't go to places, some of the places that I've been to, the average American, there's nothing wrong with that. But the sense of community in the town, the sense of pride, taking pride in who you are, work ethic, just, what you would refer to as the Protestant work ethic, I believe. It's something that's so beautiful. Even if you're flipping burgers, you're cleaning the wheels in a car wash, just the sense of young people taking pride in what they do, aspiring to do a good enough job, getting offended if they don't get tipped well, because in their conception they've put in their heart and soul into that, into serving the customer. These are beautiful things about America. Very hard to replicate, that kind of commitment to work. It's beautiful.
But, like, are you like talking about your romanticized idealism of what is America, or like what is actually the ground reality?
I mean, sure, I'm looking at it from the outside in, so I'd have even lesser understanding than you guys because you're anchored out of the US. But I wouldn't call it romantic because I've been around the block for a while now. My first trip to the US was 1991, and I've been to about 50 cities in the US ever since, maybe more. And I've touched stone with American society, done business with them, lived with them for a brief period, of course, but in and out all the time. And I don't think it's romanticized. I don't think it's idealistic. I think it's tempered by some degree of reality, which could have been corroded and chipped away, no question. But I think it's equally there right now.
I agree with Pearl on this point. The American society, the way you said it, I can't say it the same way, but the way you said it, there's a good cohesion. People do take pride in their work, and part of it is by design. A lot of it is by culture, American culture. And I think these are really good points and really good values. So, why this happened, there's many reasons. I can go into it. I don't want to, because last time I spoke, people left the room like it was, 1999 or something like that.
The thing is, it's an off-balance sheet item, so it would not lend itself to critical scrutiny, taking a position one way or the other, because it's entirely something that you and I will have to experience and observe. But it doesn't translate onto a map. It doesn't. You can't have data points and connect it to prove this. But it's equally real.
I would argue against that, bro. I'll tell you why I say this, okay? So, in American society, American society is a relatively new country compared to the rest of the world, 250 years old. There's a lot that has happened in America. Then most of America, it's been balanced between the banks having too much power versus the people having power, and now how people integrated coming into America through Europe and everything that happened in America, Civil War, etc. Now, after World War II, you have to understand half of the Nazis from Germany came to America, the other half, so to speak, went to Russia. And the Germans at that time, they were very learned scientists, at least from those standards, and they made a social experiment in America. Burger joints came out everywhere. Now, I don't agree with the beef eating. Don't get me wrong, people in India eat beef too, but they did make a social experiment out of America and that, and the financial industry in America has a strong hold on how people live their lives. And there was a community sense in America, especially after the war, that people can work and earn a living for their families and their lives, especially in Michigan. The Henry Ford made great progress in Michigan to bring out a 5-day work week. You have to understand, in America, a long time ago, people have worked extremely hard in America. The reason why America is rich today is because people work extremely hard. That brings out a lot of fruits. Historically, they've worked extremely hard.
Oh yeah, but I'm not sure where the disagreement might be between you and I. Then we both agree on this.
We both agree on this, but my disagreement is this. You said, it won't be replicated in India. It can be replicated in India. It will need some, in a sense, if it needs to be replicated in India, it will need some big ground-shaking moment, just like World War II was a big ground-shaking moment for the entire world, especially for America. So,
just to be clear, right?
Some really learned scientists, and remember, the Yajurveda was taken to Germany, right? Karl Marx or whatever his name was, he disintegrated it and really, did horrific things in his translation, so to speak. But the principles of the Yajurveda is how to rule. So that's important.
Look, I would go ahead, say please.
I was just trying to say hi and introduce myself because no one said hi to me.
Oh, hi, Steve. Sorry, I just noticed you. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Top of the world. Thank you.
Aww, you're cute.
So we're just trying to speak about the U.S. and what makes it distinct, and I guess Abaya and I are right now into it. Please feel free to, weigh in whenever you think it's relevant. So you have something to say.
The U.S. is so great because I live there.
But isn't that technically correct? Like, if you live there, you should be like, I live here.
I just think that my presence and, like, me, my body, my head, my brain, my heart, and everything, because it's inside the U.S., it just makes it a better place.
You don't have any body odor?
No, I smell like roses.
Is it because your diet is halal?
I mean, it's 50-50.
All right, so to your point, Abaya, what I was trying to say was not that it's, when I said it's not replicable, I didn't actually mean that. I'm just saying that it's hard enough to replicate.
Plural, you sound like you're a politician.
Plural, what do you think about the big, beautiful bill passing and adding trillions of dollars to the U.S. debt?
I wouldn't know at the moment. I'm waiting for the draft, and I don't know much about the big, beautiful bill, to be honest. Why don't you tell us more about that, Congressman?
Plural, where are you from?
See, I'm from India.
Okay. Do you live in India?
Yes, I do.
Are you a Trump lover?
Guys, I gotta go.
The Great Escape is a great part of America.
That was horrible.
Upstate New York, there's a state park, the 80s was called The Great Escape.
Wait, see, quiet. So I just want to say,
Don't say quiet to me ever again.
Look, I'm an alpha male here. I can say
Alpha male, my ass kicked you.
I'm advocates like a devotee of advocates. Shut the fuck up. All right, point everyone. You will literally kiss your ass, so. See, look.
I just want to say one thing. Okay, listen,
See, you have a long neck, but I don't think that's you, to be honest with you.
Long everything, now shut it. I'm just going to say.
Oh, fuck. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. That would be disgusting, bro.
Listen, I just want to say, because it's like July 4th, you guys would respect. That's it. It's the 4th of July. Pay no distance. The USA of America.
I can sense it from here.
Wallahi, Habibi, I am not gonna.
There you go. I can sense it. I can sense the hummus. Who is coming out of this clubhouse app?
Hummus and tabbouleh.
Tabbouleh. Yeah. What do you want?
No, I'm a brown girl. Okay, not.
You're a brown girl, but how come you look like a blonde? How come you look like a blonde girl? Like, what's going on here? Like,
The top of the
you want to be a blondie, right? You want
top of the head is blonde, everything else is brown.
JR, Pakistani girls?
Yeah.
What are these other parts are brown?
That's what I just said, dummy.
They have to get together. Is it because of the can or is it because of you naturally brown?
Naturally brown, you dummy. I just said I'm a brown girl.
Then how come your face is not brown? I mean, like, how come that's,
What do you want to see? You want to see the brown parts? Sure.
Okay, alright. This is not that type of room. But we can
That's a question, JR.
We can take it offline, but look. Look, here's the question, right? I think what Abaya was saying was really cool and was also plural, right? The American culture is amazing in my opinion. The work culture is good in my opinion, and I wish they could replicate that across the board, around the world, right?
Bro, where are you? You in the Middle East?
Yeah, I'm in Dubai right now, baby. I'm flipping some big bars. So, wait, why is that a problem if I'm from Dubai? Is that, I cannot speak or?
No, I honestly did not say that was a problem. I love that even more.
Really, why? Because you think I'm Muslim, right? That's fine.
I do it all.
Can you behave yourselves when you're playing with us?
Exactly, thank you. Thank you so much, and
Ants, I don't know what you just said. It sounded like girls.
Ants is high off drugs or something.
Please don't scroll. Just
where have I got quality?
Alligator Island. Do you know that Victor Orban,
Are you fucking AI? Like, why are you talking like that?
No, it is my real voice. Yes, I'm talking all my life.
Why do you sound like a robot? Why are you trying so hard?
No, I'm German. It's my ugly German English voice, yeah, and I have a deep
Oh,
voice.
shit. I'm sorry. That's sad.
No, don't be sorry. I'm proud of this. I don't need the microphone.
Wait, Ed, I have a question. What do you think about America? Like, what do you think about NATO and all the whole thing that happened, like when the Trump came to your place?
Sir, may I directly get back to the topic? So I confess, Alligator Island. There is no island around Hungary. Yeah, you must.
Happy 4th of July, El Normo!
Victor Orban has guard pigs, yeah, pigs, yeah. So they're running around, yeah. Instead of dogs, they have pigs, yeah. So that is shielding some folks away. I'm not kidding. It's reality.
Okay. Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, look, Abaya, here's the thing, man. Everyone, in my opinion, every time you speak the truth, a lot of people leave. And that's the world we live in. People are just following money, short term. No, you don't have to, but you can continue. But all I want to say is, this is how the world works, man. This is how it's. People are just.
JR, there's nothing new under the sun, though.
People are just short term, to be honest with you, and it's easy to gain them.
It's always been the same game.
Yeah, it has always been. This is called Kali Yuga. Kali is very smart, and that will change at some point. But if the if the golden age has to start now, and it's gonna be there for 10,000 years, something will happen. And I
Yeah,
guarantee you
but the
for a
now,
fact
the now is all there is. The now is all important. It's not going to change.
the UFOs are coming, man.
No, that's just another word for the now.
They are scared of UFOs, bro.
Nobody's scared.
real.
It's all fake, bro. It's all military-industrial complex doing scams so they can keep
It's
spending
not
money.
fake. When you have that ships, bigger ships,
Yeah, it's people in the Navy doing.
appearing,
It's people
on
in the
your
Navy
head,
doing fake shit.
you will shut up. You will
I
be
could send you
like,
the
"Oh,
article. The government just admitted like a couple of weeks ago that they're involved in putting out fake news and disinformation with regards to UFOs.
Yo, people, I'm pretty sure they're scared. The UFO, what the whole UFO.
Nobody's scared of it. Oh, people are scared of their government.
The government is not in power, man.
Really? You don't pay your property taxes? You don't pay your income taxes?
Wait, hang on, sure, just quiet. I'm talking to an official here. This guy works for the government, I know for a fact. But, look, this shit is real. They're coming, and they are super intelligent. And the thing is, you can't fuck with them. And when they come, they will change the trajectory of the world, because that is their duty. And yeah, there's nothing anyone can do, my friend. You may sit here and all you want
What's
to,
the trajectory of humanity? Oh, enlighten us, dear Guru Sage JR.
I'm not saying this, but it's happened many times, and it will happen again. So, it's not a challenge to one person or the other, or one country or the other.
JR, haven't you heard of
life.
Haven't you heard of the expression, there's nothing new under the sun? I mean, what are you proposing? Nothing new is coming. It's already happened, and it's already happening. There's nothing new.
Okay, so what are you saying? I don't understand.
I'm saying life is like a salad.
Or who else is in control?
I'm saying we're all individually in control, but the less control we have, the less control our government has. I mean, you have to view it from the perspective that we, the people, are the government, and that will correct a lot of the difficulties and friction in society.
Huh. Yeah, you're fucking dreaming, man.
You're the one dreaming. You're the one talking about UFOs.
No, I don't think you. So then, how come we're not able to solve every problem on the planet?
Half of the people in this room right now got shit in the crack of their ass because they don't use baby wipes after they take a dump. So I don't know what to tell you.
That's what I'm saying, man. Nothing is in your control. You may think it is, and it's illusion, to be honest with you.
Hey guys, sorry, I had a phone call come in and I had to just pay it suddenly. Pardon me, Abaya?
No, good.
Okay, cool, yeah. So, the big beautiful bill, this is where I jumped off, right? Congressman, can I ask what's your take on this and what's your understanding of it, if that's okay?
I just asked Grok what are the 10 largest line items in the bill, because I don't think anybody knows what's in it still.
Yeah, I was waiting for the draft to emerge as well, personally. But from what I know, my position on the big beautiful bill is might be a little different in the sense that I believe in the free market. Not unabated, there's got to be some government, regulation, no question. But generally speaking, I need to point more towards the free market. And generally speaking, I think regulations in the U.S. have distorted the capacity of U.S. businesses to participate in the free market if you assume that the world is a marketplace, if you will. then the free market would suggest that, the principles of free market would suggest that everybody gets a level playing field. And while US businesses, on relative terms, enjoy the upsides of an unlevel playing field, but the smaller businesses in the US unfortunately have to face the wrath of the downsides of the level playing field. So US businesses can't drill bureaucracy, slows down decision making when you compete with Japan and China and whatnot, now apparently India. I think this kind of a shackled approach that the American people have been subject to because of over-regulation is a problem, and it distorts the capacity of American people to partake in global commerce. Therefore, the cause of the free market isn't well served. So, I would imagine if you cut back on taxes for the wealthy, and if you deregulate a whole bunch of things where there's an overreach by the regulatory authorities, then it should make US businesses more competitive, not just within but without, and that's something that's a net gain for the US, but we have to look at the finer details.
Yeah, that's a good point. But I just want to see what will happen in next 10 years. Like, this is a very crucial point we are in. You know, I really hope. I don't know. I really don't know, man. So.
I think the US needs to be on a charm offensive with the world and get off this transactional horseback, which appears to be committed to for some reason. And this is the time when the dollar and Americans need more friends than not. If we allow the dollar to become any more unstable, it's generally speaking a bad thing for the world, but certainly a bad thing for the US. So I think the US has to now invest in sacred relationships that are based and hinging on values that are universal. And I think generally speaking, to intimidate the world, indulging in the proverbial big dick measuring contest is something that's least productive, and it's not something that the rest of the world would be too excited about. So America is a charming country. It's got the kind of prowess to charm the whole world. It's virtually irresistible. But it's only irresistible because Americans are open-minded. But the moment they get a little cocky, it can turn against them very, very quickly. And I'll say, who doesn't need friends? And right now, America does. And a lot of the genuine partnered alienating measures that America indulges in, it would be a good thing for the world, certainly, and for all stakeholders if America begins to invest a bit more on value-based associations instead of treaties that are based on interests.
Yeah, but who's above America, right? So that's what we're trying to get at. My theory is UFOs, aliens, who are very powerful. They're like a celestial army or guardians of this universe. They have more control over any country. So they will step in if the policeman is not working too well, right? So
yeah, but what if we're wrong about that for a moment? What if there is no universal army? It's conceivable that all of us have a
plural.
Yeah, but what if there isn't? What if there isn't?
No, there is. I know for a fact.
Okay, so how do you know for a fact that there is?
Because there are some things that you don't know, and I don't know, and many people don't know. So.
Right, so therefore it's not factual. I agree that there are many things that I don't know, not just some. I'm probably a lot less informed than you are.
It doesn't have to be scientific, but then they also get scared when they see a thing which goes at Mach 100 or Mach 50 or whatever the case may be, and it's like, oh shit, I didn't see this coming. Like, what the fuck is this? So
right.
The thing is that soldiers are out there, and the thing is, I'm just saying, man, it's not like I'm not saying like something out of my ass. It's like everyone has been saying forever.
No, so I'm with you on this. So, but ask yourselves the following question. Every time I go down this path, this is the question that humbles me, right? So, we go to Masai Mara, we see two lions quarreling over a slice of meat, which is clearly important to them because it's a question of life and death. And yet, both of them, for no apparent reason, sometimes, have a go at each other. Now, those of us that are nature lovers, and then you get scientists who are more enlightened than the average person in the Mara, would say, never stick your finger into something that you got nothing to do with. Let them sort it out. Yeah, it's the law of the jungle. Some of them die, some of them don't. But lest we interfere into this because it's not a business. So let us just assume that the UFOs and ancient aliens, all these things are true, and somehow they're lurking all around us. They're just not here. But factually speaking, they're here. Let's just make that assumption. And I'll be with you on that. Do you not think that it's reasonable for us to infer, based on how we treat other animals on planet Earth, that they're not likely to intervene inside within Earth matters? This is just going by what we do ourselves.
Okay, so they won't, based on our history, I think they will 100% they will intervene. The way the things are going right now.
Maybe it's a part of a great filter in the universe. Because if you look at the whole universe as nature and connected systems like we do our ecosystems on planet Earth, there's no reason why the proverbial jungle analogy can't extend into the universe. It could seem like it could be awfully violent on one neck of the forest, but there's also a whole other neck of the woods where life is brewing, teeming. So it is conceivable that they could be around us. It is conceivable that they might intervene, but there are many reasons why they choose to not intervene than there are for them to choose to actually indulge. So they could say, just like how you and I would see an iguana eat up or an alligator just chew a baby wildebeest alive when she's drinking her mama's milk. It's cruel, but you and I let it be. We don't stop because that's the law of the jungle. Maybe this is the law of the universe. This capacity of intelligent life forms to cannibalize and kill each other. And maybe the universal law is to never intervene.
Yeah, I want to get a bias take on this. You think the Earth, the middle planet, will be left to humans to nuke each other? Let's just say that, right? I mean, just one simple example, but there are many. I don't think so. There's a bigger plan out there. So I really feel like there's someone above the policeman, and they're very fucking powerful. They're so powerful that that you and me, we cannot even imagine, right? So I don't buy this theory, man. To be honest with you.
Look, they're likely to be reading into us very keenly. When I was a child, I used to think, what if some of the mosquitoes that are biting us are actually DNA collecting alien biological bots? We never know. Just like how we go pick up biopsies by, knocking the lines cold for a moment, brief, to be fair. But then we're probably more barbaric than the aliens. All they need to do is to get these little mosquito-looking drones and whatnot to come and suck it out, and then they're live beaming the results. They're mapping every species on planet Earth this way, because mosquitoes get to almost every living being if they're warm-blooded. And, there are many reasons, many ways in which advanced civilizations will operate, no question. But intervention, I don't think we have evidence for that in the last 2,000 years, aside from some theories that talk about it. I don't think we have concrete, hard evidence for intervention from aliens.
Really? I mean, look, are you serious? Do you not know?
JR, they're called Democrats. Haven't you seen a woman with purple hair yet? Making a joke.
Yeah, I'm actually being serious. I don't know if there's hard evidence for aliens to have intervened in the last 2,000 years. I'm happy to learn. Do you think there are hard evidences for it?
There are so many files that have been opened, man.
Yeah, it's been probed very hard many times. There's not a
No, wait, shut up. So this guy's trolling. So there are many files that have been opened, and
You gotta go look up on the CIA website.
Oh, really? Jared, when was the last time you even had a date with a girl?
I don't care about the dates, man. To be honest with you.
I'm just saying, maybe your priorities are out of whack.
I'm just saying, like, this comes from, there's one guy I spoke to, and he showed me an article on CIA, right? And this guy is, like, removing a planet. This is real shit, okay? And
Needs to remote view his underpants.
with all this stuff.
It's all bullshit, JR.
Dude,
No, I can't even understand that. I don't even understand that.
We only 4 people here, man. Why you gotta like be like?
Because I'm always playing the devil's advocate. I'm the contrarian to your position.
Man, I know who you work for. Shut the fuck up, bitch. So the thing is, look, these are all real things happening around us, and only a few people know.
Most people don't even read books.
Right, very speculative, whatever the case may be. But it is what it is. I don't think that there's.
I could get on board with the telepathy thingy because I think that there is reasonable, I won't say evidence, but use cases which seem to point towards that. And good science is about having an open mind. And if you close your windows to reason, that's the unbecoming of science. So absolutely, I'd be open to that. I'd even be open to telepathic drishti of, faraway planets, no question. But I think to bet the future of humanity on some kind of some kind of a force out there who would intervene, who cares enough to intervene, would be a bit too rich in my conception. I wouldn't make that bet at all. I think the universe has a great filter. That's a great filter theory, where it's hard enough for life to emerge given the scale of the universe, but when it does, it's hard enough for a food chain to emerge. And whenever it does, it's hard enough for an intelligent animal to emerge on top, as common as it might be in the universe. And as rare enough as it emerges, as intelligent life like human beings and humanoids emerge, it's rare enough that they don't end up destroying themselves, and then it's rare enough that they make contact and then they become more civilized.
Before you reference it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that.
I think
Yes.
yeah, it's supposed.
So the question is, JR, where are you in the game right now?
Look, my game is probably on Messenger on this planet, and maybe I'm just raising the red flag here. The way the things are going, maybe it's irritating a lot of people about the policeman. Okay, and that's the message. And I don't know what to say, man. Like, I really don't have it's not like a direct interaction, but I do get, like, sometimes I do get the messages.
That doesn't mean
I don't
anything.
know. It doesn't mean anything to you right now, but we'll probably know in 4 years, bro.
I know, but when you say I get the messages, to me that doesn't sound like anything.
You're just trolling you, Congressman. You're trolling me.
I'm not.
The congressman is a stupid guy.
I'm here to be his devil's advocate.
The policeman is the congressman is stupid. And I don't know why he's not saying anything. He just wants to sit around and drive his car. Like, really? This is the time, bro. You gotta say something. If you're not gonna say it,
What are you doing for the 4th of July, JR?
I think it's my duty to say something. What did you say? Sorry.
What are you doing tomorrow?
Nothing. Just gonna watch some fireworks. That's it. Okay. Why should I do something? Like, why?
Because it's a nice summer day.
Why should it be like a fucking, like a, oh wow, I fucked like 10 blondes? No. Why? No, wait, man. I'm not
Who brought
into
up
that
fucking
bullshit.
10 blondes?
Huh?
Nobody's bringing up fucking 10 blondes.
Then what do you want me to say?
I don't know. I'm going to see the fireworks tomorrow. What else? I don't know what just asking a question.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a good time. Look, for me, every day is a firework. Every day is the Father's Day. Every day is a Mother's Day. Every day is like a nice day. Okay. I don't need a special day to celebrate anything in my life. Because every time I meditate, it feels fucking good. It feels so good that I'm in touch with my own soul. So I don't need any of these days, man. Like, to be honest with you, I'm over all this shit. So if you're gonna ask me, oh, how was your day? I'll always tell you, it was a fucking great day. You know. If you can touch the wind, it's the most amazing thing. Okay? Touch the wind. Touch the wind. Touch the
Well, hold on. All the genetic variation in the world, all the genetic variation in Africa, the world is a subset of Africa. Now I'm looking here at a database that's supposed to have 3 million African genomes here. That's what it says here, at least if I believe nature. So, 3 million is a little bit more than 1,000. It's kind of like 3 orders of magnitude more.
I mean, you can understand. I didn't say it. I said the word.
Yeah.
I said the label of the database was called 1,000. I didn't say it was 1,000. You were.
Okay, so that's not the only database. That's not okay. So assume that it's true, but that's not the only database. Do you guys want the answer? Do you want the answer?
Well, it's not.
Get an answer.
It's in my bio. But go ahead.
The 1,000 Genomes Project is to include 2,540 individuals from 26 global populations. Among those individuals with African ancestry also African, Black, and context. No! 7 distinct categories: ASW and African ancestry in the Southwest U.S., East and African territory.
Oh my God! What a waste of time.
And descend in Nigeria, Gambia in the Western Division, Luhaya in Kenya.
Hey, I got a voice in my head telling me to say hello. Hello? Hello?
But these are also people with
in their private life. If you meet them in their private life, you will get a different reaction.
I don't think so. I don't think. No.
I'm in Brooklyn.
You got better service, so your microphone changed?
Yeah, my service is awesome. I've been in every borough.
Damn, my God, slow down. Move back. What to do Wednesdays? Put your phone on the table and go and sit on the sofa.
No.
Yeah, you'll sound better. You're too, honestly, you're really loud.
Would you like
How
me
the
to
hell can the service change it this much?
Okay, the real question, the real question for Wednesday, what are you doing in Brooklyn?
Don't you worry what I'm doing in Brooklyn.
I am worried. Actually, I'm very worried about what
That's
you're
not so loud.
No, not in that way. Is
you're not going out for tea like that normal?
No, I'm visiting family.
Yo, Wednesday, how are you doing?
I'm good, Chucky. How are you?
I'm doing better now that you're here. Do you like my PTR?
What's your PTR?
And she's here on Clubhouse or here in Brooklyn. Which one?
I'm in Brooklyn.
I'm asking Chucky. He said he's doing better that you're here. I'm asking him, is it here on Clubhouse or here on Brooklyn?
On Clubhouse.
Okay.
You should go to East New York before you go back on Wednesday.
I drove past it.
You drove past my old neighborhood? You drove past my old neighborhood?
Yeah, I'm in Bushwick right now.
Oh,
Always had a license.
She drove past my hood.
I'll past you. I don't trust your driving.
I don't
She drove
care.
down Linda Boulevard, here.
Let me drive you a new car, General.
Absolutely not.
Whoa, she threw him under the bus.
Hey, yo, Wednesday.
General, you wouldn't trust that Wednesday driving in your car?
Yo, on your way.
I wouldn't trust her with the key, never mind the car.
Yeah, stop at the pink houses, man, and tell them you know Chucky Shabazz, and they're gonna show you a wonderful time, you heard?
Chucky Shabazz, huh? I'm not going all the way over there.
You gotta pass Linda.
Don't trust him.
It sounds like one of those kidnapping things.
It's a trap.
Yeah, trap. Probably got a bill to pay, and he's sending you there to pay the bill.
Nah, she's gonna be.
I was in Manhattan, the Bronx, Queens, and now Brooklyn in 2 days.
You went to the all five. Shout out to you.
Yeah, well, I live in.
Go to Staten Island yet?
I live in Staten Island.
Oh, you live in Staten Island, really? Oh, shoot.
Yeah.
One Puerto Rican lives in Staten Island. Wow.
This Puerto Rican.
I said one Puerto Rican lives in Staten Island.
Yeah, what you gonna do about it? It's Arabian sauce.
He's the one.
We got great pizza over here. Actually, no, I'm actually thinking about moving to Brooklyn, to be honest with you.
You shouldn't.
Wednesday, I don't know how old you are, but when I was a young person living in Manhattan, Staten Island was the garbage dump.
I'm not old.
She's in her 60s.
Yeah.
I am not. I am in the
It used to be the garbage dump. All the
Auntie Wednesday, don't lie to us.
Auntie Wednesday.
Auntie Wednesday.
And then the scripture,
How far you look from the 121?
and then the GR is looking over your head.
Yeah, don't answer Chicken's question.
Yeah.
He's
doxing. He's
I'm not answering that. I'm not answering that.
He's doxing you.
He's an undercover Nazi Zionist.
No.
Are you really, Chucky?
I guess so. Fuck it.
Apparently he is.
I guess so. According to Benny Adams, that's what I am, and you guys take his word.
I'm going
to be Muslim. That's lit.
I'm going to gonna have a nice barbecue tomorrow.
Is it halal?
Like
No, the meat that I'm gonna buy is halal. Fuck it, I'm not eating their meat.
You can't cook on the same thing though then.
You'll get married before you shoot.
No, I'm gonna clean it. I'm gonna cook it.
She can put some foil on.
Who cooks fucking food on foil in a barbecue?
Let's get over
Because you shouldn't cook food on foil. It's not good for you.
Hey, if you ever put that on the cards, man, you gotta, do what you gotta do.
Nah, I think I'm
just baby, or don't go too
I already decided what I was gonna do. I'm gonna clean the grill. I'm gonna clean the grill. And then I'm gonna put my food on, my son and my food, to like what we're gonna eat, and whoever else wants to taste it.
Would it not be easy if they all just bought halal? Or did they not want to do that?
Nah, they're gonna be eating some swine. I don't eat swine.
I mean, pork ribs do taste better than beef ribs.
What are you talking about? Yabba Dabba Doo. Have you ever seen the size of beef ribs?
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, the pork ribs just taste better.
Nah.
Yeah, but that already happened.
Chucky's vegetarian,
Yeah, they used to hit pigs.
Beef ribs is good though, don't get me wrong.
I said beef, the beef ribs. I eat beef ribs now, you know what I'm saying? But before I've had, pork ribs, and they were good.
You don't eat pork anymore, do you?
It's been like 10 years since I've eaten pork. It's been 10 years since I've had it.
Good boy.
And why don't you eat burgers? Why don't you eat
No,
pork?
good boy.
You gotta diversify.
He's Jewish.
Jewish.
Oh, shit. You're Jewish?
You didn't know that?
I didn't know
I was about to say, is that a blonde moment?
No, I forgot that.
He's saying this, right, Chucky? He's a Zionist. Zionist. You're a Zionist.
Are you Jewish or you're a Zionist?
No, he said it funny earlier, and I repeated it back. I'm like, you need to stop tickety. And I forgot.
I don't know. I'm really thinking of moving to Brooklyn. I like the whole vibe here.
But Habibi, you gotta understand, the American Negro and the Afro-Latino should never eat pork because the white man, when they had our ancestors in slavery, they used to feed us the scraps. They used to give them the swine, and they knew that swine causes high blood pressure and all types of, diseases to us.
It gives
So
you
they fed that to
parasites.
us. So that way they can kill us off. So it's important for the American Negro and the Afro-Latino to not eat that shit. Let the white man eat his own poison.
Chucky, can you change your baby oil PTR so that every time you call me, I look and I'm not looking at baby oil after WB? Like, can you do that?
Why are you trying to be P? Why are you trying to be P Diddy? Oh, because he is he out?
Oh, that's my hero.
That's your hero, nasty.
He's getting ready for the parties.
Stuff a
He
lot.
still has like a whole lot of civil lawsuits. He's got like 24 civil lawsuits waiting for him too. He's gonna be.
He also has a criminal one too because when they raided him, there was drugs in there.
But the civil would
Oh,
be
they didn't charge him for the drugs yet Wednesday?
No, they didn't.
Oh, so they're waiting to charge him for that too.
But at the end of the day, that black man beat a whole RICO case, man. Shout out to him for that.
Yeah, I'm not mad at him. Even though he's whatchamacallit. No, I am kind of mad at him. What I'm talking about.
Yeah, the way
He beat the shit out of fucking Cassie.
Yeah, the way he treats
He's
women,
a woman
man.
beater.
And sex and all that bullshit.
What's up, Monica? You back?
That's like too much money and not enough time in your life.
Yeah, I just have a lot of guys here.
It's not equitable because
And I just
drag
went on my Haitian rant.
Trump on the office that he has. And
They all got
they didn't
scared.
drag his ass like they would do a black man.
That's true. That's true.
That's the only thing. That's the only thing where like I see where Fox is coming from, where like the way that they treat a black man that compared to a white man, and they have the same charges, it's a total different experience. One is victimized and the other one is demonized.
And I watched the Jeffrey Epstein episode that they had on, or little thing they had on Netflix, right? Jeffrey Epstein kept letting that man go, and he killed himself to escape justice. You know what I mean?
Did he really?
He killed himself.
He get killed. Did he kill himself? He got killed.
He killed himself. He killed himself. Well, anyway, right? But y'all missing the point. Y'all missing the point, man. Y'all missing the point, man. Y'all missing the point. That black man.
A little black book from him.
Man, but y'all missing the point though. But y'all missing the point though. Y'all missing the point, man. That black man faced his accusers and went to court every day and beat a fucking RICO. You heard? I'm proud of him for that. Shout out to his legal team. You heard?
You sound like you're a wannabe gangster.
I'm not that one. I'm a
You can't back the guy up because he's black.
You mean just like O.J. Simpson, and we all know he's guilty.
Exactly. Yeah. You can't back somebody up because of their color, man. You know, I don't care, man. Like, I love my kids, but if one of my sons were to act like that, I mean, you better keep him in jail. Because if I get my hands on him, he's gonna be killed. That's right. There'll be another murder. I'll be the one up for murder. And he's my own son.
Yeah.
I don't get it either.
Well, why can't we stick up for our people, man? Yeah, we'll call them out, behind.
Then stick up for the black woman. Then do that. Hey,
Yeah,
then do that. Then stick up for the black woman.
Hear me out, Sarah. Black woman. But
no. Stick up for the black woman.
You're not
because
hearing
that's who he's been fucking up.
You're not hearing me out. You're not hearing me out.
Dude, I'm telling you now, if he were to go anywhere near any of my daughters, my sons would kill him. My sons would kill him in a heartbeat.
Y'all let me finish, man.
All right, go ahead.
Go on, baby. Go on.
The people of the diaspora, we need to start sticking together. The Jews stick together. The whites stick together. Every other nationality but the people of the diaspora stick together, man. We need to protect our black men and our black women.
No, but you're not. But you're not.
But you're not.
Because you're not defending the black women.
But we weren't talking about
You're not defending the black women. You're defending Dude, did you see the video in the hotel with that girl with the whole when he dragged her down the hallway and beat her and all that stuff? Did you see that?
It's
now, if he would try that,
she's mixed,
no man in his right mind. No man in his right mind would try that to any of my daughters or my nieces or anybody like that, because my boys will go down on you like they'll cut you. I mean, what did the guy say in Pulp Fiction? He said, "Oh, I'm gonna go what on his ass?" Remember when down in the basement? He said,
medieval, going medieval.
Yeah, I'm gonna go medieval on his ass. That's just how it would be. You touch any women in my family, I don't have to even tell my kids what to do. They're out the door. They got their guns, they got their knives, they're looking for you. That's it, you're dead. And that's how it is. You don't fuck with the women. That's the bottom line. You don't fuck with the women. And that's what he did.
You are celebrating the men that literally beat up women. And by doing that, you are essentially, removing the experience from the women, because you're centering the men and celebrating the men rather than seeing.
I got so quiet.
Because they missed the point again, so I just stopped talking.
Didn't miss it. Got you. I understand exactly what you're saying. And it don't work. Don't fuck with. Are you married? You have children? I know you got a mother.
He's not gonna answer you.
I know he's got a mother at least.
You know, Chucky's like an ostrich. You know when the ostrich gets scared and they put their heads in the dirt? That's what he does.
That is such an adorable analogy. It's so cute. Oh my gosh. You literally just make me smile. Oh. Thank you, Leslie.
Welcome.
In the chat.
Ignore him. He wants attention.
But listen, he says zero is a violent criminal.
Yeah.
The victim card shit is just, God damn it, man. You guys are little victim. Oh, listen. And you hate us, and you want to kill us, and and you want to, the Jew, you want to kill them. Shut the fuck up, man.
You guys should make it nice.
I think I'm still I gotta go get ready to go to my prayer. Come here from Asia.
See you later.
Chucky, marry a decent black woman and just learn what it's like.
See you later, sir. Assalamualaikum.
Can I marry a Haitian woman?
Yeah, why not? Did you see what the Haitians did to the ICE agents in Brooklyn? Oh, those Haitians don't play. They fucked those ICE agents up.
Did you see what Dominican Republic did to Puerto Rico's baseball team? Yeah, and they beat them.
I don't really like baseball.
I'm always starting to think almost faggot for real, man. Every time he has something to say, he always has something gay to say. That's crazy.
And he's a sick individual. He actually needs he needs not one therapist, but he needs like a group of therapists.
Everybody that doesn't agree with them, it's their voice. Oh, they think they're gay. Like, come on, this shit is weird. If you're a faggot, just come out the closet.
Is that why your wife dumped you on normal? Yes, you are. We actually don't murder our kids, you know. We do not kill the innocent according to our religion. And the religion it says, do not kill the innocent and righteous, for I will not acquit the guilty. Do you believe in this verse, Norman? Do you believe in it? Do you believe in it or not? Torah strictly prohibits shedding innocent blood. What this means is that condemns harm to non-combatants, including children and civilians, which is something which are the group of people you're attacking inside of this. The Torah also says, do not oppress the stranger. Do not mistreat or oppress a stranger, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. When a stranger resides with you in your land, you shall not wrong him, you shall love him as yourself. These are some of the most repeated commandments in the Torah, Mr. El-Nosra. Oppressing or displacing non-Jews is clearly forbidden according to the Torah. What do you think about that? No collective punishments, Mr. El. Parents are not to be put to death for their children, nor children for their parents. Each will die for their own sins. This opposes the killing of civilians for the actions of others, which you guys are doing at Gaza. Bombing homes with families inside or killing children directly violates this principle from the Torah. I swear to God, I'm not making anything up. I'm literally reading verses from the Torah. I swear to God, I'm not making anything up, you fucking idiot. This is how stupid you are. You know what it says about the Amalek? I wish you're up here, I can cook you for like a second. What, you want to jump into the Amalek? Alright. Who were the Amaleks? The Amaleks was the grandson of Esau, the brother of the prophet Jacob. Is that right? Can you tell us what the Torah teaches you about the Amalek? See if you really know what the Torah teaches about Amalek. Why do you misuse it? Why do you misuse the word or the Amalek, Jash? You use the term Amalek to justify the violence that includes bombing, forced eviction, dehumanization. And according to the Jews and to the Torah, this is considered a political abuse of religion. According to your book, you scumbag son of a bitch, this is according to your book. Rabbi Shlomo Goren, whatever the fuck his name is, said, yeah, calling any modern group Amalek is dangerous and unjustified. Your book, this is your book. Your book, you weak scumbag son of a bitch, this is your own book.
Yeah, I believe there is a lot of distortion regarding this group of people that are located in Ascalon. It's called the Amalekite. I've completely read the Torah that God has ordered Joshua to eradicate the Amalekite, and they tend to look at the people in Gaza. They are the predecessor of the Amalekite. And that's very distorted.
these people know nothing about the religion. They know nothing about their.
See, it's
So actually,
it's
even
regarding
brother, even the like Amaleks and Amalekites and the book and the Torah, it's a command to remember what the Amalek did. You know, and it's for them to oppose evil and injustice. And you see people like fucking El Noma doing quite the opposite. So he goes against the book, you know. And then and then it says, remember what Amalek did to you when you were weary and worn out. He met you on your journey and attacked all who were lagging behind. He had no fear of God. So this is just a command for them to remember it.
from my perspective. I believe that the Jewish religion it's a lot of falsehood. Yeah, nothing is true. Like around 10% from the whole Torah. But I believe like the Zionism said it's a satanic ideology.
Of course.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it's true or not true, brother. Like I'm just using their own book, what they believe in, what they claim.
I read the Torah, but I'll tell you some facts about the Jewish people. The first fact, the people tend to look at the people who are living in Gaza are the predecessor of the Amalekite, which is the name in Arabic is called Al-Amali. And this is the order that God has ordered Moses to invade them. But Moses passed away back then. And then Joshua, he took the lead of the Israelites after Moses to eradicate the Amalekite, and the attention was successfully
يلعن أو
made.
بنت أختك يا جندبي
هذا سيزا كيف حالك؟ Yeah, Amalekite, and this after the demise of Joshua, there are 50 rabbis who are ordered to kill the children, to sacrifice them for they have made like something like a golden calf again, and they sacrifice by killing the children as a korban to God.
Caesar, did you get married, bro, or like what happened to you?
What? Talking to me?
Caesar.
What's up, Habibi?
Did you get married?
What's up, Kazo?
Yo.
I came here to say to Jindib ملعون أو ولد أخته ابن الشرموطة, you know.
طب ليه بتغلط عليه؟ ليه دخلت في عرضي؟
I missed him so.
He's not here. I think he's sleeping or he's gone.
Just أخته, man.
Well, normal, why don't you get on the stage?
You missed Jindib.
We don't like him, so we don't really talk to him on stage. We just let him mumble on the chat by himself. Seriously.
Doesn't Jindib curse you out?
No, he's a piece of shit. He can't talk.
Your girlfriend is on Clubhouse again. Yael, whatever her name is.
For real? Yael is here?
Mm.
Okay, I'm gonna go look for her. She needs to suck my dick again, cause that time wasn't good.
God, so nasty.
That past time wasn't good. She got like 10 nose jobs. That never good. Bro, she's so ugly. I swear to God, she's the most ugly woman I ever seen in my entire life. Like physically.
Really?
Swear to God, she's so ugly. If you see her, I swear she's so ugly. She got no BBL, like she got no ass, no titties, no nothing. She's like, what can I hold with? You know, nothing. You can't. There is no handles.
Nothing.
my
It's
God.
like you know the when you go to play billiards, you get a steak. She's like that, flat. She's so flat. What the? And she gets so excited when I talk about her, like that I'm into her. You know, she's like, bro, just look at your mirror. What the fuck? I'm not.
Bro, she was flirting with someone who's 20 years old, a Muslim guy who's 20 years old, and she sent him.
Kuwaiti. She
sent him. Yeah, she sent him a picture of her being pregnant and told him that he's the father or something like that. I don't know why the fuck would a Zionist flirt with someone
He's
who's
studying
there.
in Colorado University. He's from Kuwait. So she tried to set him up. This is real story, wallahi. She tried to set him up with some Jewish student in Colorado University. You know. Now he talked to me about it. I told him, man, just be careful.
Yeah. Yeah, and normal when you spread out your hands in prayer, I will hide my eyes from you. Your hands are full of blood. Wash and make yourselves clean. Stop doing wrong, learn to do right, seek justice, and defend the oppressed. Isaiah 1:15-17. And this comes after the Torah strictly forbids, even though you claim that the Torah gave you the land, but it also strictly forbids murdering civilians, stealing land unjustly, oppressing others, and using religion to justify cruelty.
Well,
Which is everything that you get.
A lot of Jewish people will get blind while reading that verses.
Yeah. Your book, and I'm reading your book for you. Your own book, I'm reading it for you, bro. Even God is mad. Hashem is mad at you.
Trying to provoke us.
I know.
Man, that's stupid, man.
Have some respect to your religion, man. I'm reading you verses from your own religion. Have respect to your own religion. You filthy, disgusting pig. Your own religion.
Well, I hate to argue with these stupid people.
Yeah, okay. If you want me to concede to God giving you the land, He's also gonna punish you for your actions. So I have no issues with that. Let Him give you the land and let Him punish you. And then we can see who's the chosen one. He literally talks about giving you the land, and He literally tells you what He's gonna do to you if you act the way you act. Not me. It's your God. He's the one who's gonna, punish you. You get figured when I read you verses from your book, normal. I'm so sorry, baby. It's okay though.
I thought that God kicked them out of the land, though.
He's working on it right now. Pending. work in progress.
Here's the second episode of the Hashem Directive.
You rulers of Israel, you who hate good and love evil, who tear the skin from my people and the flesh from their bones. This verse, and normal warns against political leaders who destroy their people, which is something we're witnessing nowadays, and it's also from our book.
Maybe they have recently omitted that verse.
They omitted that verse?
Yeah, that verse they omitted.
Seriously?
I'm kidding, man.
No, I would believe it if they did, bro. The rabbis are the ones that make up the.
I'm just looking at them.
What do you think, normal? Those verses, do you agree with them or not? Oh, sorry, you don't read the Torah.
Ask him, because like he's trying to provoke you, like taking you from like a very silly comments.
No, I know, bro. This guy is like, I'm just entertaining myself.
No, it's so terrible, man.
Do you know him from before?
No, I read before, like for a couple of weeks or something. He made some stupid things, stupid comments.
Bro, he's the biggest Josh on Clubhouse. He is the most hated, most disliked, most annoying, person on this platform. Like seriously.
Yeah, obviously. Yeah, I said before. Yeah, I agree with that. Like, he's working in Hollywood or something. He's a director or something like that. As I recall, I'm not really sure.
Did he say he's the most popular?
No, most hated. Yeah, he could be popular if positive goes on.
Ew, why is a 68-year-old man trying to talk like that? That's so weird.
Pathetic. That's how sick he is. Yeah, you're the most popular. I'll give you that. Yeah, you are actually popular. Not for the right reasons, though, but you are popular. That makes you feel this.
Psychopath.
As you have done, it shall be done to you. Your deeds shall return upon your own head. Just a matter of time. You're not sure. So, okay, let's ignore it. No, I'm done with you, Normal. Okay, you're dismissed, buddy. Yeah, Josh. Yeah, you bring the light of Hashem to the world, and Hashem will light you up for the world. I don't know if you call the Iranian missiles as rewards, but if you call them rewards, then may they rain more on your bombs. Yeah, 30 billion words.
I'm going to travel to Georgia, and I know that country is full of Jewish people. Who is like
Big talk. You sound very triggered today. Oh, you're very triggered. Everything okay? Do you receive a phone call you can't see your son this week, or what's going on? Are you late on the child support, or what's happening? You can't have Hashem and Laura mad at you, bro. Isn't it? You can't have both. So Wednesday, how long are you staying there for? supposed to be like a vacation or like what's going on?
I'm in a family house, so it's kind of like a mini vacation, but I'm also thinking of get some condos or something.
What made you think of moving there?
And I think it's time for a change. So I
And
want to change.
you'll be closer to family?
Huh?
And you'll be closer to your family, yeah?
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Yeah. I mean, I have family in Brooklyn and in Bronx, but yeah, I'll be closer to this family. But yeah, it's a good time.
Yeah,
It's
I'm thinking of moving myself, to be honest.
Huh?
I'm thinking of moving myself. I'm just shutting down the businesses here, taking care of everything, and then I'm moving somewhere else.
To another country?
Yeah.
Wow. Maybe that. I think maybe everyone needs a new change.
I mean, if you have a better opportunity, why not? Just stay.
Yeah, definitely. I don't know. This house that my aunt owns, it's an old house, but she says she has central air. I don't feel it.
What is it?
She says she has central air, but I don't feel it.
Ask her.
I did. She said it's on. I was like, okay, whatever. I'm under a fan. I'm like, oh, it's still hot. But anyway, what you guys been up to? What I miss? Besides that new Zionist that came through and Benny Adams scared her away.
You know, for a minute, I thought she was going to be decent, but they're all idiots. Really, they're all stupid scumbags.
What made you think that she was going to be decent? All Zionists aren't decent. The ideology's fucked up in the head.
Giving her the benefit of the doubt.
Nah, I don't give Zionists the benefit of the doubt.
I did I did just to be fair, because, not like the normal kind of people of our religion,
Mm-hmm.
And then when she showed the signs that she is not a fit individual, and she's like the rest of the Zion, that's when we flipped,
They always done, who does that too, Caleb?
Yeah.
Your side. I'm in your side. But he can't say that Bibi Netanyahu is a terrorist and is committing genocide. But you're on our side.
I tell you something about the Zionists. That you will never find a Zionist that prays to Hashem to destroy the oppressors on that land. Never. You will never come across one Zionist that will pray against the oppressors.
That's because deep down inside they know they're the oppressor.
That normal prove me wrong. Let him pray to Hashem to destroy the oppressors on that land. Prove me wrong, normal. What are you saying?
I said, me.
Yeah, but they wouldn't do it. I swear they wouldn't do it. Normal, if you pray to Hashem to destroy the oppressors on that land, I would never in my life be disrespected. Well, I pray the oppressors, man. There's a lot of oppression on that.
I love how he just ignored what you said.
Yeah, I swear they wouldn't do that. They would never do that. No one's disrespecting. I'm telling in normal. I was saying that there is no Zionist that will ever pray to Hashem, their own God, to destroy the oppressors on that land. And it doesn't matter, whoever it is, it is. You know, I don't know. If he does that, I will never be disrespectful to him for the rest of my life. He ignored me. They will never do it, man. They will never pray against.
I could agree with, like, bro, it's not even a question. Like, may Allah destroy all the people on that land who are oppressors. Doesn't matter who they are. Whoever's oppressing people, may Allah destroy them. Like, it's simple. Like, what are you talking about?
Very simple. For some reason, they don't do it. I don't know what that reason is, but wallahi, they don't do it.
No, I know the reason. So I pointed this out to a couple of Zionist people I used to know back in the day, and when I said, okay, may God destroy those who are oppressing people in the land, they got immediately offended. And when I'm like, why are you getting offended? I'm just saying, well, like, destroy the oppressors. If you guys are being oppressed, then you should be fine with destroying them. And it's kind of like they know they're bullshitting when they go ahead and act like victims and pretend that they're the innocent ones. But let's be honest, with a evil, like, being evil is a disease to the heart, but it's a disease you're aware of, you're self-aware. So they know the truth. They hate it when you put it in front of them and they have to admit it.
You know, a guy one time told me, if you ever want to engage or have a debate with Zionists, to know whether or not they're decent, just make them make this dua. If they do it, go ahead and have a conversation with them. If not, just ignore their comments. You know?
I mean, Normal is literally proving all of our points, actually, in the chat itself. He's calling, you are playing victim now, poor victims. I'm not a victim. I have nothing to do with Palestine or whatever. I'm not even, being oppressed myself. So I don't know what you're talking about. And he's just so, he's so offended. You are violent psychopaths. Again, I am making a prayer against people who oppress other people. So is everyone else here. How are we a psychopath? You know what I'm talking about. What am I talking about? Please tell me. I pray to God to punish the Pharaoh for oppressing the Jews, right? I pray to God to punish Hitler for oppressing the Jews, right? So I pray against the oppressors. So now it's terrorism to pray to God to send Hitler to hell? So I'm a murderer because I hate Hitler too? Eleanor, you do realize that you are the same person who's gone up here, talked about wanting a second Holocaust with the Jews, victimized yourself, made apology statements about terrorism, and now you're here being offended about the fact that I said Hitler should go to hell. Sure, Eleanor. What a weirdo.
Well, he's, he has issue.
I even made it so easy for him. I said I pray against those who have oppressed the Jews, and he still hates me for it.
Look at this other one. Devin, do you want to pray to Hashem to destroy the oppressors on the land? What's wrong? Pray.
We weren't even talking, like, we actually weren't even talking about, I mean, this is like a political house or whatever, but we weren't even talking about that. He came in and was like, trying to rage bait people. What were we talking about, like New York? Because what are we, like, I don't know, Jelly Goga? What we were talking about.
No, Devin, we weren't talking about Jews or anything, but Normal was going ahead and having a problem when we say we pray against the oppressors. So I made a point saying I prayed against Hitler, and I pray to God that Hitler is condemned to hell, right? I pray to God that the Pharaoh who oppressed the Jews are condemned to hell. And Normal went ahead and got very angry, especially because of the fact that he had a room open where he was wanting a second Holocaust for Jewish people. And we were just pointing out that he hates Jews more than he hates anyone else, and then acts like a victim in this room. Devin's also a retard. Like honestly,
they're all the retards.
So I got a question though, Habibi. When you say all of them are retards, what do you like? Who are you referring to?
Islamists.
Oh, okay. Yeah, fuck them.
Calm your tits down. Go back to your fucking baby mom.
I'm waiting for it to get out the microwave so I can put it on.
What is wrong with you?
Yo, who is that?
it's the ghost in your room.
Oh, okay.
Yo, by the way, Shucky, you haven't been on for some time. What's been going on with you?
Just been taking time off, man. You know, gathering my thoughts, getting closer to the Creator. You know.
Alright, nice.
Yes, Are you been alright those times?
Yep, I'm pretty good.
That's good to hear, man.
Oh, what were your thoughts about the Big Beautiful Bill, Shucky?
I gotta do some research on it, man. When I get home, I'm gonna look at it.
Okay. Because some people are saying it's the worst legislative, worst piece of legislation we have ever passed. But others say it's the thing that puts America back on track, and I really want to see what your point on that is.
Yeah, I gotta do some research, man. I've been taking a break from the politics, you know, and focusing on other things. But like I said, when I get home, I'm gonna do some homework on it, and then I'll message you in the back channel, let you know how I feel about it.
I bet that. Are you still in Asia, or did you come back to America?
I'm still in Asia.
What did you do today?
Just work.
Zara, did you find her?
No.
You said yes or no?
No, I went to eat. I went to the restaurant. I didn't go.
Oh, okay. So nobody liked my jokes, huh?
What joke did you say?
Okay. Do you like soda, Sam?
No.
Why? You're so delicious.
I wish I had a gun.
That's so funny.
Well, yeah, I am. Yes, it
Star
is.
likes it.
No, I wish I had a gun right now.
Your joke was so bad that I'm gonna go sleep right now.
You go to sleep anyway.
You heard Sam? Hello? Okay. Yeah, I said I'm about to go to.
Yo, Wednesday, you voted for Zohran?
Of course I did.
He's a good guy, right?
Yeah, I like him.
Zohran going to be deported. Trump told him, I'm gonna deport your ass. Now he's mad. Like, what the hell?
Stop always trying to deport somebody. He need to deport. We're gonna deport his wives.
But Sam, I'm going to a little celebration after work. We're having a little 4th of July party up here.
Oh, about that.
Yeah, it's gonna be fun. Mm-hmm.
So it turns out that Melania Trump came into the U.S. On a fake contract for a fashion company. Now, Elon Musk came to the U.S. on a fake education certificate. You know what I mean? So this is the thing. Like most most people who encourage deportation, they came into the U.S. fake documents. You know?
Trump also came illegally to the United States as well.
Oh.
Wednesday.
Trump himself is a legal immigrant.
Yes, Chucky.
I really liked your soda joke.
Thank you. I thought it was funny.
You're welcome.
Sam just doesn't have good taste.
No, I have pretty good taste. It's just that was not it.
Sam, tomorrow, something is you're gonna have a remember the joke and you're gonna laugh. It's just a delayed reaction.
I'm just laughing about how bad it is.
It's funny.
It's hilariously bad.
Listen, I do the dad jokes.
Really?
Yeah, I find them funny.
Alright, give me your best dad joke.
If Zoran going to make transportation free, I'm moving to New York, I swear. I'm selling my car, I'm moving to New York.
You moving to New York?
Well, honestly, I'm selling my car, I'm moving to New York. Because right now, I'm paying so much money. Gas, insurance, all this. Man, I don't want to do that.
I'm starving, but I don't want to eat.
Drink you some water.
I drink water.
Or eat you some fruit.
I got some carrots.
Eat some carrots. Then starve then. Fuck it.
Wow, I'm going to eat a nice breakfast in the morning.
Yo, Wednesday, what's your weight? Honest to God, what's your weight?
Why?
Why are you asking?
What's your weight, for real?
Most of my weight's in my ass.
Oh.
Whoa.
You're talking to Jeff. Wow, you're talking to who? To Habibi?
The fuck, bro? Leave me out of it, man. You're the one who asked the question.
I mean, I never saw her before, you know. So basically, she's probably encouraged you, Habibi.
You have to choose your battles wisely. So for me, I'm not engaging in this conversation.
I am engaging, and she gave me a message.
Wait, Habibi, you're
taking it. I'm taking it.
I'm not engaged, bro. I didn't sign up for trouble yet.
Wednesday, what's your weight? Wallah, what's your weight?
I'm not telling you my weight. What's your penis size?
Whoa.
10.
Yeah, Frank. Oh, liar.
You know, okay, I'm gonna tell you something. So Lebanese came out to be the second from tallest, with people with tallest dicks, right? Now, I'm from northern Palestine, which is close to Lebanon.
Why are we talking about this?
No.
So our dick sizes is a bit bigger than the rest of Palestinians.
He's gonna try to be Lebanese now. He's gonna try to be Lebanese.
No, our dick size is a bit bigger than other Palestinians.
What the fuck did I just walk into?
That's Caesar.
I'm
Not
serious.
he's Ace.
That's exactly what we're saying.
Okay, I'm serious. So basically, gender dick size is like Mexican.
Okay, what if it has a penis?
Why are you so worried about gender?
I really don't want to hear about your penis size. Probably the
Like
gayest
gender dick
conversation
size
I've
is
ever
like
been a part of.
Mexican, you know, because most people.
Why are you looking at other people's dicks now? Like, please, just shut up.
Shit like that. Guatemala.
Brother, why are you obsessed with other people's penises? Just please shut up.
She asked me, man. She asked me about my dick size, so I'm trying to explain to her that my dick size is bigger than what she thinks.
And what makes you think that she's
AC.
Because basically she got a big ass. She saved most her weight in her ass. Now
you like
that
my
means
PTR, AC?
that
You
means
like my
she needs a
PTR,
big
AC?
dick.
Ace, I think
In order to take care of
Amir
her.
is not here, you know.
So that means
AC.
Baby oil?
Yeah, you like my PTR?
Why would I like that PTR for?
You gotta look at it. What flavor is it?
It's baby oil. Why
Well,
would
what kind? What kind is it?
He said what flavor it is.
I didn't know baby oil comes in a flavor. Wow.
Flavor.
Nah, it's cocoa butter.
The only person that knows that pretty well is Diddy.
Yeah, it's good for your skin.
That's
and your hair.
yucky.
Make sure to put that baby oil in a microwave.
Yeah, I did. I just did it a few minutes ago.
Like, he's a professional. What is it when a man likes to see his woman has relations with another man? A cockatoo or something.
A
cock, yeah, he's
a cuckold.
cuckold. Yeah, he's a professional cuckold.
Ooh, Diddy?
Diddy, yeah.
Wait, isn't he the one doing the cooking?
No. She's doing it in front of him. He likes to look at it.
Why is it that whenever I hear about celebrities, like Diddy or was it other people from Hollywood or streamers or shit, they all turn out to be couples?
Don't know. Maybe it's a power thing. I don't know.
Ask Chucky. He's got the baby oil in his PTR.
Wait, give me a second. I'm responding back to Point. Point said I sound slow, so I'm letting Point know. Yeah, I ride the short bus to work every day, and I was gonna tell Point that I have stickers on my helmet too.
Point just always want to get attention. Go make a room where nobody goes into.
You know, Point always has to say I sound slow. El Homo always wants everybody to be gay. So sometimes you gotta give them what they want.
Interesting.
Yeah, you just gotta agree with them so they can shut up and go kill themselves.
But now I'm kind of curious about one thing, right? It's like, what do you say? Is cuckoldry like something that's now common in the U.S. or what?
How are we supposed to know that?
I don't know. I'm asking you guys. I have no idea when it comes to this shit.
Yeah, but I got the Johnson & Johnson sticker. I'm about to put it on my laptop. I'm excited.
Why? That's so weird. Stop. You're being weird.
I'm not being weird.
I think he's a Diddy fan.
But still, that's... We wouldn't know.
Yo, but Ace, you gotta say it all correctly. You gotta say all my titles, man. You gotta say that I'm an undercover Nazi Zionist Diddy fan.
Shit, is that you? Coming out?
Yeah, I guess so, man. Everybody comes on here and they tell these stories and y'all believe the stories, so fuck it. I gotta run with it.
I don't know. You are the
shit.
So was Edward, and Edward being in them Zion rooms and letting them curse y'all prophet, he don't be saying shit. That's crazy. But y'all don't bash him.
Yeah. Who is Edward?
Oh, the racist that comes in this room.
Let me be honest. Oh wait, are you? Okay, the black guy. Wait, how is he racist? What do you do?
He always talks about the African American community in a negative light. He prides himself on looking white and having white privilege. You know, he's called several people of color the nigger word. You know, the list goes on.
I've never heard him say that word. Has he really?
Yeah, me neither. This is the first time I'm hearing this.
He got so mad and called his sister on the stage the N-word. I would never do that. I would never curse y'all prophet. That's crazy.
Question, with the hard ER or just like...
Yeah, it was the hard
ER.
Oh, he actually.
Ooh, you Wednesday? You got that was.
Yeah, because he got mad because him and it's a long story. Him and General were like poking fun at me. So they went low, so I went lower. But I said to him, I said, now I gotta kill you guys. So Edward asked, well, how? How are you gonna kill me? I said, I'm gonna just put my foot out, and you're just gonna fall down the steps because you know he can't see.
So you both went low. You both went low.
Wait. He was selling me. He said I wasn't worth $1. Come on. He went low first.
Can't
I
be
went low.
sold.
He was trying to sell me off in marriage.
To who?
I think it was the Caliph.
How did Caliph get involved with this?
I don't know. I actually came back. I was off and then came back and they were like, something about Caliph, would you invite me to dinner or something? And he said no. I'm like, oh, well, nobody would want to
Wednesday,
marry
to be
her.
honest, a lot of people on here want to invite you to dinner. Like, what do you have to say about that?
What?
A lot of people on here do want to take you for dinner. Oh, speaking about Edward, he showed up.
That's a good intro.
Yeah, I got.
Wait, Edward, did you say the N-word with a hard ER?
What? When?
Chucky was just telling us about it. After Chucky and Wednesday.
Chucky and
And then
Wednesday?
you're racist to black people.
No, I didn't say that. I just said you said
Edward,
the N-word.
I honestly told them that you wouldn't say something like that, but they.
He didn't say that. Don't believe him about PP.
No, I mean, what context? Let me ask that. What context?
You forgot already?
Huh?
You forgot already?
Oh, you mean with you?
Yeah, with me.
Oh,
I
yeah.
said I was gonna put my foot out, but you can't see and you're gonna die.
Yeah, yes. Yeah, I did. But I didn't call you that. I was making a point. I was making a point that saying something like that is equal to racism. That was my point.
Yeah, but General just said something earlier about your vision.
I know. General is a piece of shit. I know.
Yeah, but you didn't get mad.
No, it's disgusting. General obviously doesn't like me, which is fine.
What did he say? What did he say?
He called me a blind bitch.
No, it doesn't mean it.
No, it's very disgusting. And it's actually causing fitna, actually.
What was the context?
They were all joking. Remember something about because I sound white? And he said, I don't know, I forgot what he said. You're a white accountant, and typical or something. You know, I was joking around, and he said, and I was like, oh, don't be a racist or something like that. And he called me a white blind bitch. But he's not. But General has never said anything nice to me or about me. So I mean, he doesn't like me, and I don't like him. But no, he shouldn't.
We didn't like each other.
No, he's a piece of shit. I mean, you could tell. But you know, you could start talking.
His sense of humor.
It is his sense of
He just
humor.
has
I'm
this dark
surprised
sense of
that
humor.
everybody's actually saying that right now. It actually is his sense of humor.
Well, it's whatever it is. It's beneath me. I don't like him. I don't think he's, you know, I just don't think he's funny. He just doesn't have anything nice to say to or about me. I mean, which is fine. I don't take it personal. Not everybody's gonna like everybody, but you know, he knows not to say that because he was here with Wednesday, and I explained to him why that, you know, what Wednesday said was wrong. You know, and
is it Wednesday's
and he
fault?
agreed. No, it's not Wednesday's fault. But I could understand Wednesday why you think he's getting away with it and you weren't. But I have more respect for you than I do for him.
Wednesday's causing fitna right now.
Huh?
I'm not causing shit. I'm minding my business.
You caused fitna when you gave me that shitty dad joke.
That was a funny dad joke. Y'all just don't got no good taste.
Well, I didn't. To me?
No. Yeah, I said a dad joke and you got upset.
Wednesday, you can't do fitna, bro. Like,
Wait. She wasn't. To who? She wasn't doing fitna.
bro, she is doing the biggest fitna.
Oh. Wait.
Wednesday, you know what fitna is?
Yeah, do you know what fitna is?
No.
It's like
I'm causing shit.
It's like when a Muslim causes problems between other Muslims, which is a really bad thing. Which is not what you're not accused of doing. They're just messing with you. But
I thought you said it because my dad joke was bad.
No, I was messing with you. That was just
being sarcastic.
Oh, okay.
I actually think you're causing fitna.
But I do think there is, like, I've had to have conversations with other people who think that, you know, it's okay to say things to me like that, like what General did today, and he's done it before in a roundabout way where, earlier today, because I said, you know, when I used to enjoy going to fireworks, and he found that very odd and weird, and but wouldn't, you know, just made it clear that was a weird thing to say. But anyways, so people have come up to me.
Why would it be weird? I don't know. Why would it be weird? You once had sight. Maybe he didn't think you once had sight. Maybe
no. I explained it to him I thought so too. I explained it to him very graphically, and I don't know. It's just he has a weird obsession about that. But the thing is, I've had to have talks with other people because they have seen this kind of behavior and these comments from him, and I haven't said anything, and so it's caused, you know, me to have other talks with other Muslim people. I've also had Zionists come up to me and say, why do you go to Amir's room when they make fun of you because of your disability?
But you still agree, right? BB.
No. Well, BB doesn't count, or like Harry Balzac and BB. Yeah, no, he does, but like the rest of the Zionists think he's a piece of shit too, so he doesn't count. And they know he said stuff too, but you know, other people have said things about. So it is spreading, and it's becoming an issue. Like it shouldn't be an issue. People shouldn't bring it up. Anybody's disability, you could talk shit to me.
Yeah.
Fine.
You know what? I do. I don't know if I said sorry before, but I am.
Well, you don't have to. I mean, I could tell you were.
Tell your fault, Wednesday.
No. You know, the thing is, though, General was involved. Like, I talked to him about that, so he knew how I felt after me and Wednesday got into it. Like, he knew how I felt. So why are you doing it? You know, it's just the strangest thing. But Wednesday, I mean, there's no hard feelings, anyways.
No.
Yeah, fair enough.
I blame Wednesday for all of this.
I will. Actually,
one person.
no. We gotta blame Chucky because Chucky's the one that brought this up.
Wait. What did Chucky say?
He's good in instigating things.
Oh, he's gonna be mute right now.
He called me a racist. No, he's called me a racist because Black Rabbi the other day.
I called you a racist piece of shit. That's exactly what I called you, Edward. And there's gonna be a special place in hell reserved for your racist blind ass. That's exactly what I said. Fuck.
So that's. I mean, you can hear how he talks. I mean, why do you have to say blind? Because you're weak. You have low IQ.
That was not nice.
Because only those with no imagination and cannot argue would have to go to the lowest common denominator. It's like me going up to, you know, a black person who I'm having an argument with. I'm not thinking I'm mad at this black person or I'm arguing with him because he's black. That wouldn't make any sense. Why would you think the first thing that if you have a problem with me, it's because I'm blind? Why can't you just have a problem with me?
It's because you're a racist piece of shit. That's why I have a problem.
Now you took the word out, though.
You're a racist piece of shit.
He took the blind word out. I mean, that's at least a step in the right direction. It still showed your IQ. But why am I racist? What makes me a racist?
Can we come to a ceasefire? Like
No. Come on. I like arguing, so I want to know. I want to know what makes me a racist, Chucky. Chucky, come on. Grow some balls. Tell me what makes me a racist.
Honestly, don't like antagonize one another. Just come to a point where you guys can understand like what's going on, where's the difference going on.
I actually don't even know if Chuck is being serious or he's joking.
No, he's being serious.
No, he's being serious.
Chucky is a Zionist now. He's been hanging out with Zionists. There's no ceasefire there. He's kind of two-faced. And he talks shit to me. He's mad at me because I didn't take a side against Wednesday a couple of weeks ago. I don't know what happened between him and Wednesday. They got into an argument, and I was in Amos's room, and he comes up to me randomly and says, "Oh, do you think black and brown people face discrimination in America?" And I said, "We have to ask black and brown people. I'm not black or brown." Well, and I said, I'm more white than black and brown. That's how people see me.
That's not what you said. That's not what you said. If you're going to read the story, make sure you be truthful.
Okay, go ahead. You go ahead and say it then.
Pikachu and I were having a conversation, and Edward has to be the center of the room. Then I said, you know what? Fuck it, Edward. I said, I'm going to ask you this question, right? I said, do you feel that? I asked him, do you feel like there's still oppression against the black and brown people in America? He said, he's like, whoa, why are you asking me? Don't ask me. Go ask the blacks. He was like, I
didn't say don't ask the blacks.
You did say that. You did say that.
No, I did not. I don't say I don't talk that.
And then you started talking. You started rambling, and you got moved out the room by Pikachu.
No, I did not.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not.
Yes,
no, I did not.
And then the next day,
I was a mod. I was a mod. What are you talking about?
Then the next day, I almost opened up the room. You moved me to the goo. Because you thought I kicked you out the room.
No, that wasn't me. That wasn't me.
That was you.
No, that wasn't me. If it was me, I would say it was me. That wasn't me.
It was you.
That was not me. If it was, I would say it was me. I have no problem saying with me.
Then I came back the next day and got a fight and kicked you out the room.
No, you didn't. I don't remember being kicked out of the room.
Yeah, you got kicked out a few times.
No, you didn't.
There you did.
No, you did. Chucky, why do you keep lying? You just lied like 5 times.
You did. I didn't lie. You're the liar.
You said you kicked me out of the room.
I did.
Okay, you didn't kick me out of the room because I'm a mod. I would be a mod, and I'm almost always makes me a mod.
It makes me a mod too. It makes me a mod too.
And you did not kick me out of the room.
I kicked you out the room, Edward.
You did not, because I did not get kicked out of the room.
I kicked you out the room twice, Edward. And Pikachu kicked you out the room too, Edward.
Pikachu wasn't a mod.
Yes, he was. I made him a mod.
He wasn't.
I made him a mod.
You're talking about afterwards, after I almost left, then you made him a mod, and I left.
No, you got
Nobody kicked me out.
You got kicked out the room. But continue your lies, man.
Okay. Now, Chucky, when you were talking to Pikachu, actually, weren't you talking about Iran, and then you asked me, don't you, in a very aggressive way, you think America can't beat Iran? When I wasn't even talking about America at all. And that's when I told you, what did I tell you? I told you something about, go cry and with your Pledge of Allegiance, and you got pissed off at that.
No, actually, I told you to take Iran's dick out your mouth. That's what I said. If you're gonna.
I think you did say something like that. And before that, though, the conversation about Wednesday came up. That's where you're lying. It was before Pikachu.
The conversation.
You started with Pikachu.
Wednesday never came up.
Yes, it did. And how do I know about it?
We don't have no issue because you sit in these rooms, you listen. You sit in these damn rooms.
I did not even know about it.
Because if you know anything about Clubhouse, everybody talks.
Excuse me.
So you sit there and you
I came to Wednesday. I came to Wednesday and it said, this is what Chucky said, And this is when I found out that you guys had an argument. I wasn't aware, nor was I a part of that argument or a witness to it. You came up to me in Amos' room and asked me about black and brown people, and I told you go ask them. And I didn't say go ask the blacks. And then you said, well, as a white person, you don't think white people could be oppressed? I said, that's a dumb question, Chucky. I'm not going to engage with that. Exact words. And you got pissed. And then you got pissed. And you started talking to Pikachu and talking shit about me, which is fine. I ignored you. It didn't matter to me because I was talking to other people. But I mean, don't make up stories about me being racist when I literally told you.
I didn't make up
literally
story.
told you.
I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the people.
Okay,
my
so how am
side
I
of what
racist?
happened. I just told you, man. I just told you, man.
Because what you said didn't indicate that I'm a racist. I told you to go ask those that have been oppressed or feel that they have been oppressed. That's their story, not mine.
Go ask the blacks. You've called a sister on the stage a nigger with a hard ER. You're a fucking racist.
Okay. Wednesday and I got in an argument, and I did not call her that. I referenced it, but I did not call her that. I won't bring up what I said, but I did not technically call her that word. Okay? She apologized to me, and Wednesday, did I not apologize to you? Wednesday?
I don't think we apologize right now.
Virtually have you.
No, I think we just like swept it under.
I sent you an apology on your back channel.
Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah. You did in Telegram. Yeah.
Telegram or back channel. Yeah. So, if I was a racist, I wouldn't have apologized to Wednesday. And if that's all you have, Chucky, because you were on calling me a racist about something in Amos's room, and you didn't say anything about anything I said that was racist. If anything, you wanted to prove that you were right and Wednesday was wrong, and I wasn't going to play that game. I mean, that's between you and her. And if you can't let shit go, Chucky, that's on you. And you can't let shit go. That's the problem.
Oh, it was about policing. And I think that's what
it was. You two got in some major argument. I wasn't here for it.
No, him and Teddy decided to double team me. So I waited until Teddy left and then got him back.
Yeah, well there you go. And then so he in Amos's room asked me so he wanted me on his side. Thinking, he's white, so he'll be on my side, you know. He'll say that there's no oppression. There's no discrimination. That did happen. You did ask me those words. I actually came in here and told everybody the day that it happened. I said, "This is what Chucky said."
I was in the goo. I heard it.
Okay, you heard it. Go.
I heard your
there you go.
I heard you word for word.
Why didn't you step up right there and say, "Edward, you're a liar"? That didn't happen, Edward. You're a liar. Why didn't you get up right there on the stage?
There's no need to, man.
Go hang out with Pikachu.
I will. I'll be in a room with them later.
Yeah, that's fine. You're just you're fake. You're just fake, and everyone knows you're fake. That's the thing. I don't have to even explain it. Everyone knows.
That's cool. Anything else, Mr. Racist?
Listen, you call me a racist all day long. It doesn't bother me.
Hold on, Chucky, are you black by any chance?
No, according to Edward, that I want to be so white.
No, she's asking you.
So white.
Are you black?
According to Edward, I want to be white.
She's asking you a question. Why are you ignoring her?
Chucky, are you black ethnically? I'm just curious. Are you Dominican? I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not black ethnically.
Okay, we were having a conversation one time, and the conversation became about the things that Black people go through, and you were trying to, like, you know, there's a small percentage as I was whining and crying and making it like Black people don't have it good, but they do have it good. I don't even know how the hell you were giving your opinion when you don't even have a connection to the community. Do you remember that conversation?
I remember. I was there for that one.
Yeah.
I mean, he could be a Black Dominican.
He said he's not.
He just said he's not Black.
Is he Black?
Maybe he identifies as Is that what it is, Chucky?
I mean, there's black people in almost damn near every country. There's black
I
Africans.
identify as an asshole.
But Mazzy, he's saying he's not. He's saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying, people say their opinions one way or another, but we can't be jumping down people's necks when we ourselves say some interesting.
So are you gonna virtually hug each other, or like what's gonna happen now?
Wait, Chucky? I don't like Chucky. I think he's fake. You guys can like him. I'm not gonna go after him. He's welcome.
You know, Habibi, for you, man, I'm gonna put on some napalm, then I'll hug him.
What are you gonna put?
I'll put on some napalm, and then I'll hug him.
Napalm is what they use to kill the Vietnamese people.
What the fuck is that, Chucky?
That's what I'm saying. This guy is fucking insane. He's sick. But I mean, come in the room, Chucky. You could talk and engage. I won't bother you. I don't bother anybody. Even if I don't like you, I don't bother you. Everybody has a right to, as long as the mods say so, to be in here. If the mods are okay with you, then I can't, intrude upon your space or your freedoms.
So I concluded that after you guys discussing this for the last 25 minutes and
10 minutes. 10 minutes, Habibi. 10 minutes.
That the reason or the problem here is what?
The reason is what?
Wednesday.
Oh, okay. We could come to that conclusion. But I would say from now on, whatever ethnicity you are, you could speak on, but you shouldn't speak on somebody else's. That's my rule.
Did you hear that Wednesday? I think he was addressing it with that one.
She's gonna explode on you. She's just gonna go. She's gonna go crazy on you.
How the hell she's ignoring me?
I don't know. I think she must be doing something.
I think she's just busy.
She must be doing something because she can't ignore.
She's positive. Yeah.
So like, get Mordecai. He'll stop ignoring.
Shape, how you doing, my fellow white brother?
I think Shape is probably sleeping.
No, not yet.
Not
yet. I'm hoping that this turns into a peaceful room.
No, you're not.
You're
you
right.
Can't sleep. You can't sleep if it's peaceful.
You're right. But I don't like this pro-pally on pro-pally crime. I don't like it.
It's what pro-pally? Which pro-pally? Me in general or Chucky?
General.
General and I mean, he doesn't like me, which is fine. There's no
Edward, he's sleeping now. I think you should talk to him when he wakes up. You'll change your thoughts, actually. I believe so.
No,
And then Chucky, I thought Chucky was on our side.
That's the thing. He was. Then he got in a fight with Wednesday. Actually, it is Wednesday's fault.
I keep telling you.
So let me tell you what happened, Shape. So what's the problem when I go to Zionist rooms and I sit on their stages, I say a couple of words and I just listen, and people come back and tell Amir, and all of a sudden I'm a undercover Nazi Zionist.
You see, you're not. You're trying to be a shapeshifter, but there's only one, bro.
I don't think anybody said Nazi.
Yeah, so you got, I just go in the spaces and sit, listen, just to see what the fuck they're talking about, and I guess that's a problem,
But wait, Chucky, you took Amos's name and called him Uncle. So what do you think people are going to
Actually, I didn't call him Uncle. I called him Grandpa.
Grandpa, Uncle, whatever.
Yeah.
You can try calling him Eddie. See what happens.
Eddie.
Amos.
Very. Is that Lebanese word?
Yes.
Okay, I know what it means.
Actually, everybody not everybody, but a lot of people use it.
Really?
It's made in Lebanon, though.
I don't feel like it has the same power as the Palestinian word.
So Palestinians, like, it depends, a mix.
What's
Yeah.
Yeah, and we say Evi, مثلا, and I don't know what word you're thinking of.
I don't know what word what's the English word of what you think of?
Probably zip.
Or what do you mean? What's
Yeah,
the English word?
exactly. No, Shape just said it, zib or zibra, or that's what they're saying. Palestinian.
Yeah, 80 feet, you say it when you're more like chill. And then zippy feet, or like zippy, you say it when you're a little bit angry.
Yeah. Yeah. Zibra, I heard. Zibba.
To you guys.
And if you're...
I don't know. And Lebanese, yeah, which it sounds too French and airy to me, sounds too aromatic, I don't know.
What's it mean? Sounds aromatic. How do you sound aromatic?
It means dick.
Wait, I'm sorry.
What is this? He just told you.
I told you.
What the fuck are you asking me, bro? He just told you.
I mean, suck my dick.
Yeah, why do you want me to answer that? If you know the answer, why are you asking?
You're the expert.
Kind of means like a zippy a kelp. It's... You could use it in different ways, I guess. I don't know how to use it romantically.
Then he got excited. He came up here to engage in this conversation.
Yeah, how can you say like, I'm not gonna say that, it's ladies in here.
Yeah, thank you for,
The ladies are not paying attention, I don't think.
No, trust me, they are paying attention.
Well, they just sit there in silence.
How dare you say something like that?
They write it down and then bring it up next week.
Okay, Assalamu alaikum, what's up guys? I was watching a movie, I'm not gonna lie. Jurassic
Why are you
World.
watching a movie with this entire thing going on?
I don't know, no, I took the headphones out. I was just wondering what happened. Did I miss anything?
We're a lot of things.
We're having a philosophical conversation, very deep conversation right now.
You guys were just talking about dicks. What do you mean philosophical?
But that is a philosophical conversation.
What happened with Zara? What were you saying, guys?
Sorry.
Oh, Zara? Nothing.
Zara was here, the idiot?
Yeah, he was cussing within the world.
Wait, really? Oh, I missed it.
Oh my god.
He went off on me one time. Remember, Amir? He went off for no reason. He went off on me.
He's a character, man. Not gonna lie.
And then he made
Anything else I missed? Last time I heard it, I don't know, before I came off the mic, I was, I think you and Chucky or something was going on here.
Chucky.
Oh, you guys buddies?
No.
No, they still hate each other.
Okay.
I mean, I don't
nemesis?
I hate him. I don't hate him. Just take a stand. If you're just take a stand. That's all. Whatever side you want to be on, or whatever your position is, just take a stand. But don't.
Well, apparently I didn't know that General and Edward had a thing. I thought
You're not supposed to know, though. That's the thing. I kept it cool because not everybody's gonna like it.
You and General Edward, what happened to you?
Nothing. Nothing. It's not a big deal.
Okay.
It's I don't know. It's good enough.
Yeah, that's fine.
I don't know how it came up.
Completely disagree. You completely ignored my sentiments.
No, I didn't do it. I didn't bring it up. I came in the room. They were talking about me.
Oh yeah, when Edward came in, we were talking about him.
Yeah, they were talking about me.
Now, by the way, guys, we do have Enan in the room, the piece of shit that's sitting in the audience, recording the room, right, streaming the room. He's always here, that piece of shit, Enan, right there, Enan, anonymous, right there at the bottom.
Enan. If he's recording, wait, if he's recording Amir, then this is something legendary that happened while you were gone. we were having a convo with El Normo as he was typing to be a keyboard warrior, and he got offended that I say I pray for the Jews who were oppressed by the Pharaoh, and I pray for the Jews that got oppressed by Hitler. And he got angrier that I was just going ahead and saying that, like, I pray for people that are oppressed. and what is it? He was calling me a victim for praying for them.
Can you close the chat on my ask for a little bit?
Sure. Let's do this. Type away, Norma. Type away.
Bro, like, I don't get it. How do you go ahead and say you're a proud Zionist, and then you turn around and say, like, yes, I support Hitler, yes, I support terrorism. How dare you go ahead and pray for Jews when you say Hitler?
Wait, he said that?
Yeah.
What the?
What did he say?
Did he go off his mask?
He got angry. He got angry at me.
What did he
when
say?
I said, so I said that I pray for those who are obsessed. Habibi, and I were saying, like, basically the same thing. And El Normo was calling us, like, victims or whatever, right? So then I said, I pray for the Jews that were oppressed by the Pharaohs, and I pray for the Jews that were oppressed by Hitler. And he got even angrier. And he was going off on me. So I'm just like, why are you supporting Hitler in this instance? I'm saying I pray for the oppressed, which are the Jews in this instance. And he was getting even angrier.
Black Rabbi is in the audience. Do you guys want to engage with Black Rabbi? He gives me a headache now.
What's
Bring him up here, man. I'm feeling tired. I'm shutting down, so I'm not going to talk to him.
I'm just reading his new article, you guys. Hold on, let me see. I just saw it on his Instagram. Rabbi Mordecai Yosef and Abraham's Soulful Journey. But I still call you Sharif Hassan. I don't know why. I like it more.
Normal left. I freed him.
Why is the chat closed?
I turned it back.
So Fayez, what I was telling them earlier is that you'll never come across a Zionist that would ever pray to Hashem to destroy the oppressors on that land. Never.
That would be praying against themselves.
Yeah, you will never come across one of them that would actually pray against the oppressors. And he got triggered, and it went from there between him and Sam.
Yeah. So I think we should henceforth, make a prayer. Let's all make a prayer when the Zionists are in the room, that may God destroy the oppressors. Let's see if they say amen.
Amen.
Wednesday. Are you sleeping?
Live with you, Edward. Are you good?
I'm good.
I wonder what happened between you and Jenner.
Nothing. We just don't like each other.
Amir, you know what I think? I think that Edward doesn't know the type of jokes that Jenner makes. And it's okay if he does, and it's like
No, see, I'll tell you.
That's like the coffee cooler the kettle black coming from you.
No, I know the problem between Edward and General. General speaks in British English, which Edward is not able to understand most of the time. And Edward uses American slangs, which General doesn't understand. So they always think
that would be a problem, I think, too. I really have run into that issue with a substitute teacher one time, and she got really mad at me because she was saying the word aluminum in a British way, and I was like, what the, huh?
Aluminium?
I think so. Yeah, and I was like, what is that?
How you're supposed to say it.
And I'm like, what is that? I don't know what you're saying.
Edward, the people that's how America was built. These settlers came from Europe, right? From the UK. So we are basically, we should be.
Yeah, but we outgrew them. I mean, they still drive on the wrong side of the road over there.
Oh my God.
And India too, Fayez.
Yeah, me too. Yeah.
Look what he wrote in his bio. New to Clubhouse.
Deal.
not new. I don't know.
Today's news, they opened a room on my name, which was wonderful. I did something there.
Who
They
did
opened
it?
up 5 rooms a day. It was that guy, you know, that quit.
Yeah, I hate him. Yeah.
Person.
Jack Herrer is the
No. Requit. It's Jewish. Yeah, it's a Jewish person.
Wait, was he amongst one of those people that opened up the room about the second Holocaust or whatever? How they were hoping
Check the Telegram. I uploaded a picture on there. You guys can check it out.
No, what was it about? I forgot what it was. It was something he took something and twisted it, that what we were talking about, and opened the room because he got pissed.
Oh, I did bring him up while we were engaging with Kawa, whatever her name
Oh,
is.
yeah, that's right, yep.
I never bring him up. I leave him in the audience. He always raises that, and I don't bring him up because he can't even, he's just like, what is it called? Ariel.
He's basically a retard. Yes.
Yeah, he's like Ariel, right? We don't know where he's going with the argument, discussion. We don't even know what's happening here. He's mentally retarded.
Don't go ahead and offend the mentally retarded people. They actually have brains.
Yeah, it's true.
That's.
And Yaku was a co-mod. Kawa was a co-mod.
I have a quick question. I know this is like off the track or whatever, but is calling someone who's autistic, if you call someone who's autistic mentally retarded, is that offensive here in America?
Yes. Well, you can't use the word retarded in America. I mean, that's offensive. Retarded.
Wait, really? Even
of course.
Offensive?
Well, it's not. It's mentally challenged. It's not retarded, because retarded has been used so long as a slang. So that hasn't been used in years.
Edward,
or special needs.
Can I say it still to Black Rabbi and to something?
Well, no. Well, but retarded is a slang now, so you could say it like that. Yeah, but I mean, but if you go up to a mentally challenged person, you can't call them retarded.
I would
right?
never.
No. But now, autistic though. Just keep in mind though, autistic and mentally challenged are two different things. Like my nephew's autistic.
Are you autistic?
It's just like calling, you can't call somebody that's an actual B word. You can't call that person a B word. If you do, they'll get offended. But if somebody that's not a B word, then it's just a slang, right?
Well, like retarded is a special case because it's been used for decades as a slang word towards people that it doesn't correlate to mentally challenged anymore. Now you're not supposed to use it, but still it's not. But it doesn't correlate to the same.
Well, also Edward, on the spectrum of autism, they can get, if they're on a certain level of autism on the spectrum, they can be considered mentally challenged.
Yes, they can.
Well, that's kind of stupid because by your own logic, then the word shit would be a cuss word at this point.
Well, shit is a cuss word.
No way, no it's not. There is no way it is.
Bro, where do you live at?
What are you talking about?
Where do you live?
You must swear so much that you don't even...
Bro, no, this is how they taught me English in Singapore.
What?
Listen, retarded is offensive, shit is a curse. What else you got?
Why is everyone so offended here in America?
No, I didn't say we're offended. I'm just saying what they consider curse.
Yeah.
These are curses. That's a 4-letter word. That's
SOB is not, son of an onion is not a curse.
Wait, really quickly, I wouldn't have said this in 2016, but I really think now we should start to look at Nobel Peace Prize winner and the work he's doing around the world to create peace, specifically in the Middle East. And I want to get Edward's thoughts on the United States giving bunker buster bombs and ability for...
Can you stop spitting the microphone?
Well, bunker buster bombs, they've had bunker buster bombs for 2 years and used them in Gaza. I don't know, where have you been?
Yeah, So the bunker buster bombs they use in Gaza were the 2,000 pound ones, the ones that were used in Iraq.
That's a tongue twister, bunker buster bombs.
It is.
The ones that they use in Iraq were 30,000 ones that you only can use with the B-2 bomber.
Right.
Right. So that's what's the difference now is that Israel has B-2 bombers.
Oh, does it?
They've been allowed them to use them. America still controls them.
Okay, they have bunker buster B-2 bombers now, Israel?
So to give the pilots access to use B-2 bombers.
To give you reference, Edward, so he was saying that this was passed or whatever, but it hasn't even made it into the House of Representatives.
No.
It hasn't even passed the committee level yet, but there is a proposal to give Israel.
It's been there for almost a year.
No,
yeah, it's been there for almost a year.
I'm not talking about America is issued bunker buster bombs.
Can you say bunker buster bombs 3 times faster?
Can you say I work in the music industry and I made no money?
I can't say that because I made a lot of money, you fucking duck.
Alright, yeah, I'm sure you know. But anyway,
Yeah. Mike Chester says different, you liar.
Mike Chester, the little VP of promotion.
Yeah, little. He made more money than you, bro. Made more money than you. And he told me you were a liar. Yeah, I thought
you said you didn't know me.
He said you were a liar because he doesn't know you.
So, one second. I'm reading the proposal here. It says here that the U.S. bill that is being proposed right now is send B-2 bunker buster bombers to Israel if Iran nuclear threat persists. And it's again July 3rd, 2025. It says here very strictly that this is right now in talks and deliberations with the idea that the regime's nuclear program should not reach a critical point where they have developed nuclear weapons. This is a bipartisan lateral agreement. If passed or if it passes the committee and everything. So again, it's still on the committee floor. That doesn't mean they have it.
So are they giving them the B-2s or are they sending the B-2s over there?
It says the Trump administration did not allow the sale of B-2 bombers to any country. In fact, the United States has a long-standing policy against transferring custody of the B-2 stealth bombers to any of its allies. This is due to highly classified stealth technologies the bomber incorporates. Now, the bill that he's talking about, again, just entered the committee.
Let him finish.
The bill that he's talking about is proposing that we should allow Israel to access B-2 bombers, have their pilots and all that stuff, whatever. But it hasn't even passed the committee stage. No one has deliberated on it because the pressing issue was the big beautiful bill that was, trying to be passed before July 4th. So that entire deliberation was going on instead.
Yeah, Black Rabbi, either way, I don't care if they get it against Iran and.
It has nothing to do with Palestine. It has to do with Gaza.
Oh yeah, I don't care. Yeah, if they're not being dropped on Palestinians.
No, there's no need to drop 30,000 pound bombs.
So I don't. It doesn't. Iran and Israel are 2 countries. If they want to fight, they can fight.
Okay.
I don't have a problem with that.
That's right. They feel the same way about you guys too, by the way.
No, they don't.
Okay.
No, they don't.
Yeah, you do.
No, they don't, because they know we're not a country and we're oppressed and occupied.
If you're not a country, how could you be occupied?
What? We don't have a country, I said.
Okay, so how are you occupied then?
You don't have to have a country to be occupied. No, we're not having this conversation.
We're
not doing this.
Same argument for how.
No, I don't know why it comes down to me.
This is funny as hell.
You got so many people. Mazi, we got Sam.
But none of them have basic intelligence. I think.
No, they have more intelligence than I do.
I think none of these people would say 1-year-old God could be a terrorist.
Why do I have more intelligence than they do, Black Rabbi? Why is that? What characteristic?
Most of the people of
what characteristic do you see in me that you don't see in them? What is it?
I'm going to explain to you. Number one, Amir normally attracts low IQ people.
And so I was.
You're here.
You're always in this room, idiot.
How do you just diss yourself? This is the stupidest thing ever.
He said fair enough.
That's how concerned I am about it. But the point is, but Edward is not necessarily one of your
Why not?
Edward is low IQ. Edward, I didn't know that.
I would say Edward's not a high IQ. He's average IQ. Right?
Why? Why am I not low IQ?
So what's his number according to you? Like 50, 25?
I don't know. I don't do numbers. But the point is just
But it's lower than yours, then, though, like Rabbi, right? By far lower than yours.
By far. But the point is the same. There's no competition for this. But the point is just saying.
You're right. I've already won.
Yeah, you got it. Thumb wrestling. But anyways, the point is just saying that.
Thumb wrestling.
Anyway, guys, this person, Pindi.
Another low IQ person right here.
Yeah.
Faiz is low IQ?
Okay, it's okay.
He's very eloquent. He's articulate.
It's okay.
I hate the Zionist where I'm sitting on the toilet talking on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
So this
eating
person,
bag of potato chips.
Pindi has shared the link to the documentary on the Gaza doctors that were killed.
Oh yeah.
It's a very important documentary. I'm going to see it probably this weekend, hopefully. And this is go ahead, Pindi.
Pindi.
Hi, Maz. The link I shared is the full documentary. So I know in the States and in Canada we may not get it, but I urge everyone to watch it and share it as much as they can. It's an incredible piece of work that the BBC tried to suppress and shut down the film. And then the filmmaker ended up working with Nadir Hassan. We all have comments on him nonetheless, but anyways, it got out. It's on Channel 4 in the UK, and someone posted on Twitter the full doc. It's an hour long. I recommend everyone watch it. Pardon?
Where can I watch this?
I'm so sorry I didn't hear you.
Where do I watch this?
The link has. I'll repost the link. In the link it's a.
Can we ping it on top? Can you ping it on top, somebody?
Sure. I don't know how to do that.
No, one of the mods got to do it. One of the mods.
Oh, here it is.
In the tweet is the video, the full documentary.
Oh, wonderful.
Okay, that's all. Peace be with all of you guys, and free Palestine.
Peace be with you too. Free Palestine.
Love you, Maz.
Free Palestine, free Palestine.
And fuck Gene Simmons.
Yeah. What is the other one? Something IDF.
Oh, you mean death to the IDF?
Oh,
Did you mean dead to the IDF? Dead to the IDF. Is that what you meant?
Yeah, the thing that was in, where was it? In Ireland?
No, it was in the UK.
I remember hearing...
UK, yeah.
Oh, it was in the UK? I just heard it randomly outside. Like,
I think people are saying it, but...
It was a punk rocker at Glastonbury.
Yeah, that's where it started, the whole concert, and then everybody starts saying it.
That's interesting.
I mean, death to the IDF going viral. Who would have thought?
I got concerned for a bit because, like, when I stepped out, I was just like, who's chanting death to who? Because I didn't want to get put on, like, the 60-second having to talk about, like, someone chanting death to someone and then, like, someone getting shot. So I got so confused. That's interesting. But I'm pretty sure whoever has made that, they meet in the UK or whatever, they're probably going to get, like, their visa revoked to the US if they haven't, right?
This black rabbi comes and literally lives in this room, calls us low IQ, calls us losers, but he doesn't realize that he's literally living amongst the so-called losers and low IQs. My goodness. Just imagine how low his IQ must be to spend time with the low IQers.
Well, Faiz, you know why he said I have average IQ? You know why he distinguished me, right?
I don't know.
Because I sound white.
Okay.
That's why.
Okay.
No,
That's exactly why.
I heard from some of my Jewish friends that actually know him or whatever. He's actually pissed off that a Muslim known as Omar Suleiman gets more viral views and clicks more than he ever does or he ever will. He's trying to make himself
because he's Muslim.
Yeah.
That's
bro,
why.
his YouTube views are garbaggio, bro. What delusional state is he in?
Move him down? Did you guys move him down?
I did, Amir. I did. You want to bring him back up? No problem.
Let's bring him up. Let's see.
Yeah, sure.
We can ask him about the new stuff, you know.
Oh boy, I said the right thing.
Oh yeah, there you go. We talked about new stuff.
Now I'm a supremacist. Ooh.
No, I said.
I mean, you gotta first get a good microphone before you call him constipated. Your mic is 2025 and your mic is fucking horrible.
No, Mazi, he's just waiting for the right person. I mean, right time to steal it. So he's an Israeli.
Hey, Mazi,
he's a Zionist.
Brothers, right? Wait before Mike was there.
Yeah, man. Nobody knows you in the music industry, bro. Unfortunately.
Yeah, he asked about some guy that goes around eating potato chips all the time, and nobody's heard of you.
Edward. First of all, you are obsessed with being white. No one thinks you sound white. Okay, like you have this obsession.
Well, good. I don't want to sound white. I mean, that's good.
Yeah, you do. You know. And just so you guys know.
What do I sound like? If I don't sound white, what do I sound like then to you?
You sound Palestinian. Anyways.
I do want to touch on the news.
A refugee. I sound like a refugee.
You gotta stop attacking people, Black Rabbi. The news is Israeli forces killed 18 Palestinians in Gaza since dawn, right? The Israeli opposition leader meets with UAE President and Foreign Minister. Israeli Yair Lapid has concluded a short visit to Abu Dhabi where he met with the President of the Arab Emirates, Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, and country's Foreign Minister Abdullah bin Zayed Al Nahyan, posting on X. The leader of centrist Yesh Atid party said he discussed regional developments and the utmost importance of returning of all the hostages. They still freaking do they not know that it was never about the hostages? Like, is that for real?
Israel is a weird country. They'll believe their own lies or it's just a weird place.
It was never about the hostages, Black Rabbi. Why are they making a big deal about the hostages?
Can I just add something? There's this person in the chat named
Because the house.
Or some shit like that.
Yes.
And he stated that the reason the documentary that I shared hasn't gone to air is because it was fabricated. That's absolute, unequivocal lie. The reason the BBC decided not to air the documentary and pull it was because they had first aired the documentary where the child narrated the doc. It was about children and their experiences. That child ended up being associated with Hamas. I'm not getting into that. I'm not touching that. Then this second documentary came out, and the reason they didn't air it is so incredibly ridiculous and typical of media and the gatekeeping that they do is they did not air it because the filmmaker, I forget the name of the company, at Basement Films, decided to talk about the film before it went on air. As a result, the BBC pulled it. So whoever this Pikachu is, Pokemon little piece of shit down there, shut the fuck up. Know your facts, because that's completely untrue. I just wanted to come back here.
He's a number one bullshit guy. Black Rabbi, hang on, Black Rabbi, hang on. He's a number one bullshit guy. Pika literally means vagina in all bunch of languages, so I usually call him pussy too. Anyways, moving on to the news. The Saudi defense minister called the Iranian army chief after Trump meeting. President Trump reportedly discussed Iran and other regional issues with Saudi Defense Minister Prince Khalid bin Salman at the White House on Thursday. The Axios News outlet reports, citing a source. After the meeting, bin Salman, the younger brother of Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, reportedly spoke on the phone with the chief. What the hell was the meeting about? The meeting between Trump and bin Salman comes just days before. What the hell did they talk about? And Hamas is seeking, ceasefire guarantees as more are killed in Gaza. The new U.S.-backed ceasefire proposal for Gaza would lead to war's end, the source close to militant groups said on Thursday. But the issue is, how the hell is the U.S. going to guarantee it? Nobody trusts the U.S.
You have no choice.
Anybody in here trust the U.S.?
I trust the U.S.
I don't trust the U.S. The U.S. have done the Lebanese dirty, have done Syria dirty, have done a whole bunch of countries dirty.
What is the U.S. doing?
The phase one. Like Rabbi. Phase one was violated by Netanyahu. What did the U.S. do? U.S. helped them out do this in phase one as well with Hamas. U.S. is just, I don't know what to tell you, man.
Wait, but trust the U.S. phase one.
Why are you not celebrating Palestinian people that could go to bed like with peace finally?
The peace doesn't come free. It's at the cost of so many dead bodies.
But by
Yes. Bashar al-Assad, but you're not getting the point. You're not getting the big picture. Your people stealing the fucking land. They've stolen the buffer zone. They've stolen the what is it called? Mount Herman or something. So calm down, stop, and you bombed the shit out of Syria. You took down a whole bunch of their military locations and whatnot. So there's no point. You're just a loose cannon. You are a loose cannon. Edward, do you believe the U.S. giving guarantee on this ceasefire?
U.S. and Egypt and Qatar and maybe Turkey. Trump is supposed to come out and guarantee it, like with his mouth, like with words. So I don't know. We don't know much about the ceasefire. I was literally just looking to see if there's any news on it.
No, I'm saying, would you trust the U.S. guaranteeing the ceasefire?
Oh, I mean, I would trust it if it was actually like entrenched guarantee, like the last ceasefire. We heard it was guaranteed, but there was no actual evidence that it was guaranteed by the U.S. Here, I think Hamas, a week or so ago, wanted Trump to say it was guaranteed by the U.S. And so I don't know how much that would help, but
but the U.S. can the U.S. be trusted with a ceasefire? I don't think so.
Well, if the White House guarantees something, and somebody goes against that guarantee, that lowers deterrence against the U.S. Like that makes the U.S. look bad.
How many violations have they broken? Do you know that they, in relate to the violations, even in relate to weaponry or whatever, do you know they get like a free pass? They can commit any kind of, even though we have a law called Leahy law in America.
Yeah, but here, like if the U.S. guarantees it, Trump says it, and he's guaranteeing it, then Trump's ego is pretty big. So there would be some ramifications.
It's made up the guarantees. So let's say if they end up killing five people in Gaza after the ceasefire, is America going to fly in and try to tell them, bring those 5 lives back to life?
I mean, it's not really a legitimate question.
There you go. You see.
Well, it's not a legitimate question. That's not what the guarantee is.
Okay. What do you think the punishment would be?
I don't know. I mean, this isn't something that we typically do, so I have no idea. I don't know. I do know it would not be as easy for Israel to go into Gaza with an American guarantee. It wouldn't be impossible, but it wouldn't be as easy as it was before. So I don't know. And we don't even know if there's...
about you, the Pussy Jew wrote, now we have Edward, the useful idiot of analysis. He wrote about me, mere talks, but the words really don't flow. Okay, I understand according to your, everything I say is above your pay grade. I understand about that, Pussy Jew.
So we don't know, Emir, though. Keep in mind, we don't know if the U.S. is guaranteeing or what's going on. Like you remember, you read the Times of Israel the other day. That was way off from the next day, and things are. So they're purposely keeping everything very quiet. Now I just read a headline on a YouTube channel, but it's looping. It's one of these looping channels. Something about Trump canceling something to Israel. And I don't know what it is, though. So I'm trying to find out what it is. It's nothing to do with Gaza.
Look at the vagina to the audience. You got your heads looping. Ron, you were an idiot before. You're still an idiot. You're never gonna get your facts straight, man. Just an idiot. It was only 6.6% of the land that was legally purchased by the Jews. It wasn't fucking 50%, 45%.
No.
The partition plan was never agreed upon. So the partition plan was probably invalidated. And you just had to go by. You made your state by force.
And if I say I don't know something, I think that's a better answer than making something up. So I don't know what Pikachu is talking about.
Pikachu is crazy. Psychopath.
Real quick on the issue of Syria, Israel is only going to take, I think, 2/3.
He took the terrorists off the list. Is it okay? Taking the terrorists off the list?
Yeah, they could be.
That's Al-Jilani taking the Al-Qaeda, ISIS-connected leader off the list of the terrorist list.
He's changed.
No, he hasn't changed.
How do you know?
Okay. Zionist entity has a historical fact. They're full of terrorists. Okay. Up till now, they've committed genocide. All right. They've killed, more than 60,000 people. Right now, since 1947 up till now, they've probably killed over 1 million people. Okay, and these demonic leaders, some of these leaders they came out of your gangs, the Jewish militia gangs, from 1947, from 1940s, from 1947 up to 1948. They came out of the gangs. Even your IDF was formed out of the fucking terrorist gangs. So they haven't changed. They're still killing people. They're still killing innocent babies. So even prior to 7th October, they killed a bunch of children. Just for throwing a fucking rock at an IDF truck on occupied land. You don't come onto occupied land and not get a hit by a fucking rock.
What's the name of that 14-year-old boy that was murdered the first day of the ceasefire?
Oh yeah, let me put the article in the chat, man. These idiots, they think that they're really smart.
Edward, the one thing that I would say that the IDF could have done different in response to October 7th is that when October 8th, they should have had airstrikes on the corridor, the Cadillac corridor, they call it, the border of Egypt. They should have just destroyed that whole border and then let the people who wanted to leave, and the people stayed or combatants. They didn't.
Wait, they did bomb the Rafah crossing.
It was a 15-year-old boy. I put the link in the chat. His name was, let's see what his name was. The child, Zakaria Hamid Yahya Barbach.
They killed him riding a donkey across,
sniping. They sniped this child.
Yeah.
And they're still demonic. They haven't changed. It's been over 7 years. They're still demonic.
That's during the ceasefire agreement, by the way.
Yeah, so Al-Qaeda leader has a history just like you have a history. Your state has a history. I know you're a new convert here. I don't think you're even Jewish, right? You got a wishy-washy belief system. But people that have been living there, that have committed crimes against humanity since 1947 up till now. Actually, I would say Black Sunday was in 1937. I think after the White Papers, it was 1939. Black Sunday was in 1937 or 38. Yeah, the Black Sunday. So Black Rabbi, what they did in Black Sunday? They planted the booby-trapped cucumber boxes, milk containers, and they killed a whole bunch of Palestinians, Arabs. Did you know about this? This is called Black Sunday. This is a historical fact. So, so what I'm saying, no more. I'm talking about, it was, I think, after the Arab revolt, and they came out with white papers. White papers said they rejected the idea of Jewish state. British said, fuck you, we're not giving you a Jewish state. And then you came in and you had to fucking build your state by force. Go read the white papers. The white papers were done in 1939. That's why in 1940 to 41 they approached the fucking Hitler. We're gonna take him out. We're gonna take him out. And the Hitler said, "Fuck you. We're not helping you."
And Black Rabbi, the IDF did bomb the Rafah crossing, but they bombed it so that the Palestinians cannot use it to escape. They actually bombed it twice as Palestinians were running towards it.
I mean, the U.S. told them to do that, but the point is saying they should have done the opposite. That's my own thing, but I'm not a military general. So.
Well, it doesn't take a military general to allow civilians out of harm's way if you're going after legitimate targets.
Yeah, I would think with the Muslim approach to humanity that the Gazans would have built tunnels to protect women and children if they know that they're going to go to a war with Israel.
But no, why would they think that Israel is going to bomb women and children?
Because citizens and militias crossed the border on October 7th, and 1,200 people died.
Okay, so then they should have expected that the citizens of the civilians in Gaza would also die.
That because over hundreds of hostages were taken into Gaza, that there would be an extensive military exercise that would lead to civilian or collateral damage, what you call it.
So why not open the border and let the civilians out then?
But why wouldn't Hamas create safety for women and children?
Because they would have thought well, the border's right there, so they would have crossed over the border and they would have been safe.
So that's your thought. That's your response.
Yeah.
Okay.
You have a rebuttal to that?
Seems like a historical pattern of murder, torture, and occupation to me.
Who said that?
I think the cartoon clip is one of the best ones that I have for the exclusive right that I have to this subject.
So Hamas has no responsibility.
Netanyahu spanks, a black rabbi. Can you believe it? There's a South Park clip.
Yeah, but the thing about it, you guys are so demented. The Edward just said.
I am demented. You're mentally.
No, he's saying I'm demented.
I understand. I'm taking your side. See, I'm taking your side, Edward. See, so Black Rabbi, you're mentally not okay in the head. You need help. Okay. I know. You need to come back to Los Angeles. You're Angelinos. Come back to the Los Angeles area.
Amir. No, sure, yeah, Amir's right because Black Rabbi in LA. They're accepting with guys wearing bras. So you can come back to LA and nobody would look at you funny or anything.
But the thing is, we have to destroy you guys because your mindset is.
He wants to destroy us, this idiot. First, he wanted to destroy the 1-year-old Gazans, terrorists, right? And even animals are terrorists, according to this idiot.
Well, they killed all the animals.
The animals in Gaza, yeah.
Yeah, actually, I forgot they're raping cats. I forgot about that. They're cat rapers.
Okay, Amir. We have to maybe therapy, Amir. Therapy.
This guy needs therapy. He wants to kill the animals as well. He thinks animals are terrorists, Gazan animals.
So, yeah, I mean, Black Rabbi. So I guess.
It's not a big deal. I mean,
Edward is from Judea and Samaria. You need to put that respect to that, whatever you said. Put respect to it. He's from Judea.
No, he's never actually been into the West Bank, Amir.
Oh, okay. He's never been to the Judea and Samaria?
Never been to the West Bank at all.
Who's never been to the West Bank?
You.
Are you serious? Are you stupid?
I mean, you've been in the settlements.
You're not just blind. You're also dumb.
Oh my God.
Calm down, man. Calm down. Like,
Just saying, this guy just says stuff. Like, what are you talking about?
What's blind got to do? What's blind got to do with it?
Because you're the only blind person I ever met in my life that talks about experiencing white privilege, but being Palestinian.
he's not white.
I know that. He said that. I'm not saying that. I mean,
Yeah, it's okay. He's not white.
He said that he has white privilege in America.
So what's that got to do with me being blind?
No, but I thought you don't consider the race color because you're just a Jew, Black Rabbi. I thought you don't care about the color. You're just a Jew.
Yeah, I'm talking about.
No, once you become Jewish, there's no more color. There's no more skin.
No.
Why do you pull the race card when there's no ray? Why would you pull a race card?
Edward did.
Edward did not pull a race card. We were talking about Judea and Samaria. He said you never even been to West Bank. That's how the conversation started.
And then you said something about me being blind.
We're talking about Judea and Samaria. He is born and raised in Judea and Samaria. Edward is from Judea and Samaria. So put some respect to that fucking whatever comes out of your mouth.
You know,
He's a holy man. He came from Judea and Samaria.
I think he's right in America.
Edward is a holy man. He came from Judea. He was born over there. He wasn't even born in Judea.
You're taking it too far now, Amir.
You're holy man. Bro, these people call you Judea and Samaria. You take advantage of the Judea and Samaria.
Two little kingdoms. I mean,
I'm just saying,
but
anything is so understood. It's like.
Well, I don't know anything. I'm too blind for you to talk to. I'm just too blind for you to talk to.
Yeah, you're a blind person who claims that they.
Okay, I'm just too blind for you to talk to. You need to find sighted people to talk to them. Listen, sighted people that could see would be on your level. Go talk to the people that could see.
Anything we say is above your pay grade. Like, how much money did you make today?
Yesterday I did 6,000. Today I haven't made money yet.
Yeah, okay. So was it 6 and 3 zeros, or was it just 6 and no zeros?
You mean 6,000 shekels, which is about like $1,600. But anyone that talks about, well, I made $6,000 today. Guess what? They didn't make anything. No one with money talks about how much money they're making.
Yeah, I do. I have my own school.
No, because you're insecure and you have no money.
Yeah, I have no money. I'm in Jerusalem, most expensive city in the world.
Yeah, you know what? You get your Indian friends.
Do you live in slums of Do you live in slums of Jerusalem? Black Rabbi, do you live in slums of Jerusalem?
What?
Do you live in slums of Jerusalem?
No,
Are you sure? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I have my whole life.
Your whole life? You only converted to Judaism, 10 years ago? What are you on about? Your whole life was in Los Angeles. You weren't even over there. Yeah, you weren't over there.
Millions of dollars.
So what do you get out of living over there? Like, what do you get out of there? Such a boring place. There's nothing to do. It's always under attack by the terrorists, by the so-called terrorists, according to your,
You're not a Jew.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. What do you get out of living there? What do you get out of living there?
You're not a Jew.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I have connection to that land from 3,000 years ago.
No, you don't.
You never know. Yes, 3,000 years ago. 3,000 years ago. Just like you have connection. You got a fake connection. I got a pure connection.
The land is holy.
Masjid al-Aqsa is there. That's why it's holy.
No. It was holy way before that little. You know what I'm saying?
Nope. Masjid al-Aqsa is there. That's why it's holy.
Years before that, it was holy. So.
That's your opinion. That's your opinion.
That's why you have no share to the land.
That's your opinion. That's why there's a different type of energy over there because of Masjid al-Aqsa. It's a different type of energy because of Masjid al-Aqsa over there. Okay.
Hey, you deserve the energy of Compton.
You desecrated the gravesite. What are you on about? You desecrated the gravesite in Jerusalem, the Muslim gravesite, by building your stupid museum, the stupid fucking museum. Go shut that museum up, you asshole.
It's a museum of tolerance.
Yeah, they desecrated gravesite, man. A whole bunch of our people from Islamic history, they're buried.
I know, and they built a museum of tolerance. How ironic is that?
Fine. I mean, you act like. What do you want to do? I mean, that's the way it is. I mean, that's what it is. I don't say like, with the pushback.
And you're a fat slob, and that's the way it is, right?
Yeah, and you're blind. So
he's skinny.
Yeah.
He's skinny.
But the thing is,
he eats chips every day. He eats
yeah,
chips every
the
day.
thing is, though, people aren't disgusted when they look at me. They're disgusted when they look at you.
Even if I was fat,
Your fat, slobby body. You're sweaty. You sweat when you walk. Ugh, you're disgusting.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah. Well, look at my video, see how proud I am. Anyways,
Did you get together with that girl that recorded you? Did you get together with that chick? She was into you, the one that went around recording you.
Amir. I'm an African American famous rabbi in Jerusalem. You don't think
African American? You were just a man yesterday. What happened?
Yeah, you're just a Jew. You're not African American. You said there's no color in there. What are you on about? There's no color.
I mean,
where the fuck did you get the color from? He ran away.
He did, yeah, because he got caught in that.
Oh my God.
Because he was like, no, I'm just a man. If I don't call myself a black man, that means nobody could discriminate
when you
against
corner
me.
him, he always runs away.
He does. When you corner him over something he said, and he knows.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, over something he said. Yeah.
Yeah, and he can't.
He ran away, came back. He's back. So you told me there's no color here. There's no race. You're just a Jew. Okay. Why the fuck do you keep bringing up your color?
No, what I'm saying to you is...
Why the fuck you keep saying African? You're not African, you're just a Jew.
Yeah, that's true.
You just said you're an African American man.
He's just a Jew. He's lying. You said you're just a Jew.
Yeah, that's true. But the thing
Stop using the race card. Stop using the race card.
Wait. So the same way that Edward lies and says he's Palestinian, the same way I have to lie.
He is Palestinian.
No,
he is Palestinian. Yes. You're just a Jew. You're just a Jew.
Palestinian is a military cause.
No, it's not. It's not.
It's a military cause?
That was created by Russia. Yeah.
Created by Russia, a military cause created by Russia. There's no such thing as Palestinian people.
No.
Who are you fighting then?
In 1967,
who did you fight?
We didn't fight. We fought the Arabs.
Who's in Gaza right now?
Arabs. They call themselves a military movement called Palestinian people.
A military movement is called Palestine? That's the name of the military? Not Hamas? Not Al-Qassam? Not Islamic Jihad? It's called Palestine?
It's Egyptians that took on the identity of Palestine.
So the land was empty then? The land was empty?
No. They were Jordan and Egypt. They're right next to each other.
No. The people that were living in Israel, the people that are living in the West Bank right now, in Gaza.
Do you think Black Rabbi is Chinese, Saki?
Nah, he booty clapped on the...
He booty clapped for the Chinese, he booty clapped for the Jews.
China never let Israel go on.
Yeah. I'm just saying it's an invented people.
All people are invented.
You're the byproduct of, I don't know.
All people. Name me of people that have not been invented. Name people that have not been invented. Can't do it.
I think we should talk about the Palestinians, right? So you made it clear the identity came about. Anyway, let me read you.
As a resistance.
Something.
You can read it, but
I want some answers from you.
Could I just make the statement so we're clear with my position? The Palestinian idea of a geographical area was created by the Romans 2,000 years ago as a way to override the Jewish identity, which was Judea and Samaria. That's what the land was called. They called it Philistine, which is a Greek word, right? They called it that as a way to remove their identity. So the Jews were known as Palestinians. Okay, the Jews were, right? And whoever else migrated and lived over that in that particular area. Secondly, the people themselves, the concept of a Palestinian people, right, that are not Jewish, right? That idea was invented in 1967, where they took Jordanians, they took Egyptians, and they created a resistance movement after the 1967 war, right? When Israel was expanding with the United States. So they created a people as a frontline resistance to what is going on. And they militarized an entire society to fight against the Jews. And today, they sit and say, oh, we want a two-state solution. They rejected it. So the point is just saying the whole Palestinian idea is a military resistance movement from the West. And
how can they reject it if they weren't there? You said they were invented, so they didn't exist. How can they
Arabs were there. That's why the 2 million Israeli Arabs.
The 11 area, the 11 people. The 11 people did not exist.
You're making up lies. They were Egyptians.
Yes, I need to ask Black Rabbi, hold on. I do know historically it is true. That's what did happen with the area in Judea and Samaria over 2,200 years ago. So my question is, from those 2,200 years ago, 1940s, can you please go ahead and hold on? I got the allergies too. I'm feeling it, but just please. When was it ever, the name ever returned back officially? Did the Jewish population fight back in Judea and Samaria?
So Judeans, Samaria.
Hold on, give me 1 second. I don't know if you heard my. Hold on. Exactly. So what I'm saying is this: over time, lands get conquered, they get taken, and names change. And they say that unless a group in a reasonable time, not 2,200 years later, comes and tries to get back what was theirs. That never happened. That in this area has always been named what it's been named for over 2,200 years. That's happened to a lot of landmass historically. You never see any group coming back and trying to fight back what was lost 2,200 years ago. You always bring up, well, you know what? These Arabs or these people lost the war, get over it. Well, if you weren't able to resist the Romans and what they did, then get over it, right?
That's a good point.
I do want to bring 1 or 2 points here, Black Rabbi.
What was her point? What was Ace's point? I don't hear. What was her point?
He said, basically, 2,200 years ago, when the Jews lost the area, they should have gotten over it. Just like, you tell Palestinians, well, get over it. Well, the Jews should have gotten over it 2,200 years ago. And it's been 2,200 years, and you can't come back 2,200 years later and say, give me my land back. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, okay.
I want to touch base on the entity part.
And then all the people that have been living there for 2,200 years saying that they're invented.
Fair enough. So the sentiment of the Jews coming back to the land of Israel is a spiritual biblical sentiment. However, in 1948, 1967, the Jews re-entered legally into this territory and established borders because of the
illegally.
But illegally, the United Nations gave it to them.
You guys are missing the point. Hold on, Black Rabbi. That area is called West Bank. You need to qualify as property. Don't qualify.
There's a
years and say Judea and Samaria.
There's a
and
right now.
The UN did not give it to them, by the way.
United States, the UN didn't give the land to them.
The UN did not give the land.
Who gave the land?
Judea, the West Bank. The West Bank?
I didn't say anything about the West Bank. I said the
You said 1967. Do you not know your history?
No. See, you're playing your little stupid games. What I said was in 1948 that the legal state was established Israel via United Nations. That's exactly what I said. I said the Palestinian people were invented in 1967 by the Russians.
It wasn't created by the UN. I'll make the claim.
It wasn't created by the UN. You distributed the property from the
Hold on. It was the US was not a partition plan. It didn't really go through because the Arabs denied it. That's why the UN mediator came around after the war. Go look into your historical fact. US was hold on. You guys assassinated the Jewish militia assassinated that UN mediator. No, it's not semantic. They did kill that person. And the U.S. was the first country to recognize your stupid fucking state. And you know why they did that? Because Harriet Truman was sending their bombs. Do you remember I told you about this?
Oh my God!
You have to keep educating your stupid ass, man.
Guy is
Dumbass.
conspiracy theory.
No, I have the data. Do you want to see the data? Do you want to see the data? Do you want to see the data?
Candace Owens chic.
Do you want to see the data? Do you want to see the data?
I'm gonna see a paper written about allegations that is claiming
Yes.
that Israel intimidates
The daughter wrote it in her book. And 1 million postcards were received by Harriet Truman from the Zionists. All right, and going back to the identity argument that you come up with every fucking time, every day you come up with this argument. Did you know that? Do you know there was League of Nations mandate in 1922 acknowledged the existence of the non-Jewish communities in Palestine? Did you know about this? And internationally, it was recognized. Did you know this? All right. You had the UN General Assembly resolution as well. From 1947 onwards, Palestinians are recognized as a people with rights.
Yeah. Well,
onwards from 1947.
Yeah, but Amir, another thing that you guys do that's intellectually dishonest is that you say that there is an occupation, right? There is no occupation. There's a dynamic inside of the south of Israel, in the West Bank.
Oh my God, same fucking bullshit argument.
Right, no, but it's not. But when you say that, you make it seem like the state itself is a form of occupation, right? And that's where you guys are intellectually.
Doc, I have a question. How do you assume, or what is your reasoning for why it's not an occupation?
It's not. I mean, it's not. I mean, in Judea, in Judea and Samaria, in the West Bank, and in Gaza, there is a military occupation, and that's for the safety.
Is that your boyfriend?
Yeah. So the point is saying that there's a military occupation in the West Bank and in Gaza because of the nation. I mean, that's what it is. It's a military occupation.
There is occupation, a military occupation. That's one thing that you've established. Okay, so what are the two reasons why there is not an occupation? So you've said that yes, there is occupation. You see it as military, but what's the three reasons for why there is not an occupation?
That's what I'm saying. In the scope of the land of Israel itself, right? In the scope of the land of Israel itself, it's legal territory.
No, but it is. You just said there's a military occupation because of security threats.
I'm going to explain. In the south of Israel, right, which is Gaza and what you guys will call Judea and Samaria, in those particular areas, there are terrorists that create military compounds that are there to destroy the Israeli society. So that's why there's military occupation in those areas to protect the citizens.
Can I ask you a question? So India always says, from their perspective, that Pakistan has. You're breaking out, isn't it?
It's India.
So let me give you an example for India. Okay, India and Pakistan. India always says Pakistan has these terrorists are harboring and it's not safe for their security. You will never see India cannot go and put a military occupation of Pakistani land over that assumption, whether it's true or not. That would be an illegal occupation. You can't occupy any land because you feel like there's a security threat. You can bolster your border, but you can't put your military personnel onto a land that is not yours technically. So that is an illegal occupation. Even if you feel like you're a threat, no country does that. India has been saying it forever. India has a pretty large military. They went into Pakistan trying to put their military there. You can't do it. If Palestine had a viable army and they were recognized as a state and given statehood, it would be bad. It would be attacking someone's sovereignty. Currently, they're attacking their sovereignty. Do you see what I'm saying? There is an occupation.
Like I said, there is a military.
Yes, there is an occupation.
It's a military incursion that's happening in the West Bank. It's for security purposes, and yes, you can refer to it as that land is occupied by the Israeli military. The same thing exists on the northern borders of Lebanon. The same thing exists also in Syria.
Yes. So
these are strategic military areas that Israel's securing for safety,
Would you
not
say that
invasion.
because of security threats that they feel, that they've also been very, very vigilant with what comes and goes out of these territorial areas?
Yeah, I think in the West Bank there's over 700 checkpoints. In Israel overall, I think there's 900 checkpoints. Those checkpoints are a byproduct of conflicts that happened in years prior throughout Israel, and that's why they exist. We have the example that the Palestinian society was militarized way before 1948. So Israel's response after securing borders in 1948 was dealing with a military entity that was opposed to its right to exist.
Okay,
Right? So
go ahead.
so I'm just saying, so it's just important to understand, like, it's not like Israel's oppressing Palestinians, right? Israel is responding to a militarized society aimed on its destruction.
So that's perspective from one end. Even if that were true, you still there's no right to occupy, limit movement, to have 700. No, it's not you have to. You can bolster your borders as much as you want. You could throw a freaking wall around your whole country to protect yourself. But you cannot go into that country and control what comes, what goes.
Can I tell you the difference? Can I tell you the difference? The difference is the example you use of Pakistan and India. Pakistan and India are two sovereign countries that have governments, that have trade relations, that hold by certain mandates and international law and the likes. This is what they are. So when the United States gets involved and says, hey, you guys need to stop fighting, there's huge ramifications of multilateral ramifications for both countries, right? Trade and business and all types of things. With Gaza, this is a militant entity, okay? This is a militant entity that believes in murdering and killing anyone who opposes them. And their focus, their mission statement is to destroy the Israeli people, right? So when we talk about this dynamic of negotiating in borders and these types of things, it's like we're not dealing with normality. We're dealing with a different type of warfare. And in fact, we need to update international law to deal with the type of warfare that we see in Gaza.
You made a point that you said India and Pakistan are sovereign. The only reason why that Israel keeps getting away with what's happening in Palestine is because Palestine has not been given a sovereignty. That's the only reason why.
Well, there is no Palestine. There is no Palestine. So if you want to talk about if you want to talk about Gaza, if you want to say Gaza, they had a chance to build a state in Gaza and to make it into a international
But
trade.
how do you have a chance when your economy is controlled? Everything that comes and goes out of your country, you can't even fish within your waters. You can't even trade with the international community. You're not even able to use your own resources and do commerce. How is that? How do you have a fair chance? You're not even. You have to build on your own land. You have to get these permits, and about 92% of them are usually denied. You can't even expand. You can't even build buildings without Israel telling you.
Okay, so
You can't say they don't have a chance. That's not a fair chance.
Not true. That's not true. That's not
It's
true.
true.
So no, that's not true because you have to divide Israeli society as it relates to Arabs. There's Arabs that live in proper Israel that live right in the neighborhood. I mean, a very expensive, one of the most, probably the most expensive area next to maybe one other area in Jerusalem. And Palestinians live right here side by side us. Okay.
But Palestinians
so
exist. Continue.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying they live beside us and they're normalized in our society. And when we talk about Jerusalem, even specifically Jerusalem, there's over 150,000 Palestinians that work inside of Jerusalem in high level positions, municipality, infrastructure, government, all types of things, right? So this idea that these people oppress. Now, if you want to say in the West Bank, if you want to say in Gaza, yes, there's tremendous restrictions put on those people because of their environment and the ideology that's pervasive there. But the Palestinians that live, or the people you want to call Palestinians that live in proper Israel, you go to any university, all hijabis there. You go to a hospital, mostly all Palestinian doctors.
Yeah, because they're brilliant, they're smart, and they contribute to Israeli society. They help build up Israel.
100%.
One second. They,
100%.
when you don't have options to work and build within your country and you're desperate, of course you're going to pick the first option that you can, and that's actually helping build, because Palestinians are very intelligent, build Israel up. And number two, it's different. Can't these Arabs, Muslim Arabs, Palestinians, whatever you want to call them, be able to sponsor family and have them come to Israel, live with them, the way in which you could do Aliyah, you can convert like yourself did, and you went to Israel.
Yeah,
It's
so
the right of return is only for Jewish people. It's not for them at all.
fair
That's
enough.
apartheid.
Fair enough. But
So it's not the same.
It is the same.
It's not. If you can't sponsor your family members because they don't fit the...
if you remove the military tension out of the Palestinian dynamic, even before October 7th, Israel wanted to issue more work permits to the people in Gaza that increase the economy, right?
Yeah, but the work permits
Israel does not. Black in America, African Americans were treated like shit because that was part of the social structure of supremacy for poor white people in America. Now, as it relates to Israel, Israel benefits by having successful Palestinians. Israel benefits from
Israel benefits from everything, stealing their land, stopping the aid, taking the aid.
You're saying that as an outsider.
Stealing money from America, tax dollars. Israel benefits from everywhere, right? They're taking over other people's land.
Israel benefits
rules over, a whole bunch of land, wants to attack.
That's why there's so many incentives.
People. Palestinian National Congress was held in 1919. You know 1919? That's a national identity right there. Advocating national self-determination, opposing Zionist colonization. You should look into it. You keep bringing up the identity bullshit argument. Here we're here to dismantle your stupid fucking argument. You keep bringing the same shit every day. This is the problem with you. Even the under Ottoman Empire, right, during British Mandate Palestine, right, they literally were recognized as distinct people. British passports were, issued as Palestinians. But unfortunately, you're such a mental retard, you don't want to accept any of this. You just want to, go on same bullshit every single day. You're a number one bullshit guy, Black Rabbi.
It doesn't change.
It does change it. Okay, what passport did they have?
Everyone who lived in that territory had.
Yes, what passport did they have? What passport?
Palestine.
There you go.
Okay, but they,
when I hold on, Black Rabbi. When I travel, hold on. When I travel to Canada, Australia, what do they look at me as?
It depends what passport you have.
Yes, if I use American passport, what do they look at me as?
American.
That's my identity right there. Okay? Get your facts straight.
You know why?
Get your facts straight instead of making up bullshit, man. You fucking make up bullshit every day.
Amir, I'm gonna help you out. You know why they look at you as an American when you use American passport?
Why?
Because there's a country called America that has a government, that has a constitution, that has a Bill of Rights, that has history. When you have a Palestinian passport, unless you're talking about the Jews, there's nothing that was ever created around it. The only thing Palestinian that's ever been created is by Jews, because that was a name given to Jews, not the Arabs from Jordan or Egypt that woke up and called themselves Palestinian, right? So you have to be honest about it if you're trying to help people and you really care about the lives of the people who live in Palestine. Yes, they're all terrorists. Why? Because they're ideologically trained to be that.
I'm not.
The whole
hold on. Black Rabbi, they had their autonomy. They had train tracks. They had, everything. They had farmland. They were farming. Jaffa Oranges is from there. They had, their whole culture was there, okay? And what ended up happening, the Zionist fucks, they came to this land. It's called British Mandate Palestine. You know what they did? They changed the name of the streets. They changed the name of the cities. They changed the name of the fucking everything. They even changed their own names, right? People like Netanyahu, people like a whole bunch of these psychopaths. Even this president, President Herzog, they've all changed their names. They're from fucking, they're from a whole bunch of places, Poland, Ukraine, whatever.
Amir,
so calm yourself down. They had their own identity before you came in and you tried to change the identity.
Amir, do you realize Netanyahu's father was the politician who created the bipartisan relationship between Israel and the United States?
Anthony Blinken, the grandfather was involved as well. Do you know Anthony Blinken?
What?
Do you know Anthony Blinken?
Yeah, I know Anthony Blinken.
Yeah, that idiot's grandpa was heavily involved in creating the Jewish state. Okay, his uncle was heavily involved in creating the fucking Jewish state. You know, his dad was heavily involved in creating a Jewish state.
What does that have to do with Netanyahu?
Hold on. You know Rothschild? They were heavily involved in dealing with the British. They wanted a Jewish state for the Jews. All right. Do you know Jabotinsky? He's a founding father of the Zionist Jewish state. You know how he was involved? He's one of the founding fathers of Jewish state. Do you know Theodor Herzl? That was one of the founding fathers of the Jewish state. All right. Do you know the Eliezer ben Yehuda? He's the one that revived your disgusting language that you speak inside Israel. But he had to add 9,000 words to the language. He copied from an Arabic language or whatever. Right. He literally had his freaking kid, pretty much in isolation, and he only exposed them to this fucking language. He wouldn't let him see anybody else or whatever. And he approached Jerusalem, and guess what? They disowned him. They excommunicated him. And he approached a bunch of his fucking Zionist Goonie friends to, so that way they could approach a British mandate to convince them to nationalize this fucking disgusting language that you speak inside Israel. All right? It was nationalized in 1921. All right? What else do you want to know? Ben Gurion, that piece of shit? You want to know the Leahy gang, what the amount of crimes that they have done? You want to know the Havana Transfer Agreement that they did with the Nazis in 1933? What do you want to know? White fucking papers? Is that what you want to know? 1939? The white papers? They decided not to give you a state because you motherfuckers were fucking terrorists. Terrorists. You wanted to commit crimes against humanity, against Arabs. That's why they decided not to give you a state. But here you are. You open your disgusting mouth. Oh yeah, this happened, that happened. You don't have any fucking knowledge. They did have their own identity. Literally, a fucking passport said Palestine on it. Just shut the fuck up, man.
It doesn't mean anything.
Shut the fuck. It said Palestine on it. It says a Palestinian.
It says Chuck E. Cheese.
Idiot. Idiot. You're just an idiot, man. For real. You talk with no fucking. You don't make sense at all.
There was never a Palestinian state.
Oh my god.
There was a passport from 1920.
Oh my god. You want to see the passport?
Yes. It was for Jews.
No, it was for every Palestinian. They were given a passport.
No, there were no
Prior to that,
Palestinians.
it was the Ottoman. But there was. It was a British mandate of Palestine. There were passports issued.
Yeah, exactly.
Up until
Black
1948.
rabbi lives with Palestinians, eat Palestinians' food. This is. I talk to Palestinians every day, but they don't exist.
I love Palestinians, but if you watch the clip that I posted in the
But they don't
chat,
exist. They're not here.
Everything's only
They're not here.
Idiot.
They don't exist.
You're Jordanian and Egyptian. That's what you are. You're Jordanian.
I live with the Palestinians. I eat their food, and I see them every day, but they don't exist. They're not here.
No, they do
I can
exist.
tell you, Palestinians. No, hold on. Palestinians have a very distinct culture. They have a different dance. They're not like the Jordanians. Egyptians have their own special traditions.
It's not that different.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if it's not that different.
And most of them would be considered Palestinian themselves.
Who?
The Jordanians, most of them would be considered
If they were from Palestine and they went to Jordan,
exactly,
sure.
but there isn't. Exactly.
But you disagreed with me that Palestinians do have very distinct cultural differences.
No, Arabs have very distinct.
Arabs are not all the same. I've been to Afghan
That's
weddings,
what I
I've been to
said.
Persian weddings, and they're very different.
I think Arabs themselves.
The way they even dress is very different.
Very distinctive.
They're also
culture
Arabs.
within Arab culture.
But that's an identity.
Yeah, I agree with you. It's a language. But the point is,
It's
I
not a
agree with
language. There's identity. But why?
It is.
Hold on.
The root of
One
Arab
second, Black
culture is a
Rabbi. Why
language.
are you so dead set in trying to erase the Palestinian identity? Does that make it easier for you?
I want them to decolonize. I want them to go back to their original self and get out of this military mechanism.
They can only decolonize if Israel takes the foot off their necks. And yeah, they
Stop having a society with other Arab Israelis that function in Israel every single day. And let this whole violent resistance be as leaving and move on.
Rabbi, what do you feel about, hold on, I have to ask you a question. You can only have, resistance is only resistance over something to resist. You do know that even when Israel was being established, there was violence that was used as a mechanism. A lot of countries, they resorted to violence in a way to establish their statehood. However, when the Israelis, these Zionist militia groups, terrorist groups, have done so, it's considered reasonable. A lot of people have said it. But this is 1940, 74. But if the Palestinians are now put into a situation where they need to and have to, why is there a double standard?
Like I said, if you look at the true story of this relationship between the Jews and the Arabs in this region, they have been fighting, like you guys know, since the 1920s, even before, right? So, like I said, when the state was established in 1948, Israel took the same position as any other nation state established here violent opposition neighbor, right? So that's all we're watching.
Wait, before they even established territory, we're talking about when the Brits kind of backed off, they weren't willing to give them, there was violence that was resorted to. And I'm not trying to criticize it.
Yeah.
That was, right? So this is what happens. Hold on, give me a second. When peace doesn't do anything, you have to do what you have to do, right? I'm not saying you hurt innocent people, but you're okay with that. You're not demonizing it. So why can't the Palestinians do what they need to do?
They can. And in fact, I think Israel has encouraged them to resist violently, argue.
Well, if... Yeah.
But the point is saying that nevertheless, that is not intelligent, right? The intelligent position would be is take a different approach and say like, hey, the violent resistance.
What's the different approach? What would you do?
I'm going to give you the clear understanding of the wrong approach first.
No, I want to make the right approach.
Because when you have violent resistance, you're only strengthening the military-industrial complex. Israel makes more money, America makes more money because there is this imminent threat. But if they change the narrative, they play in a position of soft power, right? They use diplomacy, maybe it didn't work in the beginning years of establishment of Israel. Maybe they took a more diplomatic position that PLO did. But we're saying now, today, that is the mechanism. What we saw in Gaza is never anything with more children being murdered, whether that was in Gaza or anywhere else in the world, right? So that's the reality. As we have that resistance, is Jews, the opponents, is creating a state that we're going, we can change that name, and Giovanni can change it, so can the Palestinians, right? So we need that mechanism to change, right? And that's what we're doing.
Now, for that to happen, the side that is literally stomping on your neck needs to lift the boot off your neck. For you to sit there and think and come to the table. Come on, listen. Look at, if you type in West Bank violence, every day there's a violent attack that happens on Palestinians by the settlers.
Why though? Why?
It doesn't matter why. I mean, a fucking why.
No,
you can't tell me why. People are being kicked out of their damn homes.
Why?
There's no, you can't, hold on, wait, no. You can't sit there and say diplomacy while you're being freaking completely pummeled. You need to, both sides.
The Palestinians are not being pummeled.
Yes, they are.
No,
what are you talking about?
We're fighting.
What are you talking about?
The Arab villages that are from the north, the Mark houses, Israel, no one's fighting.
So, okay, so hold on 1 second. So one side was able to militarize and defend themselves.
They're not military.
So what's your point?
They're using child.
Well, you're talking about the military-industrial complex, and you're talking about the military-industrial complex, so then you're telling me this is by design. This is by an entity somewhere who's benefiting from this. Israel and the USA, as you just said. They want to continue this. They're feeding it to them. You're telling me it's by design. You're telling me that Palestinians couldn't even do shit if they wanted to.
Are the leaders of Hamas, will they become billionaires before they die? Will they billionaires?
So, Black Rabbi said they were having skirmishes before 1900.
That is incredible. So I said before the state was established, 48, there were fights. Even though it was
Okay, what were the fights about?
Arab aggression. Sometimes there were Jewish mobs, and militia groups that also had aggression. It was back and forth.
So look, maybe I'll educate you today. 1920, they had the Musa riots, right? Nabi Musa riot. That was the Arab riots in Jerusalem targeting Jews, 5 Jews and 4 Arabs killed. Okay. Now that riot was, because of the migration that was happening at that time. Okay. And then you had the Rafah riots, right? It attacked the Jewish residents in Jaffa, which was 47 Jews and 48 Arabs were killed. It was from both sides, right? And then you had the Hebron massacre that took place, right? 116 Arabs were killed, 67 Jews were killed, and it was from both sides again.
They were killed
because there was a rumor. Hold on, there was a rumor that you're gonna take over the Masjid al-Aqsa and whatever. Okay, that's
they
why.
Came in on Shabbat and killed Jews, but it was not that because of the
What would you say, like Rabbi?
I'm saying the Arabs came and killed Jews in 1927 because of
It was 1929, not 27. No, not cold blood. Do you know that there was Arabs that were they protected the Jews as well? It wasn't all Arabs. There was some people, there was a small faction of it. And there was Arabs that lived in that area, they actually protected the Jews. They brought them into their house to protect them. You should look into the historical facts. Instead of talking, and do you know how many Arabs were killed? 116. Okay? So it was a massacre that involved both sides. Again, you cannot, hold on, you cannot fucking go around and take over Masjid al-Aqsa, okay? You calm down. You already did that. Your disgusting your Zionist entity has taken over Masjid al-Aqsa. The Muslims are not even allowed to, you shut down you'll even shut it down, like even during the Ramadan. Sometimes they couldn't even go.
Why do that? Why do that?
Before 1967, Jews were even allowed to come close to the Temple or the wall. In Hebron, before 1967, Jews weren't even allowed to come 7 steps close to Abraham's burial site or anywhere else. So the Muslim mullahs have been bullying Jews for thousands of years in vulnerable situations. So don't come to me today.
Wait, could that be because of security threats? Security threats?
I'm scared of Jews back then.
There was Jewish militia starting in 1948, and little violence occurred. And since then too. So
I'm talking about historically.
So
Ace, I say to you that when you saw that the other when you saw the video when you go to the temple, right? There was a part before I go up. Before I walked up this thing. The road next to me. We were in this area where we were sitting down waiting. That area used to be an Islamic court. An Islamic court would make rulings on Jews, Christians, and everyone else who lived in Jerusalem at that time and did executions.
Is that lost, like that area significant for Muslims, right? Is there?
So I want to touch on other points as well. By the way, Black Rabbi, the Arab revolt that happened, okay? It was against the British rule. Right? Yeah. Do you know how many Arabs were killed? This was in 1936 to 39. Do you know how many Arabs were killed? They revolted against the British mandate because these fuckers were allowing these Zionist fuckers to come into the British mandate Palestine. 5,000 Arabs were killed, 400 Jews were killed, 200 British soldiers were killed. 5,000.
It's terrible.
Yeah, and do you know what your disgusting Zionist entity did? You had the Jewish militia fucking booby trapped the milk containers in Kitover. Remember Black Sunday I told you about? That's what these people did. You're disgusting. You know the one that you're protecting right now? These motherfuckers been booby trapping the shit out of everything since 1930s.
Even if you read the Torah, the book of Tanakh, you'll see the Jews did a lot of innovative things in the military, fighting throughout history. We've always also supported our fellow. It's very normal.
Okay, quick question. Do you feel what's that new mayor? Well, he might become mayor to me. How do you feel about him? People, I've seen rooms where people are like, oh my god, the Jews in New York, they betrayed us. A whole bunch of clubhouse rooms about that. Because there was I think 20% that did vote for him. So how do you feel about him?
I'm in view of taking very radical people, specifically in the Islamic faith, from different parts of the world.
I think we need to take the Jewish people that are radicalized by you and your nonsense bullshit, right? We need to bring them to the right path, inshallah, because people like you, I don't even know if they got a wishy-washy belief system. I don't know what the fuck they're preaching, right? You're pretty much a terrorist. You consider 1-year-old Gaza to be a terrorist.
No,
you consider everyone in Gaza to be a terrorist. Finally, he conceded to the point. Did you hear it? This mofo, it took me about 2 weeks. He wouldn't even acknowledge for 2 weeks. This idiot. So people like you shouldn't even be preaching other people when they have this sort of morality. Yeah, 1 year. So how do you justify a 1 year Gazan to be a terrorist or animal to be a terrorist? Can you tell us from the verse from your Bible, from your script?
There's nothing to do with that. Number one, just because someone's a terrorist does not mean they
No. I'm talking about 1 year Gazan to be a terrorist. Can you please tell us?
I'm addressing it. And I'm starting by addressing it, saying that just because someone's a terrorist does not mean that they shouldn't be killed. That's not the belief system. A terrorist should be observed until they are about to commit a crime or act of terror, right? What I'm saying is that that entire population in Gaza, unfortunately, it has the same experience as we see in many places in Africa where child soldiers are being created, right? And that's exactly what's happening in Gaza.
So you don't have child soldiers in Israel?
No, we don't.
You have a museum. Hold on. You have a museum. Okay, I'll put a video in the chat. I want you to watch the video. Literally, no, the kids. Hold on. Kids. I'm repeating. I'm repeating what you said. The kids, they're not terrorists, okay? 1 year Gazan to be a terrorist.
They're child soldiers.
1 year came and walked. How would the rules
I'm saying that he's being trained, or she's being trained to either be a suicide bomber or an attacker.
How many suicide bombings have occurred in the last 10 years?
Do you know
with
how
the massive
many?
population?
You know how many?
I'm asking you, last 10 years.
Do you know how many suicide bombs and attacks are stopped every day by our shipyard?
How many?
I don't have the exact number. A lot every day.
I need to know how many. Because there's there's 2.3 billion people, around that much. And if every single one of them is aiming to become a suicide bomber, I need to know how many
It's not.
in the past years.
So you're focusing on semantics.
No, I'm focusing on information that was supporting your argument or not.
You understand the economy. So it's not just suicide bombers. It's weapons. It's military.
How would they get weapons when everything is controlled around them?
Everything's not. How else would they have rockets?
That's because, isn't that because your dear BB has been doing what he's been doing for how many years now?
Hey, if it was controlled as you're saying, why are there rockets?
Because BB wants this to be the case.
Okay.
Hold on. You don't think
okay,
that?
BB wants it.
You don't think that?
I mean, you hear yourself? BB wants.
He has gone and given loads of money.
Do you know why? Do you know why?
Listen, to Hamas. And UNRWA is the one actually.
Do you know why?
That's the organization. Hold on. UNRWA is the organization that's responsible for everything to do with, food, etc. It wasn't being given to UNRWA. It was being given to Hamas. I think that makes sense.
Yeah. So Hamas itself, right? Hamas itself deals with many different infrastructure issues in Gaza. Right? Hamas is not just a military terrorist. They're also people who do healthcare. They're people who provide food. They're people who provide other forms of, things for their people. People need money. They go to the mosque and they get money.
1 second. You said that you guys have been observing, right? You need to observe the terrorists. Watch.
Yeah.
So you're trying to tell me that Israel has failed in observing? When they're so deeply infiltrated into the Palestinian society?
Israel was, it shows you the good-heartedness of the Israeli people. The Israelis knew that they were building. Yeah, the Israeli people knew that they were building tunnels down there. They knew these things existed, but they were hoping.
Years ago. That's something.
Exactly, but they were hoping through diplomacy and through engaging and helping the economy that the people would turn it around. It only benefits Israel to have a successful Palestinian.
How was the economy being helped when they weren't even allowed to do commerce? They're at the.
Of course they were.
They weren't
in
allowed.
Gaza. Do you realize all these little snowflake lefties? That's where they used to go and hang out in Gaza. They would go there, have their falafel.
Wait, that's not commerce? They're these lefties are going to listen. There's no airport that exists in Palestine.
Yeah, they fly into
You gotta go.
Gaza.
I know, but what I'm trying to tell you is that's not bolstering. And also keep in mind, this is also a holy place for Christians as well, right? They're visiting. That doesn't mean Gaza is building its economy. They're not even allowed to fish. They're not even allowed to trade with other countries. What are you talking about?
Yeah, I mean, get rid of the military component. Just like Syria. Syria was a terrorist government. Syria changed its ways. We released the sanctions. We've now introduced them to the international economy. And in the next 100 years for the Syrian people, it's going to be It's going to be pure prosperity. So like, just change your league. Join in. Stop resisting. Stop being a baby and fighting and getting kids killed. Right? Join in. Build a better economy. Join a first world society. And all this primitive, violent resistance. Oh, Islamic jihad.
Okay,
We're going to rise up.
You've spoken about the intense need for security. Where the hell did that security go October 7th? Have you not sat there and thought to yourself?
That's a separate point.
No. But hold on. Everything they've done is completely pointless then.
Separate point. It's a
It's
separate
not
point. I don't think.
It's not separate.
October 7th, how is it a separate point? Everything goes back to October 7th. That's what you guys say.
It does when it's convenient, but the point
No,
is
you're talking about
the
security.
dynamic.
Everything has to do with security.
Yeah,
That's why there needs to be a military
unfortunately.
occupation. Hold on, you told me there has to be military occupation on the land of Palestine, right? It has to happen. There's all these checkpoints. What the fuck happened October 7th? What I don't understand is how were people able to cross back the same way and take 1,200? How many hostages?
251.
Was it 1,200 people that crossed over?
1,200 got killed.
Those are all the ones they didn't kill.
I would say like
So no, hold on, give me a second. If you're gonna tell me, give me a second. If you're gonna tell me this is security, it's complete and utter bullshit. Because if it was security lapse. What do you mean? How volatile it is? To have 720 checkpoints. No, that's not the need for it at all. You're bullshitting. It's under the guise. It's under the guise of, oh my god, security threat, just to occupy and control and to move in your populace. But when something so big happened October 7th and you failed egregiously.
Yes, we did fail. Yeah.
That was so what? So it's not security reason then. That whole idea is bullshit. That means that Israel never really thought that Gazans, Palestinians are actually a real threat, because if it did, that border would have been bolstered up the ass. It's only bolstered up the ass on the land of Palestine. It's only listen. There's only a shitload of security when it comes to the land that is not Israeli, Lebanon, Syria, parts of Palestine. But when it comes to Israel's side of bolstering their security, if this was the case and this was real and they felt like this was a militant, everyone was a terrorist, their security would be foolproof. But it wasn't, because it isn't a threat. It's all bullshit.
Fine. If you want to believe that, that's your choice. The point is just saying, from our perspective, October 7th proves why there has to be a military occupation.
No, it proves that Israel has bullshitting. Okay, that's what it is.
Okay, fine. I mean, like I said, I'm not here to debate. I'm just saying, the point is just saying, I hear what you're saying. You have a right to believe that way. But the bottom line is, the Israeli people, which includes Jews, Christians, and Muslims, and Kurds, and other smaller factions, are safer because of how Israel has responded since October 7th, right? So that's not just limited to Gaza. That includes the surrounding areas of Syria and Lebanon and Yemen and now Iran, right? And so that's what we're all experiencing, right? And the world's a better place for it. And the people who have a problem.
That's your perspective. Not all Israelis feel that way. They feel like Bibi's actions have made their life more threat, creating more enemies.
Yeah, but if you understood Israeli politics, you wouldn't be so enamored by these statements against Bibi, and how it happens. Yeah, I wouldn't so much. And the thing is when you look at Bibi's relationship, I mean, it's just no other leader that could allow Israel to be as triumphant as it has been over the last 2 years and dealing with
triumphant off of the backs of how many Western nations since 1940?
It's called, you know what it's called? You know what it's called? It's called unity. Unity. And it's something that
state.
That's fine. You could call it a welfare state. Welfare state is another attack against black people in America.
Oh,
right?
I'm not talking about black people in America.
But that's why
Israel. Do not do this. Do not do this. Welfare state basically means living off of the money of other countries. It's called welfare state.
Used towards African
Oh my God! Shut the fuck up.
And now
I'm
you're
not
trying to
gonna
use it
twist this.
against Jews.
You're
Now
not
you're
gonna
trying to use
twist
it
this
against you.
because you're losing the argument,
You're
okay?
no, I'm not
Since
losing it.
1948, do you know the U.S. has given more aid to Israel than any other country known to man? If this country is, I mean, it's a pretty small GDP, small population. It's not going to be able to stand on its own. It needs Western money. So don't sit there and say this is such
Let me
an
ask you this.
economy. It's not.
Let me
And
ask
there's
you this.
nothing wrong with that. It's not me demonizing Israel. It's just telling you it hasn't done it on its own.
Demonizing it. You're doing the same thing that they do to all minority groups. You call them welfare recipients and you put them down for it.
As
As
a
a
welfare
nation
state.
growing and struggling to grow and to have its
Oh wait,
security,
Israel's struggling
instead
now?
of-
I
instead of
thought you
being
said
inspired-
it's so
instead of being inspired as a person
fruitful.
whose ancestors were also kicked out of
Black
their
Rabbi, you just said it was
Right.
fruitful. It's exuberant. That the economy is just flourishing, is what you said.
I never said any of that. What are you,
Didn't you say that it's brilliant in so many different ways? It's
what are you
not.
talking about? What are you talking about?
The Israeli economy and society isn't so progressive, isn't so rich and wealthy, and that's not
I
true.
never said we're not even talking about that. We're talking about
That's
security
the question.
in the South.
Is that the case?
Okay,
It
but I'm
sounded
saying
like that.
but I'm saying, but the way you're manipulating the conversation is that you won't even stick to what we're talking about. You want to create fantastical stories and apply them
It's
to
not
something that to
fantastical
me.
stories. It's facts.
No, I never said anything like you're saying. We're only talking about security in the West.
Yeah, and that
West-
security
the-
comes
the
from
South of
where?
Israel.
Western countries. That security has been
Yeah.
bolstered up from the USA.
100%, Andrew, but you calling Israel a welfare state is the same attack against minorities that my ancestors.
Israel's a welfare
encouraged.
state.
The-
Israel's a welfare state.
Yeah, I get it, but I'm
Since
saying
October
it just-
7th, they
it just-
received
it
over
just
$29
shows-
billion.
It just shows your intent.
Israel's a welfare state. Israel's a welfare state. It's truth. It's the truth. It's the number one recipient of foreign aid from the U.S. And it got over $70 billion. It got over $70 billion since 1948 from Germany. It got over $340 billion from the U.S. since 1948.
You're right.
Biggest welfare state in the world.
And you're not American.
Biggest welfare state in the world.
You're not an
Israeli.
American.
You're Israeli. You're an Israeli. You're an Israeli wannabe. You don't even
You're
have
not
citizenship.
an American.
You're an Israeli
You have
wannabe.
nothing to do with
You're an
us.
Israeli wannabe.
We're here to dominate.
You're an Israeli wannabe.
We're here to dominate.
You're an
You
Israeli.
understand that?
Dominate like
We're here to dominate.
when they whooped you, when you got paddled in the synagogue, that kind of dominance. What are we talking about?
Yeah, that type of dominance.
Yeah. When you were on all fours.
In the old city.
When you were in all fours. When you got paddled on all fours.
Either
They
way,
put chains on you like your ancestors. You love talking about your ancestors, right? You love talking about your ancestors, right? Why'd they put chains on you like your ancestors?
We're dominating.
Why'd they put chains on you, Black Rabbi? Why did they put chains on you? Don't you feel ashamed to have chains on you? They put chains on you. The synagogue of Satan put chains on you. You don't feel bad about that?
What are you?
Synagogue of Satan put chains on you. Synagogue of Satan put chains on you. You don't feel ashamed? Your ancestors feel ashamed. Your ancestors feel ashamed for you. Your ancestors feel ashamed for you. Your ancestors feel ashamed for you. You were on chains. You were on all fours. You got paddled on all fours. You got paddled on all fours. You don't feel ashamed? You don't feel ashamed, Black Rabbi?
What did the Ramadan do for your Palestine? What did you do? What did
You don't feel ashamed, Black
what did
Rabbi?
the Quran do for you in Palestine?
You don't feel ashamed, Black Rabbi?
What does the Quran do for you in Syria?
At your big grown age,
What's the Quran do
you're
for you
almost
in
50.
Lebanon?
You're almost 50 and getting paddled, bro.
Hang on, somebody, by the way. Do you know what the Quran did for the Muslims? Do you know they protected the Jews? If the Quran did not exist, your religion would have been. Hold on. The caliphate, right, that conquered Jerusalem, allowed the Jews back into Jerusalem. If it wasn't for the Quran teachings, you know what they would have done? They would have slaughtered you into tiny pieces. The Christians wanted to just kill you. Yes. Do you know what Crusades did? Do you know what Crusades did? They eat they eat Jews and Muslims. Right? They hated the Jews from the bottom of their heart because you guys killed Jesus. Right? Yes. So guess what? Yeah, hold on. And thanks to the Muslims, even under Ottoman Empire, we were protected. Let's say if the Ottoman Empire would have gave you up, if they did not follow the proper teaching of the Quran, your religion wouldn't even exist in today's world. It existed. No. It existed because of the Caliphate, because of Ottoman Empire. Otherwise, you would have got fucked in the ass and no more Jewish religion. Yeah, you should look into it instead of talking out of your fucking asshole, right? Thanks to Muslims and Islam, thanks to the Holy Scripture that we have, thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Taala. That's why your religion was saved. Otherwise, your religion would have been finished. Yeah, your religion would have been finished. Christians wanted to slaughter you in tiny, tiny pieces. Yeah, and just like a Hitler, Christians were just like Christians. You know, they wanted the Hitler was just like Christians. Wanted to put you in the ovens, and they wanted to kill every single Jew. But apparently, people like you, disgusting, filthy people like you, do not want to appreciate what the Muslims have done for the Jews. You come up here and you talk out of your ass. You have a problem with the scripture. You turn into a Islamophobic piece of shit that you are. You were a Muslim. Your family, you claim to be a Muslim, Nation of Islam, whatever the fuck you were, right? You can't even recite Surah Fatiha, man. Calm down. You were Muslim for 27 years. Yes. We're going to change the Zionists into non-Zionists, and that's the mission here. We are going to reshape the Jewish state to accept the Palestinians. We are going to reshape people like you that are not even Israeli citizens, are assholes, piece of shit, people like Amos here that wants to kill 20,000, Gaza babies to save fucking 20 hostages. A fucking atheist motherfucker. How the fuck are you guaranteed of the state? How the fuck did you have a guarantee from 3,000 years ago? You're a fucking atheist motherfucker. You're an atheist. You don't believe in God. What the fuck are you? You're not a Jew. You're a fucking atheist.
Which citizen do you have?
You're an atheist piece of shit.
Which citizen do you have?
I have American and Canadian.
So what you connected to Palestine, Israel?
How did God promise you a land? How did God promise you a land? You're an atheist. You don't believe in the scripture. How the fuck God promised you land? No God will promise anybody land if you don't believe in the scripture.
Amir, does it Quran?
Yes. This is why Jews were protected. Otherwise, can you imagine the caliphate would have butchered and slaughtered your stupid ass? Your Jewish religion wouldn't even exist. You know how it exists? It exists because of the Muslims. Otherwise, they would have slaughtered you into tiny pieces.
You think if you shout so loud?
And same for you, atheist motherfucker. Same for you, almost piece of shit.
Piece of shit, motherfucker.
Yes, you're a pedophile as well. You're a pedophile.
What the language you want to be a manager?
Almost, you are a pedophile. You are a fucking atheist. How the fuck God promised you a land? How the fuck did God promise you a land? You do not believe in God. How the fuck do you live in a state that's called Israel? That's supposed to be a holy land. How the fuck do you live in that state?
What do you believe in? Buddha? What do you believe?
Oh my God! Listen to this idiot, man. For real.
Tell me, AC. She's not so sexy, AC. You moderator. You bring her to bring men to the room. She's so sexy. AC.
You should take your black rabbi with you.
Every time you speak, we always talk about women. I don't get it.
He's a pervert.
I say the truth, that I have eyes and I say what I see.
Actually, you know what? Today I feel like cursing the shit out of Devin. Devin, come on up, little bitch. Come on up. Son of a whore, come on up. I feel like cursing the shit out of Devin today. Come on up. Come on up, you Jew hater motherfucker. Come on up, bitch. Come on up. If you have the balls, come on up, you white man, you fucking Polish motherfucker. Come on up. Son of a bitch, come on up. A Jew hater motherfucker. Devin, piece of shit. Come on up. Come on up, piece of shit.
Islam is fellowship.
Son of a bitch, come on up, Devin, the piece of shit. Come on up. Come on up, Jew hater, Devin. Little bitch.
We need to upgrade your...
I'll give you 5 seconds to come on up, otherwise you go into the fucking hallway, little bitch. You do not deserve to be in this fucking room. I don't know why the fuck God promised you to be in this room. Fucking atheist motherfucker, just like Amos is here. The fucking atheists have the right to this land, even though these Palestinians that are Sunni Muslims that believe in the existence of God, they believe in their religion, they do not have the right to this fucking land, right? Only you and Amos, people like atheists motherfuckers.
Dictator
have no knowledge.
You atheist motherfucker, how the fuck do you have the right to this land? How the fuck this bitch, Devin, has a right to this land? Did God promise you this land, you fucking atheist bitch? Go on, Devin, go on, come off the fucking mic, you little white man. A fucking Polish motherfucker, go on.
Okay, so what I'm trying to explain to you.
Yeah, Polish motherfucker, go on, Devin, piece of shit, you hater, go on.
You'll not hear anything if you don't
You are a son of a bitch, you are a son of a bitch, you're still a son of a bitch.
You gotta shut up if you want to
You
hear
are a son of a bitch, you old fucker, just like Amos is. Amos is a pedophile, so you're a fucking pedophile too.
Rant and rave, that's your
Fucking bitch. You know, Amos, take Devin with you. He's an asshole, asswipe. All he does is sits on his fucking ass, right? Couch potato, comes into this room. You're a Jew hater. I don't hate the fucking Jews. If I hated the Jews, Ottoman Empire would not have protected the fucking Jews. The Caliphate would not have protected the Jews. Thanks to Caliphate, thanks to Muslims, these fucking Jews were protected. Even the atheist Jews were protected. You little bitch, son of a whore. People like Devin.
You make you better. Why you want to shout? It's the morning since I arrived to the room. You shout and shout.
Oh my God. This little Devin bitch. Devin, do you like to suck Jews' dick? Is that what you want to do? You like sucking Zionist dick? No, Devin likes to suck Zionist dick every day.
I will speak soon.
Hang on, you stupid fucker. You don't need to speak. You just come here and listen, okay? My concern, people with Devin, you do have a problem. You like to suck Al Normo's dick. Ran away like a little bitch he is. Fucking whore.
Hey, Black Rabbi.
Thanks you something.
Hey, did you hear about the
Yes, I'm a dictator. That's why you're allowed on this app. You're allowed. God promised you this room from 3,000 years ago. That's why you're here. You know, thanks to the Muslims, you're still here. Otherwise, you would have been kicked out multiple times.
Let the people speak. You take the microphone. He's shouting.
Okay, go and speak.
Let the people. There is more people in this room. So you're shouting and think you're so brave. No, you're not so brilliant, Amir. You're stupid. The same as everyone in Clubhouse. You too. You think you're something. I'm coming and listening to rubbish. The Jewish exist because of the Muslims. What rubbish! So many rubbish in one person.
Yeah, Black Rabbi. Spain and Portugal. Where did they go? Where did they go?
And I speak with Jindib a little bit. I respect Jindib in this room a lot. He's from the other side. He's my enemy. But I like him.
Amos. How are you, man?
Jindib, you're the only reasonable person in the room who think about the whole situation. You're not just shouting like Amir, like Shuki, like all those moderators. So stupid.
What? Okay.
But Black Rabbi,
Yeah, what's up?
did you hear that they found 5 golden heifers in Texas and they're now in Israel?
Yeah, we know about.
You know what that means, right?
You know what's funny about that too? There's a story that says the reason why bombs jumped early October 7th, they were supposed to jump October 8th.
They're not building the Golden Temple. It's freaking, when you do every divine's work, it doesn't work like that. Divine has to give you, sort of like a permission with the will of divine. It doesn't work like that. What you're doing is spreading corruption on the land. You have people like Amos, you have people like Devin, right? That are, they like to suck Zionist dick, right? They like to write, Zionist dick on this app, and in real life, they call everybody Jew hater. When they call Jew hater, there's actual Jew haters out there that hate the Jews, right? Muslims protected the Jews.
Black Rabbi.
Protected the Jews.
What was Black Rabbi saying about why Hamas did October 7th with the red heifer?
Yeah. So there's this idea that the whole thing that the Hamas did was called the Flood Alaska, right? That was the name of the mission that they did on October 7th. And the reason why is because they thought, because of importing red heifers, that they were going to start doing sacrifices in the temple, and that's why they sped up their whole attack on October 7th. This is something I heard. I'm not
Yeah, that's not true. October 7th literally happened because, they say the IDF kept on pushing into territory, and Hamas kept on giving warnings over and over again. So,
this guy's a liar.
No, this isn't even a lie. Israel even admits this point. One second. No, Black Rabbi, if you have nothing to add that's actually useful, then just shut the fuck up. No, it's not a lie. Okay, so you do realize that Israel even points this out. So again, you know what's funny? I'm taking the Israelis' point on this and I'm going with it. Dude, you're such a dumb fuck, Mordecai.
You lie. All you do is come up with this absolute lie.
Honor, can you push him down if he's just gonna keep on yelling like a monkey?
Yeah, so you're gonna have to mute up and let Sam finish, and then you can respond. Go on, Sam.
You're a liar. Why you letting
Bro, you are a fucking liar. You are a fucking liar. Let Sam finish.
Anyways, as Israel even pointed out, they were pushing into Al-Aqsa Mosque, they were pushing into Gaza, they were pushing into many other places or whatever, and Hamas kept on saying, if you keep on doing this, then we're going to retaliate, we're going to retaliate. And the IDF basically said, do it, right? Because you won't. And October 7th was planned out, was a planned out attack in which they said enough is enough, we're going to attack, which was seen to be very brutal. This is something even Israel Times reported on. There was many warnings about a October 7th attack happening for this very single reason. So your assumption is completely wrong here.
Let him finish. Let him finish.
Especially when Israeli intelligence pointed out this is what happened and why, right?
Let him finish, bro. Stop coming up the fucking mic.
No, it's just funny because I'm pointing out exactly like a pro-Israeli stance on this, which Hamas is completely blamed for when it came to October 7th planning and everything, and he still doesn't understand that point. And it's so funny because he's bringing up a unpropagated view or source or whatever that has no backing, and he's so mad that there's
I'm saying people like you should
retaliate from it.
Reading headlines, so whatever you read.
So reading Israeli Times is wrong?
Yes. Yes.
So I shouldn't read Israeli Times then?
That's what the design is. That's what it's much like yourself.
So every time you go ahead and quote the Israeli Times, New York Post, everything like that, I should go ahead and say you're just promoting propaganda.
Well, it doesn't matter what you think you're doing.
So you see how stupid you are every time you get on here, Mordecai? Yes, you are. You quite literally are. Because every time you go ahead and quote something and you point out like this newspaper said this or this newspaper said that, you want us to take it as fact. But when I do the same thing to you, you're like,
no.
Propaganda. You're never supposed to take it as fact.
I'm here on the ground. I live it.
No one cares if you're on the ground, you're in the sky, or in someone's toilet.
That's why you listen to newspapers, because they're on the ground.
Why would I listen to you? You're the one who's known for lying. You just went ahead and made up literally a bullshit proposition that no one in Israel actually accepts as credible. You know that, right?
A lot to talk about.
Yeah, sure. You literally just made up a point that no one in Israel accepts.
Who cares? You're not a part of us. You have nothing to do with us.
I don't need to be a part of you guys to know that everything you just said was a lie and bullshit.
Nothing to do with us.
Why are you so mad? You're so mad. It's so funny. Are you gonna stress out and show your cake in your face just because you went ahead and lost this fight? It's so funny. It's so stupid.
You're just talking. You're just talking.
It says the guy who's just talking and got refuted is with his own Israeli sources.
And all you're doing is reading headlines from Google. That's it.
Mordecai,
reading headlines from Google.
Reading headlines from Google. That's it. That's all you're doing.
Mordecai, I've heard of this story that you're talking about, and also saying there are several reasons why October 7th happened. The biggest one I've seen is because of the Abraham Accords. Gulf countries and other Arab countries. Yeah, sure.
I understand
but
that point.
What Black Rabbi is saying, what Black Rabbi is saying, I think
there's truth to that. Not because of the reason he says, but I do think Abu Ubaidah said it in one of his speeches that not that they believe in the prophecy or anything, and actually I think the heifer is a different color in Islam, but the fact that you're breeding red heifers to force the prophecy be fulfilled, because right, the red heifer has to be sacrificed before the third temple is built. They saw that as a threat to Al-Aqsa. Exactly. That you were going to artificially bring about. But I don't know why that's funny to you. I don't get why you think that's like a gotcha moment or anything. That gives them every reason to be threatened when you try to artificially fulfill a prophecy that entails destroying Al-Aqsa Mosque.
So Josh, I'm assuming that you're an American, right?
Yes.
And the issue on the Temple Mount is not about Jew versus Muslim. It's the fact that no other religion can go on the Temple Mount and pray other than Muslims. So me as a Jew who actually used to be Muslim, I grew up, my parents were Muslim, I converted to Judaism. I can only go up there with military support. If you're a Buddhist, you can only go up there with the Christian. Everybody, no one else can go and properly talk to God in their own language without that. So it's a civil rights issue. It's a religious freedom issue, and it's the only place in Israel where Jews don't have religious freedom. So this isn't about that. Once, if you want to talk about Abraham Accord, it has to be equality on the Temple Mount for all the faiths, not just Jews, not for Muslims, for all faiths should have equal equality on the Temple Mount, and that will change the texture of the Middle East, because the Middle East has been dominated by Islam for centuries, by millennia. Now it's a place of equality. Christians deserve to have their equal rights. Jews, Kurds, other Bedouins, everybody deserves to have equal rights. No more Islamic fundamental dominance.
Why would go ahead.
No, so that's funny that he says that when what do you say, under the Muslim rules and everything, as he goes ahead and puts it, the churches, the synagogues, and everyone stood, and everyone was able to go ahead and practice their religion freely. But then, as soon as you guys go ahead and put up your ethno-state, all the churches are bombed, all the mosques are bombed, and then the old synagogues are told to be moved because the place you're in is filthy. So I don't know what you mean by everyone's able to practice equally when you bomb the shit out of it.
You're lying again. You're lying again. And it points. You're lying again. This is why.
So I'm lying. So you're telling me not a single church or mosque was bombed. You're telling me that not a single synagogue and its people were moved because the place was filthy.
I think they bombed the oldest church.
Yeah, they destroyed it.
In Gaza. Okay, fine. But the point.
Okay, so where's the religious freedom?
As a state,
you just bombed Christian people because what?
The biggest supporters of Israel are Christian evangelicals. The biggest investors into Israel are Christian evangelicals from America, right? So this
okay. So I'm gonna ask again. You didn't answer my point here. I just asked you. You even agreed with the point that churches, mosques, and synagogues so the churches and mosques were bombed and the synagogues were moved because the place was quote unquote filthy. You agreed with my point and my assertion, right? And then you still say it's religious freedom, and then your entire point is bringing up evangelical Christians from America. Like again, how is this religious freedom?
The Christians in Israel have absolute religious freedom. They don't have to pay the Jesuit tax. They are treated equally and have full reign to do what they want, more than anywhere else in the Middle East.
You first started by saying the Middle East now has religious freedom. Now you're saying Israel has religious freedom. When you said the Middle East has religious freedom because of Israel, I pointed out how you bombed and destroyed churches and mosques and moved synagogues, right? Now you don't have a point to that anymore. So now you move the goalpost to Israel. Do you see how stupid that is?
No, I think you're stupid.
Again, you're just hitting me with personal attacks, but you're not addressing the point that doesn't matter here.
You're stupid. You have no premise of your arguments. Like you're speaking out of your.
I just pointed out the premise. You agree to it, and then you go ahead and call that religious freedom. That's not religious freedom. That's terrorism.
Christians are the most involved here in the state, so I don't understand what.
I don't care if they're involved in the state. Your claim was that because of Israel, the Middle East now experiences You said verbatim, because of Israel, the Middle East now has religious freedom. And then I challenge your claim by saying you are the same people who have destroyed churches, destroyed mosques, and moved synagogues because you don't believe in these filthy places, right? And when I pointed that out, you agreed to that point. So I then asked, how is that religious freedom? That's not. You just went ahead and wiped people out because of their religious beliefs.
He left.
Of course, he's gonna get angry when someone points out his bullshit.
I wish I was able to ask him, because I'm not sure what he's saying. Is he saying that Jews aren't allowed in the mosque? Is that supposed to be a problem for him? Because if you go in a mosque and you start worshiping your own religion, that means it's not a mosque anymore. Also, these guys, settlers, they come up to the Temple Mount, they come up around Al-Aqsa Mosque, they start harassing the people going in there to pray. They do it all the time. So, I mean, for good reason, they're not allowed on the mosque grounds.
He's just genuinely an idiot. Like he made a claim and a point. He refuted his own claim and point, and then got angry at me for pointing that out. It's just he's probably the dumbest person there. But yes, your point is also absolutely correct.
It's a big problem. Look, he's back. No self-respect. This idiot has no self.
Mordecai, how far outside of the mosque are Jews allowed to go?
On the Temple Mount?
Yeah.
It's like it's pretty far. Like it's not that far, but it's like we can't go there without police. There has to be military protection there with us while we're there. Like we can't. If I went up there by myself, I'd be killed.
What reason does a Jewish person have to go into the mosque?
No, we don't have any intention of going in.
So who will kill you? Can you tell us?
Temple Mount.
Yeah, who will?
The Muslims.
Okay.
You're so full of shit. You stunk me all the way down here. You're so fucking full of shit.
Anyways.
If you go to the mosque, somebody's gonna kill you?
On the Temple Mount, yeah.
Really? Who?
It's the Muslims that are there.
Muslims are gonna be in Jerusalem. At the mosque gonna kill you because you walked into the mosque.
Mr. Idiot, how much people have been killed on the Temple Mount? How many? Over the years, how many?
By who?
By the Jews.
How many were killed by the Jews?
Yeah, and the Muslims on the Temple Mount.
You mean a lot of Muslims were killed by Jews? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying both. There's been violence on both sides on the Temple Mount.
So if you walk into Al-Aqsa tomorrow, this morning, if you go there, somebody will kill you?
I would be attacked. I mean, I don't know if I would die instantly. I don't know if they have weapons. I think they have metal detectors now. But the point is saying, like, that it's a place where Jews have been killed on the Temple Mount.
But if you want to go to the mosque and destroy it, do you think somebody is just gonna what? Give you a cookie?
I didn't say destroy it. I said if I want to go there as a Jew, looking as a Jew with my kippah on and my tzitzit out and everything, I might.
Yeah. You walk in with a police escort, right?
In 1990 Temple Mount killings, there were clashes erupted after.
I didn't have that.
I'm reading it for you. Here, I'm helping you out.
I'm trying to see if a bunch of Muslim Palestinians walked into the hotel tomorrow and see what will happen to them.
There was an incident in 1990 where 17 Palestinians were killed by Israeli security forces, while over 20 Israeli civilians and police were wounded by Palestinians. Wounded? Oh, they weren't even killed? It's important to note that the primary casualties in this specific incident were Palestinian, not Jewish.
Amir, really quickly, I put a link in the chat. The Israeli heavy defense cats that said that Israel is preparing for another aerial assault on Iran because of the continuing enrichment.
Isn't that propaganda?
So
Black Rabbi, isn't that propaganda? So it's propaganda, right? What's your point? It's propaganda then, right?
It doesn't matter what you don't matter from home.
Again, you make a point where any resources and links that gives any information is propaganda, and then here you are going ahead and quoting propaganda by your own definition. Yeah, that's just sad at this point, man. Like, again, can you ever remain consistent?
So the last time a Jew was
I wonder
killed.
whether Israelis hate you.
The last time a Jew was killed on the Temple Mount was in 1929, because they believed rumors that Jews were planning to seize control of the Temple Mount. And then before that, it was 70 CE by the Roman siege. So, to answer your question, it was one incident where 133 Jews were killed in 1929.
No, it was actually 67 Jews and 116 Arabs. I read this out earlier. It happened from both sides, and it was a certain faction that did it. Because there's a lot of Arabs that actually protected the Jews. They took them in to hide them. You see what I'm saying?
You're right.
So
133 includes other massacres.
Majority were Arabs that got killed, and the Jewish people were actually minorities. So this thing that happened, it was from both sides.
Yes, you're correct. 133 includes other massacres that happened, not only on the Temple Mount. And it was, obviously, it was on both sides. There was never a massacre that Palestinians just did out of the blue for no reason.
Chucky, you think Black Rabbi is influenced by China? Chucky thinks everything is China. Chucky, it's okay. Stay with Chinese. I'm not going down the path. Josh, you want to talk about China? I think Chucky would be a good, best candidate to talk about China. He thinks everything's China.
You think everything's China?
Every little thing that happens to America or Israel or whatever, it's always China.
Are you? I don't know. My thing with China is I think that they're not that bad at all. I think they're actually.
No, I agree with you. But the issue is we got to look at that genocide.
Let's look at the
Uyghur genocide, because I don't think it's a genocide. I don't think that. I think even calling it a genocide is kind of a slap in the face to people who are actually being genocided, like in Gaza.
I just put a link in the chat on a mini documentary I did maybe a month ago.
Oh, look at me! No one's talking to me. Let me interrupt the conversation.
No.
Yeah, we were talking.
Look at me!
No, because I want you to see the
link it so we can watch it and give him traction.
No, they already had 70,000 views. But anyways, the point is saying like this.
All your own views, I'm sure.
Yeah, cool. But anyways, the point is just saying that it shows the amount of security that Jews have to have on the Temple Mount, the amount of security we have to have, and how much injustice exists up there in terms of religious freedoms. Actually, Amir, just so you know, I think maybe next week I'm going to be doing a special on the settlers. So I'm going out to the West Bank and I'm going to meet with the settlers. I have a bunch of YouTubers coming with me, and we're going to go and talk about the settlements, and we're going to hear from their perspective.
My question to you. Okay, Ace, do you want to say that? I just want to say one thing. How did God promise them this land 3,000 years ago, Black Rabbi? And don't use the scripture. I don't believe in the scripture. Consider me an atheist Jew. I don't believe in your scripture. How did God promise me this? No. I consider me an atheist Jew.
Yes, I
right?
do. Yes.
No. But I'm calling myself Jew, even though it's ethno religion. No, it's ethno religion. It takes me out of religion, so I cannot be a Jew. How did God promise me this land, even though I deny the word of God that the ethnicity is connected?
Yeah, so it's not an ethnicity. Number two is to say that even the Jew who's completely disobedient of God is
not disobedient, doing blasphemy, rejecting the word.
Okay, he or she's still going to be redeemed.
No, redeemed, that's afterwards. I'm saying rejecting the word of God, that's blasphemy. Blasphemy means it takes you out of food.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, it does. There's a verse in your tongue.
No, it doesn't. It means that, we separate them and they're still a Jew.
Okay, but how are they still Jew? Because their ethno religion is connected to each other. So you cannot separate the two.
No. Every Jewish person has a specific soul.
Ace, you can carry on. He's just a bullshitter, man. At this moment, he's just a...
I made that up. You're saying I made that up?
Bro, you're a bullshitter. You're not answering the question. Ethno-religion. It's called ethno-religion.
Going to the West
Okay?
Bank.
Hold on. Rabbi, listen to what I'm saying. Listen. Hey, listen. Oh my God, this idiot does not want to listen. This idiot. Idiot, listen to what I'm saying. You're not getting the point. Ethno-religion. It's connected to each other. If you deny the word of God, the scripture says it's ethno-religion, and ethno-religion, you're denying the word of God because ethnicity comes from that book that you're denying. So you're no longer part of the tribe because you deny the word of God.
Don't tell us with Judaism.
You're just an idiot.
That's not Judaism. That's not Judaism.
This guy's an atheist.
It's not Judaism. It's not Judaism what you're saying. You're talking about Islam. You're trying to make Islam like Judaism. It's not the same.
I never said that.
It's what you're trying to do. You're trying to equate your logic of Islam and apply it to Judaism, but it doesn't exist. Yeah, technically, it's only that the Temple Mount is a mountain, right? There is a mosque that was built up there. So you're on the side of the child. You're on the side of Hamas. No, I'm saying you're Hamas.
Let me talk about bullet time. Okay, I'm seeing if someone wants to come and desecrate it, build something else on top of it. What's happening in Palestine is soft. It's soft.
So you're
police. There would be no police coming in to escort. There would be no way in to get in. You would just sit outside and pray from the outside. Because to say something so fucked up that you can come and destroy so many places, build something up on top of it. You know, other people's religion is to them, right? It's for it to you. So are you afraid of that? That I thought this was something completely different. I thought it had nothing. I thought it was just an area. But that's why I asked questions. It is really what I'm doing. Temple on top of it, which would be destroying something that was really great for years. On top of it, you shouldn't be allowed a temple on this, let alone be escorted, or let alone be able to walk by and see details. That's crazy talk. Don't do it.
Have you ever watched these where a pack of rabid stray dogs are always attacking their victim, trying to eat it? That's what settlements and settlers are. They're a pack of rabid dogs trying to attack their victim and eat it. That's how they are.
Wait, hold on. Please. So I want you to just hear what Black Rabbi said ahead of time, right? He made the claim that Israel had brought peace to the Middle East and had allowed for religious freedom. Okay, sure, buddy. You're getting mad now. He said that Israel had brought religious freedom to the Middle East, right? Now, is it religious freedom for churchgoers to get bombed? Is there religious freedom for people going to the mosque to get bombed? Is it religious freedom to deny Jews a synagogue and tell them to move because you say the land that the synagogue was built on is so clean? Is that religious freedom? Yeah, exactly. So now Black Rabbi has to cope about that.
Hey, you know he's stupid. You know he's stupid. You just entertain me.
You don't know what religious freedom is.
You don't know. I don't think you know any.
Again, you keep on doing personal attacks. You haven't brought a single valid point against anything I've brought against you. When are you going to bring a single valid point?
Have you ever given a lecture?
Yes, I have. Many.
Where?
This is why I'm pointing out to you that you haven't brought a single valid point to anything I have brought to you. Right? So again, until you're ready to bring a valid point to the criticism I have levied, right? You have no qualms. You technically have no point to even speak on the matter or the issue. You rejected Judaism and Jewish tenets, right? And then you brought up Islam for no reason. You went ahead and made bullshit claims. You said links are propaganda and news sources or whatever are propaganda, but then still link it, right? And then when I asked you, hey, how do I find out specifically what I should know about this region or whatever, you're like, you have to be on the ground. So with that same sentiment, anything you say about any other country, you have to go to that country first before you can comment on it, which is also retarded because no one agrees to that kind of sentiment. So again, bring me a point which is not full of shit. Oh, he ran away. I honestly think he's just upset about the fact that I found out about the whole Umar Suleiman thing, and now he's just antagonistic towards me.
What was that? What was the Umar Suleiman thing?
So, I asked a bunch of my Jewish and Israeli friends about Mordecai, and they gave me everything about him. One of the main points that he has is a Muslim Palestinian, Umar Suleiman, who is my imam. Since he's very popular and famous on social media and stuff, he actually gets really jealous and angry about that. So he tries to do whatever partnerships with whatever quote unquote YouTubers or anything like that or whatever to try and gain relevancy. But whenever you go onto his specific pages, his specific landing, anything that comes to him, not a single person gives him the time of day, and most people in Israel think of him as a liar.
I'm sure everyone who runs into him just tosses him to the curb. Pretty much those people are gonna just push him into the curb.
Yeah. No, the funny thing is that I even brought up Adios or something like that. I forget the name. He's a independent Zionist. He's an independent Zionist journalist, right? Who even went ahead and blazed Mordecai like 2 years ago, or whatever. Not only did Mordecai completely forget the fact that he's an independent Zionist journalist, right? He also forgets the fact that after his reporting, a lot of Jews started calling bullshit on half of the shit he was saying and don't take him seriously anymore on it.
You don't know.
You got a lot of backlash.
Stop lying.
Okay, now he's back again. He's back. Oh, he's back. Are you angry again?
He is a celebrity.
Are you ready?
He is a celebrity, so we have to be like,
Yeah, even if he's a celebrity, he can still kiss my whole ass.
I'm asking you, would you know?
Why do you need to know, my friends? Huh? Why are you so interested in my life now, Mordecai? I'm gonna bring up your points back to you. Why are you so interested in my life, Mordecai? Why do you need to know? Come on, doesn't that sound really annoying now? Why do you need to know about my life?
If you're a liar.
Come on, why do you need to know about my life, Mordecai?
You're not
Come
important.
on, come on, Mordecai. Why are you so interested in my life and my friends? Come on, Mordecai. Why are you trying to stop me now? Come on, Mordecai. You see how annoying this shit is? When someone's doing the exact same shit that you've been doing back to your advantage. It's amazing, right, Mordecai? Mordecai, why are you so focused on my life, Mordecai? Come on.
I don't care about your life.
Come on, Mordecai. Don't bullshit right now. Why are you so interested in my life, Mordecai? Come on, Mordecai. Why are you so interested in my life? Are you that desperate for attention from me, Mordecai? Come on. What's going on here?
I don't even want to talk to you.
Come on, Mordecai. Why are you so desperate to know shit about me now, Mordecai? Oh, man, Mordecai. Why are you so desperate to know shit about me?
You?
Oh, man. This is just sad. This is genuinely so sad. You're so focused on wanting to know shit about me, aren't you now? Mm-hmm.
Filthy goy.
Yeah. You just want to know more shit about me. You're just sad that people don't know enough about you.
Obviously, Black Rapper, you said you're a celebrity. Would you say like you're A-list? Would you say B-list? Like, where would you put yourself? Oh, he's gone.
Yeah, he's angry again.
Oh man.
I literally found out what really triggers him, and now I'm just using it against him. This is the funniest shit ever.
He's really delusional, man. He thinks he's gonna become a president. He's got like that Kanye West delusion, man. He's lost it, man.
It's just so funny.
Sam, do you think that there's a genocide in Xinjiang?
In where?
In East Turkmenistan. That China is committing against the Uyghurs.
If memory serves me correctly, because it is the fact that they're exterminating Uyghurs, I think it's ethnic cleansing and genocide. But from what I understand from pro-Chinese sources, they're saying that it is to protect themselves as they see Uyghurs as an enemy. But still, it sounds like genocide to me.
What makes a genocide? Are they killing them?
So they're putting them into what is essentially concentration camps, in which they re-educate them. They, from the reports I've seen, they've been raping the women, especially the little girls, Chinese nationals at least, who are in this whole Uyghur thing. They're used as slave laborers, and they are killed if they even speak out against it. So they are killed in droves. This is what I've been told. I don't have a refresher knowledge on the entire situation as of now, because the last time I read about the situation was 2-3 years ago. But that's from what I remember.
So the only sources that I've seen saying these kinds of things are from like Free Asia Radio, which is basically an anti-China CIA-backed news source.
Oh, is that so? Okay.
Yeah, I used to think it was a genocide until I started looking into it because a Chinese person challenged me on it. And it is like, I don't agree with China's method, but I don't think that they're killing and raping them inside of concentration camps. I think that there are prisons, and like the famous pictures you see of these so-called concentration camps are actually just regular Chinese prisons in that region. Now, do I think a lot of people were arrested without due process? It's possible. That's not the kind of data that I have access to. But
so the reason why I say that's definitely true is because even China had commented saying that they see the Uyghurs as enemies, and it comes from a historical grudge they have with them. But if most of my sources that I've been speaking on has come from one source directly, then I definitely need to reevaluate and re-see the pro-Chinese side on it and really find the actual truth about it.
Yeah, I'm interested in what you said also, or where you might have read that. But we do know that this is a response. This is how like China is dealing with the terrorism in the region, because they're basically, how this all started is people with swords and knives would just go on mass killing sprees and stab a bunch of people. And a lot of these people come from like Uzbekistan and stuff, and they're like the terrorist cells there they're basically like Asian ISIS. So in order to divert a lot of the people in the rural regions from being what China calls indoctrination of these terrorists, they started creating areas for them and moving them into these areas. Not necessarily camps, but there was forced displacement. But I also see a lot of Uyghur people saying, like, this is actually better for us because they were able to organize them into communities where they had job opportunities and things like that. But like I just remember reading through all of like these satellite pictures or like these pictures of people in prison, and it turned out that they were just pulling old pictures of regular prisons, or like a satellite picture where they claimed it to be like a concentration camp. It just turned out to be like this industrial zone. And I think everyone should be suspicious if America all of a sudden cares about Muslim people, you know?
Yeah, I didn't know that my source was CIA backed, right? So that's why I'm willing to go ahead and relearn what the actual situation is. But,
it was Asia Free Radio?
Huh?
Was it Asia Free Radio?
No, that's the thing. I don't know, because the last time I read up on the situation, I was just responding from memory. It was about 2-3 years ago. I just kind of left it at that because I also still didn't know too much about that entire issue. I would say this: I don't completely trust China, and not because it's China, but the thing is that every nation has a reason to lie, and there is always a thing of fact checking that you have to do whenever someone gives a narrative or a story, because you don't know what they're trying to gain or benefit from. And once you understand their narrative and story, that's when I start to make a judgment call on if what they're saying is completely factual or bullshit.
Yeah, I wonder what if there's anything updated, like if there's any hard evidence on this, because I haven't seen, like, I don't know, I just, the only thing I really see are like some people on TikTok, and they're usually people that live in diaspora. They're like, oh, my family's gone missing, and I remember seeing an article where it was like the walls have come down and Uyghur people are walking freely in the street, and that just doesn't sound like the aftermath of a genocide when all of its victims are walking around freely. I have to find that article as well.
Okay. Let me know when you do. I really would love to learn more about this.
Also, whenever I talk to Muslims that have gone to that region, Xinjiang, they're like, it's amazing. Like, the people there are happy. They're not tearing down mosques like people claim. It has the highest density of mosques in the world, actually.
It does. So, I'm someone who comes from Singaporean origin, at least, where I was born there. So I have a lot of experience with Chinese people. Though they are very secular, the Chinese people's roots, they accepted a lot of Muslims whenever Islam started to spread within the Asian regions pretty fast. And they have a deep respect for them because they follow the Han, was a kind of respect and culture, naturally speaking. So they always are very friendly towards the Muslims in that sense.
So the policy of communism, China communists, is that you can have your religion as long as you don't interfere with the government.
And, you don't interfere with government, and you follow the Han kind of like lifestyle.
No, not this communist. Han is like Taiwan government. These communists are like they don't believe in their any kind of background. So they are denying their own even traditions. So there are two groups they have problem with, the Tepat and these Muslims. Because the others, they were able to like convince them to give up their Chinese background. But these two groups are not cooperating with the central government. So I'm not surprised if they are doing some sort of relocation package, move them from those areas and dilute their concentrations. But China Communist Party, basically their idea is that you have to deny anything which interfere with communist ideology. It's possible that they are doing this to Tepat and they are doing it to Muslims.
I was always told in school that like if you just don't follow Han lifestyle, then what do you say? The Chinese would never respect you.
Yeah, but this Communist Party, they specifically are against even Han lifestyle. They thing is that the reason that they are humiliated, they call it the century of humiliation, is because of all those ideas of, Han and those old style lifestyles. So they had a revolution that anybody which was considered elites in a term of religious or science or money, they just eliminated.
Wait, Finn, are you Chinese?
No, I live in Taiwan. Right? I'm American.
Okay.
Basically, interesting.
I want to go see the Great Wall of China one day.
Man, I do not want to step on there.
I want to go there, get some moose shoes, see the Great Wall of China, and I'm ready to go.
If you like history, you really have to see Xi'an. Xi'an is the most historical city, and there are these called Terracotta warriors. There is a tomb of like soldiers which are buried. It's crazy. So, if you have to pick one place in China, if you like history, go to Xi'an.
Go to Xi'an?
Xi'an, the name of the city is Xi'an. It's the beginning of Silk Road. And there you see all kind of, it's a melting pot. It's like New York of all time.
I think honestly, what do you say? It's not. There's not just Xi'an, but there's another part of China that has great historical ties to their ancestral. What do you say? Their ancestral history. What was that place called again? I'm fishing it. I think it was called like Temple of Heaven. I am forgetting that. And then the Terracotta Army.
That Terracotta Army is the craziest thing I have seen. And I have seen a lot of historical stuff growing up in Iran. But that Terracotta warrior was next level shit.
I'm gonna be very honest. I'm scared to go back to I'm scared to ever enter China solely for the fact that because they came to America, I think they would be pretty pissed off with that.
Pissed off about what? That you are. Oh, so you are a Chinese background who went to the United States?
Singaporean background, but what do you say? came to America.
I don't know.
So I don't know what they'll make of that.
My mother-in-law just went to China and she's from Taiwan. And doesn't look they care. I don't think so. They really care about this kind of. They're not like Iran. They're pretty stable. I mean, I don't think Chinese government in mainland is worried about anything anymore. People are like economically are doing very well. You don't feel that something will happen to the regime.
Okay. Then I'll probably put it on my itinerary list places I need to visit.
Especially if you know how to talk Chinese, I think that's the best place to travel.
My Chinese is rough, man. I haven't practiced that in over 20 years at this point. Mandarin specifically. Cantonese, I don't think I've ever learned.
The difficult language. I've been here almost 1 year. I still cannot talk at all.
Yeah. No, I found out from one of my old friends when I was growing up that the language has changed so much that what do you say? A simple phrase. So this is gonna sound super dirty if you know Mandarin, but the way I was taught by my Mandarin teacher back in Singapore was if you say "Ishindu Baba," right? Then you said it was basically like, my dad hit me, right? Or my dad hits me, something like that. And the reason why they kind of emphasize like kids saying this is to have them speak out about like if there's like violence at home or whatever. But the problem is that the language keeps changing. So now Ichidu Baba now means miss me daddy in Mandarin. And it's really stupid because now you have a generation of kids that have a different understanding of that phrase. So I don't really speak Mandarin to any Chinese person anymore because I don't want to have a really weird misunderstanding.
But as long as you can order food and then ask directions, I think it's fine.
Yeah. I have a question.
No, you're completely right.
Sorry guys, I just want to Chucky, are you there? With baby oil. This is Chucky's here.
Yeah, I'm here.
I just want to ask you a question. When you're asking Black Rabbi about the red heifers, I didn't get your perspective. How'd you feel about that? Were you like, yay, from your Jewish paradigm, as Amir would say, were you happy about that? Were you like, this is going to be a good thing for us? I'm just curious.
No, I just read an article and I seen it. That's why I asked Black Rabbi if he heard about it.
But what do you think about that whole situation?
I mean, it'll be interesting to see. I don't think it's our time to return back to the land, but it'll be interesting to see how they proceed from here now.
But don't you believe when people try to fabricate what's supposed to be a prophecy that it's not really a prophecy? It's man-made.
That's why I said I don't believe it's our time to be there. So, like, moving forward, it'll be interesting to see how they're gonna proceed from this point on. I don't think it's our time. I think there is somebody out there trying to, fulfill a prophecy, and it's not the time yet.
Fair enough. So you do believe that there is that prophecy? Because I feel like I'm ignorant. I don't think I'm fully. So you do want to tell me quickly what the prophecy is, that the Messiah returns and then Jewish people look up their homeland, and what happens to the rest of the populations?
Pretty pretty much meant in order for them to build the third temple, the Messiah has to come back, and there's different protocols, you know, that will know that he's the true Messiah. You know what I mean? I think it's in the book of Numbers that I gotta look it up, but it's like a whole bunch of prophecies that are supposed to let us know that that the Messiah is supposed to do, so that we know it's the real Messiah. You know.
And it's supposed to be built on top of an existing structure. What exists there? Or is there no location? That's just something.
I mean, according to scripture, it's supposed to go there, but that's why I say when the Messiah comes back, there will be no more war and turmoil over there.
Wait, are you talking about the Jewish version or the Christian version of the Messiah?
The Jewish version.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it's according to the year of Lord's favor, right? That's from Luke, I believe. You're talking about Numbers, right?
I think it's Numbers 19. Let me look it up.
Because from what I remember, you would have the Davidic line that would have the future Jewish kings from, and that would be I think that would be where the Messiah would come from, and he would hold the Orthodox views. Then the Jews have to gather and build the third temple, of course, where Al-Aqsa Mosque is. But other than that, shoot, I'm supposed to know this because this is also from the Book of Enoch too.
Sam, is the Jewish and the Christian ideal that when it comes to that very similar, or is it very different?
Very different, because the Christian version basically states that the Messiah will come back when the Jewish Messiah comes, but the Jewish Messiah will be known as the Antichrist, and the Antichrist was war and corruption through the land, and Jesus was agreed upon him. The Messiah will come and return and strike down the Jewish Messiah and show him for the evil that he is. And the Jews will rejoice and say, this is our true Messiah.
Do the Christians talk about building a type of structure on top of
No.
existing?
No, the Christians specifically say that this is the plan of the Antichrist.
See, I didn't know that. Thanks for that.
So what the Christians are actually trying to do is it's a little bit more evil in my eyes, because in Christian mythology they believe that if the Jews gather there, then Jesus will come down and massacre every single Jew in Israel, or Jerusalem, or whatever, and they gather against their Antichrist, and they would basically be a blood sacrifice. So that, like, for me, that's just like, what the hell is that supposed to be?
That's freaking wild. But my thing is, a lot of this is interpretation. So I don't.
No, that's it's not interpretation. This is something that every Christian believes in. The Jews also believe the same way.
Is it directly, like, very explicitly stated?
Yeah, it's very explicitly stated. The Muslims are the one that go ahead and add nuance to it and say both are wrong in this entire interpretation, but it's because of corruptions within the book. So the Muslims basically say that the Jews would be tricked by the Antichrist and say that this is their Messiah, but the Jews' actual Messiah would actually be Jesus, because in the Quran, I
believe refers to it as there will be a man who comes from a Jewish lineage that would spread goodness throughout the land and would be basically king of the Jews. This is something actually that Jesus, peace and blessings be upon him, actually holds a title to. But they won't know the difference between the two. Then the problem is that the Christian Messiah will say that he is God, right? But a son of man can never be God, and there is only one God. So the Muslims then go ahead and say that if the Antichrist is to come, the first thing he will proclaim is that he will be God and he will do miracles and acts of works and say that people should worship him. And he will spread corruption and evil throughout the land as well. And he will visit every part of the earth from when he goes east to west. But when a bloody war is to be fought for the saving of mankind, then the actual Messiah will come. This will be Jesus, and Jesus will say, Jesus will kill the Antichrist in this bloody war, and will say to everyone, today I do not accept anything except for your I forget its exact phrasing, but I will not accept anything except for your submission to God, right? So one true God, and it cannot be him. And the Jews will then realize that this is actually what is foretold in their scriptures, and then the Christians would be divided on this, because there will be Christians that will go ahead and say, like, how can this be? Well, then the other Christians will go ahead and say, no, this is actually supposed to be the way it goes. So there will be a division amongst the Christians. And Muslims will see that this is actually the way it's supposed to be, because anyone who comes saying that they are God are from the side of evil, because there is no one worthy of worship except for one true God alone.
No, my bad again. So Sam, it is Numbers 19. I'm trying to find the exact verse where it talks about the red heifer.
I think you're talking about the land shall be filled, if I remember correctly, it should be like the land shall be filled with the knowledge of the Lord as the water covers the sea. For our people, we dreameth of the gathering of all the Jews to Zion. I think it also says Zion.
Nah, this one just talking specifically about the red heifer, the requirements.
Oh, red heifer.
Yeah,
I think I remember memorizing the verse. So.
Yeah, I'm trying to find exactly where it starts talking about it. That's what I'm looking at. Yeah, we're seeing it.
Josh, are you still there?
Yes.
I'll put the link in the chat, see what you think. Look, I've heard a testimony from a Chinese person on Twitter Space. It was a big space. Now, he said the same thing, that he didn't find anything. He went over there as a Muslim person. He was from the UK. He traveled all the way over there. And he didn't see anything. He saw that they're living good, they're this and that, just like what you said. But then, what do we do about some of these, facts that they have, like the BBC. I know BBC is mainstream, but there's some truth to it, right? Let me put the link in the chat. See what you think about this.
Okay, I'll have a look.
For Chucky, I may be mistaken on this, but this is just coming off of memory. I think if we're talking about numbers 1 and 2, and I believe it's also referenced somewhere else, it should be. I think it goes like this. The Lord said unto Moses and Aaron, this is a requirement of the law that the Lord has commanded. Tell the Israelites to bring you a red heifer without defect or blemish, that has never been under a yoke, something like that. I think it's, give under a yoke, and then something about giving it to I think Eleazar, which should be like some sort of priest, and it should be taken outside the camp and slaughtered, slaughter the red heifers in his presence, I believe. And then he would do some stuff with it, like burn the flesh, all that stuff. My memory's failing me on the verses there.
I'm over here talking on mute. Yeah, but yeah, that's pretty much. So it's 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think if we're talking about numbers 19, it should start off from the first verse, but I think it goes from 1 to 10 or 1 to 11, because if I remember, 1 and 2 talks about the Lord said unto Moses and quotes of it. I think verse 4 talks about Eleazar and what he's supposed to do, and then I think that goes on until verse 10, where they talk about gathering the ashes of something. I think the red heifer, and they have to like watch his clothes because he too would be unclean or something like that. Again, I don't remember the verses verbatim anymore.
Yeah, I'm about to pull it up. Give me a second.
Yeah, it's this whole thing about the Messiah, all that stuff or whatever, is that because it's a bloody war and it should never be one, is one where everyone is united with peace once they realize they've been deceived.
It's interesting, the perspectives. And no one's gonna really know. There's gonna be battles between different people and their thought processes and their processes.
So for the Muslims, they actually say this as well. When this bloody war is happening and they're trying to fight this Antichrist, when the Jews realize, hey, this is wrong, right? They actually unite with the Muslims as well to fight this evil. So it's like they're not really our enemy, to be very frankly honest. It's just they were tricked. That's how we put it out. The Christians, it depends on them, because we understand that the Christians will also unite with the Muslims even beforehand to point out that there is no God except for God, kind of thing.
Well, the Abrahamic religions should have been united. The Abrahamic religions, or in essence, have a lot of factors that tie them together. I'm not surprised.
Yeah, so the Muslims, they call the Abrahamic religions the people of the book. And there's a special status for the Jews and the Christians, where they're like, they were guided, but some people have corrupted the message. So it's like, there are those amongst them, if I remember correctly, there are those amongst them who want to follow and do good and do righteousness and follow God alone, but they have been they have been lied to or persuaded a different way. But you will always find goodness within them, and then the evil you must take away from them. So it's kind of like that's why you see that there are things about there's your religion, you have your religion, we have ours. There's to respect them and protect them, even if there's disagreements amongst how we rule and how they see rule fit or how they rule to fit. But yeah, it's always talking about unity.
So Sam, yeah, so it is Numbers 19. It's literally the whole chapter, 1 to 22. Where it talks about where it talks about the red heifer
and Eleazar is there, right?
Yes.
Okay. Then yeah, I remember it. But yeah. It's interesting because I wonder who this Eleazar would be.
Who is the Eleazar? Is that the Antichrist you're referring to?
No, he's supposed to be a priest.
Yeah, this was the high priest.
Yeah. So I don't know who's going to come up with the Eleazar.
all this?
Yeah. So he, if I remember correctly, when the red heifers are to come, he's to, I think, it should be taken outside and slaughtered in his presence. So someone has to slaughter it within his presence. And then I think something about he has to take some of his blood on his hands or fingers or something and sprinkle it over like something, I think tents or something. And then the heifers will be burned to hide its flesh, blood, and something else. I forget what the other thing is, but flesh and blood I know is there. And then the priest would do a sort of ritual while burning the heifer, and then the priest will be seen as we'll say unclean, so he has to bathe himself within the camp where he's doing this. And yeah, that's all I remember. But basically, the entire ceremony has to be done with Elazar.
And this ceremony, they're gonna bring the heifers in, burn them, kill them, I don't know, slaughter them. What is the purpose of this whole ceremony? To do what? What is the ultimate purpose?
It would be the beginning of bringing back the third temple.
Yeah.
Okay, and bring back the third temple, and then what? So does it do with the Messiah coming back?
Yeah, it's the prophecy to lead up to the Messiah coming back.
Okay. Yeah. Is the Messiah gonna be coming from the heavens somewhere, or is he a human person who lives on earth?
He'll be coming from the east.
So it's just a person who lives somewhere in the east?
Not necessarily. It doesn't say how he is, but we know he'll be coming from the east. The first of the people who meet him would be the Persian Jews.
And then when he comes, then what? What happens?
The third temple's groundwork should be laid out and everything, and what do I say? It would basically be like a throne for him.
Okay, so there's a temple and there's the Messiah, and then what? That's it?
Yeah, he's supposed to rule over everyone. He's supposed to bring peace and rejoice.
It's going to be peace on the land.
But what happens to people who don't believe in that particular religion?
So, for the under the Jewish paradigm, it doesn't matter, because the Messiah is only meant for the Jews. Under the Christian paradigm, the Jews are to be slaughtered, and that would be people who are only Christian will be gone to heaven, and everyone else will be damned to hell. So everyone will be seen as unclean, dirty, and will be thrown away, basically like a used cloth. The Muslim paradigm, if this comes, there will be a continuation of how the Muslims would say a education of what God has revealed. So we say that Yeshua, or Jesus, peace and blessings be upon him, he will go ahead and tell everyone that the only thing I'll accept from you is your worship of God alone. And there will be a peaceful empire under Jesus, and everyone will be rejoicing. So it's kind of like for everyone they have an opportunity and chance just to worship God alone, and everyone who does and listens are all admitted to heaven. Anyone who is doesn't, there's a question.
Masjid al-Aqsa will be demolished as well, by the way.
Yes, Al-Aqsa will also be demolished at this point as well. You're right.
There's a lot of different signs, but but then they always, the Zionist mofos, they always bring up this one hadith that talks about every Jew is going to be hiding behind a rock. It actually has a context to it. It's actually for the combatants.
Yeah, this is the. I was telling her about the war, the bloody war that happens when the Antichrist is leading the Jews into a bloody battle to die for him. But when Jesus comes and kills the Antichrist, he says to the Jews, like, the only thing I'll accept for you is your reversion. So the Jews that are left actually goes ahead and says, like, shit, we got this wrong. And they join with the Muslims.
Anyways, what else is new with you guys? What's going on? Ace, I'm gonna send you the. Remember what I talked we talked about? I'm gonna send it out to you in probably in a bit, and then let me know your opinion or like. Anyways, what else is new with you people? Anything new? Anything else happened while I was gone? I went to go watch a movie, the new movie that came out, Jurassic World.
You watched it again?
No, that one movie. Earlier, I think I missed out. I think maybe 2 hours of content or hour 30 minutes of content.
Oh, bro, just people were talking about dicks. So
Hey,
much.
Amir,
Yes.
make sure you buy some baby oil, man. They're on sale.
Please let's not restart that dick conversation.
Anyways, there's a lot of I think I don't know if it's a disease or what the deal is with the Israeli community, right? Living in denial. Like, how long are you gonna deny all of these facts for? Like, killing babies, killing innocent people. Like, what is this disease? Like, we had a new Zionist up here, right? Today, what was her name? Kala or something. Were you here? Ace, you were here, right? What was her name? Kava, yeah. She sounded nice, but then she didn't accept a lot of these facts. Even though people were on our side were attacking her, it goes crazy sometimes, man. It's for real.
It is supremacy.
Like, I don't know what the deal is with these people, man. I told her, you're welcome to come on back, and she's like, if you have like an attack and whatnot, and I mean, people are mad. I mean, what's happening over there? It is problematic. Little kids, more than 17,000 babies have been killed, butchered, and slaughtered. What is this disease called? Living in denial. There's a word for it, right?
Living in denial. All I see is evil.
No, it's not evil. There's a word for it. I think it's like a disease. Like, look at Black Rabbi, right? Now, I'm sure if he was living in Los Angeles, right, I think he would have sided with the Palestinians. I think. No. If he was a Muslim, right? For clout, he would have stick with the Palestinians, right? But since he lives over there, right? He gets high off all of that, whatever energy or whatever he's getting over there. I think that's why he sides with Israel. The indoctrination.
I'll be very honest. Okay. It's not just indoctrination. There are benefits to being in denial of this. Look, I was offered to go to Israel. I was offered to do half this shit, right? But at some point, you have to ask yourself,
are you Jewish?
Me?
Yeah. Why were you offered? Are you Jewish?
No, I wasn't. I'm not Jewish or whatever. It was just one of my friends just offered to pay for me to come there, all that stuff, whatever.
No, I know, but I'm saying, how could you be offered? Were you offered like a citizenship or like?
No, nothing like that. I don't even know my entire lineage. I actually have to do a DNA result to actually see if I'm Jewish or not. But I could care less if I am or not. But essentially, one of my Israeli friends was just like, "Hey, just come over," and a whole bunch of and stuff. But
When did you become pro-Peli?
it was like a year before I even became Muslim.
It was like 5 years ago, 6 years ago.
No, about 7, 8 years ago, I think at this point.
You know,
Yeah, 7 years ago, I would say, to be safe.
You know what, sir? I'm over here thinking, right? I wonder if like the meat of a red heifer would taste different than any other cow.
I heard that the meat of a red heifer would be illegal to eat, though.
Why would it be illegal to eat?
Because the priest or whatever, I forget, Elazar, he has to burn the entire flesh of it because it's seen as unclean.
That's interesting. I'm talking about now, because I heard they brought those cows, they imported those cows over from Texas, you know?
Yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I wouldn't trust American meat all that much. There's a lot of it.
And then I was thinking about something earlier today, right? I had some, they had made chicken cutlets, right, earlier, with some, with scrambled eggs on the side with some rice. And I was sitting there thinking, like, what's the likelihood that these eggs came from the chicken that we're eating? Fucked up.
That would be messed up, but that's interesting.
Yeah, I'm just sitting there thinking, like, it's a whole party foul right now. I can't eat both of these together. It's either one or the other.
What is that?
No, I was just sitting there laughing, because I was like, I can't eat both of these together. I was like, it's one or the other. Either I'm gonna eat the eggs and some rice, or I'm gonna eat some chicken and rice. Like, it was a joke. You're supposed to lie.
So you used to be fluent in Urdu, Sam? Then you're fluent in Urdu?
Yeah, I'm kind of, like, I can understand people who speak Urdu.
So your family spoke Urdu, right?
Kinda, yeah.
Okay, good. We do get a lot of bad jokes in this room.
We do.
You speak Farsi too?
Farsi, no. My grandparents used to speak it. My first language was Japanese.
Konnichiwa.
Thanks. But going back to your thing, Amr. Yeah, no. So I became a Muslim thereafter. So I think like it was 2019, something like that. 2019, just before COVID, I became a Muslim. Before that, I learned about Zionism and everything.
No, I mean, so the way the Iman works, it goes up and down. You see what I'm saying? And I've seen people, they leave and then they come back. Because I used to be part of the Dabar room, so I've seen people leave and then they'll come back, you know? It's a normal thing, man. But, yeah, I think the hardest religion to convert to, I think, is probably Judaism. It takes about a year to 2 years, I think.
It takes a year to 2 years, but you get a lot of benefits when you do. I seriously considered it.
But the thing is, you have to agree and you gotta respect the Jewish state. You cannot say anything against it. I think it's one of the conditions. We have this brother that comes in here, Stefan. He was going to become a rabbi, by the way. Not rabbi. He was going to become Jewish. I think in Texas or Florida. And he had to, if he wanted to become Jewish, because then you get to do Aliyah as well. You see what I'm saying? After you become Jewish, you get to do Aliyah inside Israel, and you know, you get a citizenship of Israel. You can, you know, serve in the IDF. It depends on your age, you know, and you get benefits from that state, right? So that's what it is.
That's completely true, because when I was talking to Jewish people, right, I
depends on the rabbi that you follow.
Yeah. It really depends on the rabbi because the rabbi that I used to know and was a Jewish rabbi that were like anti-Zionists, they like a couple of them would say different things. Like some of them would go ahead and say like, no, you can't become Jewish because you don't have Jewish blood in you, or they'll be like, yeah, it's really easy to convert, and they'll tell you how and stuff. But they would also tell you that Israel is not the promised land that was spoken about and all that stuff. At least when I was learning about Judaism.
But now what they're selling is that we're close to the end times. I think this is what they're selling to everybody, that this is the close to the end times. The state needs to stay. You see, the narrative has changed now. You know what I'm saying? We're about to have Mashiach, and this is like a new narrative now. When they were creating a state, it was a different narrative. You know what I'm saying? Because the Jews in Jerusalem and Germany and a whole bunch of other places, they condemned them. They said, no, you know, this is wrong. And they didn't even accept the language inside Jerusalem. They're like, F you. They told that Ben Yehuda Eliezer, they like, get lost. They excommunicated them.
No, what I remember was that even like a couple of years ago, they would still call the Israelis to get lost. Like this whole Rocker guy Red Heifer situation that say my Jewish friends were talking about is kind of like Ace and I forget who else about it. It's like you're trying to make something that was supposed to be say a prophecy, you're trying to force it man-made, right? And bring like a type of we say ability to your position, but that's not how it's supposed to be. So some Jews are completely disgusted about what's going on.
Yeah, that's why I kind of wish Black Rabbi didn't leave, man. I was kind of curious to see how you felt about that. Or what was his take on it?
He's in complete support of it.
Yeah, but nah, I was just reading something online. It just happened to come on my news feed, so I did some Google about it, and then that's why I came in here and asked that question too.
No, you're fine to ask that question.
No, because he's a rabbi, he has more knowledge of the Torah than me, so that's why I asked him, you know?
Wait, did he just reject the Torah today?
He's a professor rabbi.
I don't know, he's a rabbi. I seen paperwork that states he's a rabbi, so that's why I asked him this question.
Caleb said it as well. Yep. That is better.
But a rabbi's not supposed to reject the Torah, that's the problem.
I'm in no place to judge anybody, you know. America say he's an imam today. I can't judge that man.
I can't say that.
I'm just saying if he would, you know.
Even with the qualification, because nowadays you can become a rabbi online as well. You can do a course online and become a rabbi or imam. It's not that hard.
You know, Ace could come out tomorrow and say she's the pastor. Hey, it is what it is. Hey, it's not. I'm not in the place to judge nobody.
Yeah, he respects rabbi. He thinks rabbi is actually a good rabbi.
Sam, what's the benefit of becoming Jew?
But I remember you calling a rabbi as a fraud, whatever. I remember those days. What happened? Sudden change. Chucky's the one that called him a fraud. But Chucky actually met Black Rabbi in person.
I never met him in person.
Do you remember?
You
remember Ace?
Yeah, you were.
You've been to Israel, by the way. You told us.
The back channel. Yeah, you were coming here to make.
Yeah.
That that's how we got to know you initially.
Yeah, that's how we got to know you.
Yeah, I remember that. I still got the back channel messages.
Because you were saying he's
Yeah,
a
you're the
liar,
one.
he's a grifter, he's just
He's a grifter, he's a fraud.
Yeah.
That's when we went sideways as well. We started calling him out as a fraud. And I knew he's a fraud.
Yeah, but over time, man, I sat back and
It wasn't over time. Within the next day, you started respecting him. It was only one day.
There's people that could prove, but you had more enough evidence, and you wanted to actually have a room. And then he came back and I was asking you, and you said, oh, you know what, he's so connected, I'm scared, I don't want to talk about it.
no, I never said I was scared. I was just said, I had talked to my my rabbi, and he told me just to let it go. So I let it go.
Let it go to letting go is one thing and being no bias, but you went to kissing his ass. There's no other way to put it.
No, it's just I agree with a lot of his points with the Torah and certain topics I asked some questions on. I don't agree with everything he says, and he'll come in here, he'll tell you that. It's like everybody knows I can't stand Edward, but if Edward came in here and he said, and we were talking about a topic, and he said something, and I agreed with what he said, I still agree with him. I still don't have to like him.
You think Edward is a racist?
He's not here to defend himself, so he can ask me that when he comes back tomorrow.
Right.
Chucky, this
I heard you were shouting. I heard you were shouting earlier that he's a racist.
Yeah, respectfully, I like him to be in the room because I don't want my words to get misconstrued. I want him to hear what I have to say.
Edward, Chucky, you told Edward straight up and fell. And this was brought up, and he wasn't here. And he came in, and we started addressing it. He knows exactly how you feel.
Yeah, but he's not in here now.
Yeah,
and you know how Clubhouse is.
He wasn't even in here when the conversation came up.
Yeah, but he's not in here now, and that was my mistake. I should have waited for him to come in here for me to address it,
Fair enough.
Because you know how Clubhouse is. I'll say something, and then somebody else will repeat the story back, and he has a hard time. He has a hard time quoting things that I say. He likes to add extra shit. So let me just wait for him to come back, and then we can have this conversation.
Yeah, and also sorry if I misquoted you.
No, it's cool. I know your intentions, Sam.
Josh, did you see the article in the chat?
I got halfway through it, then I had to go do something for my wife, and I'm back now.
That's fine. Do your thing, bro. Your wife comes first, man, before Clubhouse, bro. Forget us. We're just strangers.
You gotta go.
Yeah. Bro, I can never wrap my head around.
And don't get attached to this room. Don't get a FOMO, man. I know people get FOMO on the fear of missing out.
Just a funny one time I was on here, I was on speaker, and it was Amo speaking, and my husband, he walks by, he was Clubhouse, I'm like, yeah. He's like, this guy's making that fake voice of a Jewish old man from Simpsons. I'm like, nah, that's his fucking voice. He's like, nah. He goes, this guy walks around with that terrible voice, that's real? I'm like, yes. That's his real voice, it's not fake. It's from Simpsons.
Here you come.
But you know what's crazy, Ace and Amir? There was a room the other day that said R.I.P. Amos, right? They really had people thinking that Amos died and that Amos came in the room. That's crazy.
What?
Yes, Shuki had a room. I don't even know who the heck Shuki is. And I guess he had a room. And then I went to 3 other rooms that said R.I.P. Amos. Amos, and they all had his PTR that I had up. It said R.I.P. Amos Kibbutz. So I really thought, I'm sitting here thinking this man really died. And then he was in the room today. I'm like, what?
Wait, but how would anyone know if he died or not?
Caboose bullshit tonight. Let me tell you something here.
Here comes the troll, John the troll. I don't know, man. This guy is something else. Anyways, yeah, I think somebody pinged me into that room as well. And the title was let me check on my back channel. Hold on, somebody texted me the title of that room.
And you ought to be proud of me, man. So they made a room title about you today, and I went in there to defend your honor and got kicked out that room, man.
I don't think they kick you out. They love you.
Nah, I don't get along with the Zionists. I just like sitting in their room. It makes them nervous.
So, yeah, we had that healthy debates motherfucker, Mojo, that son of a bitch, Islamophobic. What's his name? Roger Mayhem. Yeah, he made a room on Islamists and leftist formed an unholy alliance and was attacking Islam all day long. That's all they've been doing. They're attacking Islam because they're butthurt and triggered. Their whole narrative went down the toilet.
Wait, what is an Islamist? I don't understand that.
That's a Western term, right? And some of the people, man, they starting to use it. Like you'll come across Cynic. This guy is Palestinian. He'll use the term Islamist. I'm like, don't call me Islamist. That's a fucking Western made-up term.
Yeah, because whenever people are referencing that, I'm just like, what are they talking about?
Just idiots, man, for real.
You guys, let's stop the fake narratives in this room and these propagandas and all these agendas.
Okay, listen to this idiot, man. This fucking idiot, John, you're just a fucking idiot.
No.
You are a fucking idiot.
All your families for not doing their
You're
job.
an asshole.
Palestinian Gaza.
You're an idiot.
Or anybody.
You are an idiot. You are an idiot. Why do you troll, man? Like, seriously.
I'm serious. These are the richest people
You're a
on
boring
earth.
troll, man. You're a boring troll, bro. I don't know.
And my question is, how can Amos be a Zionist if he doesn't even agree with Bibi?
So he's a leftist. So the leftist, you come across Caliph, right? He's a leftist. Amos is a leftist. Igal is a leftist. Who else? I don't know about Zelda. Zelda is probably on the right. He's from Ethiopia. And who else? Black Rabbi, he's on the right. He supports Netanyahu and a whole bunch of criminals. So the leftists and the people on the right and centrists, they all have one thing in common. They might have problems inside Israel. One group of people is anti-Netanyahu, but on the outside, when Netanyahu is fighting Hamas and the babies, they're with it. And some of their positions are kind of questionable. So Caliph will come in here. He'd be like, I don't support occupation in the West Bank. I protested. So, half of his family is actually a citizen of Israel. I think he said his wife and, his son or whatever. And Amos, he's anti-Netanyahu. He has served in the IDF. We don't know how many Palestinians he has killed. His sons are serving in the IDF. When the Jewish state, when they created the Jewish state, a lot of the leftists were involved in creating the Jewish state. They were part of the army. So I wonder how many women that they have raped and killed, right? These kibbutz motherfuckers. Who else? El Normo supports Netanyahu. He's on the right. Who else? Zelda is on the right. Oh yeah, this other idiot that comes in here. Oh, Daniel. With the blue background. He was born in Israel, half Germany, half Israeli. He supports Netanyahu. We have the other one that comes in here, Rodi. And I think Rodi, I don't know if he supports Netanyahu or not. I'll have to check. Who else? Who else comes in here?
I have to say,
Did I have a
this
question?
is probably the first time I've met so many Zionist Israelis, because I've met so many anti-Zionist Israelis, and they have not even shared any kind of sentiments I'm hearing on Clubhouse or other places.
John, they don't tell you, bro. Some of these people, they hide their shit. And then slowly, when you start to unpack, and you realize this motherfucker's a Zionist.
No, but I've known them for years. Like, so for
No,
example,
I've known them for years in my real life, Los Angeles, and we were no longer friends.
I understand, but like for me personally, right? You know the organization in Israel known as Beit Aslan?
Yeah, Betzelem.
Betzelem, yeah. So some of them work for Betzelem. There are some like Israeli groups within Israel that actually advocates for Palestinians' rights, and they do get what do you say? They do get arrested. They do get beat. They do get squashed. But they do exist.
Do you want to say something, Jackie?
Yes, go ahead.
You got your mic is up, and I thought you wanted to.
No, I was gonna ask a question. This is to you, Amir. Why do they call that character Chucky, Shabazz, aka Amos's grandson? Why do they call him a Nazi Zionist?
I don't know, man. I don't know why they call you Nazi.
Wait, who calls Chucky Nazis?
There is some.
I did have a problem for you calling Amos Chucky uncle or nephew or grandma. Even Sister Ezra had a problem with it.
I called him grandpa.
Even Sister Ezra was like, "What?" It's kind of a weird thing to call this guy. But that's on you. You know, that's you and him. Let's see. Just trying to look for the message. Send me a message about Amos'
I don't know, but I pinged you to the room that they had your title in.
Oh, okay, that one. Somebody else pinged me as well. Let me check.
I pinged you. I think AC. You know, but you know how Clubhouse is that with the 9 you gotta start taking pictures and recording around here.
Just trying to think where the fuck was our message.
Jackie, why is there recovery for you?
I just feel like, man, when you're chosen, you know, when you're one of the chosen people, man, they're gonna come at you. They're gonna hate.
No, but did you Junior do something?
I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't done nothing to nobody on this application. You know,
So
they come to. I haven't done anything to anybody on this app. I mind my business. You know, people come for me. Then when I go off on them, then they spin the narrative like, oh, like, nah, it's crazy. But I haven't done nothing to nobody.
That's interesting.
I'm not allowed. I mean, you have.
So innocent.
You have people, you know, that sit on this stage today, you know, and they go to these Zionist rooms, and I don't even go to Zionist rooms. I go to Amos' room.
Come on.
Can I finish my statement?
Yes, please.
And see, that's another problem too. Whenever I talk, people cut me off, and then I never get to let my plane, you know. But anyway, but all I was saying is that the only room that I really go to is Amos's room. I don't know Shuki. I don't know them other guys. I hear their names, but I don't go to their rooms. But I just sit on this stage. I say 3 words and I'm quiet. Oh, I seen Chucky in Amos's room. He had a mod. But you got, Edward goes in there and has a mod, and a lot of other people that come in here go in there. You go to his room, But it's a problem when Chucky does it.
I've called out everyone. Hey, it's your choice. Free will, do what you want. No one's business. But I'm just saying, if someone's saying genocidal shit and you're pro-pally and you're sitting in those rooms, I last 5 minutes because I go ham and get kicked out. But if you sit there silently and don't say anything to retort, then it's kind of like you're complicit because you're something.
I got nothing but respect for my grandpa Amos, man, because he lets me speak in his room. If they say anything that I don't agree with, about Islam, I'm like, hey, let's don't say that, or I will leave the space. But when I'm in there, I don't hear them saying nothing Islamophobic in Amos's room.
Spooky, you have that mental retard, Swifty, you got that Dave fucker, that Chinese motherfucker, that Asian bitch. Who else? You got the Yirmiyahu. El Normo goes crazy as well in those rooms.
But not so much in Amos's room. When I go to Amos's room, it's Amos, me, Pikachu, what's his name? Resistance and Zelda. And then if the room if I'm there,
Zelda,
Daniel sits in the what's his name? Daniel sits in the ghoul, and like I said, like if it gets too crazy, even in this room, if it gets too crazy, I tend to leave.
Keep on, Chucky. Tell them who is Amos. Keep on, Chucky. I like to listen.
Yeah, it's the truth. That's just the truth. When
they
it's
made
in there,
a room on your name, Amos. They said that you passed away.
I heard about it, yeah. But when are you going to pass away? When are you going to pass away from
They made a room on your name, not on my name.
Yeah, but I ask you, when are you going to pass away from Clubhouse? When?
Only God knows.
Since I'm here every day.
You don't believe in God, so who are you gonna, turn to?
No, it's not that I don't believe in God.
You don't believe in God.
I do believe in God. Maybe
no, you don't. No, you're an atheist. You told me you're an atheist.
Atheists are also believe in God.
No, they don't. The atheists believe in science and fiction.
That's kind of true.
But you know what though, Amir? Before I'm done and before I die, I'm gonna have Amos, praying 3 times a day. I'm gonna have him rep a tefillin. He's gonna start doing mitzvot. He's gonna start eating kosher.
I don't even know what he prays to. Who do you pray to, Amos?
He's gonna pray to Hashem.
Tell me something, Amir. You see the difference?
Do you know what Hashem is?
Tell me something, Amir. You see the difference when you speak quietliness or you're shouting? You see the differences?
Yep.
You see the differences, yes?
It was in the heat of the moment, I like shouting. Sometimes I like shouting to get it out of my system. Yep.
Yeah, you come here hot blood to Clubhouse to curse and shout and.
Yep. Everybody crashes out. You crash out, Amos, all the time, man. That's a normal thing.
Yeah, but when I curse in this room, Amos, I'll remove you, Amos. Don't say this word, Amos.
No, I said don't curse the women. You can curse me. It's okay. I don't care.
I'm not cursing
just don't curse.
No cursing niggers, no cursing nothing. Yeah, I'm not allowed to curse anymore.
Come on, man. Don't say that.
My home, everybody can say what they want, you know?
That's my grandpa, not my uncle.
Yo, go wrap up your uncle.
Yo, Grandpa Amos, man, you gotta be careful with that word. Yeah, but we gotta start coexisting together, everybody. It's too much drama. It's too much violence.
Amos, did I just hear you use the N-word? Stop doing the N-word. You see, Chucky, this is the problem with this idiot. Now I'm gonna call you idiot and stupid fucktard. Stop using the N-word. You need to drop the N-word.
What is the N-word? I don't understand.
It's
Don't say cushy, man. You can't say that word. It's offensive.
Why can't I say cushy? What's wrong with this word?
It's offensive word. It's derogatory.
Tell me, and if I say pedophile, it's okay?
I mean, that's not a good word.
You are a pedophile.
No, I said if
you are a pedophile. You are a pedophile.
You call it the N word. What is the N word?
N word. Hold on. N word is a racial slur. You know what a racial slur is?
No.
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay. I'll give you an example. If I were to call you a K word, okay? You know
what is
that's
a K
like
word? I don't understand your English. What is K word?
If somebody was to call you a K word, which is a kike word, which is a racial slur.
K word.
Hold on. I just told you. If somebody was to call you a kike, the K word, then you could probably use that term in response because it would be a racial slur. Okay? But if nobody's calling you that, somebody calls you pedophile or mental retard fucktard, or you could come back and curse at me instead of fucking throwing a racial slur. Do you not understand what a racial slur is? Look, an idiot, man. This guy is everything I say is above your pay grade. I know you're just a fucking go drive that ugly taxi, man. Go.
I know one thing.
The worst
you
insult.
Want to educate me when I'm 66 years old. You want to educate me?
I have to educate you because nothing gets through your head. You just lie. You lie all the time.
The most insulting word to Israelis is fire. Fire. How do you say Amos? Fire. It means someone who's a pushover, or like someone who waits in line, or someone who follows the rules. And that's offensive to Israelis because it's like it's Israeli culture to cut corners, to cheat, to get ahead.
Wow, my brain went somewhere else when it came to that word. Wow, that means I'm just a dark person.
I wouldn't say.
No, you're not the only dark person.
You and I both.
I am too.
You and I both.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say.
Okay.
Wait, what is it? What were you thinking?
Oh, no. No, I'm not going to tell you.
World War II.
You mean World War III? Not World War II, World War III, and Halas. It would be finished. It would be end. It would be end of Zionism. That's it.
Wait, actually, to be fair, what we were all thinking doesn't really apply to the Zionists.
Well, yeah, maybe their ancestors, if that.
No, not even that, because like we say, they participated in all of that.
You know, I think El Normal's a terrorist.
Oh no, he was sympathizing with ISIS and stuff, and he's like, oh, I don't even see them as a terrorist.
You think or you know? We all know he's a terrorist.
I think I should, start sending some evidence to the right people.
You should. Send it to, the ICE, and send it to the NYPD, and send it to the U.S. Customs.
I want to send it to I was thinking more like, the NSA, the FBI, the CIA,
Definitely send it to ICE and FBI, because, like, honestly, half of the shit he's saying is just not even U.S. law.
And you know what's funny though, Sam? I want to say a couple days ago, right? I had wrote a comment in the chat, right? telling, I told Normal, I said, Normal, I agree. I said something along the lines, we will be free from these terrorists, right? And if you read the couple of comments ahead, you will see I was addressing two people. I was addressing Edward, and I was addressing Normal, right? Anybody who read those comments would have noticed I was addressing those two, right? You know, somebody edited my comment, right? They blurred the other comments, and they just wrote that comment, and they tried to flip it and say I was Islamophobe. Yeah, it's crazy though. Zionism is the true terrorism in the world, you know, and we will be free from them. But I'm a Nazi Zionist. Ooh, that's crazy. You know, and the crazy part is, you know, that they had somebody coming in on a fake account. Every room I come in with that comment. I thought that was interesting. So that's cute. I got a fan now. Maybe one day I'll come on this app, Sam, and I'll start seeing room titles with my name up there. So this gonna be R.I.P. Chucky, Chucky the terrorist. Like, that's crazy.
I just can't take some people on Clubhouse seriously. They're so stupid.
It is, and the funny thing is, though, people really be worked up, but I just be on mute laughing and just, yo. I really get a kick out of this shit sometimes.
Yeah. Do people not have jobs? I just kind of wonder because every time, I get a notification from Clubhouse, it's just the same people who waste like over 10 hours at a time just sitting on a call, having other people's names on it. They think they're the smartest people they ever.
But you know what trips me out, Sam? I'm like a whole 24 hours ahead of the East Coast, right? I'm in a whole different time zone than America. And I'll be working sometimes, I work like 16-hour shifts, right? Sometimes I pull 24-hour shifts, right? And do you not know that the same people be on Clubhouse for my entire shift? And it's like, do these people ever go to sleep?
Yeah, no, that's also what I've seen as well. But like, I would get on here like pretty late at night, solely for the fact that like I'm still working, and I like to chat and stuff. But I will get on like in the morning because I get like a notification stuff, and it's like the same people that I see, especially in the finance group also, still on there. And I just kind of tap in to see if they're talking or if they're asleep because I would be asleep on Clubhouse all the time. And they're still talking away as if like they haven't lost bit of their head or steam or whatever. It's like it's crazy.
Yeah, I don't get it. Like, and then I lose. Like when the rooms get too crazy, like I lose interest, and then I'll leave. And I'll go do something at work, and then I'll hop back on. I really come on Clubhouse to kill time, you know. And then when my people in the States wake up, then I'll call them, and then I'll come back in, and I'll troll a little bit, then it's time to go. Then I go to sleep. But it's just like, damn, like, I don't even think these people wash their ass and brush their teeth, man. I think they just come right on Clubhouse.
No, seriously,
So I do a similar thing that you do. It's like I used to listen to podcasts of like history stuff. I don't find it fucking boring, but I always need something in the background to do stuff, to do tasks, like whatever I have to get done. And then pandemic hits, Clubhouse, it used to be so good. Like you would have actual people on here that were like Kathy Wood, you know, all these real hedge fund managers, not some bullshit like people. It was invite only. So then it was learning, getting into the fields and stuff. And then I realized that if I'm traveling, if I'm like sitting in an airport or something, I just sit here and I'm like, this shit keeps me up. But I'll be on mute sometimes or I'll talk here and there. But there's some motherfuckers here. Like, I'll see a beer, he's obviously doing stuff in the background, but there's some people in this one time I think Albert fell asleep and I came in and there was just his AI account, Alberto, and me, and someone else fell asleep. Alberto was in the chat going off, talking to himself. I kid you not. I woke him.
Somebody.
He was talking to himself. I'm like, who the fuck are you talking to? This room was empty.
I was gonna say I heard somebody, I can't confirm this stuff, but somebody, a couple people said that El Normal be on coke. That's why he be up all night.
I honestly do believe that. Because half of the shit I've genuinely heard from El Normal is like, you know those, when Jogu had panic episodes or whatever, like someone's walking over shit like that?
Adderall?
Yeah, like if they're on Adderall and you believe like the government's watching them or some shit. He responds like that, and I'm like, I've only seen this response from drug use.
And then one thing that's funny about Normal, and I said this to him a lot of times, is if you don't agree with what he says, all of a sudden, like you're a homosexual. Like I don't get that. I don't get that.
I honestly think that's all Normal projecting.
Amos, I found the message. The title was "Sad News. Amos found dead. He passed away tonight." That was the title of the room, and I said, "Okay, yeah, Amos is gone. It's only my room now."
Wait,
I get to do the room.
Styles who opened this room?
Yeah. The moderators, they texted me. It was Shuki, Zelda, Harry Balzic, and Illumini. So the Shuki is a piece of shit. Is a garbage son of a bitch. And Zelda, that's another one, mentally retarded, from Ethiopia. He gets fucking discriminated against because of his color, but he doesn't give two fucks. Harry Balzic. That's a son of a bitch. I think he's from Florida or Texas or some shit. And Illumni. By the way, Shuki, we have the information. Amos, you want the information on Shuki? He was on arrest warrant.
What he was?
Let me give you his full name. You got his full name?
I write it down. Say.
Okay, I give you full name. Fucking bitch, I hate some of these motherfuckers, for real. These bitches, they should be called out and fucking, let me see. Let's see.
I'm waiting.
Okay, let me give it to you.
You can't say it
loudly. Shit, I need to pray.
Hold on.
I'll be back. I need to go pray.
Okay, sure. Let's see. The person erased the shit. Okay. Amos's name is Gans Yehoshua.
Gans, like Benny Gans, Yehoshua.
Yep. G-A-N-Z, Gans. The first name is Y-E-H-O-S-H-U-A, Yehoshua. This bitch was arrested 11/18/2014. He's a white cunt, 185 pounds.
Slowly, say again. What year he get arrested?
He get arrested in 2014.
2014.
14, yes.
Okay, 2014. For what?
Yeah. It's I have to look into why he got arrested, but it says the white male, his height is 6 feet.
White man, 60 feet, I don't understand.
6 feet, 6 feet.
What is 6 feet?
6 feet tall.
So he's 6 feet tall. I don't understand what it is in meters, but it doesn't matter. But
No, height.
I don't need his height. I need what was the judge against him?
Charge, I'm gonna have to look into it. His date of birth is March 1965.
His height is 1.82 meters.
March 65 he get birth?
Yep.
He looks the way he sounds. So.
1965. He was born in 1965.
And doesn't he look the way he sounds?
I want to know why he was arrested. This is very important. This I can.
Almost, can you check your back channel? I send you back channel. It's because some motherfuckers recording this room.
So what? So what if they're recorded?
Hold on. I send you a back channel. Hold on.
Yeah, send everything in my PM. You already did in the past. This can be very, very interesting tonight.
Okay, when you open a room, make sure you let me know what happened, okay?
I open a room and under this I write in Hebrew, Yoshua Gantz. Please come. Right now it's 12 o'clock in Israel. 12 hours from now, I invite everybody to see a good joke. A good joke. If it's serious and it's really what you are saying, write me in the PM where I can find. Wait, I write in Google. Let's see if I write in Google.
Okay, Amos, I send you full picture. That's how this motherfucker looks like. This Shuki bastard.
If I can open it, it can be great.
Yeah, back channel. Check your back channel. Hey, what's up, Captain? And anybody else that want to come on up? You guys want to come on up? You see the picture? You see it? That's how he looks like. That's his information.
I want to troll. Like everybody should just like put his picture as their PTR. Like
He's a smoker. He's gonna get triggered, man, on heart attack.
But Grandpa Amos, man, we need to start, making preparations for Step C.
As I thought, I can't.
You see it, Amos? Do you see the back channel?
I can't open it. No, I tried in Google, but it's not open.
Oh my God! You can't open it?
No, I can't open it. It's not open.
Okay. Click on the back channel message. Go to back channel and just open. Try to click on my profile and click on message. You see? Click on my profile and click on message.
But anyway, write it in my PM.
Okay. I don't know. You have Telegram?
No, here in Clubhouse.
Okay, I'll write just a letter.
Okay, I get it.
You get it? You see the picture? You have everything now.
Yes.
You have his address as well now, okay?
No, this is Zelda. You said this is me, not Zelda.
Yeah, this is me. This is Shuki.
This is Shuki, yes. Okay.
This fucker is Shuki.
Tonight is tonight. I already take a picture. I already take a picture of it. Tonight is tonight. I tell you. I don't know how I'm going to do it. I don't know. But I'm going to ask my friends. Their experience. they would teach me how to put his picture on the, how to put this, what you write, I'm going to write on my room tonight. Why? This really.
Yeah, you see how he looks like?
Yeah.
That's Shuki.
Yeah, Yoshua Gans, not Shuki. Yoshua Gans. From today is not Shuki anymore. He's Yoshua Gans. You will see. You know, tonight is tonight. Tonight is tonight. I offer you to, if you want to see a real joke, come tonight to my room. You will see. You will see Amos in his greatest when he open his dirty mouth. How dirty I can be. You know, you give me now food, we say in Hebrew. You give me something to eat tonight, a good poison to eat.
We don't want you poisoned.
You will see my poison when it's going out on someone. And Chucky, you know, is a good person that I'm looking after for a good food.
You mean
Put him in the corner and shoot my poison.
Yeah, I would like to see Shuki get triggered really badly.
You mean Yeshua Grant?
I already have tried to Google what I had. Now maybe I can. Maybe now.
Now you know how you look like. Now you can, get him. He attacks you all the time, right?
Now I have everything on him.
Yeah, Zionists keep fighting each other. That's good. That much you can make my job easier.
I mean, maybe from today our relationship will be different. It is.
What kind of relationship?
Amos till today and from today, it will be different.
And if anytime Al Normal bother you, let me know as well, okay? We have stuff on Al Normal.
Believe me, I will not wait too long. Tomorrow morning I come and tell you what's happened.
Yeah, Prince is gonna open up room on Shuki. We have information on Shuki.
As far as I know, you sit in my room with the word N on.
Nope. Amos, I don't have time to come into your room because I do not like your people. Your people are disgusting, disturbing.
Yeah, but that's what is good in Clubhouse. That's why
ask Chucky. I sit in a small room. With some of my friends. That's all I do. Ask Chucky. Chucky will tell you.
Don't ask Chucky. I ask you. I need Chucky. I can't.
Because I sit in a small room with like 2-3 people. That's it, or 4 people. And it's a small room that they open a friends of friend room. I just go in there and that's it. I just talk and I listen. But I don't like listening to your room because they're disgusting. They're genocidal. They want to kill the babies. But anyways, that's what it is.
Why?
Why would Shuki act like why would he troll you when he looks like this? Why was he arrested for?
Let me take a look at it. I've seen it briefly.
They say that his date is 1936.
No, he's not. He's not almost. He's in the picture I sent you is 1965.
Listen, there is not. This is a very special name. It's a very special name, and if he was arrested, it's it must be in Google. It must be. And I put it in Google. This answer showing in Hebrew, everything in Hebrew. And I tell you that all this is not. I tried maybe in English as well. All there is, it's not his name. It's not his real name. Answer Yeshua.
No, that is his real name.
If it is his real name, as I tell you, Pussy.
On this app, he go by the Shuki because he knows people. People have doxed him before, almost. And the reason why I do not like him because one time I brought him up on the stage. He started cursing my religion and my prophet. As soon as you attack my religion, I come for everything you have. You can go burn in hell.
What is Paksu?
Yeah, this was yep. This is his real information.
But he's not arrested even in Israel.
No, it's America, almost in America.
He arrested in America, not in Israel.
Yeah, he lives here. He lives, I think, in Texas or something. He drives a truck.
Yeah, this I know.
Yeah, he drives a truck.
Yeah. Okay, so it is not in Israel. That's why. Let's try to write it in English, but in Israel we don't have anything. Say in Israel it doesn't have anything. Let's see if I read. Give me something. If it's give me something. In Israel there is nothing. That to come with some.
Amir, is that what you sent Amos was a failure to appear to court? He also has domestic violence charges. He beat up his wife and he lost his kids to Child Protective Service.
Oh my God! Well, you see this? He lost his kids to child protection.
He got them back, but it took him a very, very long time.
You awake, Habibi?
I literally just woke up. I was just getting ready.
Oh, you're about to eat a muffin, okay?
I want to go get some work done.
Yo, Habibi.
What's up, man?
Make sure you put
One second, guys. I'm just sorry. I was on mute talking. So what he just got, this particular charge, is a petty theft with a prior conviction. So he did some sort of theft under 5,000, but then he has a prior conviction, which is what I think Habibi was speaking of.
But this is.
So he's done multiple. crimes.
Habibi, he's going to open a room on the Shuki character. He attacked Islam. I think you should go enjoy the show.
I heard that.
Everybody should go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, Habibi, make sure you put the muffin in the microwave, alright?
Bro, I'm not gonna have a muffin. I'm on a strict diet, to be honest.
Alright. Don't forget about the baby oil for your hair.
No, I'll leave the baby oil for you.
By the way, Johnson, right? Actually, they faced a lawsuit because of the baby powder, right? It was a big lawsuit because I think, it caused a lot of different types of cancer, whatever. And I wonder what they did with the oil. Was the oil recalled as well?
No, the oil was good. And they got the baby powder situation figured out.
Yeah, they did. They had to remove one of the chemicals out of there, right?
Yeah, so I got some stocks in Johnson & Johnson, you know?
Yep. Good for you. It's they sell them at dollar store, by the way, in America. You could buy it at Walmart as well. They got tiny bitty bottles for $1.50 at Walmart.
Yeah, and it's really good for your hair, you know? It's good for your skin. I'm not even being
Baby oil. I think you could use like other types of oil, like olive oil or like for your hair.
Yeah,
coconut oil.
You can also, get some tea tree oil and mix a little baby oil in there and it'll make your hair grow.
Chucky has this up because of Diddy, okay? This is all because of Diddy.
No, it's I got stocks in this company, so I'm just repping the brand. I want everybody to buy more Johnson & Johnson.
Do you support Diddy and Chucky?
I think it's cool that he beat the RICO charge.
I don't know. He has done it with the underage girls, so I don't know. He's got a history there.
over
know
here.
about that, man.
Do you think he's a good guy though? Even if you beat the Rico?
No, I just said I think it's cool that he beat the Rico on the
His
charge.
lawyer beat the Rico.
I mean, but his lawyer represents him, so he still beat it.
The prosecution did a shit job in that case. I just
Yeah, they need to rest.
Was that so? Almost that song was catchy, right? They said that that to the idea. Was it catchy? Almost. Did you like that song? They were saying that's to the idea of the concert. He's thinking about what am I gonna do with this little how I'm gonna open it. It's just too much. It's just too much. It's just a lot of pressure.
it's too much content. It's like aggressive.
Because Shoki has been cursing him out every time he sees him. I got his eyes as a fight, right?
Yeah, okay, I mean, I think Saturday works now. By Shabbat. And,
If I normal bother you, let me know, okay?
12 hours from now. 12 hours from now. You give me enough food. I have enough food now. Everything is written, all the details. Everything is okay. Tonight, your short guns will be invited to my room. But we'll see.
Okay, bye, bye. Yeah. There goes the content. I think we should do is we should get the Zions to fight each other. That's it. Because these people are just. Anyways, what else is news? The news. Let's see if there's anything that came out. Let's see. Okay.
Let's look at North Green. I don't know if you really got in the police here. Ace. Do you think that he's a good man? Do you think everybody's good? Okay.
Trump, apparently, Trump says Hamas to respond to troops proposal within 24 hours. And I think they have responded. There was a tweet on Twitter. I wonder how to look into that. Gaza fuel crisis deepens up. Israel intensifies attacks. We have the Mia Khalifa. Do you like Mia Khalifa? Check it.
I don't even know who that is.
She's from the UAE.
The UAE?
Yeah, the UAE.
No, she's from Lebanon.
Oh, she's from Lebanon. Do you like Mia Khalifa from Lebanon? Hey, what's up, Luna?
I don't know what that is.
If you guys want to come on up, you're welcome to come on up, join the stage. Okay.
Who,
you know,
what's that?
It's Luna. So Mia Khalifa defends Bob Villain over Glastonbury backlash, calls out double standards. Because I think Bob Villain was the one that said death to the IDF. So Mia Khalifa, she's defending it. Wow. She's really famous. She's a celebrity. Chucky, you should look
She's a porn star. She's a porn star.
No, bro. Why did you have to blow it up, man?
She's a saint. She's
What are you trying to do, man?
She's the Mother Teresa of
We
America.
wanted to see if he
She's the
falls in
Mother
trap.
Teresa of America. Wait a second, hold on.
Bro, I'm so confused. What are you doing?
We were trying to see if he was gonna fall for the trap and Google it. We actually were. Oh my God. Yep. You're right, Haiti. She's what do you expect, man? She's just what do you expect from a porn actress?
So I got a question for you in there. Are you familiar with DJ Khaled?
He's a son of a bitch. He's a disgrace to the Palestinians, disgrace to the Muslims, disgrace to his own family that lives in the West Bank, I believe. And he was flexing about his gold chain or gold watch, this bitch, while this war was happening, this genocide was going on. He's a fat piece of motherfucker, piece of shit.
You should probably go fat, overweight Palestinian as
He's disgrace to everybody. He's disgrace to the whole human society, the human community. Money over fucking lives. That's what it matters for him.
I think DJ Khaled's Jamaican now. I don't think he's Palestinian anymore.
I don't know what he is, but that's all he says. And he's such a weirdo, right? That's what he says in the songs. DJ Khaled, even though he's a writer.
We the best.
Yeah, that's what he said. We the best. That's what he said.
But I'm not gonna lie though. I used to follow him on Instagram, and I used to love looking at the
You used to
comments.
follow weirdos, man, for real. You follow weirdos, bro.
Nah, I used to like a couple of the artists he used to work with, but was gonna say like when he would go to Jamaica, and he would link up with some of the like the reggae legends. I liked watching those videos. But I used to love looking at the comment section because every comment had something to do with Palestine, and then eventually this one person said, you know what, I just give up. I'm not even going to write this no more.
You know his original name before DJ Khaled was Arab Attack?
Yeah, Arab Attack.
Staff for 9/11?
Yes, ma'am.
That was his name.
And did you know that DJ Khaled used to do music with Fat Joe and Big Pun?
Yeah, because he's a producer. That's what he is. He's not a performance artist.
I know that. I'm just saying though, you know.
Such an ignorant piece of shit. Not even once he'll come out and say or condemn anything that Israel's doing. Like such a moron. I think he's married to a Zionist bitch. Anyways, Spanish.
I think she's from Palestine.
Is she?
I think so.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Okay, I'll have to. Is she? So why are they both quiet?
Oh, let me look it up right now. Cause he gave his children Muslim names, Assad and Alam.
So we had the Spanish steel multinational Sedinor has announced all sales to Israel for the pressure from pro-Palestinian groups and unions over Israel and the Gaza war. So we see a steel maker. They're stopping the sale to Israel. So that's good. It's good. It's moving in the right direction. It's just gonna take more time.
Oh yeah, she's of Palestinian. Palestinian descent.
Or descent, but she's not a Palestinian.
Well, she's Syrian. Hold on. Yeah, my bad. Sorry for interrupting. She not even cute too. I would love the man, okay?
Okay, have you seen DJ Khaled?
I mean, but y'all women like guys with money, you know. So
Don't be putting me in that fucking mess.
Oh no,
He's got 2 wives, by the way, Chucky. Does he?
I think he has one. If he does have 2, well, she's
Is
always
that Nicole Tuck? Is that the one you're talking about?
yeah. He's in every video on his Instagram, and she had both his kids.
Is she Christian?
And all it says is that she's of Palestinian descent.
Yeah, some of the Syrians are because they're refugees, right? Because they were displaced or kicked out of the West Bank, and proper. Some people they left to Syria, some people. So it might be, but I don't know, man.
I'm confused right now. So she's of Palestinian descent, but she's Syrian, and it says she's Christian. And DJ Khaled is Muslim. How does that work?
If you're
Muslims to marry Christian and Jewish wife.
I'm confused right now. Must be that time for me. His name is Khalid Muhammad. Yeah, or Khalid Muhammad.
Confusing. What's confusing about this marginal character named Khalid, whatever his name is, but his wife? Why are you confused by it?
She's Palestinian descent, but she's
right.
Syrian, right?
How do you think that happened?
So can I finish what I'm saying? Can I finish what I was saying?
We heard you the first time, but she's also a Christian. So there's Christian Palestinians who ended up as refugees.
But Josh, I just kind of wanted to finish what I was saying, and then we can go from there. You mind, Josh?
All right, go ahead.
All right, so I'm just saying it's kind of mind fucking me, if you will, because from my paradigm, I can only marry a Jewish woman. You see what I'm saying? But it's just blowing my mind. Okay, so I understand, that. But yeah, what I wanted to say was that okay, cool. So she grew up Christian, he grew up Muslim. Like, what are they like? They had kids. Like, what do their kids identify as? I'm curious about that whole situation.
They can identify whatever they want to identify. But that's not a far-fetched thing, it's a very simple thing. So the Christians in Palestine, some of them moved or were kicked out of Palestine. They ended up in Lebanon, Syria. And this guy just happened to marry one of them.
I mean, I get it, but I've just never heard of that before. So that's why I'm just saying.
You've never heard of what exactly? Like a Muslim man marrying a Christian woman?
Yeah, I've never heard of that. That's why it's kind of it's kind of shocking to me.
Wow, really? Why?
Just like when I tell people I'm Dominican and I'm a Jew, people were like, "What? You see what I'm saying?" So,
he also drinks alcohol and markets for Ciroc.
Yeah, big alcohol.
So, yeah, so
he's definitely not religious. You're right.
He's not religious, and his wife is Palestinian descent, but from Syria, because a lot of, like Jindib said, a lot of them moved there or got kicked out. There's still a lot of Palestinians in Syria. I don't know why this is complicated.
I think you misunderstood what I was saying. It was kind of like a shock. Like, I've never heard of it, so that's why it kind of took me by surprise. But I understand it after you guys, broke it down. I appreciate that. But yeah, yes, I'm looking at this video right now. This man made Hajj. This is interesting.
Yeah, but some people do that for the performative. It's not genuine. Come on now, this guy's entire life is like liquor, showing liquor. Like, he doesn't live the lifestyle. Just because you've done something a pilgrimage does not make you a Muslim.
Oh, Mia Khalifa called him a bitch.
I know she did.
Wow. What do you think about that, Chucky? You should look into who's Mia Khalifa.
Oh God.
I just seen a picture of her face, and she got a big behind nose. She got a big ass nose.
Oh, Mia Khalifa?
Yeah, she got a big nose.
Did you see anything?
Nah, I got my blurred thing on.
He protects himself
he
from,
saw everything there. He saw
no,
everything.
he's protecting himself from haram images.
Yeah, how are you able to see a big brown back or whatever without seeing the whole thing?
No, because I typed in Mia Khalifa Palestine, and I seen an interview that she did.
She became a sportscaster or some shit like that.
That's not her real name.
Of course not. It's a stage name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't reinvent yourself. Like, what's the other stupid chick who became Muslim randomly that, like, and then she went back? Oh my god, she's like she's known to be, what is she? Home in the industry. God, I forgot her name now. But yeah, some people do it for the image. She went and became all a Muslim now, I'm covered up, and then she was in a relationship with some rapper, and then she went back to being herself.
Now my question is, right? So let's say like I don't know what the process is for Muslims. You know, let's just say for the Christian paradigm, right? She got baptized and, you know, repented of her sins and all of that. And she became a righteous woman. Would y'all marry that? For the guys in the room.
Depends on the person. How they feel about that.
Other than me being married, no, but I can imagine someone who's done bad things in their past, and so why would they judge someone differently than they would judge themselves? You know.
I get that, but I don't know, man. Because like
I wouldn't, as a woman, get with a man that has some crazy fucking body count. Sorry, like I've kept myself a certain weight. People make mistakes, but with that, it's not a mistake. That's your whole freaking lifestyle. You made money off of it. It wasn't you were young and dumb and misguided. Like you're out there. There's this chick, OnlyFans, with her boyfriend who's okay with it. Something crazy like 1,000 dudes or something stupid like that. I don't know. Like everyone has their own limitations, but I don't know, man. Some things are just bizarre.
that's what I'm like, and it's like I get people's past. Everybody has a past, you know. And it's like I'm okay with my future wife not being a virgin when I meet her, you know what I mean? But it's like, okay, like Shorty was I'm not judging her for being a porn star, you know what I mean? Some people judge me for what I do for work, but it's just like the idea of walking down the street and like a lot of men seeing my wife's, you know, body, like it's crazy.
So Chucky, you should look into this data. Right, I used to hold some rooms a long time ago relate to Muslim singles, and I was even part of non-Muslim dating, whatever. So there's a study out there. No offense to any women in here. If a woman has, I think, a body count of more than 5 or something, or 6, there's a higher probability chance of her leaving you, divorce. I don't know. You should look into it, Josh. There's a study on that.
It's true, actually.
Thank God, Ace, you agree, man. Some women
It's
just
true.
start to fight with it.
No, let me tell you guys something. I'll tell you what it is. So it's very true. And like TMI, I was brought up with a lot of like, you know, respect. To me, the way I was brought up was, this is your one body and you respect it. And I, like, for my sake, follow that, right? With that being said, it is very true because how men view doing certain things, sexual things, they can emotionally detach women emotionally attached, even if they don't want to believe it. So if women have a tendency of being able to jump from one person to the other, it becomes easier to like pull yourself away. So if you've had five, six, whatever, even if you have this emotional connection, that part of that woman starts to die. So when things start to go left, there's a higher chance of women with the 5+ body count that will most likely cheat. It can also be easier to leave. And for men, I think it's a high number for them where they would behave that way. I don't think it's 5, I think it's higher.
No, for men, there isn't a number. The study suggests it's only about the women.
Yeah, I can see that, but there's something about men too. Thinking about how frequently they have a tendency to just have like one night stands. There's something about it. For a woman, yeah, a woman is very wired very differently.
Mr. Chucky, if you fly Mia Khalifa, I think it's better for you to run away. Look the other way, don't even look at, lower your gaze and run away.
No, I wouldn't even be in the same spaces as me and Khalifa, but I'm just saying, that's interesting. But I had a question for you, Sister Ace. So I just stopped your profile, right? And I was looking at your PTR. Why you look like you just got the beating somebody up and then just took a picture? Like,
what?
You look like you just beat somebody up and you posed for a picture after the fight.
What, is this fight issue?
Yeah.
Bro, she's standing in front of a beamer, you know, she's a celebrity. What do you expect? My husband took the picture, you know, husband sitting in the car, right?
Like the captions, like, yo, yeah, I just beat her up, look at my face, ain't nobody touched my face.
What are you talking about? What's the bizarre thing?
You look like, and then my next question is, you got a gun in that purse?
Maybe.
Well, you got
a wrestler, or you know, you just fought somebody. Like Ace, I'll give you a word, Pelwan. You know, like just came out of the fight.
Pelwan is huge.
I think.
What I'm saying, he just came out of the fight. He just beat somebody.
I think Ace might be a gangster real quick.
No. I don't get my hands dirty. There's people for that.
Yes, people. Oh my god.
Are you in the Punjabi mafia, Ace?
Of course not. And if somebody was, why would they say that they are? Weirdo.
Yeah, I'm just messing with you, Ace.
Do you guys trust this guy, Sean King?
Is this person as well?
No, Sean King, he's the...
Is that an activist?
Activist, yeah.
I don't know. There's a lot of iffy stuff that's come out, so I don't.
He converted to Islam, like, after the Gaza conflict happened. But people were saying it's sketchy because, well, first of all, like, the day after he converted to Islam, he put out a Ramadan event where you can break fast with Sean King, and the tickets were like $400. He's been known to siphon off money.
He's an American activist. He's not a Palestinian activist.
No, he's not Palestinian. He's like mixed race, so he's like black, white. So he used to be really big in the Black Lives Matter, and then he jumped on the Palestine thing.
Yeah. But he is a grifter. He seems to jump from cause to cause, and then for him to become Muslim and then try to, like, if you knew the tenets of Islam, you're not saying come break fast with Sean King for $400.
So there was a fraud of, I don't know, I mean, there was an audit of $35 million in donations, right? Financial audit covering $35 million in donations. So, you know, supporters say it cleared him. Critiques argue it was too opaque. And Palestinian involvement and backlash, it says he, converted to Islam. He claimed involvement in securing the release of Israeli-American hostages. The family denied any connection, calling his claims lying. Public perception, they do label him as a grifter, you know, publicly. on other black ladies. He's a scammer and has been scamming for years. On progressive Islam, Sean King as well documented fraud. Some defend him, saying no criminal wrongdoing has been proven, that his advocacy, raising awareness on Gaza, is genuine.
He spent $30,000 on 2 dogs, and then he said it was for protection. Also, you guys remember the professor that was killed early on in the genocide, Rafat Alahir? I don't know if that's how you say his last name. Do you know who I'm talking?
I'll have to look into it.
Rafat is a professor. And the word is that Barry Weiss got him killed. You know Barry Weiss?
Barry Weiss. But remind me who this person is, Barry Weiss?
She's a Zionist, and she's in the American politics scene. She works for the Free Press. I think she's one of the founders of it. Barry Weiss, Noah Tishby, you know, those people.
How was she involved in the killing of Professor Rafat, whatever his last name is?
So, someone, when early after October 7th, someone said, some Zionist, whatever, it was like, oh, Hamas put a baby in the oven. And Rafat, knowing that this was a fake story, he quote tweeted that they put baking powder on him first, which is like a joke because obviously it wasn't real. And Barry Weiss quote tweeted that and was like, oh, this man is evil, blah, blah, blah.
Okay, so they targeted him and killed him. Okay.
Yeah, and Rafat said himself, he's like, this is, like, if I die, Barry Weiss killed me. Like, he said it himself. So it's speculation, but, you know, Barry Weiss does have those kinds of connections in the IDF. And whether it was her or not, I do think that him being an outspoken intellect got him killed. And but the reason I brought him up is because he said Sean King is talcum X. Talcum is like a white powder. So he's like the white Malcolm X.
Yes, I understand the reference. Okay. Thanks for the info, though. Thank you.
You know, Josh, some people call me the Jewish Malcolm X.
Okay. Why is that?
Because I'm always looking to fight. Hold on, excuse me.
Malcolm X fought for it.
Nah,
You're just fighting for the shits and giggles. You're like 50, clown.
Nah, I just farted, man. I forgot my whole train of thought just now. My bad.
Oh God.
Yeah, I'm just fighting for the rights of my people, man. That's why they call me the Jewish Malcolm X.
Jewish rights?
For the rights of my people.
The people who? The Dominicans or the Jews?
The Americans, the Jews, you know, the Palestinians.
Hold on, what rights do Americans and Jews not have?
Well, seeing how, you know, in 2025 that there are a community of people who still feel oppressed, so I gotta fight against the oppression. We gotta change.
So who's oppressing Dominican Jews in America, Chucky?
Apparently, according to Clubhouse, man, that people of color, you know, regardless of where they came from, they still feel oppression. So I gotta go out there in 2025, and I have to help suppress the oppression, man. We have to come up with different policies and laws that benefit all American people, so that way nobody will feel oppressed in 2025 and moving forward.
Who was the vice president of George W. Bush? The old guy.
Was it, you talking about the junior or the father?
The junior. Who was his vice president?
I know for his father was Dick Cheney.
Oh no, not Dick Cheney, the other guy. What was
The
his
white
name?
guy, the white man.
Yeah, what was his name?
Shit, I don't know. I have to look it up.
Look it up really fast. He was a senator of like mediocre intellect.
I posted the Rafat tweet.
Wasn't it? Yeah, it was Dick Cheney.
No, the one. Then the George W. Bush, the senior.
Poppy Bush.
Dan
Quayle. Yeah, Dan Quayle. Okay.
Yeah,
Dan Quayle. And there was a debate once, and he was bragging about knowing Jack Kennedy, and I don't know who he was debating with. And he says, I knew Jack Kennedy, and you ain't no Jack Kennedy. Do any of you remember that or know anything? Oh, you're too young to remember that stuff.
Yeah, I was young.
Chucky, you ain't no Malcolm X.
I am. I am the Malcolm X of my generation.
Okay.
I just want to say happy birthday, America.
Happy birthday, America. So, fireworks today?
Not for me.
That makes America how old now? 250? Was it 255? How many years?
$248 old. Your agenda?
Yeah, I heard it. 248, huh?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I think I gotta get a tattoo, man.
No, at 250 you get a tattoo, not now. Wait another couple of years.
Alright, yes, sir.
What kind of tattoo you gonna have? 250 where, right? Where you gonna put the tattoo?
On my chest, I'm gonna get the American flag, and under it, it's gonna, July 4th, 1776, and then, every year I'm just gonna add the date.
You said you got a tattoo.
I said I gotta get a tattoo.
Then you won't be able to be buried in a Jewish cemetery.
That's fine, as long as I'm buried on American soil, that means more to me.
Okay.
Wait, if you have a tattoo, you cannot be buried in a Jewish cemetery?
That's what I heard.
Some people believe that, but I've known plenty of people that were Jewish that had tattoos and got buried in the cemetery with a relative. But when I die, I want to be buried next to my papa. But Jim did.
Yes, Chucky.
But you know what the best part is gonna be when I die?
I have no idea.
The best part is gonna happen when I die is the flag of the greatest country in this world is gonna be draped over my casket. That is so beautiful.
I don't know what's so beautiful about anything, about death and about being trapped with anything. After you die, you're gonna be 6 feet under, and then some worms are just gonna eat your brains. They're just gonna vanish.
Yeah, and then soon I'm gonna be able to, have my judgment day and meet Hashem. It's gonna be a beautiful thing. I have total freedom.
Say hello to Hashem.
I got you, man. I'm serious. I got you.
Does Hashem speak English?
Yes, he speaks English. He speaks Spanish. He speaks every language. Why would I want to be buried there? I'm not from there.
Check it out.
You heard, Chinda?
No, I'm sorry. What was that again?
I was saying, why would I want to be buried there? I'm not from there.
Oh, but yeah, temple is there. That's where everyone's gonna be with judgment day.
Yeah, when it's my time to go out there, I'll go back. But when I die, I want to be buried on the land that I come from.
How the hell are you gonna go back if you're buried in America?
When it's time for the days of the Mashiach, when he comes back, he's gonna call all the Jews to come home.
Oh, and you're just gonna rise up from your grave and walk into the church.
We're gonna see when that time comes. But as of now, I just want to make it through this shift so I can go get something to eat and then go lay down.
Yeah, did you worry about life issues?
He is Malcolm X. Are you Malcolm X, Chucky?
Of my generation.
What's your take on this?
My take on Chucky being the Malcolm X of his generation.
Yep.
Yeah, no Malcolm X. I'm sorry, Chucky. He's a nice guy and everything, but I like Malcolm X. I think America has not come up with with characters like Malcolm but Malcolm was killed in the 60s. He was assassinated in the 60s.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, Malcolm X never had an American flag draped over his coffin, that's for sure.
Yeah, I'm sure he resented a lot of things about America.
Do you guys...
It's just the sad part is people like, Malcolm X, they come once every generation, probably. And when they eventually get, they get snuffed out early in life. For some reason.
Have you seen the pictures of Malcolm X in Gaza?
Not really, no. I didn't even know he was in Gaza.
Yep, he visited Gaza in the 50s, I think 1956.
Well, I know he's been to the region, but I didn't know he was in Gaza. Interesting.
Josh, when did you become pro-Pali? Were you pro-Pali from before 7th October?
Sheikh, well, it's hard to say when I was first aware of it, but I was like pro-Palestinian one-state solution kind of guy since Sheikh Jarrah, 2021.
Okay. So you studied, you probably looked into it.
That's when I started looking into it. I know probably as far back as I can remember, because my mom told me. I think, when I was like 12 years old and I watched Schindler's List with my parents, and at the end I asked my mom, like, where did they go? And she was like, well, they're like, where did they go after the Holocaust? Like, where did all the Jews go? She's like, oh, they went back to Israel. And then she kind of stuttered, like she was a little hesitant, because this is the moment where she knew she had to tell me about like how Israel came up. So like she didn't want to talk about it that night, but I asked her again. I was like, what was all that about? Because she made some sort of reference where she was like, and it's sad because they're doing the same thing now to the Arabs of what happened to them. So I asked her about it a few days later, and so ever since I was like 12 or 13, I kind of knew about it.
But for Palestinian, or like she had connections to that land?
No, my mom's just Cuban, but she's always been on the side.
Spanish?
Poquito. Yeah. When I left Miami, I stopped speaking Spanish. So if I don't speak it in practice, I kind of drift
You're in the
away
West
from it.
Bank, right? I mean, you're the West Coast, right?
No, now I live in Ohio.
Oh, okay.
That's something in common, George.
Oh God, you live in Ohio?
No, I don't want to say.
Oh, you're Dominican.
Yeah, but I got people in Cuba.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, Cubans and Dominicans are close. We're neighbors. But yeah, for a long time I just thought that like, I also grew up Christian, so I just always thought Israel was important in a way.
Well, evangelical, right? So are your parents still reside?
No, my brother is evangelical, but even he's not Zionist. But he defends Israel in a way. Like he doesn't like the current government, but he will also say that like Iran is dangerous and Iran just wants to take control of the region.
This is Americans talking. American and Israel. They're on the same page. Israel and
yeah. My oldest brother's he's evangelical. He was mad when I converted to Islam. He was out to get Islam for a while, and he trying to show me stuff and tried to tell me that true Islam has been rebranded to make it seem more peaceful, but a true Muslim is supposed to conquer the world by the sword so they can convert everyone to Islam. Stuff, just some dumb shit like that.
But you read into it, right? There's no compulsion of the religion, and you can't do that. It goes against the religion to force convert people. Maybe there was some people might have done it a long time ago, right? By sword, but so some people. So when the Muslim they conquered the land, right? So they were charging jizya. Right, so it was 2.5%, 3%. So some people actually converted just to avoid from paying jizya. They didn't want to pay 2.5%, but then your tax rate would go up in some places, and some places you won't get charged, but you have to serve in the military. But if you pay the jizya and you are non-Muslim, you just pay jizya and you don't have to worry about the security. You know what I'm saying? There was a lot of benefits under this dhimmi system. They call it dhimmi, these Zionists.
Yeah, so we talked about this last night, right, or yesterday morning for me. And I said this to you. I was like, I've been around Muslims for a while. I've never heard the words dhimmi or taqiyya. And then as soon as I logged in today, when that girl Kava was in the room, the first thing I hear is, "Oh, I don't want to be a dhimmi." And I was laughing because I was like, this is literally where we left off before I went to sleep.
Yeah. So the way I'm looking at it, right, the dhimmi system, the 2.5% jizya. Now, in America, we pay up to 40% taxes. In Canada, it's up to 50%. Right?
I pay 33%.
Yeah. Would you rather pay 2.5% and you'll have to serve in the military, versus you have to serve in the military and pay up to 33%? Which one would you choose?
Yeah, but I don't think the jizya was 2.5%. Wasn't that zakat was 2.5%?
No, that's for Muslims. That's for Muslims is separate. It's not just a God. You know, there's other things you have to pay as well.